Chapter 1. Black Fang. James Thompson stared out the window of the group home, his mind elsewhere. He was lost in thought, reflecting on the past 5 years of his life. The orphanage was far from the ideal place for any child, let alone a young man on the cusp of adulthood. At 13, he had found himself here, and now he was turning 18. His parents, Andrew and Elizabeth, had been his rock, guiding him through his childhood with patience and understanding. They lived in a small, cozy home on the outskirts of town, surrounded by a wildflower garden his mother tended with care. James had fond memories of running through the colorful blooms, laughing as the sweet scent filled the air. His father, a skilled carpenter, had taught James the value of hard work and determination. On weekends, they would spend hours in the workshop, creating intricate wooden carvings and small furniture pieces. It was a cherished father-son bonding time that James held close to his heart. But fate had dealt James a cruel hand. When he was 12, a devastating car accident tore his world apart. His parents had been driving home from a friend's dinner party when a drunk driver veered into their lane, causing a head-on collision. The impact was brutal, and both Andrew and Elizabeth were killed instantly. James was left to pick up the pieces of his shattered life. His relatives, unable to care for him, had no choice but to send him to an orphanage. It was there that James found himself at 13, struggling to make sense of the unfairness of life. During his time at the group home, James clung to the memories of his parents, allowing their love to sustain him through the darkest moments. He found solace in his father's teachings and his mother's gentle spirit, using them as a beacon of hope in a sea of despair. His life had been a roller coaster of emotions and hardships, but today was a day he had been looking forward to, a small respite from the melancholy that pervaded his existence. He had planned to spend his 18th birthday hiking through the forest that lay just beyond the edge of town. It wasn't much, but the idea of solitude and peace among the trees was a rare treasure he clung to. As James prepared his backpack with a water bottle, snacks, and a light jacket, he couldn't help but feel the first spark of excitement in a long time. Upon leaving the group home, James took a deep breath, savoring the crisp Maine air. It was chilly but invigorating, and he felt a surge of energy course through him. As James left the orphanage, he made his way to the bus stop, clutching his backpack tightly. The sun was still low in the sky, casting long shadows on the pavement. He could feel the anticipation building as he approached the bus stop, his heart beating a little faster with each step. The bus arrived, its once bright yellow paint now faded and chipped in places. The door hissed open, revealing an interior that had seen better days. James climbed aboard and deposited his coins into the fare box, the sound of metal clinking against metal echoing through the near-empty vehicle. He chose a seat near the back, next to a window streaked with grime. Despite the bus's worn appearance, there was a sense of familiarity and comfort in its aging frame. It had carried him through the years, serving as a constant in his ever-changing world. As the bus rumbled to life and pulled away from the curb, James couldn't help but observe the other passengers. There was an elderly woman, her white hair neatly pinned in a bun, knitting a baby blanket with practiced precision. A young couple whispered sweet nothings to each other, lost in their own world. A middle-aged man, hunched over a newspaper, frowned as he read the headlines. James's attention was drawn to a woman seated across the aisle, her vibrant red hair cascading down her shoulders. She caught him looking and flashed a warm, friendly smile that lit up her emerald green eyes.
"Beautiful day for a hike, huh?"
she said, her voice melodic and inviting. James returned her smile, feeling a little more at ease. "Yeah, I've been looking forward to it all week."
"I can tell."
She chuckled, glancing at his backpack.
"You're all geared up and ready to go. I love hiking myself. There's just something about being out in nature that's so freeing, you know?"
James nodded in agreement, his thoughts drifting to the peaceful solitude he hoped to find in the forest. "It's like an escape from everything else, just you and the tree and the skies. It's the best feeling." The woman smiled knowingly.
"Absolutely. Well, I hope you have a fantastic hike,"
she added with a wink, as if she had somehow sensed the significance of the day. James felt a surge of warmth, touched by her kind words. "Thank you," he replied, his spirits lifted by the unexpected connection with a stranger. As the bus neared the national park, the passengers began to disembark, each continuing on their own journey. James stepped off the bus, his anticipation now mingled with a newfound sense of camaraderie as he embarked on his adventure into the wilderness, unaware that this day would change his life forever. James entered the national park, his senses immediately awakened by the rich, earthy scent of damp soil and fallen leaves. The sunlight filtered through the lush canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the ground beneath his feet. The cool, crisp air brushed against his skin, invigorating him as he began his hike along the well-worn path. As he walked deeper into the forest, James marveled at the beauty that surrounded him. Towering trees reached for the sky, their trunks thick and gnarled with age. Moss and ivy crept up their sides, a testament to the tenacity of life. Birds sang their melodies, accompanied by the distant, soothing sound of a babbling brook. For hours, James wandered along the trails, losing himself in the serenity of nature. He traversed steep inclines and navigated rocky outcroppings, his muscles aching with the effort, but his spirits soaring with each new discovery. He hoped to get into better shape with this new year, and had succeeded, but he was still not quite where he wanted to be. Hikes like this and day trips to Dairy Queen would get him there eventually. A sense of accomplishment filled him, as if he'd never felt so free and alive. As the day wore on, James found himself at the base of a steep hill, the path ahead obscured by a tangle of roots and undergrowth. Undeterred, he began to climb, his hands gripping at branches and rocks for support. The incline grew steeper, the ground beneath his feet becoming slippery with moisture and fallen leaves. Nearing the top, James's foot caught on an exposed root, causing him to lose his footing. His heart raced as he felt the world around him tilt, gravity pulling him backward. He tried to grasp at something, anything to halt his descent, but his fingers found only air. James tumbled down the hillside, his body battered by rocks and branches as he rolled uncontrollably. Panic surged through him, a desperate plea for help rising in his throat, but drowned out by the sound of his own ragged breathing. Finally, his fall came to an abrupt halt, his back colliding with the trunk of a massive tree. The impact knocked the breath from his lungs, and for a moment everything went black. As James came to, he was disoriented and in pain, his body aching from the violent fall. As he tried to catch his breath, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread creeping in. The world around him seemed to darken, his vision narrowing as if he were peering through a tunnel. With each passing moment, the pain intensified, his breaths coming in shallow gasps. A cold numbness spread through his limbs, and he realized with a sinking feeling that he was dying. Despite the overwhelming urge to surrender to the darkness, James fought to stay conscious, clinging to the memories of his life, the people he had met, and the dreams he had yet to fulfill. But as the pain became unbearable, he finally succumbed to the void, his last thought a silent plea for a second chance. As James's life slipped away, his body lying broken and lifeless at the base of the hill, the threads of fate began to weave a new story. Chapter 2. James's senses awoke sluggishly, one by one, as if they were reluctant participants in the strange new world in which he found himself. The first to rouse was touch, and it immediately protested the cold, unyielding stone beneath his bare skin. The candle light flickering on his periphery brought sight to the table, revealing a dimly lit basement that seemed to breathe an ancient air. The scent of damp stone and wax mingled with the faint aroma of incense, awakening his sense of smell. Lying on the floor, James assessed the unexpected turn his life had taken. He was no longer the short, stocky youth he had been just moments ago on Earth. Instead, he found himself in a lean, muscular body, clad only in a simple loincloth. Disoriented and anxious, his eyes darted around the room, landing on 3 figures observing him with unreadable expressions. What's happening? Where am I? Is this a dream? The woman standing closest to him, clad in dark, flowing robes, carried an air of authority about her. Her face, lined with age and wisdom, held a piercing gaze that seemed to see right through him.
You are here at Black Fang. I'm Moira, and responsible for bringing you back to life. Things are a bit weird right now, I know.
Her voice commanding yet strangely soothing. Behind her stood a man with deep blue skin and silver hair, a stark contrast to the shadows that enveloped the room. He regarded James with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. "I'm Rafe," he said, his voice smooth and cautious. The third figure was a middle-aged man, his face etched with the marks of a life spent in battle. He wore black leather armor and crossed his arms over his chest. "Name's Grant," he grunted, his steely eyes never leaving James. Moira spoke first, addressing him as if they had known each other for years.
Welcome back, Talon. We've missed you.
James furrowed his brow, the name Talon echoing in his mind. Unfamiliar and foreign. I don't know who Talon is," he stammered, his voice laced with trepidation. "My name is James." The trio exchanged uneasy glances, concern creeping into their expressions. "Amnesia?" Rafe mused, his eyebrows knitting together. "Just confusion, hopefully." James swallowed, the lump in his throat recounting his last moments on Earth, the hike through the national park, the loose rock, the fall, and finally, the darkness that claimed him. James blinked, still disoriented from his awakening. Moira's eyes widened as she listened to him, and her voice wavered with newfound understanding.
This is unexpected. You're not Talon, but someone else.
Rafe and Grant exchanged incredulous looks, their eyebrows raised in surprise. Grant spoke up, his voice rough with skepticism. "Our goal was to bring Talon back, not someone else." Moira moved closer to James, her eyes never leaving his face, studying him with caution.
What is your name?
She asked softly. James tried to sit up, but the witch held him down gently, her hands firm but kind.
Don't get up just yet. You need to gain your bearings first. Now, what is your name?
James Thompson, he managed to say, his voice a bit shaky. Moira's eyes widened, and she tilted her head, her curiosity piqued.
Where are you from?
James cleared his throat, still trying to make sense of his surroundings. Maine. Bangor, Maine.
So Maine is the name of your world?
She asked, her voice filled with fascination. No, my planet is Earth. What the heck is going on? This isn't Earth, is it? Moira shook her head, her expression turning serious.
No, James. You're on the planet Pymere. You're in the town of Darkvein, in the region of Barren.
James furrowed his brow, his confusion deepening. Is this the afterlife? I fell and hurt myself badly, and everything went black.
No, this isn't the afterlife.
Moira replied, her aged hand coming to rest on his.
You were reincarnated into a new body. It's truly amazing.
She shook her head, her eyes still wide with awe.
The magic we used must have connected with your departing soul at the precise moments of your death on Earth. It drew you into Talon's body.
She paused, her gaze meeting James's, her tone filled with resolve. She turned and looked at the troubled men beside her.
This is a miracle, and we must adapt to this unforeseen development.
Adapt, Grant scoffed, his deep voice echoing in the dimly lit room. You're supposed to bring Talon Nightstrider back to life, not this James Thompson. Moira, her eyes filled with determination, faced Grant.
I warned you that necromancy was a fecal magic. We're fortunate that he didn't come back as one of those Undead monsters from the Dark Lands. This switch must have been designed by the gods.
Grant furrowed his brow.
How do we know James isn't evil? Talon had tremendous potential. We don't need an evil Talon walking around, Baron.
James, feeling the weight of their stares, cleared his throat. I'm not evil, I promise. If anything, I should be the one worried. You just used necromancy to bring this Talon back from the dead. Moira, you must be some sort of sorceress, right? And Rafe, no offense, but you do look a bit sinister. Sorry to judge. Moira's expression softened.
I am a witch, and Rafe is a dark elf. His race is misunderstood and feared by many, but there's no one more honorable than him. As for necromancy, it's not a magic practiced by many who follow the light. It's dangerous. However, Talon was too important to let die. Today was his 18th birthday.
James's eyes widened. Today was my 18th birthday, too. This is so bizarre.
They're the same age. That might have played a major role in the reincarnation,
Grant mused, his gaze flicking between James and Moira. Moira sighed.
Perhaps.
Grant paced, his arms crossed over his broad chest.
What do we do now? This isn't Talon. Do we train him anyway, imprison him, or execute him?
James' heart raced. Execute? No, please. This isn't my fault. Like Moira said, I must have been brought here for a reason. I can be Talon. James Thompson is dead, as far as I'm concerned. I've been reborn as Talon Nightstrider. Moira turned to Grant, her voice firm.
It's up to you, as the guild leader of this branch of the Black Fang. However, I think it would be unwise to kill or imprison him. Going against the gods' will is always a foolish decision. Do you want to risk cursing yourself and the entire guild?
Grant shook his head, the tension in the room palpable.
Of course not. It's settled. This reincarnated man will live as Talon Nightstrider. That's the only way he leaves this room. This new knowledge stays between the three of us. If word gets out, there will be dire consequences. Are we clear?
Rafe nodded, his voice firm. Yes, sir. Crystal clear. Moira made a zipping motion with her hand and mouth.
This secret will die with me.
Grant's intense gaze met James's.
And you?
James nodded, swallowing hard. I am now Talon. I won't tell anybody. What happens now?
First, we'll get you some clothes. You have to attend the Rite of Awakening tonight. Rafe will be your shadow for the foreseeable future. He was friends with you and your parents. He'll fill you in on anything you want to know. Once the Rite of Awakening is over and you're connected to the system, your training with the Black Fang Guild will begin.
James exhaled a heavy breath, his mind racing. I have so many questions. Chapter 3. Rafe, the Dark Elf, handed James some folded clothes. Here are some clothes. You'll get your official Black Fang leather armor after the Rite of Awakening. Get dressed, and I'll take you to your room. You'll be staying with me. Listen, I know you have questions. We'll talk in our room. Rafe stood near the door looking away, as James, dressed in his brown trousers, white shirt, and brown boots, he got a better look at the Dark Elf. There was more light in the room now. Rafe, the Dark Elf rogue, stood at 6 feet tall. His slender but muscular build was a testament to his agility and strength. His blue skin was a stark contrast to his piercing silver eyes, which seemed to glimmer even in the dimmest light. His angular face was framed by long, flowing white hair that fell past his shoulders. He wore black leather armor with its intimidating daggers attached to his belt. It isn't polite to stare in this world, Rafe said, startling James, almost making him fall over. I'm sorry, it isn't polite in my world either. I've never seen a dark elf before. I apologize. It's fine. I understand. Let's go. You'll get some stares from the others, I'm sure. You've been away for a few months while you battled the disease called the Reaper Plague. The other guild members were informed you died, and an attempt would be made to bring you back to life. Grant had a meeting with the guild a short time ago and explained to them that the ritual was a success. He also mentioned to them that you, Talon, were battling some amnesia at the moment, which will explain why you don't know things like you should. It should make your transition much easier. Talon nodded. That's a brilliant idea, actually. I was concerned about that. Well, I'm ready. Let's go. Rafe motioned for him to follow, leading the way out of the dimly lit basement chamber. As they climbed the stone steps, Talon noticed the walls adorned with flickering torches, casting eerie shadows that danced along the passageway. He couldn't help but feel the weight of the secrets he now carried with him. They reached a heavy wooden door, which Rafe pushed open, revealing a dimly lit hallway. The air was cool and slightly musty, but as they progressed, it grew warmer and more inviting. The corridor was lined with ornate tapestries depicting scenes of battles and triumphs, along with a few depicting the Black Fang Guild's emblem, a snarling black wolf bearing its fangs. Talon took in the intricate details of the tapestries, wondering about the stories and legends that inspired them. The floor beneath their feet was polished dark wood, its surface gleaming in the dim light. He could feel the subtle vibrations of the guild's activity as they moved through the halls, and the distant murmurs of conversation added a sense of life to the otherwise somber atmosphere. As they approached the grand staircase, Talon marveled at the carved banister, its surface worn smooth by countless hands over the years. Rafe led the way up the staircase, and as they ascended, the torchlight seemed to brighten, casting a more welcoming glow upon the surroundings. Once they reached the third floor, Rafe guided Talon down another corridor, this one lined with doors on either side. The walls here were adorned with paintings of serene landscapes and portraits of individuals who Talon assumed were important members of the guild. Some of them gazed back at him with piercing eyes, as if evaluating his worthiness to walk these hallowed halls. Finally, Rafe stopped in front of a door, pushing it to reveal a modestly furnished bedroom. There were two plain-looking twin beds, each flanked by a nightstand. A wardrobe stood against one wall, and a small desk sat beneath a window, which was covered with heavy drapes to keep out prying eyes. "This is our room," Rafe announced, the warmth in his voice surprising Talon. "Looks nice. Thanks for letting me stay here." "I'm your shadow for the foreseeable future, so it's only fitting that we room together. Come on in, and I can answer some of your questions," Rafe instructed and motioned for Talon to enter. Rafe shut the door behind Talon and locked it. Talon sat on the edge of the bed while Rafe leaned against the wall opposite him. The door to the bedroom was locked, granting them privacy and a much-needed opportunity to discuss the bizarre circumstances that had led to this moment. "So," Talon began, his voice hesitant, "what can you tell me about the real Talon Nightstrider? What was his story? Who were his parents?" Rafe sighed and crossed his arms, a pensive expression on his dark, angular face. "Talon was born into the Nightstrider family. Both of his parents, Corvan and Lyria, were skilled assassins and respected members of the Black Fang Guild. They were known for their unwavering loyalty and dedication to honorable missions." Talon listened intently, absorbing every word as he tried to piece together the life of the person whose body he now inhabited. "What happened to them?" Rafe's eyes softened and his gaze drifted to the floor. "They were killed in a mission that went awry when Talon was still very young. The details were kept confidential, but it was a great loss for the guild." Talon could sense the pain in Rafe's voice and realized that he must have been close to Talon's parents. "I'm sorry," he murmured. Rafe nodded, his expression still somber. "It was a long time ago, but their memory lives on within the guild.
Talon was raised by the guild after that, and he was trained from a young age to become an exceptional assassin, just like his parents.
Talon pondered over the information, trying to reconcile it with his own identity. And what about this world, Pymere? What should I know about it? Rafe straightened up and began to pace the room.
Pymere is a vast and diverse world. The land is divided into regions, each ruled by various factions and governments. The region we're currently in is called Baron, and the town we're in is known as Darkvane.
He paused, his dark eyes fixed on Talon.
The Blackfang Guild operates within the shadows of society, taking on contracts and missions that align with our principles. While we're not inherently evil, we're not exactly seen by the people as heroes either. Our moral compass is guided by the code of the guild.
Talon's mind raced, struggling to digest everything he was learning. I see. So as Talon Nightstrider, I'm now a part of this guild, right? Rafe nodded.
That's correct. You'll be trained and guided by the guild members, myself included. As you grow stronger and develop your skills, you'll be given tasks and missions that suit your abilities.
Talon felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders, but also a strange sense of purpose. Despite the surreal circumstances of his arrival in this world, he knew he had a chance to make a difference as Talon Nightstrider, and he intended to make the most of it. Thank you, Rafe, Talon said, his voice firm. I appreciate your honesty, and I promise to honor the legacy of Talon Nightstrider and his parents. I won't let the guild down. Rafe's eyes sparkled with approval, and he extended his hand to Talon.
I believe you. Welcome to the Blackfang Guild, Talon. We'll face many challenges together, but I have faith in you.
As they clasped hands, Talon felt a surge of determination, eager to embark on this new journey and prove himself as a worthy member of the Blackfang Guild. Talon furrowed his brow, a question forming in his mind. Rafe, if I've been trained all my life, why do I need more training now? Rafe leaned back against the wall, crossing his arms.
You see, Talon, while it's true you've been prepared for this life, the true potential of a person can't be unlocked until they go through the rite of awakening.
Talon tilted his head, curiosity piqued. The rite of awakening? I remember Grant mentioning that. What is it exactly? Rafe's eyes seemed to glow as he began to explain.
The rite of awakening is a sacred ceremony that occurs when someone turns 18. It's during this ceremony that a person has a chance to gain access to the system, which allows them to level up, develop new skills, and grow more powerful.
Talon absorbed the information, his eyes widening in fascination. So this ceremony is like a key that unlocks our potential?
Exactly,
Rafe replied, nodding.
Not everyone is granted access to the system, though. It's said that only a small percentage of people are chosen. However, if one or both of a person's parents have access to the system, the child has a 99% chance of being able to interface with it as well.
Talon mulled over the explanation, piecing together the implications. So, once I go through the rite of awakening, if I gain access to the system, my training will truly begin. Rafe smiled, a glint of excitement in his eyes.
That's right. You'll be able to grow stronger, develop new abilities, and truly become the exceptional individual we all believe you can be.
The gears in Talon's mind began to churn, trying to make sense of it all. Talon mused about the striking similarities between this world and the RPG video games he had played back on Earth. I can't believe how similar this all sounds to those RPG games I used to play, Talon thought, a slight smile forming on his lips. Though we never had the latest consoles or games at the orphanage, I still enjoyed immersing myself in those fantastic worlds, even if they were just on outdated systems. Talon remembered the kind-hearted people who would donate their old consoles and games to the orphanage, giving the kids a chance to escape their harsh reality, if only for a few hours. The orphanage had always struggled to make ends meet, with most of the funds going toward keeping the children fed and the lights on. But despite those limitations, Talon had found solace in those games. The stories, the characters, and the endless possibilities had provided him with a sense of purpose and adventure he craved. And now it seemed that he had been granted a chance to live out a real-life RPG. Is this my opportunity to become the hero I've always dreamed of? To take control of my own destiny and make a difference in this new world? Talon wondered, his heart racing with excitement and anticipation. Though Talon knew that he had a lot to learn and that this world was far more complex than any game he had ever played, he couldn't help but feel a sense of hope and determination. This new life. Talon leaned forward. So, Rafe, tell me more about this town we're in. What's it like? Rafe leaned back, his eyes narrowing as he recalled the details. Darkvein. It's a fascinating place, full of history and intrigue. We're located in the region of Barren, and this town has always been a hub for those who walk in the shadows. Talon raised an eyebrow. Walk in the shadows? Rafe smirked. You know, rogues, assassins, spies, the sort of people our guild attracts. Darkvein is a town where secrets are currency, and everyone has a few hidden up their sleeves. Talon's eyes widened as he absorbed the information. I see. And what's the history of this town? How did it come to be? Rafe's eyes seemed to glaze over as he recounted the tale. Centuries ago, Darkvein was founded by a group of outcasts and misfits who sought refuge from the harsh judgments of the world. They built a sanctuary here, hidden in the shadows of the mountains, and it has since grown into the bustling town you see today. He gestured to the window where the faint outline of rooftops and narrow alleys could be seen. Over the years, the town has attracted more and more people who prefer to live life on their own terms, away from prying eyes of the world. It's become a haven for those who deal in secrets and hidden knowledge, which is why the Black Fang Guild has made it our home. Talon listened intently, absorbing every word. What about the people here? Are they all like us? Rafe chuckled. Not everyone, of course. There are honest merchants, skilled craftsmen, and other ordinary folk living here too. They've learned to coexist with our kind, as they know we provide a level of protection and secrecy that can't be found elsewhere. Talon nodded, a mix of fascination and trepidation stirring within him as he considered the town he now called home. It was a place where he could forge a new life, but also one where danger lurked around every corner. Talon hesitated before asking his next question, anxiety evident in his voice. Rafe, how did Talon die? Rafe's expression turned somber, his eyes downcast as he recalled the painful memories. Talon contracted the Reaper Plague. It's a vicious illness that has claimed many lives. Talon furrowed his brow, curiosity piqued despite the grim topic. What does the Reaper Plague do? What are the symptoms? Rafe inhaled deeply, steeling himself before answering. The Reaper Plague begins with high fever, chills, and weakness. As it progresses, victims develop painful swellings called buboes, usually in the groin, armpits, or neck. These swellings are filled with a dark, pus-like fluid and are excruciatingly painful to touch. Eventually, the disease leads to internal bleeding, causing the skin to turn black and purple from the blood pooling beneath the surface. Victims suffer greatly before succumbing to the illness. Talon's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but shudder at the gruesome description. That sounds terrible. How did I catch it? Rafe sighed, his voice heavy with emotion. The Reaper Plague is highly contagious, spreading through contact with infected people or animals as well as through the air. It's unclear exactly how you caught it, but once you did, the disease progressed rapidly. What happened then? Talon asked, his voice barely more than a whisper.
You fought valiantly, Talon. We all hoped for a miracle, but the illness took its toll. Your body weakened, and eventually you could no longer fight. You passed away, leaving us all in mourning.
Rafe recounted, his voice cracking with sadness. Has there been any progress in finding a cure? Talon inquired, hoping for some good news amid the tragedy. Rafe managed a small, bittersweet smile.
Yes, actually. Alchemists have developed a cure, but it came too late to save you. Many lives have been spared since then, though. It's a small consolation for those who lost loved ones before the cure was discovered.
Talon swallowed hard, trying to process the weight of the information. Thank you for telling me all of this, Rafe. It must be difficult to talk about. Rafe nodded, his eyes reflecting the pain of the past.
It is, but it's important for you to know. You are now living Talon's life, and understanding his past is part of that.
Talon looked around the room, taking in the belongings that had once belonged to the young man he was now replacing. What was Talon like? What kind of person was he? A hint of a smile appeared on Rafe's face as he thought about his friend.
Talon was strong-willed and determined, always eager to learn and improvise. He had a kind heart, and he was fiercely loyal to those he cared about. He was well respected and loved by many, even though he faced many challenges in his short life.
Talon couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, knowing that he now shared a connection with someone who had been so well loved. I hope I can live up to the legacy he left behind. Rafe placed a reassuring hand on Talon's shoulder.
I have faith you will, James. You may have been brought here by chance, but I believe there's a reason for everything. You now have a unique opportunity to make a difference in this world.
Talon's resolve strengthened as he met Rafe's gaze. I promise I'll do my best, not only for myself, but for the memory of Talon Nightstrider and everyone who cared about him. Rafe smiled warmly, his eyes shining with newfound determination.
I'll be by your side every step of the way, helping you navigate this new life. Together, we'll honor Talon's memories and face whatever challenges come our way.
I appreciate that. Rafe nodded, and smiling face transformed into a serious one.
I think the best way forward is to lay the old Talon to rest. This will be our last conversation about him. The new Talon has risen from the ashes.
Chapter 4. As Talon walked through the town alongside Rafe and Grant, he couldn't help but feel an odd mixture of anxiety and excitement. They approached the town square where the statue of one of Pymir's gods stood tall and imposing. The town center bustled with activity, but there was a reverent hush around the statue, as if people could feel the divine presence emanating from it. The deity was a breathtaking sight, depicted as an androgynous figure of immense grace and power. With a serene expression, the statue's eyes seemed to hold a deep, knowing wisdom that spanned the ages. Long, flowing hair cascaded down the god's back, adorned with an elaborate crown made of sculpted leaves and delicate flowers. The attention to detail was astounding, and Talon couldn't help but marvel at the artistry that had brought this divine figure to life in stone. A finely crafted robe was draped around the god's body, the sculptor's skill making it appear as if it were made of the softest silk rather than unyielding stone. The deity's outstretched hand, palm facing upward, seemed to offer blessings and guidance to those who sought it. As they stood before the statue, Grant turned to Talon, his voice steady but laced with a hint of excitement.
Talon, when you approach the statue, place your hand on the god's open palm. You'll see the statue glow, signifying that a connection is being established. After a few moments, A blue interface screen will appear before your eyes, and you'll be connected to the system.
Talon took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. He glanced at Rafe, who gave him a reassuring nod. "You can do this, Talon. Remember, we're here with you." With a final look at his companions, Talon stepped forward and slowly placed his hand on the outstretched palm of the deity. As he did so, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the prospect of joining the ranks of those who were connected to the very essence of Pymir. The moment Talon's hand made contact with the statue's palm, a gentle warmth began to emanate from the stone, spreading through his fingers and up his arm. The statue itself began to glow with a soft ethereal light, drawing the attention of the townspeople around them. Whispers of awe and curiosity filled the air as they bore witness to the spectacle unfolding before them. Talon's heart pounded in his chest as he awaited the appearance of the blue screen. It wasn't long before the glowing intensified, and then, as if emerging from the very air itself, a translucent blue interface materialized in front of him. Talon couldn't help but marvel at the sight, feeling like he was truly part of a fantastical world unlike any he had ever known. The screen flickered to life, displaying lines of text and symbols that seemed to be written in a language both familiar and foreign to him. It appeared as though the system recognized him as Talon Nightstrider, but the essence of James Thompson still lingered within. "System connection established. Welcome, Talon Nightstrider," the text read, accompanied by a soft, melodious chime that resonated within Talon's very being. He glanced over at Rafe and Grant, who looked on with a mixture of relief and pride. Rafe gave him a hearty pat on the back, his eyes shining with admiration. "Congratulations, Talon! You're now part of the system. From here on out, your training will truly begin." Grant nodded in appreciation, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips.
"Indeed. The rite of awakening is complete. Now we must focus on harnessing your potential and guiding you toward your destiny as a member of the Black Fang Guild."
Talon Nightstrider. Class, Rogue, Level 1. Attributes, Strength 8, Dexterity 16, Constitution 12, Intelligence 12, Wisdom 10, Charisma 14, Agility 14, Endurance 10, Luck 10, Hit Points 10, Stamina Points 20, Mana Points 10, Primary Skills, Stealth Level 1, Lockpicking Level 1, Acrobatics Level 1, Pickpocketing Level 1, Disguise Level 1, Traps Level 1. Secondary Skills, Perception Level 1, Sleight of Hand Level 1, Bluff Level 1, Intimidation Level 1, Persuasion Level 1, Appraise Level 1. Combat Skills, Dagger Proficiency Level 1, Ranged Weapons Proficiency, Bows, Crossbows, Throwing Knives, Level 1, Evasion Level 1, Dual Wielding Level 1, Unarmed Combat Level 1. Special Abilities, Sneak Attack, deal additional damage when attacking an enemy from behind or while undetected. Shadow Step, blend into the shadows, becoming invisible for a short period. Mana cost 5, cooldown 60 seconds. He was now irrevocably part of this new world, and the path ahead would be filled with challenges and trials. Yet, as he looked at Rafe and Grant, he knew he was not alone. Together, they would navigate the mysteries of Pymir and forge a new destiny for Talon Nightstrider. Chapter 5. Talon stood in the center of the circle, feeling the weight of dozens of eyes upon him. The air was heavy with anticipation, the silence in the room broken only by the distant crackle of torches mounted on the walls. He looked around at the faces of his new guild members. A vast array of faces and expressions, all hidden behind the intimidating facade of Black Fang armor. As Grant led him into the room, Talon noticed the intricate carvings etched into the stone walls, depicting fierce warriors and legendary battles. The scent of burning wood mixed with the faintest whiff of metal and leather lingered in the air, serving as a constant reminder of the guild's combative nature. Despite the imposing atmosphere, Talon found himself feeling an undeniable sense of belonging. Grant, standing tall and resolute beside Talon, cleared his throat and addressed the gathered crowd. His voice was strong and confident, echoing throughout the vast chamber.
Members of the Black Fang Guild, today is a momentous occasion. We welcome Talon into our ranks, a young man who has faced extraordinary circumstances and has emerged stronger for it. He has successfully interfaced with the system and now stands before you, ready to embrace the path of the Black Fang.
Talon could feel the intensity of Grant's gaze as the older man handed him the black leather armor, each piece intricately crafted and adorned with the guild's emblem. As Talon took the armor, he marveled at its flexible yet sturdy texture, feeling an immense sense of responsibility. The gleaming dagger, perfectly balanced and razor-sharp, seemed to hum with potential in his grasp.
Now, Talon, I invite you to touch the towering screen at the center of our gathering,
Grant instructed, his voice both gentle and firm.
Let your fellow guild members bear witness to your progress and your potential.
As Talon approached the large crystalline screen, the anticipation in the room swelled. The torchlight danced across the surface, casting eerie shadows along the walls. With a deep breath, Talon reached out and placed his fingertips against the cool, smooth material. In that instant, the screen flickered to life, its radiant glow illuminating the room. Talon's Level 1 stat screen materialized before the eyes of the guild members, each one scrutinizing the information displayed with keen interest. The air was charged with an electric energy, as if the very fabric of reality had shifted. Grant stood by Talon's side, his expression a blend of pride and expectation.
Your journey with us has only just begun, Talon. You've been given a rare gift, and it is your duty to make the most of it. We will guide you and support you, but the path you forge is ultimately your own.
Talon looked at the screen, then back at Grant, his heart swelling with determination and gratitude. Thank you, Grant, and all of you, he said, his voice unwavering. I'm eager to learn and grow alongside my fellow Black Fang members. Together, we will rise to new heights and face whatever challenges come our way. The room remained silent, but Talon could feel the collective acknowledgement of his words, the unspoken promises of camaraderie and support that would bind them together in the days to come. As he stood there, surrounded by the Black Fang Guild, Talon knew that he had found a place where he truly belonged. Talon stood alone in his private chamber, examining the black leather armor that had been presented to him by Grant. The intricate craftsmanship was evident in the sleek lines and detailed stitching that wove its way through the material, providing a beautiful contrast against the darkness of the leather. It was an armor that promised protection and stealth, befitting a member of the enigmatic Black Fang Guild. Holding the pristine leather pants, he carefully stepped into them, feeling the material wrap around his legs like a second skin. Each movement he made caused the leather to flex and bend, yet it remained snug and secure, a testament to the masterful design. The sensation was one of both power and vulnerability, as if he had been granted a new identity in this strange new world. Next, Talon eased into the tunic, the soft leather gently embracing his torso. The adjustable straps along the sides allowed him to tighten the fit, ensuring the armor moved seamlessly with his body. He couldn't help but marvel at the transition he had undergone in such a short time, from an ordinary teenager in Maine to a reincarnated warrior on the planet Pymere. Once the tunic was secure, Talon methodically fastened the leather bracers around his wrists and forearms, taking a moment to admire the embroidered Black Fang insignia. The subtle yet striking emblem was a symbol of his new allegiance, and he felt a deep swelling pride as he wore it upon his body. It was a feeling of belonging and purpose that had eluded him for so long, now finally within his grasp. Lastly, he took up the hooded cloak, allowing the fabric to cascade over his shoulders like a shadowy waterfall. As he pulled the hood forward, it enveloped his face in darkness, enhancing the aura of mystery and power that now surrounded him. He could feel the weight of the armor and the cloak, both literally and figuratively, as it signified the start of a new dangerous and thrilling chapter in his life. With the armor fully adorned, Talon took a moment to examine himself in the mirror. The reflection staring back at him was that of a formidable warrior, one who belonged to the enigmatic Blackfang Guild. The transformation was both awe-inspiring and unsettling, as he contemplated the destiny that had been thrust upon him. Exiting the room, Talon traversed the corridors of the guild hall, each step resonating with a newfound determination and purpose. Other members paused what they were doing to watch Talon go by in the familiar armor. The pride in their eyes cut through him. The anticipation built within him as he made his way to the courtyard where Rafe patiently awaited him. The dark elf stood with an air of casual elegance, his posture poised and ready for the commencement of Talon's training. As Talon approached, the complex blend of anticipation and trepidation that gripped him was almost palpable, but he knew that his future as a Blackfang Guild member hinged on his ability to embrace this new life. As Talon strode confidently toward Rafe, his newfound friend and mentor, his heart thumped in his chest with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Just as the thought crossed his mind that his training was about to begin, a sudden flash of silver streaked towards him from Rafe's outstretched hands. Talon's eyes widened, but before his mind could even process the danger, his body sprang into action. With an almost inhuman fluidity, he twisted and contorted, effortlessly avoiding the twin daggers hurtling through the air. The blade sliced through the air mere inches from his face, and he could feel the cold steel whoosh past him, cutting through the air like a knife through butter. Talon's heart raced, adrenaline pumping through his veins as he marveled at the sudden fluid movements his body had just executed. The courtyard, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, had transformed into an unexpected stage for this exhilarating moment. As the daggers clattered against the rough, weathered stones of the guild's courtyard wall, their metallic echoes reverberated through the space, sending a shiver down Talon's spine. In the wake of the near miss, he could still feel the lingering chill of the steel blades as they cut through the air just inches from his skin. The sensation of danger and the thrill of survival coursed through him like a jolt of electricity. His breathing was heavy, his chest heaving with each labored breath as he stared at Rafe, the dark elf's features partially obscured by the deepening shadows cast by the setting sun. Rafe's eyes sparkled with a mixture of pride and amusement, the corners of his mouth curling up into a knowing grin that seemed to say, "I told you so." How did I just do that?" Talon stammered, still reeling from the sudden burst of agility and reflexes that had taken him by surprise. Rafe's grin widened, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Impressive, isn't it? That, my friend, is the result of your primary skill, acrobatics, and your secondary skill, evasion. They kicked in the moment the danger presented itself, allowing you to dodge my little surprise with ease." Talon blinked, trying to process the information. "So my skills, they just automatically work when I need them?" "Exactly," Rafe confirmed, nodding his head. "As you gain experience and grow, these skills will continue to develop, becoming even more potent and effective. This is just the beginning, Talon. You'll soon learn to harness and control these abilities to your advantage in battle. Now, let's see how you do in a sparring match. For now, we won't use any weapons. I don't want to kill you on your first day." Rafe chuckled and smirked as he stood in position to attack, and Talon did the same. His heart was pounding, and he was excited and anxious at the same time. As the sparring session began, Talon could feel his body moving in a way that he had never experienced before. His training with his parents had been focused on survival skills and basic self-defense, but the Blackfang's combat techniques were more refined and precise.
Rafe moved with fluidity and grace. His movements were so precise that Talon could barely keep up. Rafe's combat style was heavily influenced by martial arts, and his strikes were quick and precise. He utilized a mix of punches, kicks, and throws, all executed with pinpoint accuracy. Talon tried his best to keep up, but he found himself on the defensive most of the time, barely able to avoid Rafe's attacks. Despite Talon's best efforts, Rafe was able to gain the upper hand. The seasoned assassin was simply too skilled and experienced for Talon to overcome. However, Rafe never took advantage of the situation. He was always mindful of Talon's limits, never pushing him beyond what he could handle. As the sparring session came to an end, Talon was left panting heavily, sweat dripping down his face. He felt exhilarated and energized, as if he had just accomplished something great. He turned to Rafe, a mixture of confusion and wonder on his face. "How did I do all that? It was like I'd trained in martial arts for years," Talon asked, still in awe of his own abilities. Rafe smiled, wiping his own sweat away with a towel. "It's your stats, Talon. You have a high dexterity and level 1 unarmed combat skill, so your body just knew what to do instinctively. It's like muscle memory. And don't worry, with time and practice, you'll become even more skilled." Talon nodded, taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart. He knew he had a lot to learn, but he was eager to train and improve. "That was amazing," he said, a smile spreading across his face. Rafe grinned. "You did great, Talon, and who knows, maybe one day you'll even beat me. The key word there is maybe. You'd better get to grinding if you want to catch up. I'm level 15. Talon laughed, feeling more confident and empowered than he ever had before. He knew he still had a long way to go, but he was excited to start the grind. Chapter 6. Rafe took Talon on a tour of the town, pointing out different points of interest and explaining their history. Talon was in awe of everything he saw. The town was bustling with life, people walking up and down the streets, merchants selling their wares from open stalls, and children playing games in the alleys. Rafe brought Talon to the center of town where a large fountain stood. It was a masterpiece of art, with water cascading down the tiers and into a large basin at the bottom. People gathered around it, taking pictures and throwing coins into the water. "This is the Fountain of Reflection," Rafe explained. "It's a symbol of the town's resilience, as it was built to commemorate the town's survival of a devastating drought that lasted for years. The town came together to build this fountain, and now it's the center of the town's social life." Talon was amazed by the story, and he couldn't take his eyes off the fountain. He felt like he was in a completely different world than the one he knew before. Rafe then led Talon down a street lined with shops and restaurants. They passed a bakery, and the smell of freshly baked bread filled the air. Rafe pointed out the bakery. "That's the best bakery in town. You have to try their bread. It's like nothing you've ever tasted before." Talon nodded in agreement, his mouth watering at the thought of the delicious bread. They continued down the street and came to a large open market. Here, vendors were selling all kinds of things, fruits, vegetables, clothing, and even jewelry. It was a lively and colorful place, with people haggling over prices and vendors calling out their wares. "This is the town's market," Rafe said. "It's open every day, and people come from all over the region to buy and sell here. You can find almost anything you need here." Talon was amazed by the sheer variety of goods available at the market. He had never seen anything like it before. As they continued their walk, Rafe pointed out the town's library, the school, and the town hall. Talon couldn't believe how organized and efficient everything was. The tour ended back at the guild hall. Talon was grateful to Rafe for showing him around and giving him a taste of what life in this new world was like. "Thanks for showing me around," Talon said, smiling at Rafe. "It was my pleasure," Rafe replied. "I hope you enjoyed it. There's so much more to see and do in this town." "You've shown me the nice side of town,
But I know there has to be a darker side, Talon said as he crossed his arms over his chest. Rafe gave Talon a nod and a small smile.
If you wish. I was trying to break you in easily.
I want the full tour. As they ventured deeper into the town's narrow alleyways, Talon couldn't help but notice the subtle changes in the environment. The once vibrant colors of the buildings they had left behind now gave way to shades of gray and brown. The cobblestones underfoot were slick with a sheen of grime, and a faint musty odor filled the air. The sense of excitement and intrigue that had driven Talon to explore the darker side of the town was now mingled with a growing sense of unease. Rafe seemed to sense Talon's apprehension, and he offered a reassuring smile.
It's a different world back here,
he said, his voice barely audible above the distant sound of water dripping from a leaking gutter.
But it's a world that we, as members of the Black Fang Guild, must learn to navigate.
Talon nodded, his eyes scanning the shadows for any signs of danger. How did you become familiar with these streets, Rafe? He asked, curious to know more about his mentor's past. Rafe's expression became distant, as if he were recalling memories long buried.
I was born and raised in this town, and I've walked these streets since I was a child, he replied. When I joined the Black Fang Guild, it was natural for me to explore the darker side of the place I called home. Over time, I learned the secrets hidden within these shadows.
They continued to walk, their footsteps echoing softly in the narrow passage. Talon noticed that the people they encountered seemed to be different from those they had seen during their tour earlier in the day. Their faces were gaunt and haunted, their clothing tattered and worn. Many of them cast furtive glances in their direction, quickly averting their eyes when they saw the distinctive armor of the Black Fang Guild. Rafe seemed to notice Talon's interest in the people they passed.
These are the Forgotten Ones, he explained, his voice tinged with sadness. They live in the shadows, scraping by however they can. The other guilds prey upon them, using them as pawns in their never-ending game of power and influence.
Talon couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the people who inhabited this dark corner of the town. Is there anything we can do to help them? He asked, his voice laced with concern. Rafe shook his head, his expression grim.
The only way to truly help them is to change the very nature of the world we live in. As members of the Black Fang Guild, our duty is to remain focused on our own goals and objectives. It's a harsh truth, but it's the reality of our existence.
As they continued their journey through the maze of back streets, Talon noticed a faint light spilling out from a narrow doorway. The sound of hushed voices and soft laughter reached his ears, and he felt a sudden curiosity about the people who gathered in such a hidden place. Rafe seemed to notice his interest and gestured toward the door.
That's the Smoky Hare, an underground tavern frequented by members of the various guilds, he explained. It's a place where secrets are traded like currency, and alliances are forged and broken in the span of a single night. It's not a place for the faint of heart, but it's a valuable source of information for those who know how to navigate its treacherous waters. We'll get there another day. You aren't ready for that sort of environment yet.
You mentioned other guilds in town? Who and what are they? Talon's curiosity was piqued by Rafe's mention of other guilds. He wanted to know more about the organizations that vied for power and influence in this mysterious town. Tell me more about these other guilds, Rafe, he asked, his voice barely audible over the faint sound of raindrops tapping against the cobblestones. Rafe glanced around, ensuring that no one was within earshot before responding.
Very well, but keep in mind that knowledge can be as dangerous as any weapon, he warned, his voice low and cautious. There are several guilds operating in the shadows of our town, each with their own goals, methods, and agendas.
As they continued down the dark alleyway, Rafe began to describe the various guilds in detail. The flickering torchlight cast eerie shadows on his face, accentuating the lines of age and experience etched into his features.
The Crimson Talons are an elite group of warriors who follow a strict code of honor. They value strength and discipline above all else, and are often employed as personal bodyguards or mercenaries for the town's nobility," Rafe explained, his voice taking on a tone of grudging respect. "While their motives may not always align with ours, they are formidable adversaries and valuable allies when our interests converge." As they passed a dilapidated building, its crumbling facade barely illuminated by a single flickering lantern, Rafe continued. "Then there's the Shadow Serpents, a secretive guild of thieves and spies. They specialize in espionage, infiltration, and subterfuge, weaving webs of deception and intrigue that ensnare even the most vigilant. They are the masters of the shadows, and their true intentions often hide behind layers of misdirection and manipulation." Talon listened intently, his eyes wide with fascination as he tried to picture it, the members of these shadowy organizations. He couldn't help but wonder how the Black Fang Guild fit into this complex web of power and influence. Rafe didn't pause long before moving on to the next guild. "The Azure Veil is a guild of mages and scholars dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge and the unraveling of the world's mysteries. They may seem harmless at first glance, but their thirst for arcane power can lead them down dangerous paths. They command formidable magical abilities, and their influence reaches far beyond the borders of our town." The rain began to fall more heavily, the sound of water drumming against the cobblestones and rooftops echoing through the narrow streets. Rafe pulled his hood up, shielding his face from the downpour, but he continued to speak, his voice barely audible above the sound of the rain. "The last of the major guilds is the Sanguine Pact, a ruthless organization of assassins and cutthroats with no moral compass," Rafe explained, his voice laced with disdain. "They're driven solely by greed and a lust for power, and they'll stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Their methods are brutal and efficient, and their ranks are filled with remorseless killers." Talon shuddered at the thought of such a merciless group operating within the town, but he couldn't deny the allure of learning more about them. "How do the Black Fang Guild, fit into all this?" he asked, his voice tinged with a mix of trepidation and excitement. Rafe's eyes narrowed, and he regarded Talon for a moment before answering. "The Black Fang Guild is unique among these organizations. While we do share some similarities with the other guilds, our primary focus is on maintaining a delicate balance between them, ensuring that no single group gains too much power or influence. We are the unseen hand that guides the course of events, working from the shadows to protect the town and its people from the chaos that unchecked power can bring." Talon pondered this, trying to reconcile his newfound sense of purpose with the knowledge that the Black Fang Guild operated in the same murky realm as these other groups. "But how can we be sure we're doing the right thing?" he asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. "How do we know we're not just contributing to the darkness that surrounds us?" Rafe stopped walking, his eyes meeting Talon's with an intensity that spoke of his conviction. "The path we walk is fraught with moral ambiguity, Talon," he admitted, the rain dripping from his hood as he spoke. "But we must never forget our ultimate goal, to maintain balance and protect the innocent. It is our duty to use our skills and abilities for the greater good, even if that means delving into the shadows ourselves." Talon nodded, his resolve strengthened by Rafe's words. "I understand," he said, his voice filled with determination. "I may be new to this world, but I'm ready to do whatever it takes to uphold the values of the Black Fang Guild and protect those who cannot protect themselves." Rafe offered a small smile, his eyes reflecting the pride he felt for his young protege. "That's the spirit, Talon. Remember, you're not alone in this journey. We, your fellow Black Fang members, will be there to guide and support you every step of the way." As they continued their exploration of the town's darker side, Talon felt a renewed sense of purpose. He knew that the path ahead would be filled with challenges and moral dilemmas, but he also knew that he was part of something greater than himself. With the Black Fang Guild by his side, he would face the darkness head-on,
and fight for balance that kept the town from descending into chaos. As Rafe and Talon turned a corner to make their way back to the guild hall, they were suddenly confronted by two imposing figures clad in dark red armor. Talon's heart raced as he recognized the emblem on their chest plates, the Sanguine Pact, one of the rival guilds Rafe had mentioned earlier. The air grew thick with tension as the two groups stood facing each other, the dark alleyway bearing witness to their standoff. Rafe subtly positioned himself in front of Talon, shielding him from any potential danger. He looked at the two Sanguine Pact members with a mixture of caution and curiosity, studying their expressions for any hint of their intentions. The taller of the two, a heavily muscled man with a long, jagged scar running down his cheek, sneered at Rafe and Talon, his voice a low growl.
"What are you Blackfang dogs doing on our side of town?"
he demanded, the disdain in his voice palpable. Rafe maintained his composure, his eyes locked on the two members of the Sanguine Pact.
"We were just passing through,"
he said calmly, his voice betraying no hint of fear.
"We have no quarrel with you."
The second Sanguine Pact member, a slender woman with a sharp, predatory gaze, narrowed her eyes at Rafe.
You think we're stupid?
She hissed.
You're here to spy on us, aren't you?
As the confrontation escalated, Talon felt his heart pounding in his chest, his instinct screaming at him to prepare for a fight. But Rafe's earlier warning echoed in his mind, and he remained silent, watching as his mentor attempted to defuse the situation.
"Listen," Rafe
said, his voice steady and measured.
"We're not here to start any trouble. We're simply on our way back to our guild hall. There's no need for things to escalate."
The scarred man took a menacing step forward, the malice in his eyes unmistakable.
"You Blackfangs are all the same, sneaking around, thinking you're better than everyone else. Maybe it's time we teach you a lesson."
Talon's fingers twitched, his body aching to defend himself and his guild, but Rafe held up a hand to signal for him to stand down, his gaze never leaving the two members of the Sanguine Pact.
"Attacking us would be a foolish move,"
Rafe warned, his voice low and dangerous.
"You know as well as I do that it would lead to an all-out war between our guilds. Do you really want to be responsible for that, all because of a pretty squabble in an alley?"
The two Sanguine Pact members exchanged wary glances, the weight of Rafe's words settling in. The woman's expression faltered, her predatory gaze replaced by uncertainty. The scarred man clenched his fists, the muscles in his jaw tensing as he wrestled with his pride and the consequences of his action. Finally, the man stepped back, his voice heavy with resentment.
"This isn't over, Blackfang," he growled. "We'll be keeping an eye on you."
With that, the two Sanguine Pact members turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving Rafe and Talon standing alone in the dimly lit alley. As the tension dissipated, Talon found himself shaking slightly, the adrenaline of the confrontation still coursing through his veins. Rafe turned to face Talon, his expression softened with relief.
"That was a close call," he said, his voice gentle. "But you handled yourself well, Talon. It's important to know when to stand down and when to fight. And in this case, avoiding conflict was the right choice."
Talon nodded, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "I understand, Rafe. I wanted to fight, but I knew you had a plan." Rafe smiled at him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder.
"You're learning quickly, Talon. As a Black Fang, it's crucial to think strategically and consider the consequences of our actions. We might be assassins, but we're not mindless killers. Also, those two Sanguines would have ripped you to shreds. You have to remember you're still level 1. Tomorrow, we'll go to the quest board and begin what is called grinding. I think you said that word before. It must be a term used on your planet as well. We should be able to get you to level 2 tomorrow, or even 3 if we're lucky."
"I'm familiar with grinding. That sounds great. I need to get stronger in case I run into those douchebags again."
"Grant wants me to be your shadow, so wherever you go, I will go as well."
"Are you one of the town badasses?"
"I'm not sure what you mean." A guy that can win fights easily and people don't oppose him very often. Rafe nodded. Ah, I understand. I can hold my own, but there's always someone bigger, stronger, and more skilled out there. Humility is an important trait that you need to learn. It can get you out of fighting. It keeps scars off my handsome face, too.
Talon burst out in laughter. Cool joke, man. I like a sense of humor. As they continued their walk back to the guild hall, the night's shadows cast eerie patterns on the cobblestone streets. Talon felt a newfound sense of maturity and understanding. The confrontation with the Sanguine Pact had shown him that diplomacy and strategy were just as important as raw strength and combat prowess. When they finally reached the entrance to the Blackfang Guild Hall, Rafe paused for a moment, looking thoughtfully at Talon. You did well today, both on the tour and during our encounter with the Sanguine Pact. I can see that you have the potential to become a skilled and valuable member of our guild. Talon felt a surge of pride and gratitude at Rafe's words, his chest swelling with determination. Thank you, Rafe. I promise I'll do my best to live up to the expectations of the Blackfang Guild. As they stepped inside the guild hall, the warm glow of torchlight welcoming them back, Talon couldn't help but feel that he was growing stronger, not just as a warrior, but as a person. The world he had entered was full of danger and complexity, and he knew that he would need all the wisdom and guidance that Rafe and the other Blackfangs could provide. But as he walked through the familiar halls of the guild, surrounded by the members he now called his comrades, Talon knew that he was on the right path. Chapter 7. The next morning, Talon followed Rafe through the sunlit streets of Darkvein, the cobblestones glowing warmly underfoot. The town was once again alive with the cheerful bustle of daily activity. Rafe led him to a large circular building near the edge of town, its stone walls covered in ivy and the occasional sunbeam filtering through the foliage. This is the adventurer office. There's one in every town in the Barrens region. This is where one goes to pick up quests and turn them in. The quest givers notify the office of what they need done, and this office handles the rest. The quest giver pays a fee, of course. As they stepped inside, Talon immediately noticed the massive wooden board that dominated the center of the room. Dozens of parchment scrolls, each one sealed with a wax emblem, were pinned to the board with small iron nails. The board itself was intricately carved with symbols and runes, giving it an almost otherworldly appearance. This is the quest board, Talon, Rafe explained, his voice echoing in the high-ceilinged chamber. Guilds and adventurers come here to pick up tasks and missions that suit their skill level. Completing quests will grant you experience points, and with enough experience you'll level up and become stronger. Talon gazed at the board in awe, his eyes scanning the numerous quests, each one detailing a different task or objective. He noticed that the quests were organized by difficulty, with the easier ones located closer to the bottom. Rafe studied the board, his eyes narrowing as he assessed each quest, carefully considering which one would be best suited for Talon's current skill level. After a few moments, he pointed to a parchment near the bottom left corner of the board. This one should be suitable for you, Rafe said, plucking the scroll from its nail and handing it to Talon. Talon took the parchment, unrolling it to reveal the details of the quest. Immediately after unrolling the parchment, the system blue holographic screen appeared in front of him. System notification. New quest. Fangwood foraging. Objective: collect 15 fangwood herbs from the outskirts of Darkvein. Reward: 50 silver coins, 100 experience points. Difficulty: easy. Time limit: 24 hours. This quest involves gathering fangwood herbs, which grow in the forest just outside of town, Rafe explained, watching Talon as he read the quest details. They're a valuable ingredient for potions and elixirs, and the local apothecary is always in need of more. It's a relatively simple task, but it will give you a chance to get used to the mechanics of the system and gain some experience. Talon nodded, excitement building in his chest. It sounds perfect. I'm ready to give it a try.
When the quest is complete, you'll turn it in to the lady at the desk over there. Her name is Whis. She'll take care of you,
Rafe explained as he waved at the woman with feline features. She had cat eyes, ears, fur, and a tail. Her hands appeared to have claws on the fingertips instead of nails. She was a bipedal cat woman. What race is she? Talon asked.
She's a Nekogen. There are some that live in the city. We have a male Nekogen in the guild. Kreese. You haven't met him yet because he's on a mission. He's always on a mission, it seems like. He can be difficult to be around, but he's an exceptional guild member. He's level 20. At least that's what he was when he left. He could have leveled up on this journey, who knows?
Talon snapped his fingers. Oh, yeah, that's what the Nekogen remind me of.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Back on Earth, we used to have video games, which I won't go into much detail. I love to play fantasy games, which are a lot like this world here. There's a race in the game called Skyrim that the Nekogen remind me of. They're called the Kadjit.
I'll have to take your word for it. I haven't a clue what a video game is or what a Skyrim is.
Talon chuckled and patted the dark elf on the shoulder. Fair enough.
Are we going to get started on this quest or just screw around here?
The dark elf replied, clearly getting frustrated. Yes, I'm ready to go.
First things first, you need access to the system once more and find your map.
Okay, how do I do that? I've yet to access the system on my own. I've only seen the automatic prompts.
Simply think that you want to open the system screen. Then you'll find the map tab and press the screen with your fingertip. You'll see a map of the Barren region. You accepted this quest, so you should see a quest marker. This is how you find where you need to go. You can also zoom in and out on the interface as well.
Talon did as the dark elf said. It worked just like the screens on an MMORPG. The similarities between this and video games at home still boggled his mind. Even so, his experience with role-playing games gave him an edge in this world. He already understood most things regarding the system. Looks like the marker is about a mile north of the town. When I zoom in, the diamond marker turns into a circle. All of what we need should be in that circle. Rafe raised a brow.
You are certainly catching on pretty quick. I'm impressed and a little confused.
Remember the video games I mentioned? Those have prepared me for this sort of interface. I'm lucky.
Rafe nodded. You don't know how lucky you are. It usually takes days before a new system user gets the hang of how to use it. It overwhelms them, then scares them a bit.
Why are they scared?
They get frightened by the holographic screens that just appear out of nowhere.
I can understand that. As Talon and Rafe set off on their journey, they headed north from Darkvein, following a well-trodden dirt path that led through the bustling town and into the dense verdant forest beyond. The sun had risen high in the sky, casting long, dappled shadows on the ground and bathing the forest in a soft golden light.
We'll need to head about a mile north of town to find the Fangwood herbs,
Rafe informed Talon as they walked, his long strides effortlessly covering the distance.
They tend to grow in clusters near the base of the ancient oak trees that can be found in that area.
Talon nodded, his eyes taking in the lush surroundings as they moved further away from the town. The forest was teeming with life. Squirrels darted through the underbrush, birds sang from the treetops, and the occasional deer could be seen grazing in the sunlit clearings. I've never been this far from the town before, Talon admitted, his voice tinged with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. It's incredible how different this place is from the world I used to know. Rafe smiled knowingly at Talon's comment.
This world has a way of surprising you. No matter how long you've been here, there's always something new to discover.
As they continued their journey, Rafe regaled Talon with stories of past adventures, explaining the various creatures and dangers that one might encounter in the forest. Talon listened with rapt attention, eagerly absorbing the knowledge that Rafe shared. After about 30 minutes of walking, Rafe slowed his pace and gestured for Talon to do the same.
"We're getting close to the area where the fangwood herbs are most commonly found," he said in a hushed tone. "Keep your eyes peeled for the dark green leaves and hooked thorns I described earlier."
Talon nodded, his gaze scanning the forest floor for any sign of the elusive herbs. The air was cooler here, filled with the scent of damp earth and the musty fragrance of decomposing leaves. The sunlight filtering through the canopy above seemed to dance across the ground, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow. As they moved deeper into the forest, Rafe offered Talon advice on how to navigate the terrain, pointing out the best way to step over tree roots and avoid the occasional hidden sinkhole. He also shared his wisdom on the various plants they encountered, teaching Talon which ones were safe to touch and which ones should be avoided. As Rafe and Talon ventured even deeper into the forest, the cacophony of the bustling town receded, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves overhead and the distant melodies of birdsong. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the musk of the verdant undergrowth. Talon felt his senses heighten, his excitement building as he marveled at the captivating sights and sounds of the wilderness. Suddenly, they heard a disquieting crackling in the nearby vegetation. Talon's heart raced as he instinctively reached for the dagger at his side, his eyes darting around in search of the source of the noise. Rafe's hand rested on the hilt of his own weapon, his body tensed and primed for action.
"Stay sharp, Talon,"
Rafe whispered, his gaze scanning the underbrush. Without warning, a wild boar burst forth from the foliage, its beady eyes burning with rage and its curved tusks gleaming menacingly. It charged straight for Talon, kicking up dirt and leaves in its wake. Talon's instincts took over, and he narrowly sidestepped the boar's furious charge, using his dexterity and quickness to his advantage. The boar snorted angrily, turning to face Talon again. "Watch its tusks, Talon!" Rafe called out, his voice a mixture of concern and encouragement. Talon's grip tightened on his dagger, his heart pounding in his chest. As the boar charged once more, Talon deftly avoided the beast's deadly tusks, slicing at its thick, bristled flank with his dagger. The boar squealed in pain, but continued its relentless assault. "Stay focused!" Rafe shouted, his eyes locked on the unfolding battle. Talon and the boar continued their deadly dance, with Talon evading the boar's charges and countering with swift, precise strikes. Sweat dripped down Talon's brow as he concentrated on outmaneuvering his ferocious foe. "You've got this, Talon!" Rafe yelled, his voice filled with confidence. Finally, as the boar lunged for him one last time, Talon saw an opening. He sidestepped the attack and plunged his dagger deep into the boar's exposed throat. The boar's momentum carried it forward, but its life quickly ebbed away as it collapsed to the ground, defeated. Talon's heart raced as he stepped back from the fallen creature, breathing deeply. A notification appeared before Talon's eyes. Wild boar defeated. Experience gained 20. Talon looked at the notification with a mixture of pride and relief, feeling a newfound confidence in his abilities. Rafe approached, clapping him on the back with a broad grin. "Well done, Talon! That was an impressive display of skill for a level 1 rogue," Rafe praised. Talon grinned, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Thanks, Rafe. I couldn't have done it without your guidance." Rafe nodded, his eyes shining with approval. "You've got a natural talent, Talon. Just keep honing your skills and never let your guard down." Upon reaching the quest marker, Talon and Rafe found themselves in a small, tranquil clearing bathed in dappled sunlight that filtered through the dense canopy above. The gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a soothing soundtrack as they scanned their surroundings, searching for the elusive fangwood herbs. Talon's eyes roved over the forest floor, taking in the vibrant tapestry of plant life that carpeted the ground beneath their feet. He marveled at the myriad shades of green that painted the scene, punctuated by the occasional burst of color from a blooming wildflower or a resplendent mushroom. "Remember, Talon," Rafe advised, his voice low and calm, "fangwood herbs have a distinct appearance. They're a vibrant green with serrated leaves and tiny white flowers. Keep your eyes peeled. Talon nodded, focusing on the task at hand. He moved slowly through the clearing, his eyes darting from one plant to another, seeking out the specific combination of characteristics that would identify the herbs he sought. "Rafe," Talon whispered, his gaze fixed on a cluster of plants near the base of a gnarled tree. "Are these the herbs we're looking for?" Rafe stepped closer, surveying the plants in question. "Yes, that's them. Good eye, Talon. These are the fangwood herbs we need." Talon smiled, pleased with his discovery. He carefully knelt down, his fingers gently grasping the base of the herb's stem. With a deft twist, he uprooted the plant, careful not to damage the delicate leaves and flowers. "Be sure to gather enough herbs to complete the quest," Rafe reminded him. "We need 10 in total." Talon nodded and continued his search, his fingers deftly plucking the herbs from the earth as he spotted them. The clearing seemed to be a veritable treasure trove of fangwood herbs, and he was soon well on his way to completing the gathering task. As they worked together, Rafe shared tips and tricks with Talon, explaining the importance of recognizing different types of flora and fauna in their line of work. The knowledge flowed easily between them, strengthening the bond they shared as fellow members of the Blackfang Guild. After a short while, Talon held up the 10 fangwood herbs triumphantly. "I think that was the last one," he declared, his voice filled with a sense of accomplishment. Rafe clapped him on the shoulder, grinning broadly. "Well done, Talon. You've completed your first quest. Let's head back to town and turn it in." Chapter 8. Talon and Rafe approached the adventurer's office in Darkvein, where the quests were assigned and completed. The building was a sturdy yet welcoming structure with a large wooden sign hanging above the door, bearing the symbol of the adventurer's office, a compass encircled by a pair of crossed swords. The warm glow of lanterns seeped through the windows, casting a cozy light onto the cobblestone streets. As they entered the building, Talon was struck by the lively atmosphere. Adventurers of all kinds filled the room, their animated chatter creating a buzz that echoed through the space. They were discussing their latest adventures, sharing tales of victory and defeat, and exchanging tips and advice. The scent of parchment, ink, and a faint whiff of leather armor filled the air. Rafe led Talon to the counter where Whis, the Nekogen, was busy attending a group of adventurers. Whis had the distinct feline features of her race, with pointed ears, golden eyes, and a sleek striped tail. Her movements were fluid and graceful, exuding an air of quiet confidence. As the group dispersed, Whis turned her attention to Talon and Rafe. She smiled warmly, her eyes narrowing in a feline expression of pleasure.
"Ah, Talon, back so soon. And with the requested fangwood herbs, I presume?"
she asked, her voice smooth and lilting. Talon nodded, feeling a sense of pride at having successfully completed his first quest. He reached into his satchel and carefully handed the bundle of fangwood herbs to Whis. "Here they are. Quest is complete." Whis took the herbs, her slender fingers deftly examining them to confirm their authenticity. Satisfied, she gave a nod of approval.
"Very well done, Talon. I'm impressed with how quickly you've completed this task."
A bright golden notification appeared before Talon's eyes, accompanied by a triumphant fanfare. "System notification, quest complete, Fangwood foraging. Objective, collected 10 Fangwood herbs from the outskirts of Darkvein. Reward, 50 silver coins, 100 experience points." Talon's heart swelled with accomplishment as he watched the experience points add to his total. Rafe placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, offering a proud smile. "You did well, Talon. I knew you had it in you." "Thank you, Rafe," Talon replied, grateful for his mentor's support and guidance. Whis handed Talon a small pouch of silver coins, which jingled softly as he took it.
"Here is your reward, Talon. Use it wisely."
Talon stashed the pouch in his satchel, feeling the weight of the coins and the responsibility that came with them. "I will. Thank you, Whis." Rafe guided Talon toward the quest board once more, which was located inside of the adventurer's office. The large wooden board was covered in numerous scrolls and parchments of various shapes and sizes, each detailing a different task that needed to be accomplished. The quests were organized by difficulty, ranging from simple errands for the townsfolk to dangerous assignments in the surrounding wilds. The room buzzed with the chatter of adventurers discussing potential jobs, while others haggled with merchants over supplies. Talon's eyes darted between the various quests, trying to determine which one he should take on next. Rafe, however, placed a calming hand on Talon's shoulder, reminding him to take things one step at a time. "Don't worry, Talon. We'll find a quest that suits your current abilities. It's important to progress at a steady pace." Talon nodded, trusting Rafe's judgment. They scanned the board together, searching for a task that would challenge Talon without overwhelming him. After a few moments, Rafe's eyes lit up as he found a suitable quest. "This one looks promising," Rafe said, pointing at a parchment near the bottom of the board. "It's a simple delivery quest. You need to transport a package from Darkvane to a small village called Thornhurst. It's only a few miles west of here on a well-traveled road. The journey shouldn't pose any significant dangers, and it's a good opportunity for us to continue your training." He reached out, his fingers brushing against the parchment, and a bright golden notification appeared before him. "New quest accepted. A package for Thornhurst. Objective: deliver the package to Thornhurst Village. Rewards: 75 experience points, 50 silver coins." Talon looked at Rafe, determination in his eyes. "All right, let's do this quest. It looks like a good opportunity to learn more about the world and gain some experience while having you by my side to guide me." Rafe smiled approvingly. "I think it's a great choice. We'll work together and make sure you're well prepared for the challenges ahead. Let's gather the necessary supplies for the journey, pack enough food, water, and any other essentials we might need." With their next course of action decided, Talon and Rafe set about gathering necessary supplies from the vendors at the adventurer's office for the journey to Thornhurst. They haggled over prices for food rations, water skins, and other useful items. Talon handed Whis the parchment he took from the quest board. "I need to get the package that's going to Thornhurst, please."
2 quests in 1 day. Excellent. Let me retrieve the box. It is a small one. Here it is."
The Nekojin handed me a box the size of a Rubik's Cube. It was taped up well, and I had no idea what it was. There were no markings on the box either. "What's in it?" Talon asked as he held the box in front of his face, as if he had X-ray vision like Superman. Whis held up her clawed hands in a stopping motion.
"We don't ask what is in the box. If the quest giver tells us, that is fine. Otherwise, it is none of our business, or yours."
"Sorry, I'm new to this whole quest thing. Thanks for your help. I'll get this quest taken care of as soon as possible. What time do you close?" A bewildered expression formed on the Nekojin's face.
"What time do we close? We are open 24 hours a day, every day. Quests can be acquired or turned in any time you want. We never close."
My eyes widened and I nodded. That's pretty convenient. When do the quests on the board refresh?
Refresh? I'm not sure what you mean exactly, but a quest stays up until it is finished. New quests are added whenever we have approved them for posting.
Well, we better get to it then. Thank you.
Safe travel, sir.
The Catwoman smiled and motioned for the next in line to come forward.
Next! Can I help you?
A gnome mage in an ornate blue robe moved past Talon with a nod.
Good luck, Black Fang.
Thanks. You too. Chapter 9. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden light across the landscape as Rafe and Talon set off on their journey to Thornhurst. The well-traveled road was wide and mostly clear, though the occasional rut or muddy patch hinted at the passage of carts and wagons. The lush Fangwood forest, with its dense foliage, flanked the road on either side, casting shadows on the path before them. Talon couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of the landscape. The vibrant hues of the trees, emerald, rust, and gold, intermingled with the sweet scent of wildflowers that lined their path. The forest was alive with sound, a symphony of rustling leaves, chirping birds, and the occasional scurrying of small creatures darting between the undergrowth. Rafe, sensing Talon's wonder, pointed out various landmarks and points of interest as they walked. "You see that twisted oak over there?" he asked, gesturing to a gnarled tree with branches reaching skyward. "Legend has it that it's been here for centuries, and travelers would leave offerings for good luck on their journeys." Talon raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "What kind of offerings?" Rafe smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Oh, small trinkets mostly, a coin or a carved wooden figure perhaps. Anything that might catch the eye of a passing spirit or deity who might grant them safe passage." They continued down the path, the road curving through a verdant landscape. Rafe regaled Talon with more stories about lore and the surrounding area. His voice animated as he shared tales of ancient battles fought in the now peaceful meadows, of long-lost treasures hidden deep within the forest, and of the many creatures that called the Fangwood their home. Talon listened intently, absorbing each tale and detail. He found himself particularly drawn to the stories of the creatures that inhabited the forest. "What kind of creatures live in the Fangwood?" he asked, his eyes scanning the trees for any sign of movement. "Well," Rafe replied thoughtfully, "there are the usual suspects, deer, rabbits, and the like. But there are also more exotic creatures like the elusive nimble-shade fox, known for its incredible agility and ability to blend in with its surroundings. And then, of course, there are the more dangerous creatures." "Dangerous?" Talon's brow furrowed, his grip on the hilt of his dagger tightening involuntarily. Rafe nodded. "Yes, but don't worry too much. Most of them keep to the deeper parts of the forest, far from the road, and only come out at night. Just be aware of your surroundings and keep your wits about you." As they walked, Rafe pointed out various plants and herbs, sharing his knowledge of their uses and properties. Talon was fascinated by the wealth of information Rafe possessed, and he made a mental note to learn more about the natural world around him. The hours passed quickly as they traversed the picturesque landscape, their conversation flowing easily between stories, observations, and shared laughter. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the road and painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink. As twilight settled over the land, Rafe gestured to a distant hill crowned with a stand of tall, ancient trees. "Just beyond that hill lies Thornhurst," he said, his voice tinged with excitement. "We should be there within the hour." As they crested the hill, the village of Thornhurst came into view. Nestled in a lush valley, it was a quaint and picturesque settlement with charming cottages built from stone and timber. The flickering glow of lanterns lit the windows of the homes, casting a warm and inviting light on the streets below. The scent of wood smoke and freshly baked bread wafted through the air, mingling with the sweet fragrance of the surrounding meadows. Rafe pointed out various locations within the village as they descended the hill, his voice filled with pride. "That's the local inn, the Stag's Rest," he said, gesturing to a cozy-looking building with a sign depicting a regal stag standing in a clearing. "The owner, Hilda, is an excellent cook and serves the best ale in town. And over there," he continued, pointing to a small ivy-covered building, "is the apothecary, run by a skilled alchemist named Miriam." Talon's eyebrows furrowed, and he stopped the dark elf and placed his hand on his arm. "How do you know so much about Thornhurst?" Rafe laughed. "I've completed many quests that either originate or conclude here. This town is important to me. They're very welcoming, even to a dark elf. My race is seen as sinister by a great deal of the people in the Barren region. This place holds no such prejudices." Rafe sighed, a somber expression crossing his face. "It's true that dark elves have faced a lot of discrimination throughout the region. There's a long history of conflict and mistrust between them and other races. Many people believe that dark elves are inherently evil or dangerous, which is a gross generalization." Talon listened intently, his brow furrowed in thought. "But surely not all dark elves are bad, right?"
Of course not, Rafe agreed. There are certainly some who have chosen a darker path, engaging in criminal activities or aligning themselves with sinister forces. Unfortunately, their actions have cast a shadow over the entire race, causing many to view all dark elves with suspicion and fear. Rafe gestured around the bustling streets of Thornhurst. But here, in this village, they pride themselves on being open and accepting of all races. They believe everyone deserves a chance to prove themselves, regardless of their background or the actions of a few bad apples. Talon nodded, feeling a deep sense of admiration for the people of Thornhurst and their commitment to fostering a harmonious community. It's wonderful to see a place where everyone can come together and live in peace. I hope that more places in Pymere can learn from Thornhurst's example. Rafe smiled, clapping Talon on the shoulder. It's a slow process, but change is possible. Every time they welcome someone new into their villages and treat them with kindness and respect, they're taking a step toward a brighter future. As they continued on their way, Talon felt inspired by Rafe's words and the vision of unity that Thornhurst represented. He knew that the world was not always a fair or just place, but he also believed in the power of individuals to make a difference, one small act of kindness at a time. As they continued their leisurely stroll through Thornhurst, the village seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds. Rafe led Talon down the main street where merchants of various races peddled their wares. Talon marveled at the diverse array of races that inhabited the village, making it a true melting pot of cultures. Thornhurst is home to humans, elves, dwarves, and even some Necrogen like Whis, Rafe explained, pausing to greet a group of children playing nearby. They also have a small community of gnomes who have set up a workshop on the western side of the village. Talon's eyes were drawn to a stall where a dwarf was skillfully shaping metal into intricate designs, sparks flying with each strike of his hammer. That's Brock, Rafe said, noticing Talon's interest. He's the local blacksmith, one of the best, if I might add. His work is in high demand among adventurers and warriors. Further down the street, a tall, slender elf with golden hair was arranging delicate glassware on a table. That's Ilara, Rafe explained. She's a talented glassblower. Her creations are renowned throughout the region for their beauty and craftsmanship. Talon and Rafe arrived at the quaint gnome residence, indicated by quest marker. The house was surrounded by a lush garden filled with vibrant flowers and intricate sculptures that seemed to capture the essence of the wind and sunlight. The wooden tower was painted a cheerful shade of blue, adorned with a small brass knocker in the shape of a singing bird. Rafe raised the knocker and gave the door 3 resolute taps. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a distraught gnome woman, her eyes red and swollen from crying. She was Lila Pebblebrook, with curly chestnut hair that seemed to have lost its unusual luster. She dabbed at her eyes with a lace handkerchief, looking up the 2 visitors with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Good day, ma'am, Rafe greeted her, his voice gentle. We're here on behalf of the adventurer's office. We have this package for you. He gestured to the parcel in Talon's hands. But if you don't mind me asking, what seems to be the matter? Lila glanced at the package, then back at the pair, her lips quivering as she attempted to speak.
Oh, that. My husband, Thimble. He posted that quest. He's been taken by goblins.
Rafe's eyebrows knitted together in concern.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Can you tell us what happened? As Lila recounted the story, her voice shook with emotion.
We were coming back from the forest with some lumber for our home. We'd been so careful, but the goblins must have been watching us for days. They ambushed us, and I barely managed to escape. But Thimble, they took him. I've heard whispers of a goblin camp hidden in the mountains.
Rafe's expression hardened, his eyes glinting with determination. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Talon.
Lila, we won't stand by. We will help you. We'll rescue Thimble from those goblins and bring him back to you.
Talon nodded vigorously, his heart swelling with resolve. He was glad to lend his aid, to prove his worth as Black Fang Guild member, and to do what was right. Lila's eyes filled with gratitude and hope, her hands clasped tightly in front of her.
Oh, thank you, both of you. Thimble means everything to me. Please be careful and bring him back safely.
Rafe offered a reassuring smile, placing a comforting hand on Lila's shoulder.
We'll do everything within our power to bring Thimble home, Lila. That's a promise we intend to keep.
With a renewed sense of purpose, Talon and Rafe left the gnome house, their hearts heavy with the responsibility of the task that lay before them. They knew the road ahead would be filled with danger, but they were unwavering in their commitment to rescue Thimble Pebblebrook and reunite him with his beloved wife. Chapter 10. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, casting the forest in a twilight glow, Talon and Rafe ventured deeper into the wooded area where Thimble and Lila had collected their lumber. Rafe led the way, his keen eyes scanning the ground, reading the subtle signs that pointed them in the right direction. Talon marveled at his mentor's tracking prowess, eager to learn from him and improve his own skills. The shadows lengthened and the air grew cooler as they continued through the forest. The eerie silence was broken only by the rustling of leaves and the occasional distant hoot of an owl. Talon felt a knot of apprehension tightening in his chest, his senses on high alert for any sign of danger. It wasn't long before they stumbled upon a gruesome sight. A dead gnome man sprawled on the forest floor, his face twisted in an expression of agony. He had been brutally beaten, and his lifeless eyes stared vacantly into the gloom. Talon's stomach churned at the sight, a mixture of sadness and fury bubbling within him. "Is that Thimble?" Talon asked hesitantly, his voice barely above a whisper. Rafe shook his head, his expression grim.
"No, that's not Thimble. I recognize this gnome. His name was Jerry. I wonder if he tried to help Thimble and was killed by the goblins instead."
The two exchanged a somber glance, weighed down by the tragic fate that had befallen Jerry. A million questions raced through Talon's mind as he stared at the lifeless form, but one in particular nagged at him relentlessly. "Why did they kidnap Thimble and not just rob or kill him?" Talon murmured, his brow furrowing in confusion. Rafe rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his eyes never leaving the scene before them.
"I'm not sure. Goblins can be unpredictable, but there must be a reason for their actions. We'll find out soon enough."
Talon shook his head in dismay. "Who was this poor Jerry fellow? This is terrible." Rafe glanced at Talon before replying, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness.
"Jerry was a local woodcutter, just like Thimble. He lived in Thornhurst with his family. I've met him a few times when I've visited the village on guild business. He was a hard-working man, always willing to lend a helping hand to his neighbors. It's such a tragedy to see him like this."
Talon could see the somber expression on Rafe's face and knew that he must have had some level of camaraderie with the fallen gnome. The unfairness of Jerry's brutal end weighed heavily on both of them, but it only served to strengthen their resolve to save Thimble and bring the goblins to justice.
"Jerry didn't deserve this,"
Rafe continued, his voice now edged with determination.
"No one does. We'll make sure his death isn't in vain. We'll find Thimble and ensure that those responsible for his kidnapping and Jerry's murder pay for their vile actions."
Talon nodded in agreement, his grip tightening on his dagger. The senseless violence they'd encountered only solidified his commitment to their mission. Rafe and Talon ascended the steep and rocky footpath of Mount Vornskar. The mountain loomed ominously ahead, its jagged peaks cutting through the sky like the teeth of some ancient slumbering beast. The air grew colder and thinner as they climbed, the biting wind carrying with it the faint scent of snow and pine. A sense of anticipation hung heavy in the atmosphere, as if the mountain itself was watching their every move. Talon's legs ached from the climb, but he knew he couldn't allow himself to falter. His thoughts were filled with images of Thimble and the peril he faced at the hands of the goblins. He glanced at Rafe, who seemed to move effortlessly over the treacherous terrain, his keen eyes constantly scanning their surroundings for signs of danger. "Rafe," Talon called out over the howling wind, "do you have any idea why the goblins would take Thimble alive instead of just robbing or killing him like they did with Jerry?" Rafe's brow furrowed in thought, and he considered the question. "Most goblins are morons, but one thing is certain. They're opportunistic. It's possible they saw some value in keeping Thimble alive, either as a hostage or for some other twisted purpose. We'll know more when we find their camp." As they climbed higher, the path grew increasingly narrow and treacherous, forcing them to move more cautiously. The mountain's jagged, snow-covered peaks seemed to stretch on forever, casting dark shadows across the landscape below. The sight was both awe-inspiring and intimidating, a stark reminder of the power and danger of the natural world. Talon took a deep breath, feeling the icy air fill his lungs. "I've never been up this high before," he admitted, his voice barely audible above the wind. "It's beautiful, but also terrifying." Rafe glanced back at him, a small smile on his face. "The mountains can be unforgiving, but they also hold a certain majesty. There's a reason many races revere them as sacred places. Just remember to respect their power, and they'll see us through safely." The two adventurers moved cautiously, navigating through a forest of ancient gnarled trees that seemed to twist and writhe like living sculptures. The crunch of snow beneath their boots was the only sound that accompanied them, aside from the distant call of an unseen bird of prey. Rafe suddenly stopped, crouching down to examine the ground. "Look here," he said, pointing to a series of small, uneven footprints that marred the pristine snow. "Goblin tracks. They're not fresh, but they're not old either. We're on the right path." Talon knelt beside him, studying the tracks with interest. "How can you tell how old they are?" Rafe's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the prints. "You learn to recognize the subtle signs. The edges of these tracks have started to crumble slightly, but they're still relatively sharp. That tells me they were made within the last day or so. If they were older, they'd be much more worn, difficult to discern." As they continued their ascent, Talon found himself grateful for Rafe's expertise. The dark elf moved with the confidence and precision of a seasoned hunter, his every step calculated to minimize noise and avoid detection. Talon followed closely behind, doing his best to mimic Rafe's movements and maintain their stealthy approach. As they neared the crest of a ridge, Rafe paused, raising a hand to signal for quiet. "We're getting close," he whispered, his voice barely audible against the wind. Peering through the trees, Rafe and Talon spotted the source of the distant glow, a small, crude campsite nestled in a sheltered hollow of the mountain. The flickering orange light of a roaring campfire illuminated the area, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding rocky walls. A faint plume of smoke drifted lazily into the sky, the acrid smell of burning wood mingling with the scent of roasting meat. Rafe and Talon exchanged a tense glance before moving forward, their steps silent as they navigated the rocky terrain with practiced stealth. They approached the camp from a higher vantage point, staying hidden behind boulders and foliage as they surveyed the scene below. The camp was home to 8 goblins, their grotesque features illuminated by the firelight. They were a motley group, their crude armor and weapons cobbled together from scavenged materials. The goblins chattered and argued amongst themselves, their guttural voices punctuated by the occasional cackle of malicious laughter. In the center of the camp, Talon spotted Thimble, his small form huddled within the confines of a rickety wooden cage. The sight of the gnome's terrified expression ignited a surge of anger within Talon, but he knew he couldn't afford to act impulsively. They needed a plan. It quickly became clear what the goblins had in store for Thimble. A crude spit had been set up near the fire. The sharpened wooden stakes glistened with grease and the remnants of the goblin's previous meal. Talon's stomach turned at the realization that they intended to cook and eat the hapless gnome. Rafe's face was a mask of fury as he turned to Talon, his voice barely more than a whisper. "We can't let them go through with this. We need to act, but we must be smart about it. We're outnumbered, but we have the element of surprise on our side." Talon nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. "What do you suggest?" "First, we need to take out their scouts. There should be at least 1 or 2 patrolling the perimeter," Rafe said, his eyes scanning the surrounding area. "Once they're dealt with, we can focus on the goblins near the fire. I'll create a distraction, maybe throw a rock or cause a commotion, and you use that opportunity to free Thimble." "Got it," Talon agreed, adrenaline surging through his veins as he prepared to put their plan into action. Rafe clapped a reassuring hand on Talon's shoulder. "Remember, we're doing this for Thimble. Stay focused and trust your instincts." Talon's brow furrowed as doubt clouded his expression. "Rafe, I'm just a level 1 rogue. I'm not sure I can take on these goblins. What if I can't do it?" The shadows cast by the flickering firelight danced across Rafe's face as he studied Talon's worried expression. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the scent of burning wood and goblin filth. Rafe glanced back at the goblin camp, then locked eyes with Talon. "You're right that at your level, a straight-up fight might be too much for you. But that's not where our strength as rogue assassins lies. We specialize in stealth and remaining unseen. That's what the Black Fang Guild is all about." Talon listened intently as Rafe continued, his voice barely audible over the distant crackling of the fire. "You can be effective through the use of stealth and sneak attacks. Aim for their blind spots, strike from behind, and land critical hits. That's where your advantage lies." Rafe's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the goblin camp, taking in the crude huts and the malicious goblin faces illuminated by the flames. "I'm a high enough level to take them head on, but that's not the smartest way to handle this. Stealth attacks are always better if they can work. In this situation, our best bet is to remain unseen and strike when the opportunity presents itself." Talon nodded, the shadows casting eerie patterns on his face as he processed Rafe's words. "So I'll focus on freeing Thimble while you handle the goblins?" Rafe smiled slightly, his white teeth shining in the dim light. "That's right. And if things go south, I'll be there to back you up. Just trust in your training and the skills you've learned so far. You're a Black Fang assassin, and we don't give up easily." Talon took a deep breath, steadying himself as he prepared to face the challenge ahead. The cool mountain air filled his lungs, and the rustling of leaves above them seemed to echo his resolve. Rafe's words had given him renewed confidence in his abilities, and he knew he couldn't let fear hold him back. With determination burning in his eyes, he nodded at Rafe. "All right, let's save Thimble." Together they crept closer to the goblin camp, their movements silent and stealthy as they prepared to put their plan into action. The ground beneath their feet was uneven and rocky, but they moved with the grace and precision of well-trained assassins. The sound of their footfalls was swallowed by the darkness and the ambient noise of the night. Rafe gestured toward a goblin that had wandered away from the campfire, making its way toward a nearby tree. The goblin's grunts and snickers filled the air as it prepared to relieve itself, completely oblivious to the danger lurking in the shadows. Rafe leaned in close to Talon, his breath warm on Talon's ear. "See that one over there by the tree?" Rafe whispered, his voice barely audible. "That's your target. Take it out while it's distracted. Remember, stealth and precision are the key." Talon's eyes followed Rafe's gesture, zeroing in on the unsuspecting goblin. His grip tightened around the hilt of his dagger, the cool metal offering a sense of reassurance. He took a slow, deep breath, mentally preparing himself for the task ahead. He began his approach, each step calculated and silent, as though he were a predator stalking its prey. The forest floor, littered with leaves and twigs, threatened to betray his presence, but Talon's agility and focus kept his movements noiseless. His heart pounded in his chest, but he pushed aside the adrenaline and focused on his target. The goblin continued to urinate against the tree, its guttural laughter echoing through the night as it reveled in its own crude humor. The flickering firelight cast eerie shadows on its grotesque features, highlighting the cruel curve of its fangs and the gnarled texture of its green skin. Talon was now just a few feet away from the goblin. He could smell the pungent odor of its unwashed body and the sharp tang of its urine. He suppressed the urge to gag and focused on his objective. Silently, he raised his dagger, the blade glinting in the dim light. In one swift, fluid motion, Talon stepped forward and wrapped his free arm around the goblin's throat, pulling it backward as his dagger hand slashed across its exposed neck. The goblin's eyes widened in shock and fear, but its scream was cut short as blood gushed from the wound, spraying the tree and forest floor. Talon held the goblin as it struggled weakly, its lifeblood rapidly draining from its body. The goblin's movements slowed, then ceased altogether as the light in its eyes faded to nothing. Talon carefully lowered the goblin's lifeless body to the ground, his heart pounding from the thrill of his first kill. "Congratulations, Talon! You have successfully eliminated a goblin using stealth and precision. Kill deaths: enemy, goblin. Method: stealth, assassination. Damage dealt: critical hit. Rewards: experience points, plus 50 EXP. Rafe appeared beside him, his expression a mixture of approval and caution.
"Well done," he whispered, his voice tense. "But stay focused. We still have more work to do. Also, remember that critical hit skills and stealth kills will earn a rogue assassin more experience points."
Talon nodded as adrenaline continued to pump through his veins. "Good to know."
"Talon, there's another opportunity for you. That goblin is getting some firewood from that stack behind the hut. This time climb that tree and do a drop attack."
Talon took a deep breath, his heart pounding with adrenaline as he followed Rafe's instructions. He quickly located a tree with thick branches near the unsuspecting goblin who was gathering firewood. The rough bark scraped against his palms as he swiftly and silently climbed, positioning himself above his target. The goblin, completely oblivious to the danger lurking above, hummed a crude tune while bending down to pick up a log. Talon observed the goblin's movements, taking note of its exposed neck. He knew he had to time his attack perfectly. As the goblin straightened up, Talon seized the opportunity and leapt, his dagger aimed for the creature's vulnerable neck. His descent was swift and silent, his body a blur of motion in the dim light. The blade sliced through the goblin's flesh without resistance, blood spurting from the wound. The creature barely had time to let out a gurgled cry before it collapsed, lifeless, to the ground. Notification! Congratulations, Talon! You have successfully eliminated another goblin using stealth and precision. Kill details: enemy, goblin. Method: stealth assassination. Damage dealt: critical hit rewards. Experience points, plus 50 EXP. Before Talon could process his new achievement, the sound of battle reached his ears. He turned to see Rafe engaged in combat with the remaining 6 goblins, a whirlwind of lethal grace. Rafe's dual-wielding dagger skills were on full display, each blade slicing through the air as if it were an extension of his body. His acrobatic moves, flips, rolls, and leaps made him a difficult target for the goblins, who were unable to land a single hit. The firelight cast eerie shadows on Rafe's face as he dispatched each goblin with swift, precise strikes, their lifeless bodies crumpling to the ground. Talon couldn't help but be amazed by Rafe's deadly efficiency and fluid movements. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Talon sprinted toward Thimble's cage, working quickly to free the frightened gnome. The lock on the cage was simple, and with a flick of his wrist, Talon released the latch. As he swung the door open, he couldn't help but steal glances at Rafe, who was finishing off the last of the goblins, blood splattering across his face as he delivered the final blow. As Talon pulled the cage door open, Thimble stumbled out, his small body battered and bruised. Despite his disheveled appearance, the gnome's eyes sparkled with relief and gratitude. Thimble's once neatly trimmed beard was matted with dirt and blood, and his clothes were torn and stained, bearing witness to the harsh treatment he had endured. His face was a patchwork of dark purple bruises, some of them already beginning to yellow at the edges. A shallow cut on his forehead had clotted, but the dried blood smeared across his brow gave him a ghastly appearance. Though he was clearly exhausted, Thimble managed to stand upright, using the cage for support. His breaths came in shallow, labored gasps, and his body trembled slightly from the strain of his captivity. Yet despite his injuries and the physical toll of his ordeal, there was a fire of determination in his eyes that hinted at a resilient spirit. Talon carefully placed a hand on Thimble's shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. "We're here to help you, Thimble. Your wife sent us. She's worried about you." Thimble's eyes widened with a mixture of surprise and relief.
"Lila, she's safe?"
Talon nodded, gently guiding Thimble to sit down for a moment. "Yes, she's safe. She told us about the goblin attack, and we came as quickly as we could."
"Thank the gods,"
Thimble murmured, his expression softening with gratitude.
"I canna thank you enough for coming to my rescue. These monsters were planning to cake me over the fire and eat me for supper."
Talon glanced at the goblin camp, now littered with lifeless bodies. "We took care of them. They won't hurt anyone else, but we need to get you back to Thornhurst, to your wife." Thimble managed a weak smile, his eyes glistening with unshed tears.
"I owe you both me life and more. I never thought I'd see me dear Lila again."
As they spoke, Rafe finished with the last of the goblins and joined them, his daggers now clean and sheathed.
"We should get going. It's not safe to linger here any longer. Not because of goblins, because of the cold. The temperature will drop even further the later it gets."
Thimble nodded, determination returning to his voice.
"You're right. I just need a moment to catch my breath. Then we can leave this wretched place behind."
Talon and Rafe exchanged a glance, understanding that they needed to move quickly, but also giving Thimble the brief respite he needed. Chapter 11. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the barn walls, bathing the interior in a warm golden light. The scent of hay filled the air as Talon stirred, his muscles aching from the previous day's events. He blinked the sleep from his eyes, watching as Rafe stood near the barn door, already alert and ready for the day.
"Morning, Talon," Rafe greeted him, a hint of amusement in his voice. "It seems our gracious hosts have a surprise for us."
Curious, Talon joined Rafe outside the barn, squinting against the bright sunlight. The charming gnome house stood before them, surrounded by a lush, well-tended garden. A small table had been set up nearby, groaning under the weight of an impressive array of breakfast foods.
"Ah, you're both awake."
Lila exclaimed, waving them over with a smile.
"We wanted to express our gratitude for your help, so we made you breakfast."
Thimble nodded, his eyes shining with appreciation.
"Please, join us."
As they took their seats at the table, Talon marveled at the generous spread. There were stacks of golden brown pancakes, glistening with melted butter and served with a jug of fragrant maple syrup. Crisp bacon and juicy sausages sizzled on a platter, while a basket of steaming, freshly baked bread tempted them with its aroma. A colorful array of fruit added a refreshing touch, and mugs of hot tea and coffee promised to wake them up properly. "This is incredible. Thimble, Lila," Talon said, his eyes wide with admiration. "You really didn't have to go to all this effort for us." Lila smiled warmly.
"We wanted to do something special for you both. You've done so much for us."
As they began to tuck into the delicious meal, Rafe raised his mug in a toast.
"To new friendships and the bonds forged through adversity."
"To new friendships."
Thimble and Lila agreed, raising their mugs in unison. Talon remembered the package he had delivered to Thimble earlier, and he spoke up. "Thimble, I wanted to let you know that we completed the quest from the adventurer's office. Your package has been safely delivered." Thimble's face lit up with relief.
"Thank you, Talon. You and Rafe have done more for us than you know."
As they continued eating, conversation flowed easily between them. Thimble and Lila shared anecdotes about their life in Thornhurst, while Rafe regaled them with tales of his experiences in the Black Fang Guild. Talon listened intently, feeling a sense of camaraderie and belonging that he had not felt in a long time. At one point, Thimble turned to Talon, curiosity in his eyes.
So, Talon, how are you finding life as an adventurer? Has it been what you expected?
Talon considered the question for a moment before responding. It's been a bit of a whirlwind so far, but I'm learning a lot from Rafe. It's definitely an exciting life. Rafe grinned, giving Talon a friendly clap on the shoulder.
You're doing well, Talon. Keep it up. You'll be a force to be reckoned with.
As the plates emptied and the sun climbed higher in the sky, Rafe and Talon knew they needed to return to Darkvein. With heartfelt thanks and promises to visit again, they bid farewell to Thimble and Lila, embarking on their journey with full stomachs, light hearts, and a renewed sense of purpose. Talon and Rafe entered the adventurer's office in Darkvein, the familiar bustle of the place greeting them immediately. They approached the counter where Whis the Necogene was busy assisting other adventurers. As she caught sight of Talon and Rafe, she waved them over with a smile.
Ah, Talon! I see you've completed your delivery quest. Well done!
Whis exclaimed, her tail twitching with excitement. Talon nodded. Yeah, we delivered the package to Thimble in Thornhurst as requested. Whis beamed and tapped her fingers on the desk, initiating the quest completion process. A shimmering screen appeared before Talon, displaying the following message. Quest complete! Urgent delivery to Thornhurst. Rewards 100 experience points, 50 gold coins, reputation increase, Thornhurst. As the screen faded away, Whis handed Talon a small pouch containing the promised silver coins.
Here are your rewards, Talon. Congratulations on a job well done.
Talon grinned, feeling a sense of pride and accomplishment. Thank you, Whis. Rafe patted Talon on the back.
You're making excellent progress, Talon. Keep up the good work, and you'll be leveling up in no time.
Whis's ears perked up as she remembered something.
Oh, that's right. By rescuing Thimble from the goblin camp, you've also completed a secondary quest. Let me update that for you.
She tapped her fingers on the desk again, and another shimmering screen appeared before Talon. Quest complete! Rescue in the goblin camp. Rewards 150 experience points, 8 silver coins, reputation increase, Thornhurst, small healing potion ×2. The screen faded away, and Whis handed Talon another pouch, this time containing the additional silver coins and 2 small healing potions.
Here are your rewards for the secondary quest, Talon. It seems that you and Rafe went above and beyond in your duties. Well done.
Talon's eyes widened, pleasantly surprised by the extra rewards. He thanked Whis again and stashed the rewards securely in his bag. This is amazing. I didn't realize that secondary quests could just pop up out of thin air like that. This is great. Rafe gave Talon an approving nod.
These extra rewards are well deserved, Talon. You're proving yourself to be a resourceful and dedicated adventurer.
System notification. Congratulations! Talon has reached level 2. New skills and abilities unlocked. Name, Talon. Class, Rogue. Level 2. Attributes. Strength 8, Dex 18 plus 2, Constitution 12, Intelligence 12, Wisdom 10, Charisma 14, Agility 16 plus 2, Endurance 10, Luck 12 plus 2, Hit points 15 plus 5, Stamina points 24 plus 4, Mana points 12 plus 2. Primary skills: Stealth level 2, increased plus 1, Lockpicking level 2, increased plus 1, Acrobatics level 2, increased plus 1. Pickpocketing level 2, increased plus 1. Disguise level 2, increased plus 1. Traps level 2, increased plus 1. Secondary skills: Perception level 2, increased plus 1. Sleight of hand level 2, increased plus 1. Bluff level 2, increased plus 1. Intimidation level 2, increased plus 1. Persuasion level 2, increased plus 1. Appraise level 2, increased plus 1. Combat skills: Dagger proficiency, level 2, increased plus 1. Ranged weapons proficiency, bows, crossbows, throwing knives, level 2, increased plus 1. Evasion, level 2, increased plus 1. Dual wielding, level 2, increased plus 1. Unarmed combat, a level 2, increased plus 1. Special abilities: Sneak Attack. Deal additional damage when attacking an enemy from behind or while undetected. Shadow Step. Blend into the shadows, becoming invisible for a short period. Mana cost 4. Cooldown 50 seconds. Quick Reflexes new. Gain a bonus to dodge and reflex saves. Poisoner new. Gain the ability to apply poisons to weapons, increasing their damage for a limited time. Rafe, I'm level 2 now! Talon exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement and pride.
That's amazing, Talon. I'm happy for you,
Rafe replied, his voice warm and encouraging, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Gods, this sheet is getting even more complicated. Most of the numbers have changed, Talon said, scrutinizing his character sheet with a mixture of curiosity and confusion.
It's not as complicated as it seems right now, Rafe reassured him, placing a hand on Talon's shoulder. I'll help you learn back at the guild hall. You can connect the system screen, and we'll be able to help you that way. Judging by your facial expressions, you've contracted the completely hypothetical but very real quest bug. I can tell that you're ready for another quest immediately.
Talon grinned, feeling the thrill of adventure course through him. The experience points in leveling up is almost a drug. Rafe nodded, his eyes distant as he reminisced.
Yes, that feeling never gets old.
Seeing you take out all those goblins like you did truly amazed me. I want to do that. Rafe chuckled, a glint of amusement in his eyes.
Goblins don't put up much of a fight, so don't be too impressed. Hobgoblins are a different story altogether.
Hobgoblins? Talon asked, his curiosity piqued.
Hobgoblins are at least twice the size of a goblin, sometimes taller,
Rafe explained, his voice taking on a more serious tone. Talon's eyes widened in surprise.
Really? Yes, I've seen a 7-footer once. Not only are hobgoblins taller, they're far stronger and much more intelligent.
A hint of concern crept into Talon's voice. Are there hobgoblins around here? Rafe shook his head.
There are no villages or towns with them nearby. You may see one passing through the region from time to time. Hobgoblins are more prevalent on the borders of the Darklands.
The Darklands? Talon repeated, a shiver running down his spine. That sounds rather ominous. Rafe nodded, his expression growing serious.
It is. The Darklands is a vast and treacherous territory, filled with all manner of dangerous creatures and sinister forces. It's not a place for the inexperienced or faint of heart.
Rafe leaned against a nearby wall, his eyes distant as he recalled the stories and information he had gathered about the Darklands over the years.
The Darklands is a vast, wild, and untamed region located to the south of Baron,
he began, his voice taking on a somber tone.
It's a place where the shadows seem to hold more power than the light, and danger lurks around every corner.
Talon listened intently, eager to learn more about this mysterious and fearsome place.
The history of the Darklands is shrouded in legends and tales of strife, Rafe continued. Some say that it was once a prosperous and thriving kingdom, but a great cataclysm tore the land apart, leaving it the twisted and dangerous place it is today. Others claim that it has always been a realm of darkness, inhabited by all manner of malevolent creatures and beings.
Rafe paused for a moment, his gaze thoughtful.
In any case, it's clear that the Darklands has been a source of terror and conflict for centuries. Its border with Baron is a constant source of tension, with skirmishes and raids occurring frequently.
Talon frowned, concern evident on his face. And the king is trying to build a wall to keep the Darklands at bay?
Rafe nodded. Yes, the king of Baron has commissioned the construction of a massive wall along the southern border. The hope is that it will serve as a barrier against the Darklands and its inhabitants. However, the expense and sheer manpower needed to build such a structure have slowed the project considerably. It's a monumental task, and the wall's completion is still many years away.
Talon sighed, his eyes reflecting a mix of awe and trepidation. It sounds like a dangerous place, I can only hope that by the time I'm strong enough to face the challenges of the Darklands, I'll be ready. Rafe smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on Talon's shoulder. With hard work, dedication, and the right guidance, I have no doubt you'll be prepared for whatever the Darklands may throw at you. Rafe's expression grew more serious as he continued to describe the Darklands in greater detail. The landscape of the Darklands is as diverse as it is dangerous. It's a sprawling expanse filled with treacherous mountains, dense forests, and murky swamps. Each of these areas is teeming with its own unique dangers and challenges. He gestured towards the mountains in the distance. The Iron Spike Mountains, for example, are home to many of the hobgoblins I mentioned earlier, as well as trolls, ogres, and other fearsome creatures. The peaks themselves are treacherous, with sheer cliffs, hidden crevasses, and harsh weather conditions that can change without warning. Talon swallowed nervously as he imagined navigating such a perilous environment. Rafe went on, describing the eerie forests of the Darklands. The Whispering Woods are another area of great concern. The trees grow so close together that it's nearly impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. The forest is filled with twisted, gnarled trees that seem to whisper secrets to those who dare venture within. Many who enter never return, lost to the labyrinthine depths or ensnared by the sinister creatures that call the woods home. Talon shuddered at the thought, his skin crawling at the prospect of being trapped in such a place. "And let's not forget the swamps," Rafe continued, his voice low and somber. "The Black Mire is a vast, rotting expanse of stagnant water, decaying vegetation, and deadly predators. The very ground can give way beneath your feet, swallowing you whole in an instant. Not to mention the poisonous plants, venomous snakes, and other lethal creatures that lurk beneath the murky waters." Talon's eyes widened in horror as he pictured the nightmarish landscape Rafe had painted. In addition to the natural dangers, the Darklands is also home to various factions and settlements, each with their own ambitions and agendas, Rafe explained. Evil dark elves, vampires, necromancers, and other sinister beings vie for power and control within the shadows. It's a constant struggle, with alliances shifting as quickly as the sands of time. He paused, allowing the gravity of the situation to sink in before concluding, "As you can see, the Darklands is a place of great peril and uncertainty. But with the right training and experience, you'll be able to face those challenges head-on. Remember, Talon, the key to surviving and thriving in the Darklands is to never underestimate the threats that lie in wait, and to always be prepared for the unexpected." Talon took a deep breath, steeling himself as he absorbed Rafe's words. The world was far larger and more dangerous than he had ever imagined, but he was determined to rise to the challenge and prove his worth as a member of the Black Fang Guild. Talon crossed his arms, and questions were like a stampede. "Is there a king or some governing body in charge of the Darklands?" Rafe shook his head, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "The Darklands are not like the civilized regions of Baron, where a king or council governs with a semblance of order. Instead, it's a chaotic and volatile land, with various factions and power groups constantly jockeying for dominance." He paused, his gaze drifting off into the distance as if he could see the very landscape he was describing. "In the Darklands, power is the only currency that truly matters. A king or queen might claim to rule a particular area, but their reign is often tenuous at best, maintained through fear, manipulation, and brute force." Talon furrowed his brow, trying to wrap his head around the idea of a world without any true governance. "So there's no one person or group who's in charge of everything? How do people survive there?" Rafe chuckled softly. "Survival in the Darklands is a matter of adapting and overcoming the challenges that present themselves. The inhabitants of this harsh land know that
The only way to stay alive is to be stronger, faster, and smarter than their enemies. Alliances are formed, of course, but they can be as fragile as a spider's web, easily shattered when the balance of power shifts. He glanced at Talon, his eyes filled with a mix of sympathy and determination. It's all a harsh world, to be sure, but it's also one that breeds resilience and resourcefulness. You'll find that the people who call the Darklands home are some of the toughest, most cunning individuals you'll ever encounter. Why in the hell would someone want to live in the Darklands? I asked with a head shake. Rafe leaned back, crossing his arms as he considered Talon's question. There are a variety of reasons, actually, he began. For some, it's a matter of circumstance. They were born in the Darklands, and that's the only life they've ever known. Others are drawn to the raw, untamed nature of the region, seeking the freedom it offers from more structured and regulated societies elsewhere. He raised a finger to emphasize his point. Then there are those who are attracted to the opportunities the Darklands present. It's a place where the ambitious and ruthless can rise to power, unrestrained by the laws and morals that govern other lands. Some individuals thrive in that environment, using their cunning and strength to carve out a place for themselves. Rafe's eyes narrowed slightly and his voice lowered. Finally, there are those who have been forced to flee to the Darklands, either because they've been exiled or because they're running from something or someone. The Darklands can be a haven for criminals, outcasts, and fugitives who find solace in its shadows and chaos. Talon listened intently, absorbing Rafe's words and trying to imagine what life might be like for those who called the Darklands home. In some ways, it seemed like a frightening and inhospitable place, but he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of fascination as well. It was a stark contrast to the relatively stable and orderly life he had known in Barren, and he found himself both repelled and intrigued by the idea of a land where chaos ruled supreme. Rafe continued, his voice taking on a more reflective tone. The Darklands are not just a place of danger and chaos, but also a land of untamed beauty and mystery. The landscape is varied with massive forests of twisted ancient trees, some of which are rumored to be sentient. There are vast stretches of barren and rocky terrain, broken up by jagged mountains and deep, seemingly bottomless chasms. In other areas you'll find swamps filled with fog, where strange and exotic creatures lurk just beneath the surface. He paused for a moment, his eyes distant as if recalling memories of his own experiences in the Darklands. The sky in the Darklands is a sight to behold. It's often filled with swirling, unnatural colors, creating an eerie and mesmerizing atmosphere. Some nights you can witness auroras that dance across the heavens, casting an otherworldly glow on the landscape below. Rafe looked at Talon, who was listening with rapt attention. The people of the Darklands are as varied as the land itself. You'll find tribes of nomadic ogres, goblinoids, and other monstrous races who've managed to survive, and even thrive in the harsh environment. There are also dark elves like myself, who have built great cities hidden deep within the shadows of the underground caverns. There are the dark elves that give my race such a stigma and cause others not to trust us. Some humans and other races have chosen to make the Darklands their home, adapting the customs and traditions of the native inhabitants. The culture and society of the Darklands can be brutal and unforgiving, with power struggles and alliances shifting constantly. Trust is a rare commodity, and only the strong or cunning survive. But there's also a sense of raw, untamed freedom that some find intoxicating. It's a place where the rules of other lands don't apply, where the only limits are the ones you place upon yourself. Talon felt that there was something strangely alluring about the chaos and freedom it represented. How do you know so much about this place? Rafe smiled, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Well, Talon, there's a good reason why I know so much about the Darklands. He paused for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts. I was actually born and raised there. Talon's eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't help but stare at Rafe with a newfound curiosity. Really? You grew up in the Darklands? Rafe nodded, a slightly melancholic smile crossing his lips. Yes, I did. My family was part of a community of mixed races who lived on the fringes of the Darklands. Life was hard, and we had to be tough to survive, but we managed to carve out a life for ourselves, despite the dangers and difficulties. He looked at Talon, his expression serious. Growing up in the Darklands taught me many things, and it shaped me into the person I am today. I learned the importance of strength and cunning and adaptability. But I also learned the value of loyalty, trust, and camaraderie. You see, in a place like the Darklands, you realize quickly that you can't make it on your own. You need allies and friends you can rely on. Rafe sighed, his gaze distant. Eventually, I left the Darklands in search of a different life. I wanted to see more of the world, experience new things, and put my skills to use in a way that would benefit others. That's how I ended up joining the Black Fang Guild and becoming an adventurer. Talon couldn't help but probe further, intrigued by Rafe's connection to the Darklands. Have you ever been back there since you left? He asked. Rafe's face turned somber, and he slowly shook his head. No, I haven't been back, and I don't intend to return. The memories are still too raw, too haunting. The things I saw and experienced, there are ones I'd rather forget. The nightmares alone are a constant reminder. He sighed before continuing. But that doesn't mean others don't venture into the Darklands. The Adventurer's Office frequently posts high-level quests for that region. Only the boldest and, at times, the most reckless adventurers dare to accept those missions. The risks involved are tremendous, but so are the potential rewards. Rafe's eyes darkened as he added, Occasionally our guild, the Black Fang, receives assassination contracts that target individuals in the Darklands. These contracts are reserved for the highest-ranking members of our guild, those who have demonstrated exceptional skill and ruthlessness, capable of handling such dangerous tasks. Talon listened with rapt attention, his eyes wide with a blend of fascination and fear. The thought of delving into the Darklands and undertaking such perilous assignments seemed both thrilling and horrifying. He pondered whether he would ever possess the courage and expertise to accept such quests, or if the region's darkness would eternally remain an enigma to him. For the time being, Talon recognized that he had much to learn and a long way to go before he could even contemplate facing such challenges. Talon hesitated for a moment, unsure if he should broach such a personal topic, but his curiosity got the better of him. Rafe, do you have any family back in the Darklands? He asked, his voice gentle and cautious. Rafe's expression became a mixture of pain and nostalgia, and he gazed into the distance as if peering through the fog of time. I did, he began, his voice soft and tinged with sadness. I had a mother and a sister, but it's been many years since I last saw them. My father died when I was young, and my mother struggled to raise us in the harsh and unforgiving environment of the Darklands. He paused, seemingly lost in thought. My sister, Mara, was just a few years younger than me. We were inseparable back then, looking out for each other and doing our best to survive. When I left the Darklands, I hoped to find a better life and make a name for myself, with the dream of one day returning to rescue them from that wretched place. A heavy sigh escaped Rafe's lips. But time has a way of changing things. I received news some years ago that my mother passed away, and my sister, well, she got married and settled down. I heard she has children now. The life I built outside the Darklands made it impossible for me to go back, and I couldn't ask them to leave the only home they've ever known. Talon could see the pain etched on Rafe's face, the burden of his past weighing heavily on his shoulders. He placed a comforting hand on Rafe's arm, offering silent support. It was clear that Rafe had faced his own share of hardships and had fought to overcome them. Talon felt a newfound respect and admiration for his mentor, recognizing the depth of his strength and determination. Talon decided to stop his questioning for now. Rafe looked mentally exhausted from the memories. Talon began to feel remorseful for making him remember such bad times.
Chapter 12. Talon eagerly followed Rafe back to the quest board at the adventurer's office. The room, filled with adventurers of all races and classes, buzzed with the energy of anticipation and excitement. The air was thick with the mingling of scents of sweat, leather, and ambition. Rafe's eyes scanned the parchment-covered wall, methodically searching for a quest that would suit Talon's current level and newly acquired skills. Talon leaned closer to the board, squinting at the small print on the various notices. The rough texture of the parchment and the inky symbols seemed to tell 1,000 stories just waiting to be explored. He felt a deep sense of purpose taking root within him. He had found his calling. "Ah, here's a good one," Rafe declared, pointing at a slightly crumpled piece of parchment near the bottom of the board. Talon stepped closer to read the details. Quest: Retrieve Stolen Gem. Difficulty Level 2. Requirements: Stealth and Infiltration skills recommended. Description: A large, rare gem has been stolen from the residence of Lady Elena, a prominent merchant in Darkvein. Gem is believed to be held by a small band of thieves who have taken refuge in an abandoned windmill on the outskirts of town. Oh! Lady Elena requests its safe return and the Thieves Guild brought to justice. Rewards 500 gold coins, 250 experience points. Talon's eyes widened at the quest description. Rafe, this sounds like the perfect mission for me, he said, his excitement barely contained. Rafe nodded, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I thought you might like it. It requires stealth and a bit of strategy, which will help you hone your skills as a rogue assassin. Just remember, Talon, you're still new to this. Be careful, and rely on your training. Talon nodded, a determined expression on his face. I will, Rafe. Thank you for helping me find the right quest. The duo removed the parchment from the board and approached Whis, who was waiting behind the counter. Her feline eyes narrowed as she read the quest, and then she looked up at Talon.
Good luck, Talon,
she said, her voice smooth and steady.
May your steps be silent and your blades swift.
Windmill, huh? Do you know anything about it? Talon asked, already knowing the answer. Rafe's eyes seemed to look into the distance as he recalled what he knew about the windmill. The windmill is an old structure, standing tall on a small hill just a few hours' walk east of Darkvein. It's situated outside of a quaint Nekojin village called Whiskers Hollow, which is known for its skilled weavers and peaceful atmosphere.
The windmill was built over 100 years ago by a man named Edgar Cornwell, a skilled miller and craftsman. It was designed with a blend of human and Nicogian architectural styles, making it a unique sight to behold. In its prime, the windmill was an essential part of the community, grinding grains into flour not only for the townsfolk of Darkvane, but also for the residents of Whiskers Hollow. Edgar was well respected and made quite a living from his trade, with customers coming from miles around to purchase his flour. As they walked along the cobblestone streets, Rafe continued his tale. Sadly, after Edgar's passing, his children didn't share his passion for the mill. They had other aspirations and left the area to pursue their own paths. Over time, the windmill fell into disrepair, and with no one to maintain it, it was eventually abandoned. With his large wooden structure, multiple levels, and ornate Nicogian decorations, the windmill became a popular hiding spot for various ne'er-do-wells over the years. Thieves, smugglers, and others looking for a temporary hideout would use the windmill as a base of operations. The authorities have tried to keep an eye on the place, but its remote location and the ever-changing roster of occupants have made it difficult. The path to the windmill is lined with lush greenery and vibrant wildflowers, a stark contrast to the grim nature of the building's current occupants. Along the way, you'll pass by some of the Nicogian villagers of Whiskers Hollow, who tend to be friendly and welcoming, despite the windmill's shady reputation.
Rafe's voice took on a more serious tone as he concluded his description.
The windmill is a dangerous place, Talon, filled with countless hidden nooks and crannies. The thieves who have stolen Lady Alina's gem are likely well-versed in the art of hiding, so you'll need to use all of your stealth and cunning to find them and retrieve the gem.
Talon's brow furrowed. Rafe, don't take this the wrong way, but how in the hell do you know all this stuff?
Rafe laughed. I'm the Black Fang. It's my job to know these things. I can't do my job to the best of my ability if I don't know my surroundings. Also, I've taken on the profession of historian.
We could get professions? I didn't know that.
You can't until you reach level 10. At that time, the system will give you a list of choices.
Good to know. It'll be a while before I have to make that decision.
The historian profession makes me a better guild member. My wealth of knowledge will help the Black Fang and its missions. Some of the perks of the profession are my ability to speed read, speak foreign languages, and I won't forget what I've studied. I spend a lot of time in the library and museums in the Barren region. I'm currently a level 5 historian. The max level in the profession is level 10.
Okay, Mr. Historian, tell me what you know about this Lady Alina. Rafe scratched his chin thoughtfully as he tried to recall information about Lady Alina.
Lady Alina is a well-known resident of Darkvane. She comes from a wealthy family that's been established in the city for generations. Her family made their fortune through trade, importing and exporting various goods across the region. They have a beautiful mansion in the outskirts of the city, surrounded by sprawling gardens and fountains. Lady Alina herself is quite the socialite, often hosting extravagant parties and events at her family's estate. She's known for her beauty, grace, and impeccable fashion sense. Many of the young men in the city have tried to win her heart, but she remains unmarried, seemingly focused on her family's business and social standing.
As for the gem, Rafe shook his head.
I don't know much about it, to be honest. The gem must hold some significance to Lady Alina for her to post a quest at the adventurer's office. It could be an heirloom or perhaps a rare and valuable piece to her extensive jewelry collection. Whatever the case, it must be important enough for her to seek the assistance of adventurers like us.
Talon nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, knowing that the successful completion of this quest could potentially raise his standing in the eyes of the city's elite. But he was also excited at the prospect of proving his worth and further honing his skills as a rogue assassin, not to mention leveling up. The experience points reward was pretty high for this quest. It can't be a bad thing to raise the reputation of the Black Fang among the upper echelons of citizens, right? Talon asked, looking to Rafe for some reassurance.
You're catching on quick, Talon,
Rafe replied, his eyes lighting up with pride.
That's the main reason I chose this quest for you. It's rare to find a quest from the Darkvein elite that can be completed by a lower-level adventurer. Not everyone has an experienced mentor to guide them, but even so, you're doing much better than I expected.
How so? Talon inquired, genuinely curious.
Well, for one thing, there was no hesitation in the goblin quest when I told you to kill those 2 goblins. New adventurers often freeze up in situations like that, maybe even get killed. This tells me that even though you were reincarnated into Talon's body, you retained some of his traits. Courage and lack of hesitation were part of the reasons why we saw so much potential in him. It'll be interesting to see what other traits you share.
Talon nodded thoughtfully. You're right. You told me to kill and I killed. I didn't even think about it. Really? My instincts and skills just took over.
Even though this is a lower-level quest we're on, I would never give it to a new member. It would be a death sentence. However, with my guidance and instruction, you'll succeed. Before we head to the quest marker, though, I want to go to the system board in the guild hall to see your new stat sheet.
Another quick question. Talon hesitated. I hope I'm not irritating you with all the questions I ask. Rafe laughed softly.
Not at all. That's another trait of Talon. He was the same way, always eager to learn everything he could. Feel free to ask as many questions as you want.
Talon exhaled with a touch of relief. When I complete quests, do you or the guild get anything?
Good question. I'm glad you asked. Shadowing you and teaching you by way of the Black Fang is a quest for me as well. When you complete quests, I receive experience points too. I don't receive the full amount you do, but I get around 25%. The Black Fang Guild gets a 10% cut of your coin and 10% of the experience you earn. This arrangement has been worked out with the Adventurers Hall and happens without your knowing. So the more quests you complete, the more I earn, and the more the guild earns.
Good. I was worried you'd be falling behind, not able to do questing on your own. I'm glad to hear that.
When you reach level 10, my quest will be complete, and I'll receive a substantial amount of experience and reward, as will the guild.
So my training is over at level 10?
No. You'll continue to train all your life. Level 10 is the magic number within the creed of the Black Fang. By then, you'll know enough to begin questing on your own. But for now, let's focus on the task at hand. Enough chit-chat. Let's get back to the guild hall.
Chapter 13. Talon walked over to the system board and placed his hand on it. The screen came to life and his level 2 stat sheet appeared for Rafe to analyze. Character name, Talon Nightstrider. Class, Rogue. Level 2. Attributes, Strength 8, Dexterity 18, plus 2. Constitution 12. Intelligence 12. Wisdom 10. Charisma 14. Agility 16, plus 2. Endurance 10. Luck 12, plus 2. Hit points 15, plus 5. Stamina points 24, plus 4. Mana points 12, plus 2. Primary skills: Stealth level 2, increased plus 1. Lockpicking level 2, increased plus 1. Acrobatics level 2, increased plus 1. Pickpocketing level 2, increased plus 1. Disguise level 2, increased plus 1. Traps level 2, increased plus 1. Secondary skills: Perception level 2, increased plus 1. Sleight of hand level 2, increased plus 1. Bluff level 2, increased plus 1. Intimidation level 2, increased plus 1. Persuasion level 2, increased plus 1. Appraise level 2, increased plus 1. Combat skills: Dagger proficiency level 2, increased plus 1. Ranged weapons proficiency: bows, crossbows, throwing knives, level 2, increased plus 1. Evasion level 2, increased plus 1. Dual wielding level 2, increased plus 1. Unarmed combat level 2, increased plus 1. Special abilities: Sneak attack. Deal additional damage when attacking an enemy from behind or while undetected. Shadow step. Blend into the shadows, becoming invisible for a short period. Mana cost 4. Cooldown 50 seconds. Quick reflexes, new. Gain a bonus to dodge and reflex saves. Poisoner, new. Gain the ability to apply poisons to weapons, increasing their damage for a limited time. Equipment. The Dark Elf's eyes shone with the light of the screen in front of him. As he scrutinized every detail, his eyebrows rose in astonishment. Finally, after several moments of intense analysis, Rafe broke his silence. "This is incredible. Absolutely incredible." "What do you mean?" Talon asked, leaning in closer to get a better look at the screen. "Usually only 1 or 2 attributes increase with each level, but you have 6 that increased. All of your primary skills increased by 1. All of them. Talon, that's simply incredible. You also unlocked 2 new special abilities." "I'm speechless even though I'm speaking," Rafe said, his voice filled with awe. "This goes along with Talon having a lot of potential?" Talon queried, trying to make sense of it all. "That's an understatement. Right now, at level 2, you have the stats of a level 6 or 7 character. And that's being generous. I didn't unlock a new special ability until I reached level 10. And that was only 1. You have 2 new special abilities at level 2. Rafe shook his head in disbelief. "This stat screen is so confusing. I have special abilities, but how do I use them? Also, I have dual wielding proficiency, but I only have 1 dagger. I'm not complaining, it was free, but I'm going to need another, right?" Rafe nodded. "Yes, but you need to learn to use one well before you add another to the mix. It's also important not to let all of this go to your head." "I know, don't worry about that." "You say that, but you're also 18 years old. Men at 18 often think they're invincible and tend to be careless." "We definitely need to go over these stats more. I don't understand what some of them are." Rafe turned toward Talon and crossed his arms. "Yes, we do. We didn't initially because I didn't want to overload your mind with information. Have a seat and I'll explain everything." Talon sat in the closest chair and leaned forward, eyes filled with determination. "I'm ready when you are. I will say that I'm very familiar with what each attribute means, except for wisdom." "Wisdom is a measure of your willpower, common sense, perception, and intuition." Talon nodded. "Okay, that makes sense. I get it now." "Good. Most of the primary skills are self-explanatory. However, a few you probably do not understand completely." "I definitely have no clue what appraise is." "Why don't we go over that first, then?" Rafe suggested. Talon listened intently as Rafe delved into the specifics of the appraise skill. "This particular skill grants you the unique ability to assess someone and discern their level. It's quite simple to use. Just concentrate on the individual in question and mentally invoke the word appraise," Rafe elaborated. Feeling a mixture of curiosity and skepticism, Talon fixed his gaze on Rafe and inwardly uttered appraise. Much to his astonishment, a diminutive holographic screen materialized above Rafe's head, proudly displaying the number 15. Talon's eyes widened as he marveled at the unexpected result. Noticing Talon's surprise, Rafe pressed on. "Nevertheless, there's a particular limitation you should be aware of. If someone has honed the disguise skill, the appraise skill will be rendered ineffective against that person. For instance, I lack the disguise skill, which is why you were successful in discerning my level." Talon absorbed the information, nodding thoughtfully. "So, since I possess the disguise skill, you wouldn't be able to use appraise on me, right?" "Exactly," Rafe confirmed with an approving nod. "Your disguise skill would act as a shield, effectively concealing your level from my appraise attempts. It's a valuable skill to have in your arsenal, particularly for a rogue assassin like yourself, navigating in this treacherous world." Rafe's eyes scanned Talon's level 2 stat sheet, pausing as he reached the special abilities section. "All right, let's move on to your special abilities. I see you've unlocked 4 of them. Let me explain what each does." Starting with the first ability, he explained,
Sneak attack is a basic yet crucial skill for an assassin. It allows you to deal with additional damage when attacking an enemy from behind or while undetected. The key to mastering this ability is timing and positioning. It's particularly useful when combined with your stealth skills. You already used this perfectly at the goblin camp.
Talon nodded, understanding the importance of such a skill in his line of work. Rafe then shifted his focus to the second ability.
Shadow Step. The Shadow Step ability is a powerful tool for stealth and evasion. It allows you to briefly meld with the shadows, making you virtually undetectable for a short period of time. When activated, you'll be able to slip past guards, avoid traps, or even escape from dangerous situations with ease. Just remember that it consumes a significant amount of energy and takes time to recharge, so use it judiciously.
Next, Rafe moved on to Quick Reflexes.
This new ability you've unlocked gives you a bonus to dodge and reflex saves. It enhances your agility and responsiveness, allowing you to evade attacks and react faster in combat. This skill will be invaluable in avoiding potentially lethal blows.
Talon listened intently, already imagining how these abilities would complement his existing skills. Lastly, Rafe explained the Poisoner ability.
This one is particularly useful for assassins like yourself. The Poisoner ability allows you to apply poisons to weapons, increasing their damage for a limited time. The effectiveness of the poison will increase as you grow stronger and more skilled. It's crucial to master this ability, as it can turn the tide in battles, especially against formidable foes.
Talon's intrigue deepened as he absorbed Rafe's explanation. He felt a surge of determination and eagerness to master these newly acquired abilities, recognizing their immense potential in aiding his progress as a Black Fang assassin.
Each of these abilities is incredibly powerful and valuable, Talon. With time and practice, you'll be able to wield them effectively, and even develop your own unique techniques,
Rafe said, his eyes gleaming with pride as he watched Talon's excitement. As they stood in the guild hall, Rafe glanced at Talon and nodded, sensing that the young assassin was ready to learn his new Shadow Step ability.
All right, Talon. Now that you've got a grasp on your special abilities, it's time for you to learn how to use Shadow Step. Your upcoming quest at the windmill will be a perfect opportunity to put it to the test.
Talon eagerly nodded, his excitement growing as he prepared to learn the intricacies of this powerful skill.
First, let's find a suitable spot for practice,
Rafe said, leading Talon out of the guild hall and towards a nearby training area in the courtyard. Once they'd settled on a suitable location, Rafe began to explain the mechanics of Shadow Step.
To activate Shadow Step, you'll need to focus your mind and think the word Shadow Step while connected to the system. As you do so, your body will blend with the shadows, allowing you to become invisible for a short period.
Talon listened intently, his gaze locked on Rafe as he absorbed every word.
Remember, Shadow Step consumes mana, and it has a cooldown period, so you'll need to use it wisely. Now, I want you to try it for yourself. Focus your mind and activate the ability.
Talon took a deep breath, and with a determined look in his eyes, he mentally whispered, "Shadow Step." In an instant, his body melded with the shadows, rendering him nearly invisible. A thrill surged through him as he realized the potential of this new skill. After a few moments, he stepped back into the light, his form reappearing. Rafe, who had been watching closely, clapped his hands in approval.
Excellent work, Talon. You've managed to activate Shadow Step on your first attempt. With more practice, you'll be able to control its duration and master its subtleties.
Talon beamed with pride, feeling a sense of accomplishment and a newfound confidence in his abilities.
Now, keep practicing, Rafe instructed. We'll work on your stealth and precision in utilizing Shadow Step. Remember to use it judiciously and make every second count. And when you're at the windmill, put this skill to good use.
Talon nodded, determination etched on his face as he continued to practice, honing his newly acquired Shadow Step ability in preparation for the upcoming quest.
Rafe watched Talon as he practiced, noting the young assassin's growing proficiency with Shadow Step. However, he knew that he needed to emphasize the importance of mana management in using this powerful ability effectively. "Talon," Rafe called out, drawing the young man's attention. "While it's crucial to master the use of Shadow Step, it's equally important to understand how to manage your mana efficiently. As you know, Shadow Step consumes mana, and if you use it too frequently, you'll quickly run out of mana and be unable to use any of your abilities." Talon nodded, absorbing Rafe's words and realizing the importance of strategic planning when using his special abilities. "Your current mana pool is limited given your level," Rafe continued. "This means you'll need to choose the right moments to use Shadow Step, ensuring that you have enough mana to activate it when it's most needed. As you gain more experience and level up, your mana pool will increase, allowing you more freedom to use your abilities." Talon took a deep breath, acknowledging the weight of Rafe's advice. "I understand. I'll have to learn when it's best to use Shadow Step and when to conserve my mana." "Exactly," Rafe affirmed. "As you embark on your quest at the windmill, keep this in mind. Assess the situation and determine if Shadow Step is necessary or if you can rely on your other skills to remain hidden. Each situation is different, and learning to adapt is what separates the skilled assassin from the mediocre ones." With renewed determination, Talon continued to practice his Shadow Step, focusing on activating and deactivating the ability with precision and control. As he did so, he made a mental note to be mindful of his mana reserves, ensuring that he wouldn't be caught off guard without the ability to use his skills when they were needed most. Rafe decided it was time to move on to the next special ability Talon had unlocked: Quick Reflexes. He knew that a strong foundation in the various skills and abilities would help the young assassin adapt to any situation that might arise during his missions. "All right, Talon, let's discuss your Quick Reflexes ability," Rafe began. "This ability enhances your natural reflexes and agility, allowing you to dodge incoming attacks and react more quickly to sudden changes in your environment. This is an invaluable skill for an assassin, as it can mean the difference between life and death in dangerous situations." Talon listened intently, eager to understand the full extent of his newfound capabilities. "How exactly do I use this ability? Is it something that I need to activate, like Shadow Step?" Rafe shook his head. "No, Quick Reflexes is a passive ability, meaning it's always active without you needing to consciously trigger it. You don't have to think about activating it, it's simply a part of who you are now. Your body will instinctively react with heightened agility and reflexes." Talon nodded, processing this information. "So I don't need to worry about mana consumption or cooldowns with this ability?" "Exactly," Rafe confirmed. "Quick Reflexes requires no mana and has no cooldown, since it's a passive skill. It's a constant enhancement of your natural abilities, making you even more effective in combat and stealth situations." Rafe led Talon through a series of exercises designed to help him get a feel for his improved reflexes. They practiced dodging thrown objects, evading sudden attacks, and reacting to unexpected changes in their surroundings. With each successful dodge and swift reaction, Talon gained more confidence in his Quick Reflexes ability. As they trained, Rafe offered words of wisdom. "Remember, Talon, while your enhanced reflexes are a powerful tool, never rely solely on them. Always stay aware of your surroundings, plan your moves, and use your other skills in conjunction with Quick Reflexes to maximize your effectiveness." Rafe moved on to the next special ability on Talon's list: Poisoner. As an experienced assassin himself, Rafe knew the importance of using every tool available to gain an advantage over one's enemies. He believed that mastering the Poisoner ability would give Talon an edge in various situations. "Your Poisoner ability is a valuable skill for an assassin," Rafe began. "It allows you to apply poisons to your weapons, increasing their damage for a limited time. This can be particularly useful when dealing with well-armored or tough opponents, as the poison can weaken them, making it easier for you to finish them off." Talon's interest was piqued. "How do I use this ability, and where do I get the poisons?" Rafe explained. First, you'll need to acquire or craft various poisons. You can purchase them from specialized merchants, or you can learn to make them yourself using ingredients found in the wild, or obtained through other means. As you grow in experience, you'll learn to create more potent and complex poisons. Reaching into his pouch, Rafe pulled out a few small vials containing different poisons. For now, I'll give you a few basic poisons from my own supply to practice with. To apply a poison to your weapon, simply focus on the poison in your possession and think apply poison while holding your weapon. The poison will then coat your weapon, enhancing its damage for a limited time. Keep in mind that different poisons have different effects and durations, so it's essential to choose the right poison for the task at hand. Talon nodded, absorbing the information. So I'll need to experiment with different poisons and learn which ones are most effective for various situations? Exactly, Rafe agreed. It will take time and practice to master the poisoner ability fully. However, as you gain experience and knowledge of different poisons, you'll become an even more formidable assassin. Rafe handed Talon the vials of poison, guiding him through the process of applying them to his dagger. As they worked, Rafe shared his insights on the advantages and drawbacks of various poisons, teaching Talon how to choose the best poison for a specific target or situation. Under Rafe's watchful eye, Talon practiced applying poisons from Rafe's pouch to his dagger, growing more proficient with each attempt. With a newfound understanding of the poisoner ability, Talon felt even more prepared to tackle the challenges he would face on his upcoming quest and in his future as a Black Fang assassin. Talon, I think you're ready now. I wouldn't have pulled the parchment from the board if I didn't think that you were. Talon, feeling grateful for Rafe's guidance and assistance, decided to express his appreciation in a way that felt natural to him. He raised his fist and gently bumped it against Rafe's. The dark elf looked at Talon, puzzled by the unfamiliar gesture. What was that? Rafe asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Talon couldn't help but grin. It's called a fist bump. It's a way of showing appreciation, friendship, or camaraderie. It's something from my past life that I used a great deal. I wanted to share it with you as a way of saying thanks for all your help. Rafe's confusion gave way to a smile. Well, it's a bit different from what I'm used to, but I appreciate the sentiment. So we just bump our fists together like this? Rafe raised his fist and mimicked the gesture, lightly tapping it against Talon's. That's right, Talon confirmed, smiling back at his mentor. It's a simple and informal way of acknowledging each other's efforts and support. Rafe nodded, accepting the gesture as a symbol of their growing bond. I'll remember that. Thanks for sharing it with me, Talon. As they continued their preparations, Talon felt more and more confident in his abilities, and his connection with Rafe grew stronger. Chapter 14. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight. Talon and Rafe continued their journey, their footsteps squelching on the damp earth beneath them. The surrounding landscape was bathed in an eerie calm, interrupted only by the distant rumbling of an approaching storm. As the rain began to fall, their pace quickened, the downpour growing heavier with each passing moment. After 2 hours of uneventful walking, Talon and Rafe finally reached the outskirts of the Nekajin village. The rain had transformed into a relentless deluge, accompanied by the occasional flash of lightning illuminating the sky, followed by the rumble of thunder. The village itself was a quaint rustic place with its architecture reflecting the Nekajin's feline heritage. The buildings were adorned with intricate carvings of cats and other feline creatures, their eyes seeming to gleam with an otherworldly light whenever lightning struck. Rafe led Talon through the narrow, winding streets, the cobblestones slick and glistening under the relentless rainfall. "This is the Nekajin village, Whiskers Hollow," he said, raising his voice to be heard above the sound of the storm. "It's a peaceful place, tucked away from the chaos of the larger cities." Talon nodded, taking in the sights and sounds of the village. Despite the harsh weather, there was a certain charm to the place. The Nekajin villagers hurried about, their movements graceful and lithe, seeking shelter from the storm.
The warm, inviting glow of lanterns flickered from within the cozy-looking homes, casting a golden light onto the rain-slicked streets. As they moved deeper into the village, Talon couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. The thought of embarking on their quest to the windmill in such treacherous conditions filled him with doubt. "Rafe," he said hesitantly, "shouldn't we delay the quest until the storm passes? I'm not sure it's a good idea to continue in this weather." Rafe shook his head, rainwater dripping from his dark hair. "Actually, the storm will work in our favor, Talon. Our enemies won't be expecting anyone to approach in such conditions, and they'll be more focused on dealing with the weather than guarding against intruders. It's the perfect opportunity for us to use your newly acquired Shadow Step ability." Talon considered Rafe's words, but his concern remained. "But won't it be difficult for us to move stealthily in this weather? The rain and wind might give us away." Rafe smiled reassuringly. "That's where your quick reflexes ability comes into play. The storm may hinder our visibility, but it will also mask our movements. Trust me, Talon, we'll use the storm to our advantage." Talon nodded, though he still felt a knot of apprehension in his stomach. He decided to trust Rafe's judgment, as the experienced adventurer had been right about everything else so far. As they continued to make their way through the village, the storm showed no signs of letting up. They passed by a small, cozy-looking inn, its windows glowing with warm light as laughter and music spilled out into the rain-soaked street. The scent of freshly baked bread and savory stew wafted from the air, tempting Talon's senses. He wondered if they might stop there for a brief respite before embarking on their quest, but Rafe kept moving, his eyes firmly fixed on the path ahead. The wind picked up, howling through the narrow streets and whipping the rain into a frenzy. Talon shivered, his soaked clothes clinging to his skin, the cold seeping into his bones. He cast a longing glance at the inn, but steeled himself and pressed on, determined to follow Rafe's lead. As they neared the edge of the village, the windmill came into view, its large, imposing silhouette visible against the backdrop of the stormy sky. It stood on a small hill overlooking the village, its wooden blades creaking and groaning as they fought against the fierce winds. Rafe stopped for a moment, surveying the scene before them. "There it is, the windmill. Our target lies within," he said, his voice barely audible over the roar of the storm. "Are you ready, Talon?" Talon hesitated, the knot of apprehension in his stomach tightening. The windmill seemed more ominous now, its dark, weathered exterior appearing even more foreboding under the tumultuous sky. He swallowed hard, his heart racing in his chest. "I'm ready," he finally replied, his voice barely a whisper. Rafe nodded, his eyes filled with determination. "Remember what we practiced. Use your Shadow Step ability when necessary, and don't forget about your quick reflexes. The storm may be fierce, but it's on our side tonight." With that, they began their careful ascent up the slippery, rain-soaked hill, the windmill looming ever larger above them. The thunder rumbled louder, the lightning more frequent, as if nature itself was urging them on in their mission. As they neared the windmill, Rafe signaled for Talon to stop. He pointed out several shadowy figures patrolling the area, their movements obscured by the torrential rain. "There," he whispered. "Those are our enemies. Remember, Talon, stealth is the key. Use the storm to your advantage." Talon took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. He focused his mind on the word Shadow Step, feeling the familiar surge of energy as he blended into the shadows. He glanced over at Rafe, who gave him a nod of encouragement before they both slipped into the darkness, the windmill's secrets waiting to be uncovered. Rafe scanned the surroundings, his eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. "There are 6 bandits," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the howling wind and rain. 3 are inside the windmill, and 3 are patrolling outside." Talon furrowed his brow, confused. "How can you tell?" Rafe smirked. "Use your perception skill. Pull up your map in your system interface. I think the word perception. You'll see."
Following Rafe's instructions, Talon focused on his map and thought perception. Instantly, red dots appeared on the map, clearly indicating the locations of the bandits. A green dot, presumably the stolen gem, was also visible within the windmill. "I want you to complete this mission on your own," Rafe said, his voice serious. "But don't worry. I'll be in the shadows, ready to jump in if things get too difficult." Talon's heart raced at the prospect, but he nodded, determination filling his eyes. "All right, let's do this." Carefully, Talon activated his shadow step ability, blending into the darkness as he approached the first bandit. The rain and thunder masked his footsteps, and he closed in on the unsuspecting enemy. He coated his dagger with poison from Rafe's pouch, the deadly liquid gleaming on the blade. The bandit, a burly man with a scruffy beard, was grumbling about the weather and the miserable conditions.
"Damn rain," he muttered, shaking his head. "I can't see a blasted thing."
Talon seized the opportunity, lunging forward and plunging his poisoned dagger into the bandit's neck. The man's eyes widened in shock, and he tried to scream, but the poison worked quickly, silencing him forever. As the bandit fell, a notification appeared before Talon. Bandit eliminated. Experience gained 25. Coins gained 5. Talon's heart pounded, but he pushed the excitement aside and focused on his next target. He activated Shadow Step once more, stalking the second bandit. This one, a tall, wiry man with a cruel smile, was boasting to the third bandit about the loot they'd taken from the village.
"I can't wait to sell this gem,"
he laughed.
"We's gonna be rich."
His companion, a short, stocky man with a scar across his cheek, nodded eagerly.
"You said it! This storm's a blessing in disguise. No one'll be brave enough to come after us."
Talon's quick reflexes kicked in, and he moved swiftly, the rain providing the perfect cover. The wiry bandit never saw him coming. Talon's dagger found its mark, piercing the man's heart in a precise strike. The bandit collapsed, his dreams of wealth fading with his life. Another notification appeared. Bandit eliminated. Experience gained 25. Coins gained 5. Talon didn't have time to celebrate. The third bandit, alarmed by the sudden collapse of his companion, drew his weapon and began to scan the area, his eyes darting nervously.
"Who's there?"
he shouted, his voice shaking.
"Show yourself!"
With a deep breath, Talon activated Shadow Step again, his body melting into the darkness. He circled around the frightened bandit, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The man's breathing was ragged, his hands trembling on the hilt of his sword. Just as the bandit's guard began to drop, Talon lunged. His poisoned dagger slid across the man's throat in one swift, silent motion. The bandit crumpled to the ground, his eyes wide in terror as darkness claimed him. The notification flashed before Talon once more. Bandit eliminated. Experience gained 25. Coins gained 5. With the outside bandits dealt with, Talon turned his attention to the windmill. The storm continued to rage, lightning illuminating the night sky as thunder roared overhead. He knew he had to be even more cautious now, as the bandits were inside and likely on high alert. Talon approached the windmill, his Shadow Step ability once again active. He carefully peered through a crack in the wooden door, observing the remaining bandits. 2 were arguing over the division of their spoils, while the third kept watch near the stolen gem. Rafe's voice whispered in his ear, barely audible. "Remember, you have the element of surprise. Use it wisely." Talon nodded, focusing on the bandit closest to the gem. He timed his movements with the thunderclaps, ensuring his footsteps remained unheard. He slipped through the door, his poisoned dagger at the ready. As he crept up behind the lookout, the bandit suddenly turned, sensing the danger. Talon's quick reflexes ability saved him as he narrowly avoided a swipe from the bandit's sword. He struck back, his dagger sinking deep into the bandit's abdomen. The poison did its work, and the man dropped to the floor, his eyes glazed in pain and fear. The notification appeared. Bandit eliminated. Experience gained 25. Coins gained 5.
Talon's heart raced, adrenaline coursing through his veins. The remaining 2 bandits, alerted by the commotion, rushed in to confront him. He knew he couldn't rely on Shadow Step this time. The fight was on. The first bandit, a muscular man with a fearsome scowl, charged at Talon with a mace. Talon's reflexes were put to the test as he dodged the deadly weapon, managing to land a swift strike with his dagger on the man's arm. The poison seeped into the wound, and the bandit's strength waned rapidly. He slumped to the ground, defeated. A new notification flashed. Bandit eliminated. Experience gained 25. Coins gained 5. The last bandit, a wiry woman with a sinister grin, circled Talon, her eyes narrowed. She lunged forward, a wickedly curved dagger in her hand. Talon met her attack, parrying her strikes with his own dagger. The clash of steel echoed in the windmill, mixing with the storm's fury. In a split second, Talon saw an opening. He feinted to the left, then thrust his poisoned blade into the bandit's side. Her eyes widened, and she gasped as the poison coursed through her veins. Her grip on her weapon faltered, and she fell lifeless to the ground. The final notification appeared. Bandit eliminated. Experience gained 25. Coins gained 5. Rafe approached Talon, a proud smile on his face.
Well done, Talon. You took care of them all. Now, before we retrieve the gem, you should take that woman's dagger. It'll be useful for your dual-wielding skill.
Talon hesitated for a moment, looking at the fallen bandit, then nodded. He crouched down and pried the dagger from her cold hand, feeling its weight in his own. A notification appeared. New item acquired. Bandit's dagger. Damage 5 to 8.
It's not the best dagger, but it will serve you well for now, Rafe assured him. Now, let's focus on getting that gem.
The 2 approached the locked chest, the green dot on Talon's map indicating that the gem was inside.
This is the perfect opportunity for you to practice your lockpicking skill,
Rafe said, reaching into a small pouch at his waist and pulling out a set of lockpicks.
Here, you'll need these.
Talon accepted the lockpicks, looking at them with curiosity. I've never done this before. How do I use them? Rafe smiled, ready to share his knowledge.
First, you need to activate your lockpicking skill, just like your other skills. Focus on the chest and think the word lockpicking.
Talon did as instructed and immediately felt a connection to the lock on the chest. He could sense its inner workings, the tumblers and pins that needed to be manipulated to open it.
Now, Rafe continued, you'll want to use the tension wrench to apply slight pressure to the lock. This will help you feel when the pins are set correctly.
Talon nodded, sliding the tension wrench into the keyhole and applying gentle pressure. He could feel the resistance of the lock's mechanism against the wrench.
Good. Now use the pick to manipulate the pins inside the lock. You'll want to push each pin up until it clicks into place. Be patient. Don't force it. If you apply too much pressure, you could break the pick or damage the lock.
Talon focused, carefully inserting the pick into the keyhole. He could feel the pins as he moved the pick, and one by one he gently nudged them into place. The lock gave a satisfying click, and the chest sprang open.
Well done, Talon, Rafe exclaimed, clapping him on the shoulder. You're a natural.
Talon couldn't help but smile at Rafe's praise. He looked down at the open chest, and there, nestled on a bed of velvet, was the gem they sought. It was a beautiful, multifaceted stone, shimmering with an inner light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the storm outside. Talon reached down and picked up the gem, admiring its beauty.
It's incredible,
he whispered.
Yes, it is, Rafe agreed. And it's proof that you have the skills and the potential to become a great member of the Black Fang. Now, let's return this gem to the adventurer's office and complete our quest.
As the storm raged outside, Talon couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. He had faced numerous challenges in this quest, learning and growing with each one. As Talon and Rafe stepped out the front door, their sense of triumph was short-lived. 10 more bandits stood waiting in the pouring rain, their expressions a dangerous combination of anger and determination. The leader of the group, a burly man with a heavily scarred face and a wicked grin, sneered at him.
Thought you could steal from us and get away with it, huh?
Talon felt his heart pounding in his chest as he gripped his daggers tightly. Rafe shot him a quick glance, his eyes filled with steely resolve, before addressing the bandits.
You picked the wrong people to mess with.
The storm raged around them as the battle commenced. Thunder cracked like a whip in the sky, while Talon and Rafe charged the bandits, working together with deadly precision. Talon, now wielding both his daggers, quickly adapted to his newfound dual-wielding abilities. He ducked under a swing from one of the bandits, a man with a tattooed face and a wicked snarl, slashing both of his blades across the man's thighs. The bandit collapsed in pain, screaming as he fell.
Notification, enemy defeated. Bandit, 20 experience points, plus 5 coins.
The rain and thunder served to heighten the intensity of the battle, the elements adding an eerie backdrop to the deadly dance. Rafe was a whirlwind of lethal strikes, taking down bandits left and right with his fluid, practiced movements. Talon was in awe of his mentor's skills, but knew he had to focus on his own opponents. Talon engaged with 2 more bandits, their faces contorted with rage as they charged him. He used his quick reflexes to dodge their clumsy strikes, weaving between their blows like a dancer. He activated Shadow Step, disappearing for a brief moment before reappearing behind one of them, driving both daggers into the man's back with a powerful thrust. The remaining bandit turned in shock, his eyes widening in fear. Talon took advantage of the man's hesitation, performing a sneak attack and slicing the man's throat with a swift, brutal movement. Notification, enemy defeated. Bandit, plus 20 experience points, plus 6 coins. Rafe, meanwhile, took down 3 more bandits with brutal efficiency, each strike calculated and lethal. He spared a quick glance at Talon, giving him a nod of approval before focusing on the remaining enemies. Talon's confidence grew, his movements becoming more fluid and deadly. He deftly dodged a bandit's heavy mace, the weapon's impact splashing mud and water around them. He countered with a vicious strike to the man's side, his poison dagger taking effect almost immediately as the bandit's eyes rolled back in his head. Notification, enemy defeated. Bandit, plus 20 experience points, plus 3 coins. The leader of the group, the scarred man, roared in anger, his muscles tensing as he charged at Talon. He swung his massive sword with a force that could have felled a tree, but Talon's quick reflexes saved him once again. As the leader stumbled past him, off balance from his own attack, Talon delivered a powerful stab to the man's back, causing him to fall to the ground, defeated. Notification, enemy defeated. Bandit leader, plus 50 experience, plus 20 coins. With their leader down, the remaining bandits lost heart and began to flee. Rafe and Talon, their breaths heavy and bodies soaked in rain and sweat, exchanged victorious smiles.
Excellent work, Talon, Rafe said, wiping the rain from his face. You've grown stronger and more skilled in a short time.
Talon grinned, his heart still racing from the adrenaline of the fight. Thanks, Rafe. Couldn't have done it without your guidance. As the rain continued to pour down, they quickly gathered the loot from the fallen bandits. They didn't linger, eager to leave the scene of the battle and return to the Nekojin village. As they walked back, Talon couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. He had not only successfully completed his quest, but he had also held his own in a real battle. As they approached the village, the rain began to subside, giving way to a peaceful silence. The Nekojin villagers, who had been watching from a distance, rushed out to greet them. They were overjoyed to see the stolen gem in Talon's possession, and their gratitude was evident in their expressions and words.
You've done a great service to our village, Talon,
the village elder said, placing a hand on his shoulder.
We cannot thank you enough for ridding those bandits from the windmill and out of our lives.
Talon smiled, feeling a warmth in his chest that he hadn't experienced in a long time. It was my pleasure. I'm just glad I could help. Rafe stood off to the side, a proud smile on his face as he watched the young adventurer bask in the villagers' gratitude. He knew that this was only the beginning of Talon's journey. He couldn't wait to see what other challenges and triumphs lay ahead for his promising student. The village elder, a Nekojin with silver fur and wise, knowing eyes, approached Talon and Rafe with a warm smile.
Our village may not be much, but you are welcome to stay with us for the night. We cannot allow our heroes to travel back to Darkfane in the dark and damp conditions.
Talon and Rafe exchanged glances before accepting the offer gratefully. They were led to a small but comfortable house nestled within the village where they were greeted with a home-cooked meal and the warm hospitality of their hosts. The meal was a delightful assortment of local dishes made from fresh local ingredients. As they ate, the villagers shared stories and laughter with Talon and Rafe, their voices filling the cozy home with a sense of camaraderie and joy. Eventually, the evening wound down, and the pair found themselves tucked into soft, inviting beds that seemed to lull them into a deep, rejuvenating sleep. The following morning, the sun peeked through the window, casting warm rays of light onto Talon's face. He woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated, a renewed sense of purpose settling over him. Over a simple but hearty breakfast, Rafe outlined their plan for the day.
We need to take the gem back to Darkvane and turn in the quest at the adventurer's office. That will complete the quest and allow us to collect our rewards.
Talon nodded, eager to continue on his journey and gain more experience. With their belongings gathered and farewells exchanged with their gracious hosts, the two adventurers set off toward Darkvane. The journey back to Darkvane was uneventful, but pleasant. The sun shining brightly overhead and the vibrant greenery of the surrounding forests providing a beautiful backdrop. Upon reaching the bustling city, they made their way directly to the adventurer's office. Once inside, they approached the clerk behind the counter, a friendly woman with a warm smile. She took the gem from Talon and inspected it closely before nodding in approval.
Congratulations on a successful quest, adventurers.
Quest complete. Retrieve stolen gem. Description: you fought valiantly at the windmill and retrieved Lady Alina's gem. Rewards: 500 gold coins, 250 experience points. Surprisingly, another notification popped into view. System notification. Congratulations, Talon has reached level 3. New abilities unlocked. Character name: Talon Knightstrider. Class Rogue. Attributes: Strength 8, Dexterity 19 plus 1, Constitution 13 plus 1, Intelligence 12, Wisdom 11 plus 1, Charisma 14, Agility 17 plus 1, Endurance 10, Luck 13 plus 1, Hit points 20 plus 5, Stamina points 28 plus 4, Mana points 14 plus 2. Primary skills: Stealth level 3 increased plus 1, Lockpicking level 3 increased plus 1, Acrobatics level 3 increased plus 1, Pickpocketing level 3 increased plus 1, Disguise level 3 increased plus 1, Traps level 3 increased plus 1. Secondary skills: Perception level 3 increased plus 1, Sleight of Hand level 3 increased plus 1, Bluff level 3 increased plus 1, Intimidation level 3 increased plus 1, Persuasion level 3 increased plus 1, Appraise level 3 increased plus 1. Combat skills: Dagger proficiency level 3 increased plus 1, Ranged weapons proficiency, bows, crossbows, throwing knives level 3 increased plus 1, Evasion level 3 increased plus 1, Dual wielding level 3 increased plus 1, Unarmed combat level 3 increased plus 1. Special abilities: Sneak attack. Deal additional damage when attacking an enemy from behind or while undetected. Shadow Step. Blend into the shadows, becoming invisible for a short period. Mana cost 4. Cooldown 50 seconds. Quick Reflexes. Gain a bonus to dodge and reflex saves. Poisoner. Gain the ability to apply poisons to weapons, increasing their damage for a limited time. Crippling Strike. New. Inflict a debuff on an enemy, reducing their movement speed and attack power for a short while. Note: Talon's stat sheet has been updated to reflect his progression to level 3. New skills and abilities have been unlocked and his attribute skills and abilities have been improved. Talon raised his fist in the air. Yes! I'm level 3 now! He was shocked to see another notification from the system immediately afterward. System notification. Congratulations, Talon has reached level 4. New abilities unlocked. Character name: Talon Knightstrider. Class Rogue level 4. Attributes Strength 9 plus 1, Dexterity 20 plus 1, Constitution 14 plus 1, Intelligence 13 plus 1, Wisdom 12 plus 1, Charisma 15 plus 1, Agility 18 plus 1, Endurance 11 plus 1, Luck 14 plus 1, Hit points 25 plus 5, Stamina points 32 plus 4, Mana points 16 plus 2, Primary skills Stealth level 4 increased plus 1, Lockpick level 4 increased plus 1, Acrobatics level 4 increased plus 1, Pickpocketing level 4 increased plus 1, Disguise level 4 increased plus 1, Traps level 4 increased plus 1, Secondary skills Perception level 4 increased plus 1, Sleight of hand level 4 increased plus 1, Bluff level 4 increased plus 1, Intimidation level 4 increased plus 1, Persuasion level 4 increased plus 1, Appraise level 4 increased plus 1, Combat skills Dagger proficiency level 4 increased plus 1, Ranged weapons proficiency bows, crossbows, throwing knives level 4 increased plus 1, Evasion level 4 increased plus 1, Dual wielding level 4 increased plus 1, Unarmed combat level 4 increased plus 1. Special abilities Sneak attack deal additional damage when attacking an enemy from behind or while undetected. Shadow Step blend into the shadows, becoming invisible for a short period. Mana cost 3, cooldown 40 seconds. Quick reflexes gain a bonus to dodge and reflex saves. Poisoner gain the ability to apply poisons to weapons, increasing their damage for a limited time. Crippling Strike inflict a debuff on an enemy, reducing their movement speed and attack power for a short duration. Advanced Stealth new move silently and stay hidden more effectively, reducing the chances of being detected by enemies. Note: Talon's stat sheet has been updated to reflect his progression to level 4. New skills and abilities have been unlocked, and his attributes, skills, and abilities have been improved.
Holy shit, I'm level 4 now,
Talon shouted.
The extra bandit kills and the quest completion experience must have been enough to ascend 2 levels. I've unlocked 2 new abilities.
I'm getting jealous,
Rafe scoffed sarcastically.
Let's go to the system board at the guild hall so I can have a closer look.
Chapter 15. Rafe's eyes widened as he studied Talon's new level 4 stat sheet on the system board.
This is truly astonishing, Talon. Your progress is nothing short of remarkable, and I can hardly believe you've unlocked 2 more special abilities already. It's virtually unheard of at your level.
Talon looked at Rafe, his expression a mixture of excitement and curiosity. I appreciate the praise, but I still need to learn how to use them effectively. Can you teach me about the first new ability, Crippling Strike? Rafe nodded, his eyes still glued to the screen.
Certainly. Crippling Strike is a potent ability that allows you to debilitate your enemies in combat. When you use this ability, you'll inflict a debuff on your target, reducing their movement speed and attack power for a short duration. It's a fantastic tool to have in your arsenal, but you need to know when to use it.
Talon raised an eyebrow. What do you mean?
Well, Rafe continued, while it's a powerful ability, it's not always necessary to use Crippling Strike. For example, if you're using your stealth skills effectively, your sneak attacks will likely be enough to take down many enemies without the need for debuffs. However, Crippling Strike becomes invaluable when you're facing particularly powerful or dangerous foes, like a formidable monster or a skilled combatant.
Talon nodded, processing the information. So it's more of a situational ability, best used when I'm facing a tough opponent?
Exactly, Rafe agreed. To activate Crippling Strike, focus on your target and think the words Crippling Strike. You'll then execute the move, and if it lands successfully, your enemy will be debuffed. Keep in mind that using special abilities consumes mana. You currently have 16 mana points. Each use of Crippling Strike will cost you some mana. So, it's essential to manage your mana pool and use your abilities judiciously.
Talon nodded, understanding the importance of managing his resources during combat. Thanks, Rafe, that makes sense. I'll be sure to use it wisely. Rafe smiled approvingly. Rafe shifted his gaze to the next ability on Talon's stat sheet.
Your second new ability, Advanced Stealth, is an impressive upgrade to your existing stealth skills. To be honest, I didn't get this ability until I reached level 12. You're incredibly fortunate to have unlocked it so early.
Talon's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but grin. Wow, that's amazing. I must be doing something right. So what does Advanced Stealth do exactly? Rafe smiled, clearly impressed.
With advanced stealth, you'll be able to move even more silently and stay hidden more effectively, significantly reducing the chances of being detected by your enemies. It's a game changer for a rogue like you.
Talon's excitement grew as he listened to Rafe's explanation. That sounds incredibly useful. How do I activate it?
Rafe chuckled. You're in luck. Advanced stealth is a passive ability, which means you don't have to actively activate it. As long as you have the ability unlocked, it'll automatically improve your stealth capabilities.
Talon tilted his head in thought. So it's always active, and I don't have to worry about mana costs or cooldowns?
Exactly, Rafe confirmed. This ability is a constant enhancement to your stealth prowess, allowing you to stay hidden and undetected with greater ease. Just remember, no matter how skilled you become, there's always the possibility of being spotted if you're careless or make a mistake. Stay vigilant and keep practicing your stealth techniques to make the most of this powerful ability.
Talon nodded, taking Rafe's advice to heart. I understand. I'll keep working on my stealth skills and make sure I'm always aware of my surroundings.
Do you have any more questions while we have your screen up?
Actually, I do. I thought I knew about most everything, but there are some things that I'm unclear about. Rafe nodded and crossed his arms.
Ask your questions. Better now than on a dangerous quest. Traps? Ah, I see you're curious about the traps skill. It's an essential skill for any rogue to master.
Talon nodded, eager to learn more. Yes, I've noticed it on my stat sheet, but I haven't had the chance to use it yet. Can you teach me about it?
Of course, Rafe replied, his expression serious. The trap skill encompasses the knowledge and ability to both set and disarm various types of traps. As a rogue, you'll encounter all sorts of traps in your adventures, from simple snares to complex magical contraptions. Knowing how to deal with them is crucial for your survival and success.
Talon listened intently, trying to absorb every piece of information Rafe shared. Rafe continued, elaborating on the importance of understanding different types of traps.
There are countless types of traps you might come across, each with its own unique mechanism and function. Some traps are meant to immobilize their victims, while others are designed to cause physical harm or even death. The more you know about various trap designs, the better prepared you'll be to handle them.
He also emphasized the role of a rogue's creativity and resourcefulness.
A skilled rogue can turn almost anything into a trap given the right circumstances. You'll need to learn how to use your environment to your advantage, as well as how to improvise when necessary. This means studying different mechanisms, learning about common and uncommon materials, and being able to think on your feet.
Talon took a deep breath, processing the information. Wow, sounds like there's a lot to learn when it comes to traps. I'll need to practice and gather the necessary tools and components. Rafe nodded in agreement.
Indeed, practice is the key. Start by studying various trap designs and mechanisms. Familiarize yourself with different materials and tools used in trap making. Once you have a solid understanding of the basics, you can experiment with creating your own traps and disarming existing ones. Remember, though, that dealing with traps can be dangerous, Rafe added, his tone serious. Always approach traps with caution and respect for their potential lethality. One mistake could cost you dearly.
With Rafe's guidance, Talon realized that mastering the art of traps would be a complex and challenging journey, but one that would make him a more versatile and adaptable rogue.
Follow me.
Rafe led Talon through the guild hall, eventually stopping in front of a nondescript door. With a quick glance around to ensure no one was watching, he unlocked the door and gestured for Talon to follow him inside. The room was dimly lit, and as Talon's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could make out shelves filled with various tools, mechanisms, and components. The air was heavy with the scent of oil and metal, and it was clear that this room was dedicated to the study and storage of traps. Rafe walked over to a workbench upon which lay several different traps. He picked up the first one, a small contraption made of metal and string.
This is a simple snare trap, Rafe explained. It's designed to catch small animals or unsuspecting intruders by their feet. When triggered, the string tightens around the victim's ankle, hoisting them into the air.
He moved on to the next trap, a box with a small pressure plate on top.
This is a classic pressure plate trap. When someone steps on the plate, it activates the trap's mechanism from releasing darts to dropping a heavy weight. The key to disarming this type of trap is to either find a way to bypass the pressure plate or carefully disable the mechanism without triggering it.
Rafe then picked up a more intricate contraption with gears, springs, and a set of sharp, menacing-looking spikes.
This one is a bear trap designed to clamp down on the leg of an unsuspecting victim, causing immense pain and immobilizing them. The powerful spring-loaded jaws are very difficult to pry open, and disarming this trap requires skill and precision. One wrong move and the trap can snap shut on your fingers.
Talon listened intently as Rafe described each trap, doing his best to commit the details to memory. Wow, these traps are all so different. I can see how it's important to know how each one works and how to disarm them safely. Rafe nodded, placing the bear trap back on the workbench.
Indeed, these are just a few examples. There are many more types of traps out there, each with its own unique mechanism and purpose. As a rogue, you'll need to be familiar with a wide variety of traps and be able to adapt to new ones you might encounter.
How often do you use traps? It seems pretty complicated.
It is. They're only used on specific quests that arise. Be that as it may, you must study the devices.
The Black Fang aren't thieves, are they? Rafe chuckled as he listened to Talon's question, understanding where the young rogue was coming from.
Talon, it's true that the Black Fang is not a guild of common thieves. We have a code of honor and a higher purpose, but the pickpocketing skill is not just about petty theft. It's about finesse, precision, and the art of decepting them discreetly or plant an incriminating piece of evidence on someone without their knowledge. In some cases, it can even be used to save lives, like when you need to swipe a deadly poison from someone's possession before they have a chance to use it.
Rafe looked at Talon, his eyes serious.
As a rogue, you'll find yourself in many different situations that require a delicate touch and a keen understanding of human behavior. The pickpocketing skill is about more than just taking things without permission. It's about knowing how to manipulate your environment and those around you to achieve your goals, whatever they may be.
Talon nodded, beginning to understand the nuances of the skill and its applications beyond simple theft. He realized that, like with many other aspects of being a rogue, there was a depth and complexity to the pickpocketing skill that went beyond the surface-level understanding he had previously held.
Any more questions?
Let me think. Yeah, please explain the sleight of hand skill to me. Rafe nodded, recognizing that the sleight of hand skill was another aspect of the rogue's arsenal that required a deeper understanding.
Sleight of hand is about the art of misdirection and the subtle manipulation of objects. It's a skill that can be used in a variety of situations, both in and out of combat. Let me explain it in more detail.
Rafe picked up a small coin from the workbench, holding it between his fingers.
For example, say you need to switch a real item with a fake one, or conceal an object in your hand or on your person. Sleight of hand allows you to do this with ease and without attracting attention. It's perfect for instances when you need to make a quick switch or hide something from prying eyes.
He demonstrated by quickly and seamlessly flipping the coin between his fingers, making it appear as if it had vanished and reappeared.
In combat, you can use sleight of hand to quickly draw a hidden weapon or item, giving you the element of surprise. You could even use it to disarm an opponent or plant a small explosive on them without them noticing.
Rafe tossed the coin back onto the workbench, looking back at Talon.
Sleight of hand is another tool in your toolbox as a rogue, and mastering it will make you a more versatile and resourceful member of the Black Fang. It's not just about performing tricks or entertaining people, it's about adapting to various situations and staying one step ahead of your enemies.
Talon absorbed Rafe's explanation, his understanding of the sleight of hand skill expanding. He began to appreciate the intricacies of the skill and its wide range of applications, realizing just how essential it was for a rogue to master it. Damn, I thought I knew what some of this was for, but I was wrong. Can you teach me about the bluff skill? Rafe leaned against the workbench, ready to explain the next skill.
Bluff is an essential skill for a rogue, Talon. It's about the art of deception, misleading others, and even manipulating their thoughts and actions. In our line of work, being able to deceive others can be a lifesaver. So let me explain the bluff skill in more detail.
He crossed his arms, looking thoughtful. Bluff can be used to create distractions, make a convincing lie, or even feign weakness or injury to gain an advantage. It's all about reading your target, understanding their expectations, and playing on those to manipulate the situation to your favor. Rafe continued. For example, say you're cornered by an enemy and you need to buy yourself some time. You could use bluff to convince them that reinforcements are on their way, making them hesitate and giving you an opportunity to escape. Or you could pretend to be injured, luring them into a false sense of security before striking when they least expect it. He raised a finger, emphasizing the importance of what he was about to say. Remember, though, a successful bluff doesn't just rely on your words. Your body language, facial expressions, and tone of voice all play a crucial role in making your deception believable. That's why, as a rogue, you need to hone not only your words, but also your acting skills. Talon listened intently to Rafe's explanation of the bluff skill. The concept of using deception and manipulation as a weapon fascinated him, and he understood how it could be a powerful tool in the hands of a skilled rogue. He was eager to master the skill and integrate it into his repertoire. What else? These are good questions. It's my job to make you the best you can be. All right, how about intimidation? Rafe nodded, ready to discuss the intimidation skill. Intimidation is another crucial ability for a rogue, Talon. While bluff is about deception and manipulation, intimidation is about using fear to influence others. It's a more aggressive approach, but it can be just as effective, if not more so, depending on the situation. He looked at Talon, making sure he was paying attention. Intimidation can be used to coerce someone into giving you information, force them to back down from a fight, or even make them do something against their will. The key to successful intimidation is knowing how to instill fear in your target while maintaining control of the situation. Rafe continued. There are many ways to intimidate someone. You can use physical threats like displaying your weapon or showcasing your strength. You can also use psychological tactics such as exploiting your target's weaknesses, fears, or insecurities. And of course, your reputation can play a role in intimidation as well. If you're known as a fearsome rogue, people will be more likely to be afraid of you. He furrowed his brow, adding a note of caution. However, you must be careful when using intimidation. If you push someone too far, they might become desperate and react unpredictably. Also, using intimidation too often can damage your reputation, as people might start to see you as a bully or a tyrant. It's important to know when to use intimidation and when to rely on other skills such as bluff or persuasion. Talon absorbed Rafe's explanation, understanding the importance of balancing different social skills in his arsenal. As a rogue, he would need to be adaptable and versatile, able to adjust his approach to suit the situation at hand. Intimidation was a powerful tool, but like all skills, it had to be wielded wisely. The last thing I want to know about right now is acrobatics. Rafe seemed even more excited as he went into more detail about acrobatics. All right, let me give you a more comprehensive understanding of this incredible skill, he said, motioning for Talon to follow him to an open space in the guild hall. Acrobatics is about more than just impressive moves. It's about understanding your body and how to use it to your advantage in any situation. For instance, the ability to perform a controlled fall can save your life if you find yourself plummeting from a great height. By using your acrobatic skill, you can minimize the damage and even turn it into an opportunity to surprise your enemies. Rafe demonstrated a controlled fall, rolling gracefully and coming up in a fighting stance. You see, not only did I protect myself from injury, but I also positioned myself for a counterattack. He then showed Talon a series of advanced acrobatic moves such as running up a wall and flipping backward, followed by a series of quick and fluid rolls across the floor. Combining your acrobatics with your other rogue abilities such as stealth and evasion will make you a formidable foe in combat. You can evade enemy attacks with ease, close the distance between you and your target, and even create opportunities for sneak attacks. Rafe also pointed out that acrobatics wasn't limited to combat situations. Infiltration and escape scenarios are prime examples of when your acrobatics will come in handy.
Scaling walls, traversing rooftops, and slipping through tight spaces are all situations where your acrobatic prowess will be invaluable. Rafe paused for a moment, catching his breath after his demonstrations. I hope this gives you a better understanding of the depth and importance of acrobatics in your arsenal, Talon. With practice and dedication, you'll soon find that there are very few obstacles you can't overcome. Talon's eyes widened with excitement as he absorbed Rafe's explanation, his mind racing with possibilities. He envisioned himself moving like a shadow, fluidly navigating the most treacherous environments and striking with deadly precision. The prospect of mastering acrobatics filled him with determination to become the best rogue he could be. Rafe led Talon outside to the base of the 7-story-high guild hall, the building's impressive height casting a shadow over them. The sun was shining brightly, but the stone walls still bore the remnants of the earlier rain, glistening with moisture. All right, Talon, Rafe said with a grin. I want you to use your acrobatic skill to climb to the top of the guild hall as quickly as you can. Remember, speed and control are essential. Your focus should be on fluid, precise movements. Talon took a deep breath, focusing his mind on the task at hand. He could feel the energy within him, a newfound awareness of his body and its capabilities. He sprinted towards the wall, and with a powerful leap, he caught onto a windowsill and pulled himself up. He found his rhythm, using a combination of ledges, drain pipes, and his own agility to scale the building at an impressive speed. As he moved higher, he began to notice the intricate architectural details of the guild hall. From the ornate carvings on the stone facades to the elaborate patterns on the iron window grates. As he attempted to push himself even faster, Talon's grip slipped on a wet ledge, causing his heart to race as he struggled to regain his balance. His body swung wildly in the air for a moment before he managed to catch himself on a drain pipe, gripping it tightly as his feet scrambled for purchase on the slick wall. Taking a brief moment to steady himself and catch his breath, he continued his rapid ascent. He grew more confident with each movement, his body adapting to the challenging conditions as he climbed higher and higher. Talon reached the top, his chest heaving as he looked down at Rafe, who stood far below, his face upturned and smiling. The view from the roof was breathtaking, offering a sweeping vista of the surrounding landscape, with the rooftops of Darkvein below and the verdant forests stretching out into the distance. Rafe then pointed to a nearby tree, its branches extending a couple of stories lower than the guild hall's roof. Now, Talon, I want you to jump to that tree, then make your way down to the ground. With your current acrobatics level, you shouldn't get hurt. Trust in your abilities. Talon hesitated for a moment, taking in the height and distance between the rooftop and the tree. He steeled his resolve and, with a deep breath, took a running start. He leaped off the edge of the building, his body soaring through the air. The wind rushed past him, carrying the exhilarating sensation of flight. He stretched out his arms, his fingertips grasping at the air until they closed around a sturdy branch. He swung himself onto the tree with a powerful motion, his muscles working in harmony as he navigated through the leafy canopy. The adrenaline coursed through his veins, fueling his confidence as he descended from branch to branch. His movements were agile and controlled, his body attuned to the swaying of the tree in the wind. The leaves rustled around him, providing a soothing background soundtrack to his daring descent. Finally, Talon reached the lowest branch and prepared himself for the final jump. He remembered Rafe's assurance that he wouldn't get hurt and took a deep breath before leaping, his body arcing gracefully through the air. As he touched down, he tucked into a roll, his body absorbing the impact with practiced ease. The ground beneath him was damp and slightly muddy, but it provided the perfect cushion for his landing. Rafe approached him, clapping him on the back. Excellent work, Talon. You've got a natural talent for acrobatics, and it's only going to get better as you continue to train and hone your skills. Talon stood up, brushing the dirt and mud off his clothes. Thanks, Rafe. That was a rush. Never thought I'd be able to do something like that, he said, exhilaration still evident in his voice. Rafe grinned. It's just the beginning, Talon. As you gain more experience and improve your skills, you'll be able to do even more impressive feats. Remember, a rogue's strength lies in their agility and cunning, and mastering acrobatics is an essential part of that.
Talon looked back up at the guild hall, the building's height now seeming less daunting than before. He felt a newfound confidence in his abilities and a growing excitement for the challenges that lay ahead. As they walked back towards the guild hall, Talon couldn't help but feel a sense of pride at his progress. With each new skill he learned and each challenge he overcame, he was becoming more and more like the rogues he had admired for so long. Rafe's guidance and encouragement had played a significant role in his growth, and Talon was grateful to have such a knowledgeable and experienced mentor by his side. He was eager to continue his training and see just how far his newfound abilities could take him. Chapter 16. Rafe and Talon entered the adventurer's office, the bustling hub of activity filled with adventurers discussing quests and sharing stories of their exploits. The air was filled with the scent of parchment and ink, and the sounds of laughter and excited chatter filled the room. They approached the quest board, which displayed a variety of missions ranging from simple delivery tasks to more dangerous monster hunts.
"Let's see what we have here," Rafe said, scanning the board with a practiced eye. "Ah, this one looks interesting," he continued, pulling a parchment from the board and handing it to Talon. Talon read the quest details aloud. Quest name, Moonblossom Expedition. Description, climb Mount Gallerus and gather the rare Moonblossom herb that grows only at its summit. The herb is known for its potent healing properties and is highly sought after by apothecaries and alchemists. Reward 200 gold pieces and 300 experience points. System notification. Quest accepted. Moonblossom Expedition. Description, climb Mount Gallerus and gather the rare Moonblossom herb that grows only at its summit. Reward, 200 gold pieces and 300 experience points. Talon looked at Rafe with a grin. "Well, I've always wanted to be a mountain goat in my spare time. What do you think, Rafe? We up for a bit of mountaineering?" Rafe chuckled at Talon's humor, pleased to see him growing more comfortable and confident. "It seems like a good opportunity to put your acrobatic skill to the test, and the reward is quite generous. However," Rafe paused, looking Talon in the eyes, "I think it's time for you to take on a quest on your own. I'll be here to guide you before and after, but the climb itself is something you should experience and learn from without my direct assistance." Talon's excitement faltered for a moment, his face showing a hint of nervousness. "You think I'm ready for that?" Rafe nodded. "Absolutely. You've proven yourself more than capable, and I have faith in your abilities. It's important for you to learn how to face challenges independently, and this quest is the perfect opportunity." Taking a deep breath, Talon nodded, accepting the challenge. "All right, I'll do it. It's time for me to spread my wings and climb, I guess." As Rafe and Talon made their way towards Mount Gallerus, they decided to stop for a meal at a local restaurant called the Hearthfire Tavern, which was famous for its delicious food and lively atmosphere. The establishment had a rustic charm with exposed wooden beams crisscrossing the ceiling, dimly lit lanterns hanging from the walls, and a large crackling fireplace in the center of the room. The tables were made of sturdy oak, and the patrons filled the room with laughter and the clinking of glasses. As they entered the tavern, a friendly waitress greeted them. She had a warm smile, chestnut-colored hair tied back in a neat ponytail, and emerald eyes that sparkled with energy. She led them to a cozy corner table, handed them their menus, and introduced herself as Rose.
"What can I get for you gentlemen to eat today?"
Rose asked, her voice filled with cheer.
"I'll have the roast chicken with garlic mashed potatoes and a side of steamed vegetables, please," Rafe ordered, his voice confident. Talon looked over the menu, finally deciding on a braised beef stew with a side of crusty bread. "And could I also have a glass of your finest ale, please?" he added, feeling a little more at ease. As they waited for their food, Talon couldn't help but ask about the Black Fang Guild's ongoing missions. "So, are there any important missions happening right now with the other guild members?" Rafe glanced around the room before leaning in closer. "Talon, one thing you should know is that most of our guild's missions are kept discreet. Guild members' quests are usually kept secret unless Grant, our guild leader, thinks you need to know about them. It's for the safety and success of everyone involved."
Talon nodded in understanding. Makes sense. I guess I was just curious. He hesitated a moment before continuing. Who's the top rogue assassin in the guild? I mean, I know you're amazing, Rafe, but there's always someone at the top, right? Rafe chuckled, amused by Talon's curiosity.
Well, you might be surprised to know that the top rogue assassin in our guild is actually a woman. Her name is Raven, and she's as lethal as she is elusive. She's been with the guild for years and has completed some of the most dangerous and high-profile missions. Her skills in stealth, agility, and combat are unparalleled.
Talon's eyes widened with surprise. A woman? Wow, I wouldn't have expected that. She must be incredible. Rafe nodded.
She is. But don't underestimate the women in our guild, Talon. They're just as capable and formidable as any of the men, if not more so.
Talon, still curious, asked, what level is she then? Rafe sighed and shook his head.
I honestly have no idea. You see, Raven has a highly upgraded disguise skill. None of us can see her actual level, and she doesn't tell anyone about it. She's a bit of a mystery, even to those of us within the guild.
Their food arrived, and they both dug in, enjoying the delicious meal while continuing their conversation. Talon found himself growing more comfortable with Rafe, and the witty banter between them made the meal all the more enjoyable. As they finished eating and paid their bill, they thanked Rose for her excellent service and prepared to leave the restaurant. As they stepped outside the restaurant, Talon couldn't help but ask one more question about Raven. So what race or species is she? I mean, I know we have a diverse group in the guild, but I'm curious. Rafe paused, considering the question.
Raven is a half-elf, actually. She possesses the grace and beauty of her elven heritage, as well as the adaptability and resourcefulness of her human side. It's a powerful combination that makes her an exceptional rogue and a force to be reckoned with.
Talon nodded, impressed by the information. Wow, a half-elf. That's really interesting. It must give her some unique abilities and advantages in the field.
Yes, it certainly does, Rafe agreed. Half-elves are known for their versatility and natural talent for various skills. It's one of the reasons Raven is so successful in her line of work.
The conversation about Raven and her unique heritage only served to fuel Talon's curiosity and fascination with the world of rogues and the Black Fang Guild. For now, though, their focus was on the task at hand, retrieving the rare herb from the summit of Mount Gallerus. Talon was determined to prove himself and complete the quest successfully. Chapter 17. Rafe and Talon set off from the restaurant, their stomachs full and their spirits high. The journey to Mount Gallerus would take them through a variety of landscapes, providing ample opportunities for conversation and exploration. As they ventured along the well-worn path, they passed through a dense forest, its canopy casting dappled shadows on the ground below. The foliage was lush and green, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. Talon couldn't help but marvel at the vibrant colors, so different from the muted shades of Darkvein. Nature sure knows how to put on a show, Talon remarked, a smile playing at the corner of his lips. It's like walking through a painting. Rafe nodded, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger.
Aye, that it does. Beauty can be deceptive, though. Always stand on your guard.
As they continued deeper into the forest, they came across a small clearing where a family of squirrels was playing. Talon couldn't resist making a comment. Look at those little guys, just enjoying their day without a care in the world. Must be nice. Rafe simply smiled, appreciating the lightheartedness that Talon brought to their conversation. They pressed on, leaving the squirrels to their games. Eventually, the forest gave way to a wide rolling meadows, its tall grasses swaying gently in the breeze. A herd of deer grazed in the distance, their large doe eyes watching the pair cautiously. The sun was warm on their faces, and the sky stretched out above them like an endless blue canvas. Talon gestured toward the deer. How come they don't run away when they see us? Are we not scary enough? Rafe chuckled.
Maybe they can sense your good nature, despite your fearsome appearance.
Talon feigned offense, puffing out his chest. Well, I try to do my best to be the most charming rogue around. They shared a laugh before continuing their journey. As they crossed the meadow, the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm golden glow across the landscape. At last they reached the gently flowing river, its clear waters sparkling in the fading sunlight. Rafe led the way across a narrow wooden bridge, its planks creaking beneath their feet. Talon glanced at the water, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Think we could convince the guild to build a nice riverside spa here? Just for those long journeys when we need a little pick-me-up and a massage from a beautiful woman. Rafe shook his head, a hint of a smile on his lips.
Somehow I doubt that would be a priority for them.
Talon sighed dramatically. A man can dream, can he? With the sun setting, the air grew cooler and the landscape around them transformed once more. They found themselves at the base of Mount Galaris, its towering peak shrouded in a veil of mist. The rocky terrain was littered with boulders and scraggly bushes, a stark contrast to the verdant meadows and forests they'd left behind. Rafe looked up at the mountain, taking a deep breath. Well, here we are. Mount Galaris awaits. Talon, doing his best to mask his nervousness with humor, quipped, Well, let's get this climb over with before my legs turn into noodles. Talon stood at the base of Mount Galaris, gazing up at the imposing sight that loomed above them. The mountain dominated the landscape, a colossal mass of rock, earth, and ice that seemed to pierce the very heavens. Even from this distance, he could see the sheer cliff faces, their jagged, craggy edges standing out against the sky like teeth of some gargantuan beast. The lower slopes of the mountain were covered in a thick, verdant blanket of trees. Towering pines, their dark green needles swaying gently in the breeze, mingled with ancient oaks, their gnarled limbs twisted and contorted with the weight of countless years. The forest seemed to be a living, breathing entity, its shadows alive with the rustling of leaves and the soft murmur of unseen creatures. As they climbed higher, the trees thinned out, replaced by a rough, rocky terrain that stretched upwards towards the summit. The path they followed wound its way through narrow passes and treacherous ravines, each turn revealing a new and daunting challenge. Every so often they caught glimpses of the snow-capped peak, a dazzling white beacon that called to them from the heights, drawing them ever onwards. At one point they paused to rest, and Talon marveled at the sight that unfolded before him. The world seemed to stretch out endlessly in all directions, a vast, breathtaking panorama of rolling hills, sparkling rivers, and distant, shadowy forests. It was a view unlike anything he had ever seen before, and he found himself momentarily awestruck by its sheer beauty. As they continued their climb, Rafe began to share some of the mountain's history with Talon.
Mount Galaris has a long and storied past, he began, his voice carrying over the sound of their labored breathing. It's been the site of numerous battles and skirmishes throughout the ages, as various factions fought to control its strategic position and the rich mineral deposits hidden within its depths.
Rafe went on to explain that the mountain was also steeped in myth and legend.
Some people say the peak is haunted by the spirits of those who have perished on its slopes, their restless souls doomed to wander the heights for all eternity. Others speak of an ancient dragon named Galaris that slumbers deep within the mountain's heart, waiting for the day when it will awaken and unleash its fury upon the world. That's just a myth most believe. I hope it's a myth at least.
A dragon? That's crazy. Can you imagine this Galaris erupting from the top of this thing and attacking us? I don't think even you're leveled enough to deal with that.
All right. Let me be even more specific about the moon blossom, Rafe said, his voice laced with sincerity. When it blooms, it releases a sweet, intoxicating fragrance that can be detected from quite a distance. The silvery blue petals of the flower seem to shimmer and shift under the moonlight, giving it an almost ethereal appearance. Its stem is slender and sturdy, but the plant typically stands about a foot tall. You'll find it growing amongst the rocks where the soil is rich with minerals. Talon took a deep breath, committing every detail of Rafe's description to memory, and began his perilous climb up Mount Galaris. The first part of the ascent was a steep, winding trail strewn with loose rocks and gravel that threatened to send him tumbling back down at any moment. He dug his fingers into the dirt for purchase, his muscles straining with the effort of keeping himself upright. As he ascended higher, the trail gave way to sheer cliffs that seemed to defy gravity. The rock faces were covered in a thin layer of ice, making the climb even more treacherous. Talon's fingers and toes ached from the cold, but he pressed on, knowing that he couldn't afford to give up. In some places, the only way forward was to traverse narrow, crumbling ledges that hung precariously over yawning chasms. Talon's heart pounded in his chest as he inched his way along these perilous pathways, trying not to look down at the dizzying drop below. At one point, the mountain seemed to have a mind of its own, as an avalanche of loose rocks and snow came tumbling down, threatening to sweep Talon off the cliffside. He narrowly avoided being crushed by pressing himself flat against the rock face, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he waited for the danger to pass. The most harrowing part of the climb came when Talon found himself faced with a nearly vertical wall of ice and rock. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and began to scale the treacherous surface, his fingers slipping and sliding on the slick, frozen stone. Just as he was about to reach the top, his foot slipped, sending him plummeting through the air. His heart leaped into his throat, and time seemed to slow as he flailed desperately for something, anything to grab onto. By some miracle, his hand found purchase on a jagged outcrop, and he managed to arrest his fall, his fingers gripping the rock with white-knuckled intensity. "Hang in there, Talon," he muttered to himself, sweat dripping from his brow. "You've come this far. You can't give up now." With a renewed sense of determination, he carefully adjusted his grip and began to climb back up the sheer wall, inch by painstaking inch. As he pulled himself over the edge, his muscles screamed in protest, but he refused to give in to the pain. Breathing heavily, he finally stood on the summit of Mount Galaris, surveying the awe-inspiring view that stretched out before him. But he couldn't afford to lose focus. The moon blossom awaited, and he had a mission to complete. As Talon carefully trudged through the snow, he was filled with worry about finding the elusive moon blossom. Suddenly, a snarling sound pierced the silence, making him freeze in his tracks. From the thick vegetation, a massive, hulking creature emerged. A Yeti. The Yeti stood over 7 feet tall, its pure white fur glistening in the moonlight. Its beady red eyes bore into Talon with an eerie intelligence, while its muscular arms and legs rippled beneath the thick fur. The creature's teeth were sharp and jagged, and its blood-stained claws appeared strong enough to tear a man apart with ease. Talon's heart raced as he quickly analyzed the situation. He knew he couldn't outrun the beast, so he prepared for battle. As the Yeti lunged at him, Talon drew on his quick reflexes ability, deftly dodging the attack. The creature roared in frustration, its breath a freezing mist in the cold air. Not wasting any time, Talon activated his Shadow Step ability and disappeared into the darkness. The Yeti, momentarily confused, scanned its surroundings, searching for its prey. Talon, now invisible, approached the creature from behind and executed a sneak attack with his dagger, aiming for the Yeti's vulnerable neck. The Yeti howled in pain and spun around, swiping its massive claw across Talon's chest. Talon winced as he felt the sharp claws cutting through his armor, leaving a painful gash. Blood trickled from the wound, staining the snow beneath him. With his dual-wielding skill, Talon slashed at the creature with a flurry of lightning-fast strikes, trying to keep it at bay. The Yeti, wounded and enraged, swiped blindly at Talon, who nimbly evaded most of the attacks with his evasion skill. However, one swipe connected, sending him flying into a nearby snowbank. As he picked himself up, gasping for breath, Talon saw an opportunity to use his new ability, Crippling Strike. He mustered all his strength and aimed a precise blow at the Yeti's leg. The creature roared in agony, its movements slowed and attack power weakened. Bruised and bleeding, Talon knew he had to end the fight quickly. He continued his assault, his daggers flashing through the air, biting into the Yeti's flesh with each strike. The creature, desperate to defend itself, tried to counterattack, but its weakened state made its movements sluggish and predictable. Finally, with one last desperate swipe, the Yeti collapsed to the ground, defeated. Talon panted, adrenaline coursing through his veins as a video game-like notification appeared before him. Notification! Yeti defeated! Plus 250 experience points. Talon took a moment to catch his breath, his body aching from the intense battle. As he scanned the snow-covered summit, he noticed a faint glow emanating from beneath the snow. Eagerly, he pushed away the powdery layer to reveal the silvery blue petals of the moon blossom shimmering in the moonlight. Carefully picked the precious herb, his heart swelling with pride and relief. Despite the odds and his injuries, he had completed his quest, defeating a fearsome foe and securing the rare moon blossom. Now it was time to return to Rafe and share the tale of his incredible adventure. Talon, still panting from the intense battle, glanced down at his chest to assess the damage caused by the Yeti's vicious swipe. The wound was deep and jagged, the edges of the torn flesh already starting to bruise and swell. Blood oozed from the gash, dripping down his torso and staining the snow beneath him. The pain was growing more intense by the minute, and he knew he had to act quickly. With his energy draining due to the blood loss, Talon's concern about making it down the mountain safely began to grow. As he frantically tried to think of a solution, a figure suddenly stepped out of the shadows. It was Rafe. "I've been watching you, Talon," Rafe said, his expression serious but proud. "You fought bravely against the Yeti, but now we need to take care of that wound." Rafe pulled a small vial from his pouch, a shimmering red liquid swirling inside. "Here, drink this health potion. It should heal your wound and restore your strength." Talon gratefully accepted the potion and drank it down, the warm liquid taking effect quickly. As he felt a tingling sensation spreading through his body, he watched in amazement as the edges of the wound began to knit together. In a matter of moments, the gash had vanished, leaving only a faint scar as a reminder of the battle. "I followed you throughout the entire quest, Talon," Rafe admitted. "I wanted to make sure you were ready to face challenges like these on your own. You've proven yourself today." Talon, relieved and grateful for Rafe's presence, nodded his thanks. Rafe continued, "While you were fighting the Yeti, I discovered its cave nearby. We'll stay there for the night and rest. It's not ideal, but it's better than braving the cold out here." The entrance to the Yeti's cave was partially hidden by a thick tangle of vines and branches, which Rafe carefully pushed aside as they made their way inside. The cave was surprisingly spacious, with a high ceiling and a smooth, sloping floor that led deeper into the darkness. Stalactites hung from the roof, glistening with moisture, and the air was damp and chilly. As their eyes adjusted to the dim light, they noticed the remains of the Yeti's past meals scattered about the cave floor. Bones of various sizes and shapes, some gnawed clean, others still bearing scraps of rotting flesh, bore witness to the creature's carnivorous appetite. Rafe quickly set to work, gathering a small pile of dry twigs and branches from the cave's entrance. With a few expert strikes of his flint and steel, he ignited a small fire that soon began to cast flickering shadows against the cave walls. "I have some deer jerky in my pouch," Rafe said, rummaging through his supplies. "It's not a feast, but it should keep our stomachs from rumbling." They sat by the fire, chewing on the tough, salty jerky, and began to discuss the day's events. Rafe started with the positives, praising Talon's agility and determination during the climb, as well as his resourcefulness in using his skills and abilities against the Yeti. "However," Rafe continued, "there are a few things you could have done differently. When the Yeti first appeared, you hesitated for a moment. In a life-or-death situation, that hesitation could be fatal. You need to trust your instincts and react quickly." Talon nodded, taking in Rafe's advice. "I understand," he said. "I'll work on that." "Also," Rafe added, "when you were fighting the Yeti, you focused too much on attacking and not enough on defending yourself. You left yourself open to that swipe, and it could have been much worse. In future battles, make sure to maintain a balance between offense and defense.
Talon listened carefully, grateful for Rafe's guidance and eager to learn from his mistakes. Thanks for following me. I definitely learned that I need health potions at least. If you hadn't followed me, I'd be lying unconscious in red snow dying from hypothermia.
I'm your shadow, Rafe smirked. Let's get some rest.
Chapter 18. Whis, the desk clerk at the adventurer's office, greeted Rafe and Talon as they entered. Her eyes brightened as she spotted Talon, and she couldn't contain her excitement.
Ah, Talon! You've been selected as Darkvane's top adventurer of the week. Congratulations!
Talon raised an eyebrow, surprised that there was such an award. Really? I didn't even know that was a thing. Whis nodded enthusiastically.
Oh, yes. It's a weekly honor given to the adventurer who shows exceptional skill and dedication in their quests. And for your efforts, you'll be receiving a nice little reward.
As Whis explained the reward, a new notification appeared in front of Talon. System notification. Congratulations, Talon has been selected as Darkvane's top adventurer of the week. Rewards: 500 experience points, 100 gold coins. Talon grinned, feeling a sense of accomplishment wash over him. Wow, that's fantastic. Thanks. This is unexpected. I didn't even know this was a thing. Whis smiled in return.
You've earned it, Talon. Keep up the good work.
Talon handed the moon blossom herb to Whis, who carefully inspected it to ensure its authenticity. The vibrant blue petals shimmered in the dim light of the adventurer's office, and the intoxicating scent of the herb filled the air. Satisfied, Whis smiled and said, as Whis worked on the system, Talon couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his accomplishment. He had faced a challenging climb and a ferocious yeti to complete this quest, and he was eager to see what rewards awaited him. Whis looked up from the system and announced,
Your rewards for the Moon Blossom Miracle Quest are as follows: 500 experience points and 200 gold coins.
Just as Whis finished speaking, another video game-like notification appeared before Talon. System notification. Quest completed. Moon Blossom retrieved. Rewards: 500 experience points, 200 gold coins. Talon's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. His total rewards for completing the quest and earning the title of Darkvane's top adventurer of the week combined amounted to a substantial sum. The experience points and gold coins would undoubtedly aid him in his future endeavors, allowing him to improve his skills, acquire better equipment, and take on even more challenging quests. Talon felt a newfound sense of confidence and determination as he considered the future. With his pockets heavier and his experience growing, he was eager to take on new challenges and continue honing his skills as a rogue. Rafe clapped a hand on Talon's shoulder, his expression serious but proud. Congratulations on earning Darkvane's top adventurer of the week, Talon. You've come a long way in a short amount of time, and it's clear that you have the makings of a great rogue. Your performance on the mountain was impressive. Talon grinned, feeling a swell of pride at Rafe's words. Thanks, Rafe. I couldn't have done it without your guidance. Rafe leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a low, cautionary tone. But remember, pride comes before the fall. It's good to acknowledge your accomplishments, but don't let this title go to your head. Stay humble and focus on improving yourself. There's always more to learn, and there are plenty of challenges waiting for you out there. Talon nodded, taking Rafe's words to heart. You're right. I know there's still so much I need to learn, and I won't let this award make me complacent. Rafe smiled, pleased with Talon's response. Good. Keep pushing yourself, and remember that even the most skilled rogues in our guild have faced setbacks and failures. It's how we learn and grow. Rafe, did you ever win the Top Adventurer of the Week award? Rafe chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Once or twice, back in my early days, but I made sure not to let it get to me. I focused on refining my skills, learning from my mistakes, and most importantly, supporting my fellow guild members. Talon's determination grew stronger, inspired by Rafe's example. I'll make sure to do the same. I want to become the best rogue I can be, not just for myself, but for the Black Fang Guild too. Suddenly, another notification appeared and startled Talon. System notification. Congratulations! Talon has reached level 5. New ability unlocked. Character name, Talon. Class, Rogue. Level 5. Attributes, Strength 9, Dexterity 21 plus 1, Constitution 15 plus 1, Intelligence 14 plus 1, Wisdom 13 plus 1, Charisma 16 plus 1, Agility 19 plus 1, Endurance 12 plus 1, Luck 15 plus 1, Hit points 30 plus 5, Stamina points 36 plus 4, Mana points 18 plus 2. Primary skills: Stealth level 5 increased plus 1, Lockpicking level 5 increased plus 1, Acrobatics level 5 increased plus 1, Pickpocketing level 5 increased plus 1, Disguise level 5 increased plus 1, Traps level 5 increased plus 1. Secondary skills: Perception level 5 increased plus 1, Sleight of Hand level 5 increased plus 1, Bluff level 5 increased plus 1, Intimidation level 5 increased plus 1, Persuasion level 5 increased plus 1, Appraise level 5 increased plus 1. Combat skills: Dagger proficiency level 5 increased plus 1, Ranged weapons proficiency, bows, crossbows, throwing knives level 5 increased plus 1, Evasion level 5 increased plus 1, Dual wielding level 5 increased plus 1, Unarmed combat level 5 increased plus 1. Special abilities: Sneak attack. Deal additional damage when attacking an enemy from behind or while undetected. Shadow step. Blend into the shadows, becoming invisible for a short period. Mana cost 3. Cooldown 40 seconds. Quick reflexes. Gain a bonus to dodge and reflex saves. Poisoner. Gain the ability to apply poisons to weapons, increasing their damage for a limited time. Crippling strike. Inflict a debuff on an enemy, reducing their movement speed and attack power for a short duration. Advanced stealth. Move silently and stay hidden more effectively, reducing the chances of being detected by enemies. Assassinate. New. Deal massive damage with a precise strike when attacking a target from behind or while undetected. Note: Talon's stat sheet has been updated to reflect his progression to level 5. A new ability has been unlocked and his attribute, skills, and abilities have been improved. As Talon continues on his journey, you can develop further and enhance his character to make him more powerful and unique. Rafe crossed his arms. Let me guess, you're level 5 now. I figured you might make it there after winning your Adventurer of the Week title. My heart beat rapidly and I nodded. I have a new ability as well. Rafe's eyes widened. Again? Let's get back to the guild hall and check out your new sheet in more detail. Rafe and Talon made their way back to the guild hall, the excitement from Talon's recent accomplishments still fresh in their minds. They approached the large screen displaying Talon's progress, which now included his level 5 stat sheet. Rafe scanned the sheet, taking in each increase and new ability with a mixture of pride and amazement. Your progress is truly extraordinary, Talon, Rafe said, a note of admiration in his voice. Your dedication and hard work are evident. You're quickly becoming a rogue to be reckoned with. Talon grinned, feeling a sense of accomplishment wash over him. Thanks, Rafe. I've learned so much from you and the rest of the Black Fang Guild. I'm grateful for this opportunity to grow and become the best version of myself. His curiosity piqued, Talon asked, Can you tell me more about my new ability, Assassinate? Rafe nodded, delving into a thorough explanation.
Certainly. Assassinate is a powerful ability that allows you to strike with deadly precision, dealing a massive amount of damage when attacking an enemy from behind or from a hidden position. The key is to catch your target off guard, capitalizing on their vulnerability. This ability is particularly useful for taking out high-value targets or powerful enemies. However, be cautious when using it, as it's a high-risk move that can leave you exposed if you fail to eliminate your target.
As Talon absorbed the information, a deep voice suddenly spoke from behind him.
Impressive progress, young Talon.
Both Rafe and Talon jumped, startled by the unexpected interruption. They turned to see Grant, the guild leader, standing there with a stern but approving expression. His gaze was fixed on the screen, taking in the details of Talon's growth.
I received a notification that you'd reached level 5,
Grant continued, his eyes now locked on Talon.
As the guild leader, I'm informed whenever a member achieves something noteworthy. Your rapid ascent is truly impressive, and it confirms our initial beliefs about your potential. Bringing you back from the dead was a wise choice indeed.
Talon's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and pride. Thank you, sir. I wouldn't have come this far without Rafe's guidance and the support of the Black Fang Guild. Grant nodded, acknowledging the compliment.
Rafe is an excellent mentor, and his influence has clearly had a significant impact on your development. But it's also your own dedication and determination that have brought you this far. However, don't let your progress make you complacent. There's still too much for you to learn and too many challenges awaiting you on this path.
I understand, sir, Talon replied, his determination firm. I won't let you or the guild down. I'll continue to work hard and strive for greatness. Grant's stern expression softened for a moment, and he placed a heavy hand on Talon's shoulder.
Keep up the good work, Talon. We have high hopes for you, and we're confident that you'll achieve great things as a member of the Black Fang Guild.
With that, Grant turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing through the hall. Rafe and Talon were left to ponder the words of encouragement and the weight of the expectations placed upon them. The future stretched out before Talon, filled with countless opportunities for growth, but also with the ever-present responsibility of living up to the faith that the Black Fang Guild had shown in him. Rafe suddenly snapped his fingers, remembering an important detail.
Talon. Reaching level 5 also means you're now eligible to receive 2 apprentice-level daggers from the guild's arsenal. Unfortunately, you don't have clearance to enter the armory just yet, but I can fetch them for you.
As Rafe handed the daggers to Talon, the weight and balance felt perfect in his hands. He couldn't help but stare at the fine detail on the weapons. Apprentice-level daggers, damage 8 to 12, bonus plus 10% critical damage. The dagger's blades were made of a rare metal alloy known for its strength and sharpness. The metal had been masterfully forged, with the blade tapering to an incredibly fine point. Along the spine of each blade, a series of runes had been expertly engraved, their purpose unknown to Talon, but likely contributing to the dagger's increased critical damage potential. The hilts were not only wrapped in the finest black leather, but they also had an ergonomic design, shaped to fit Talon's hands with precision. This would ensure a firm grip during intense combat situations. The pommels were adorned with the emblem of the Black Fang Guild, a snarling, fanged wolf as a symbol of the deadly power these daggers held. As Talon turned the daggers over in his hands, he noticed that the crimson hue tracing the blades seemed to shimmer and dance as if reacting to his touch. It was as if the daggers were alive, eager to be wielded by their new master.
Rafe, these are incredible,
Talon breathed, his excitement palpable.
I can't wait to put them to use.
Rafe nodded, a knowing smile on his face.
You've earned them, Talon. Just remember to stay focused and continue honing your skills. The daggers are powerful, but it's your determination and growth that will make the real difference.
Talon looked at the daggers one last time, the weight of Rafe's words sinking in. He knew that these weapons were merely a tool, and it was up to him to wield them effectively. Chapter 19. As Talon admired the intricate design of his new daggers, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. He had come so far in such a short amount of time, and he was eager to continue honing his skills and becoming a valuable member of the Black Fang Guild. With Rafe as his mentor, he felt confident in his abilities and excited about the adventures that awaited him. Rafe, noticing Talon's excitement, patted him on the shoulder. "These daggers will serve you well, kid. Remember, though, it's not just the weapon that makes a rogue, but how you use it. Never forget the importance of training and practice." Talon nodded, his eyes still fixed on the shining blades. "I won't, Rafe. I want to be the best rogue I can be, for the guild and for myself." Rafe smiled, pleased with Talon's determination. "That's the spirit. Now, let's put those daggers to good use. How about some sparring practice to test them out?" Talon's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "I'm in. Let's do it." Rafe and Talon entered the training grounds, a large open space filled with various obstacles, training dummies, and practice targets. The other guild members were scattered about, engaged in their own training exercises. Rafe led Talon to an open area, and they faced each other, daggers in hand. "All right, Talon, let's see what you've got," Rafe said, a playful glint in his eyes. "Don't hold back, but remember, this is just practice. We're not out to hurt each other." Talon nodded, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "Understood, Rafe." The sparring session began with a flurry of motion. Rafe darted forward, his dagger slicing through the air as he aimed a swift strike at Talon's left side. Talon barely managed to parry the blow, his new dagger meeting Rafe's in a clash of metal. "Nice reflexes," Rafe commented, before launching a rapid series of feints and slashes that left Talon scrambling to keep up. Despite the intense pace, Talon managed to deflect or dodge most of Rafe's attacks. His agility and quick thinking served him well. As they continued their dance of blades, Talon began to incorporate his newly acquired skills into the sparring match. He used his advanced stealth to momentarily vanish from Rafe's sight, reappearing behind him to deliver a surprise strike. Rafe barely managed to spin around and block the attack, his eyes widening in surprise. "Not bad, kid," Rafe said, grinning despite his surprise. "You're learning fast." Talon grinned back, his excitement growing. "Just trying to keep up with you, Rafe." Their sparring continued, the two rogues moving with grace and speed as they traded blows. Rafe's experience and skill were evident, but Talon was holding his own, his natural talent shining through. At one point, Talon managed to use his crippling strike ability to temporarily weaken Rafe's defenses, scoring a glancing blow against his mentor's arm. Rafe winced, but chuckled, acknowledging Talon's success. "Clever move, Talon. I didn't see that one coming." Talon smiled, feeling a surge of pride at his mentor's praise. "I learned from the best." As the sparring match wore on, the other guild members couldn't help but take notice of the intense duel unfolding before them. They watched with rapt attention, impressed by Talon's rapid progress and intrigued by the dynamic between the two rogues. Some even began placing bets on the outcome of the match, their competitive spirits ignited by the display of skill. Between exchanges, Rafe and Talon continued their banter, their camaraderie growing with each successful parry and dodge. "You're getting better, Talon, but don't let your guard down," Rafe warned, feinting to the left before aiming a swift strike at Talon's right shoulder. Talon managed to deflect the blow at the last second, responding with a smirk. "Thanks for the advice, but I think I've got this." Despite his exhaustion, Talon pushed himself to keep up with Rafe, determined to prove his worth. He continued to use his newfound skills and abilities, catching Rafe off guard on several occasions. Still, Rafe's experience and talent ensured that he remained a formidable opponent, and he expertly countered each of Talon's advances. The sparring match finally reached its climax when Rafe launched a powerful overhead strike, his dagger whistling through the air as it descended towards Talon's head.
Talon, acting on instinct, managed to sidestep the blow and counter with a lightning-fast strike aimed at Rafe's exposed side. Rafe twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the attack, and brought his dagger up to block Talon's follow-up slash. Both rogues panted heavily, their breaths fogging the air as they locked eyes, daggers pressed against each other. The intense sparring session had left them both sweating and exhausted, but their spirits were high. Rafe grinned, disengaging from their deadlock and taking a step back. "All right, I think that's enough for today. You did well, Talon. I'm impressed." Talon breathed heavily, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. He grinned back at Rafe mischievously. Talon lunged at Rafe, his dagger slicing through the air with a lethal precision. Rafe narrowly evaded the strike, spinning around to deliver a sharp counterattack. The two rogues danced around the training grounds, their movements synchronized and fluid, a deadly ballet of blades and footwork. As they traded blows, Talon managed to slip in a quick jab that caught Rafe off guard. Rafe stumbled back a step, a hint of surprise crossing his face. "Well, look at you, Talon," he said, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. "You're certainly not the fresh-faced newbie you were a few days ago." Talon chuckled, his breath coming in quick, shallow pants. "What can I say, Rafe? I'm a quick study." They continued their sparring, the sound of metal striking against metal echoing through the training grounds. Talon's movements were swift and agile, a testament to his rapidly growing skill. Rafe, on the other hand, moved with the grace and experience of a seasoned rogue, each step calculated and precise. The two exchanged a flurry of blows, their daggers a blur of motion. Rafe feinted left, then struck from the right, his dagger aimed for Talon's heart. Talon barely managed to deflect the attack, the force of Rafe's strike sending him reeling backward. "Almost had me there," Talon admitted, a playful grin on his face despite his obvious exhaustion. "But you'll have to do better than that." Rafe's eyes narrowed, a glint of amusement flickering within their depths. "All right, then. Let's see how you handle this." With a sudden burst of speed, Rafe closed the distance between them and unleashed a powerful roundhouse kick. Talon, caught off guard by the unexpected move, was unable to dodge the attack. The kick connected with Talon's head, sending him sprawling onto the ground, stars dancing in his vision. The gathered guild members let out a collective gasp, impressed by the thrilling display of skill they had just witnessed. Rafe extended a hand to help Talon up, his expression a mix of concern and pride. "You did well, Talon. I'm impressed." Talon, still dazed from the kick, accepted Rafe's help and climbed unsteadily to his feet. Thanks," he mumbled, rubbing the side of his head. "I think I saw my ancestors for a moment there." Rafe chuckled, clapping Talon on the back. "Just remember to keep refining your skills and learning from your experience. That's the true path to becoming a great rogue." Talon nodded, the exhaustion of sparring match setting in. "I'll remember that, unless I have Dane Bramage from the kick," he said with a grin. Right after the sparring match, Rafe and Talon heard a whoosh. A slender female in Black Fang armor slipped gracefully from the roof, landing in front of them with cat-like agility. She pulled her hood back to reveal striking elven features and dark, flowing hair. She was Raven, the infamous half-elf rogue known for her exceptional skill and arrogance. Talon couldn't help but be mildly infatuated with her looks. He struggled to keep his composure. Raven's eyes scanned the pair, her cocky demeanor unmistakable.
"I'm impressed, Talon,"
she said with a teasing smile.
"You actually managed to keep up with Rafe. But you've still got a long way to go before you're in the same league as me."
She then turned her gaze to Rafe, her eyes narrowing slightly.
"And you've got a long way to go as well. This little level 5 bunny rabbit shouldn't have lasted that long in a match with you."
Rafe's jaw tightened, clearly bothered by Raven's words. But he knew her reputation as the best rogue in the Black Fang Guild was well earned. Talon, trying to maintain his newfound humor, grinned at Raven. "Well, I guess there's no better way to learn than from the best, right? Show me what you got." Raven smirked, accepting the challenge. She quickly slipped into a fighting stance, her movements fluid and graceful.
All right then, Rafe and Talon. 2 against 1. Let's see how you fare against me.
The entire guild gathered around the training grounds, their eyes wide with anticipation as they watched the sparring match commence. Rafe and Talon exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement, readying themselves for the battle ahead. As the fight began, it was clear that Raven was a formidable opponent. She moved like a shadow, her strikes precise and lightning fast. Rafe and Talon fought valiantly, their combined efforts a whirlwind of blades and swift footwork. Their blades clashed, the sound of metal on metal echoing throughout the training grounds. Despite their best efforts, Talon and Rafe found themselves struggling to keep up with Raven's relentless assault. Talon managed to block one of her strikes, only for Raven to slip past his guard with a swift kick to his side.
Nice try,
she taunted, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Talon winced, but couldn't help but chuckle. You gotta give me points for effort, right? Raven's laugh rang out like a bell, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she continued her relentless attack. Rafe, sensing an opening, lunged forward with a swift strike, but Raven easily sidestepped his blow.
Come on, Rafe. I thought you were better than this,
she teased, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Rafe gritted his teeth, his determination unwavering. Just getting warmed up, he retorted, launching a flurry of strikes at the half-elf. The fight continued, the intensity growing with each passing moment. Talon and Rafe's blades flashed through the air, their movements growing more and more desperate as they tried to land a hit on the elusive rogue. But Raven was always one step ahead, her agility and superior technique leaving them grasping at shadows. As the battle wore on, fatigue began to set in. Talon's movements slowed, his breath coming in ragged gasps. With a final, desperate lunge, he tried to land a blow on Raven, only for her to slip past his guard once more. With one well-placed kick, Raven sent Talon sprawling to the ground, the wind knocked out of him. The guild members gasped as they watched their newest member fall, but Raven was far from finished. She turned her attention to Rafe, who was now the sole target of her relentless assault.
Looks like it's just you and me now, Rafe,
she purred, her eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Rafe, already weary from their previous sparring session, fought valiantly against the half-elf rogue. He deflected her blows with all the skill he possessed, but he knew he couldn't keep up with her for much longer. Talon, struggling to catch his breath on the ground, couldn't help but admire Raven's incredible prowess. "Hey, Rafe," he called between gasps. "Any ideas on how to beat her?" Rafe, locked in a fierce exchange of blows with Raven, managed a grim smile. "Working on it, kid." The battle continued, each strike and parry more intense than the last. Rafe's body screamed with fatigue, but he refused to give in. Just as he began to think he might have a chance, Raven's foot shot out, connecting with Rafe's chest in a powerful roundhouse kick. Rafe was sent hurtling through the air, finally landing on the ground with a thud. The guild members stared in awe as Raven stood victorious over the two defeated fighters. She flashed them a cocky grin, her breathing barely labored from the intense sparring session.
"Well, I guess that's that,"
she declared, her voice dripping with smug satisfaction.
"Looks like you both still have a long way to go."
Talon and Rafe exchanged weary glances, knowing they had been bested by the Blackfang Guild's top rogue. Despite their defeat, they couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for Raven and a burning determination to one day surpass her skill. As the guild members dispersed, the adrenaline from the fight slowly fading, Rafe and Talon lay on the ground, catching their breath and nursing their bruised egos. They knew they had much to learn, but they also knew that this defeat would only serve to fuel their desire to become stronger. And in the back of their minds, they couldn't help but dream of the day they would finally stand as equals beside the legendary rogue known as Raven. Chapter 20. Rafe and Talon decided to unwind after their intense days of training and sparring. heading to a local tavern called the Howling Wolf. The tavern had a warm, inviting atmosphere with wooden tables and chairs scattered about the dimly lit room. The air was filled with the aroma of hearty meals and the sounds of laughter and friendly banter. The walls were adorned with various memorabilia, from hunting trophies to the weapons of famous adventurers who had frequented the establishment. The fireplace crackled softly in the background, casting a warm glow across the room. The duo took their seats at the bar, greeted by a cheerful bartender with a thick beard and an easy smile.
"What can I get for you, fine gentlemen?"
he asked, polishing a glass with a clean cloth. Rafe ordered a mug of the tavern's finest ale, while Talon, still not entirely familiar with the drinks on offer, decided to follow suit. As the bartender filled their mugs, he introduced himself as Gruff, the owner of the Howling Wolf.
"So, you two are from the Black Fang Guild, huh?"
Gruff asked, his eyes lighting up with interest. Rafe nodded.
"Yeah, we've been training pretty hard lately. Thought we could use a break."
Talon chimed in, and by break he means a place where I can nurse my bruises in peace. Gruff laughed heartily.
"You've come to the right place. The Howling Wolf is known for its healing properties. A good ale can do wonders for the soul."
As the night wore on, Rafe, Talon, and Gruff continued to chat, sharing stories and laughter. Rafe mentioned their sparring session with Raven, drawing an impressed whistle from Gruff.
"Raven, eh? I've seen her in action a few times. She's like a force of nature."
Talon smirked, rubbing his sore muscles. "Tell me about it. I don't think I've ever been thrown around like a rag doll before." Rafe grinned, adding,
"Yeah, she's tough, but she makes us all better. Besides, every time we get knocked down, we learn something new."
Talon raised his mug in a mock toast. "To getting knocked down and learning something new." Rafe clinked his mug against Talon's, laughing.
"I'll drink to that."
Gruff leaned in, a conspiratorial gleam in his eye.
"You know, I've heard some interesting stories about Raven. They said she once infiltrated a heavily guarded fortress, took out an entire platoon of guards, and made it out with the target without even being seen."
Talon's eyes widened, his humor momentarily forgotten. "Wow, she's really incredible." Rafe nodded in agreement.
"She's one of the best. But it's important for us to all keep improving. And who knows, maybe one day we'll be the ones people tell stories about."
Gruff leaned in closer, his eyes twinkling with mischief.
"You know, Rafe, I heard some pretty impressive stories about you."
Rafe raised an eyebrow, curious. "Really? Like what?" Gruff paused for dramatic effect before launching into the tale.
"There's this one about you infiltrating a notorious bandit camp. You managed to sneak in, disguised as one of the bandits, and you stayed undercover for days, gathering information on their plans and whereabouts."
Talon's eyes widened in admiration. "No way! That's amazing, Rafe!" The bartender continued, his voice full of enthusiasm.
"But the best part is, you not only relayed the information to the Black Fang Guild, but you also sabotaged the bandits' plans from within, and caused all kinds of chaos in their ranks. You replaced their secret stash of gold with rocks painted gold. When they finally discovered the switch, they were off at the others' throats, accusing one another of theft."
Talon chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. "Now that's just brilliant. I bet they didn't even see it coming." Rafe, a little embarrassed by the praise, tried to downplay his role in the story.
"Well, it was a team effort. I couldn't have done it without the support of the guild."
Talon grinned, still amused. "You know, Rafe, I might have to borrow that trick someday. It's too good not to use." Gruff laughed as he refilled Rafe's mug once more.
"We love Rafe around here."
Talon finished off his mug and wiped the foam mustache with the back of his hand. "Gruff, you have any other stories?" Gruff scratched his beard thoughtfully, a grin spreading across his face as he remembered another story about Rafe.
"Oh, yeah. There's this one that always gets a good laugh around here.
Talon leaned in eagerly, ready to hear the tale. Gruff began.
One day, Rafe was tasked with stealing a valuable artifact from a wealthy merchant's mansion. He had to get in and get out without being detected, and the place was crawling with guards.
Rafe groaned, already knowing where the story was heading, but Talon urged Gruff to continue. The bartender obliged, his grin widening.
So, Rafe managed to sneak into the mansion, avoiding the guards and security measures like the skilled rogue he is. But when he finally reached the artifact, he realized it was locked in a display case, and the only key was hanging around the merchant's pet monkey's neck.
Talon's eyes widened, and he asked, "So, what did he do?" Gruff chuckled, unable to hold back his laughter.
Well, thinking quickly, old Rafe decided to use an unconventional approach. He grabbed a banana from the kitchen and lured the monkey over to him, pretending to be one of the household staff.
Talon laughed, thoroughly enjoying the story. "Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, so he managed to get the key and the artifact?" Gruff nodded, laughing along with Talon.
Yep, and the best part is, the merchant and his guards spent days trying to figure out how Rafe had managed to sneak in and steal the artifact without triggering any alarms, all while being completely unaware of his monkey business.
Rafe shook his head, chuckling at the memory.
To be fair, it was a spur-of-the-moment idea. But it worked, and it's definitely one of the more memorable heists I've pulled off.
Talon, still grinning, patted Rafe on the back. "I've got to say, Rafe, I'm learning so much from you already. Can't wait to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." Gruff scratched his chin, a sly grin creeping across his face as he recalled the story.
All right, lads, I've got one more tale about our dear friend Rafe here, but I'm not entirely sure if it's the product of some overactive imagination. You've got to confirm or deny this one for me, Rafe.
Rafe rolled his eyes, clearly amused, but also a bit apprehensive about what wild story Gruff had heard. Talon, on the other hand, leaned in eagerly, taking a swig of his ale before egging Gruff on. The bartender, enjoying the anticipation, began,
So the story goes that Rafe had a mission to retrieve a particularly sensitive document from the highest floor of a heavily guarded tower. Now, the main entrance was absolutely swarming with guards, and our dear rogue friend here couldn't just waltz in without raising suspicion. That's when he came up with a brilliant, albeit completely bonkers plan.
Talon couldn't help but chuckle, already hooked by Gruff's tale. "All right, don't keep us waiting. What did he do?" Gruff leaned in closer, lowering his voice for dramatic effect.
Well, as luck would have it, there was a traveling circus performing in town that very week. Rafe managed to infiltrate the troupe, convincing them he was a skilled acrobat. He bided his time until their grand finale, spectacular human cannonball act.
Rafe groaned, burying his face in his hands as Talon burst into laughter.
Fine, I'll admit it. That one's true. It was a desperate plan, but I needed a way to get to the top of that tower quickly, and without alerting the guards.
Talon, still laughing, asked, "So you really let yourself get shot out of a cannon? Weren't you terrified?" Rafe shrugged, a sheepish grin on his face.
I won't lie, I was scared out of my wits, but it worked. I soared through the air, crashed onto the roof of the tower, snatched the document, and rappelled down the other side, before anyone even realized what had happened.
Gruff shook his head, a mixture of admiration and disbelief in his eyes.
Rafe, my friend, you are truly one of a kind. I can't imagine having the guts to pull off something that wild.
Talon raised his mug, his wide grin threatening to split his face in two. "To Rafe, the bravest and most inventive rogue in all of Darkvane." Their mugs clinked together with a satisfying clatter, and they continued to laugh and revel in the warm, convivial atmosphere of the tavern. Rafe, Talon, and Gruff continued their banter, the sounds of laughter and clinking mugs filling the air when the tavern door creaked loudly, signaling the arrival of a new patron. A tall, lithe figure with distinctly feline features swaggered in, commanding attention. This Nekajin had fur resembling a snow leopard with a striking blend of black and white. His ice-blue eyes seemed to bore into everything they landed upon. The silver paws emblem, the rival guild's insignia, shone proudly on his gleaming armor. The Nekajin, Kale, sauntered over to Rafe, Talon, and Gruff, a smug grin plastered across his feline face.
Well, if it isn't Rafe and his new little sidekick, Talon,
he drawled, his voice dripping with condescension.
I've been hearing quite a bit about you two. Seems like you've been causing quite a stir here in Darkvein.
As Rafe's face hardened, his eyes locked in a cold glare at the rival guild member. What do you want, Kale? Sensing the tension, Talon attempted to defuse the situation with a touch of humor. I didn't realize cats were allowed in this tavern, he quipped, a playful smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. I thought this was a no-pets establishment. Kale's eyes narrowed dangerously at Talon's remark.
Watch your tongue, newbie. You may have impressed a few folks around here, but you're nothing compared to the Silver Paws. Your little Adventurer of the Week title means jack shit around here. And Rafe, you really ought to teach your apprentice some manners.
Rafe, unfazed by Kale's arrogance, coolly replied, Talon can take care of himself. We're just here to unwind and enjoy some good company, not deal with the likes of you. Kale leaned in closer, his feline tail flicking irritably behind him. The scent of his spiced cologne filled the air, mingling with the tavern's smoky atmosphere.
Just remember, Black Fangs, you're not the only guild in town. And if you ever dare to cross the Silver Paws, you'll find that we're not very nice, and we show no mercy.
Rafe chuckled. Is that some kind of threat? Kale shrugged.
Take it however you want to take it.
With a dramatic flourish, Kale spun on his heel and strutted back to his table, where several other Silverpaw members sat, eyeing Rafe and Talon with a mix of curiosity and disdain. A hush fell over the tavern as Kale rejoined his comrades, whispers and murmurs passing between the onlookers. Rafe sighed and shook his head, a wry smile forming on his lips. There's always one, isn't there? Talon let out a chuckle, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipating. Yep, but hey, we've got our own guild, our own missions, and our own stories to tell. Let the Silver Paws indulge in their petty rivalries. We'll just keep doing what we do best. Raising their mugs for another toast, Rafe and Talon reveled in the knowledge that they had faced far more dangerous adversaries than a prideful Nekojin. Gruff leaned in even closer to Rafe and Talon, the creases around his eyes deepening as he frowned.
I tell you, that Nekajin Guild and the Silver Paws, they're nothing but trouble,
he muttered, his voice a low rumble.
They're known for their arrogance and lack of respect for others. Just last week, they caused a whole ruckus right here in this very tavern.
Rafe and Talon exchanged curious glances before turning their attention back to Gruff. As the dimly lit tavern was filled with the sound of murmuring patrons and the clanking of mugs. What happened? Talon asked, intrigued as he absent-mindedly traced the intricate wooden carvings on the bar counter. Gruff shook his head, a grimace forming on his rugged face.
Well, you see, there was this bard who had come in to perform. Lovely lass she was, long flowing auburn hair, and Her eyes sparkled like emeralds, played the lute like a dream, she did. Anyway, she was in the middle of her set, and everyone was enjoying themselves when a group of silver paws barged in, all rowdy and obnoxious.
He gestured toward the corner of the tavern where a small stage had been set up.
They swaggered over there, tails flicking in irritation, their silver fur glinting in the candlelight. Their leader, a tall, muscular Necogen with a nasty scar across his snout, sneered at the bard and her audience.
Gruff paused for a moment, taking a swig from his mug before continuing.
They didn't like the tune she was playing, said it was too melancholic for their taste. So they demanded she play something more upbeat, something that would liven the place up, they said. But the poor lass, she didn't know any songs that would please them, so she tried to play one of her happier tunes.
Gruff's voice grew even lower, his words heavy with anger.
But that wasn't enough for them. Oh, no. They started mocking her, throwing chairs and scraps of food at her. One of the brutes even went so far as to snatch her lute and smash it to pieces, right there on the tavern floor. Splinters of wood flew everywhere, and the bard's stricken expression was just etched into everyone's memory.
The barkeeper's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he recalled the scene.
She was devastated, of course. I had to step in and stop things from getting even more out of hand. I grabbed my trusty iron-shod broom and waved it at them, threatening to knock their teeth out. Kicked the whole lot of them out, I did. But by then, the damage had already been done. Poor lass left in tears, her beloved instrument in ruins.
Rafe clenched his fists, anger simmering beneath his calm exterior. Talon, too, was incensed by Gruff's tale. That's just awful, Talon said, his voice tight with frustration. Gruff nodded, his face a mask of determination.
It is. But I'll be damned if I let him get away with that sort of behavior in my tavern. From now on, any silverpaw who steps foot in here better behave themselves. They'll find themselves on the wrong end of my wrath.
What's her name, and where does she live? Talon asked. Gruff scratched his beard thoughtfully, trying to recall the bard's name.
Yeah. Her name's Ilara. She's quite well known around these parts, or at least she was before that terrible night. She's a half-elf with long, wavy golden hair and eyes as blue as the sky. You'd recognize her by the crescent moon pendant she's always wearing.
He furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment before pointing to the east.
She's got a small, cozy cottage on the outskirts of town near the edge of the Whispering Woods. It's surrounded by a charming flower garden that she tends to herself.
Rafe raised an eyebrow at Talon. Curiosity piqued.
Why do you ask?
Talon, his expression resolute, replied, I'm going to buy her a new lute and deliver it to her. That's the least we can do after what she's been through. I mean, I know we're not responsible for what happened, but it just doesn't sit right with me. Rafe's eyes widened in surprise, but a proud smile soon appeared on his face.
That's a really kind gesture, Talon. I didn't expect that from you, but I'm impressed. You're showing a lot more heart than some of the seasoned members in our guild.
Talon shrugged, trying to downplay the act of kindness. Well, everyone deserves to be treated with respect, right? And besides, I can't stand bullies. Plus, maybe she'll play us a song or two in gratitude. Rafe chuckled at Talon's humor and nodded in agreement, clapping him on the shoulder.
You're right, and I'll help you with that. Let's find a lute for Ilara and make sure she knows there are still decent people in this world, even among rogues like us.
The two adventurers engaged in a lively conversation with Gruff about where they might find a lute worthy of Ilara's talents. Gruff mentioned a local craftsman known for creating exceptional musical instruments. They thanked Gruff for the information and hospitality and finished their drinks, ready to embark on their new mission. Chapter 21. The next day, Rafe and Talon strolled down the cobblestone streets following Gruff's directions to the local merchant known for selling musical instruments. They soon arrived at a quaint, colorful shop with a carved wooden sign hanging above the door that read Harmonia's Heaven. Upon entering, they were greeted by the soft, soothing sounds of various instruments being played. The shop was filled with shelves and displays showcasing a wide array of musical instruments from lutes and lyres to flutes and violins. The scent of polished wood and varnish lingered in the air. Behind a long, polished counter stood a middle-aged man with a bushy mustache and warm, friendly smile. He wore a green velvet vest over a crisp white shirt and had a pair of round spectacles perched on the bridge of his nose.
"Ah, welcome to Harmonia's Haven, gentlemen," he greeted them enthusiastically. "I'm Algernon, the proprietor. What can I do for you fine folks today?"
Rafe stepped forward, smiling politely. "We heard you had some of the finest lutes in town, and we'd like to purchase one as a gift." Algernon beamed with pride.
"You've come to the right place. We have a fantastic selection of lutes crafted by some of the most talented artisans in the region."
Talon chimed in. "We're looking for something special for a friend who's an accomplished bard. She recently lost her lute in an unfortunate incident." The merchant's eyes widened with sympathy.
"Oh, that's terrible. A bard without a lute is like a ship without a sail. Let me show you some of our finest pieces, fit for a talented musician."
Algernon led them to the corner of the store where an array of exquisite lutes hung on the wall. He carefully selected a few and presented them to Rafe and Talon, explaining the unique qualities of each one, the wood type, the craftsmanship, and the tone they produced. Talon, with a humorous glint in his eyes, asked, "Do you have any lutes that can, shoot fire or play themselves?" "Just kidding, of course, but something unique would be great." Algernon chuckled heartily.
"I'm afraid we don't have any enchanted lutes, young man. However, I do have this particularly beautiful piece right here."
He picked up a lute with an intricately carved rosewood body inlaid with shimmering mother-of-pearl designs. The sound it produced was rich and resonant, filling the room with an enchanting melody. "Ah, this is perfect," Rafe declared, admiring the craftsmanship. "I'll take it." The merchant began to pack the lute into its case. Talon asked, "So how much will this beautiful instrument set us back? We'd like to be prepared for the cost."
"Ah, yes, the price," Algernon mused, stroking his bushy mustache thoughtfully. "This particular lute is a one-of-a-kind masterpiece, crafted by a renowned artisan from the Elven lands. The materials used and the intricate details make it a prized possession for any bard. It'll cost you 200 gold coins."
Talon raised his eyebrows, slightly taken aback by the sum. However, he knew the lute was worth the price, and he wanted to help the bard after the unfortunate incident with the Nekajine Guild at the tavern. He glanced at Rafe, who nodded in agreement. "I'll take it," Talon said, reaching into his coin pouch and counting out the gold coins. Algernon's eyes twinkled with delight as he accepted the payment.
"Wonderful! I'm certain the bard will be absolutely thrilled with this gift. It's truly a magnificent instrument."
As Talon handed over the gold coins, he joked, "With this kind of investment, I hope it does come with some kind of magical powers. Maybe it'll make her an even more incredible bard." Algernon chuckled warmly.
"Well, while it may not possess any magical abilities, I can assure you that the quality and craftsmanship of this lute will certainly elevate her performances."
Rafe added,
"And with a gift like this, we hope it helps her regain her confidence after what those Nekojine bullies did to her."
Algernon nodded solemnly, understanding the importance of their gesture.
"Indeed. It's always heartwarming to see people like yourselves step up and offer support in the face of such senseless cruelty."
As Talon and Rafe walked towards Ilara's cottage, they continued their conversation about the kindness they were extending. Talon playfully nudged Rafe. Rafe, sometimes it's the little things that make the most significant impact." Rafe laughed.
"You're starting to sound like a wise old man, Talon. But you're right. It does feel good to help someone without expecting anything in return." When they finally reached the garden, they slowed their pace to take in the breathtaking sight of Ilara's flowers. The sweet scent of roses, lavender, and jasmine filled the air, creating an atmosphere of serenity and peace. Talon noticed Ilara delicately tending to a rose shrub, her skilled hands moving with precision as she trimmed away dead leaves. He cleared his throat, and Ilara looked up, her emerald eyes meeting his gaze. "Hello," Talon said with a friendly smile. "We've heard about the trouble you had with the Necrogene Guild and your loot. We wanted to help, so we got you this." He gestured to the loot he was holding. Ilara's eyes widened in disbelief.
You brought this for me? But how did you even know about my loot?
Rafe chimed in. "Gruff, the tavern owner, told us the story. We couldn't just stand by and do nothing." Ilara gazed at the loot, her fingers tracing the intricate carvings.
I can't believe you went through all this trouble for me. I don't know what to say.
Talon replied, "You don't have to say anything. Seeing you happy is reward enough for us." After a brief pause, Ilara said,
I'd like to repay your kindness. Please, join me for supper tonight.
Rafe grinned. "As much as I'd love to, this was all Talon's idea. He should be the one to accept your invitation." Talon's cheeks flushed. "I'd be delighted to join you." They parted ways with warm hearts. Rafe patted Talon on the back. "You did a good thing today, Talon. Now go and enjoy your evening with Ilara." As Rafe and Talon walked along the cobblestone path back to the guild hall, Talon found himself preoccupied with thoughts of Ilara. Her stunning emerald eyes and long flowing brown hair had left an indelible impression on him. He hesitated for a moment before voicing his concerns to Rafe. "Rafe," Talon began, his voice slightly shaky, "do you think Ilara considers tonight a date or something?" Rafe glanced over at his apprentice, his eyes crinkling with amusement. "Well, it could be. But there's only one way to find out. Just relax, be yourself, and enjoy the evening." Talon sighed, running a hand through his hair. "It's just, she's so incredibly beautiful. I've never met anyone like her before, and I can't help but feel a little intimidated." Rafe clapped him on the shoulder, his tone reassuring. "You're a good-looking guy, Talon. Don't sell yourself short. Besides, beauty isn't everything. What's important is the connection you two might share. Genuine kindness and a good heart are worth more than physical appearances." Talon nodded slowly, considering Rafe's words before posing another question. "One more thing. Do you think Ilara is around my age? I know she's half-elf and they age differently, but she looks like she's close to my age." Rafe furrowed his brow, deep in thought. "I'd say you're probably close in age to Ilara. She might be a little older than you, but it's not a significant difference. Just focus on getting to know her better, share some laughs, and enjoy the evening." With that, they continued their walk to the guild hall, the sun casting long shadows on the ground as it dipped below the horizon. The air was crisp and cool, and they could hear the distant laughter of children playing in the streets. As they approached the guild hall, Rafe outlined his plans for tomorrow's training session. He wanted to teach Talon some essential traps that would enhance his rogue skills and prepare him for more challenging encounters. Talon nodded, determined to absorb as much knowledge as possible, but his thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the enchanting Ilara and the evening that lay ahead. Chapter 22. As Talon made his way to Ilara's cottage, his heart pounded in his chest. A mix of nervousness and excitement washed over him like waves crashing against the shore. He couldn't help but rehearse potential conversation starters in his head, trying to find the perfect balance between friendly and flirtatious. Maybe I should ask her about her favorite flowers. She likes flowers, right? He thought. Or perhaps I could tell her about killing yetis and goblins. That's romantic, right? Lost in his internal monologue, Talon suddenly found himself standing before Ilara's door. He took a deep breath, straightened his Black Fang Guild leather garb, and knocked gently. The door swung open, revealing Ilara in a stunning sundress that hugged her slender frame, accentuating her natural beauty. Her auburn hair cascaded in loose waves down her back, and her emerald eyes seemed to sparkle in the fading sunlight.
Welcome, Talon.
She said warmly, her voice like a gentle melody.
I'm so glad you could make it.
Talon's heart skipped a beat as he took in the sight of her, momentarily forgetting his practiced lines. He stammered out a response. Thank you for inviting me, Alara. You look nice. She smiled, a faint blush coloring her cheeks.
Thank you, Talon. Come, let's go to the patio. I prepared dinner for us.
As they stepped onto the patio, Talon was struck by the enchanting atmosphere Ilara had created. A small, beautifully set table stood beneath the stars, surrounded by the vibrant colors of her garden. Candlelight flickered, casting a warm glow over the scene. Talon noticed Ilara glancing at his Black Fang Guild garb and felt the need to explain. I hope you don't mind me wearing this. I have to represent the guild and be ready for a fight, just in case one comes looking for me. Ilara's eyes softened with understanding.
Of course, Talon. I wouldn't expect anything less from a member of the Black Fang Guild. The most honorable guild in Darkvane.
With a gentle wave of her hand, she motioned for him to take a seat, and they began their meal. Ilara had prepared a delicious spread of roasted pheasant with a tangy berry sauce, a colorful salad of mixed greens and edible flowers, and crusty bread served with a creamy garlic and herb butter. The flavors melded together perfectly, and Talon couldn't help but express his admiration for her culinary skills. "This is incredible, Ilara," he said between bites. "I've never tasted anything so delicious." She smiled, clearly pleased with his reaction.
I'm glad you like it, Talon.
Throughout the meal, they exchanged playful banter and laughter, the nervous energy dissipating as they grew more comfortable with each other. Their conversation flowed naturally like water down a mountain stream. As the last light of the sun disappeared below the horizon, Talon couldn't resist asking Ilara to play her lute. She hesitated for a moment before retrieving the instrument, a soft smile playing on her lips.
All right, Talon. I'll play you something.
She agreed, cradling the lute in her arms. As Ilara's fingers danced across the strings, the hauntingly beautiful melody filled the night air. The music seemed to weave a spell around them, and Talon found himself utterly captivated by the enchanting half-elf before him. The moonlight bathed her in a silvery glow, and for a moment time seemed to stand still. As the last notes of the song faded away, Talon felt a profound connection to Ilara, one that went beyond mere physical attraction. He knew, deep in his heart, that this evening had changed something within him. The bond that was forming between them was undeniable, and Talon couldn't help but wonder if Ilara felt it too. The silence that followed the end of the song was filled with a mix of awe and anticipation. Talon looked into Ilara's eyes, the moonlight reflecting in their emerald depths, and finally found the courage to speak. "Ilara, that was incredible," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I've never heard anything so beautiful." Her cheeks flushed with a hint of pink, and she smiled shyly.
Thank you, Talon. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
As the evening wore on, they continued to talk, sharing stories and laughter late into the night. The connection between them only grew stronger, and Talon found himself reluctant to leave when the hour grew late. "Ilara," he began, hesitating for a moment before continuing, "I've had a wonderful time tonight, and I can't thank you enough for inviting me." She looked up at him, her eyes shining with genuine warmth.
Talon, the pleasure was all mine. I'm so grateful that you came.
They stood on her doorstep, the night air cool around them, and Talon felt a sudden surge of courage. Would it be all right if I came to see you again sometime?" Ilara's smile brightened, and she nodded enthusiastically.
I'd like that very much, Talon.
With a final wave and a promise to return, Talon turned and walked away from Ilara's cottage, his heart lighter than it had been in a long time. As he made his way back to the guild hall, he couldn't help but replay the evening's events in his mind, each memory bringing a smile to his face. And as Talon walked beneath the stars, he knew that this was only the beginning of something truly special.
Talon's thoughts were entirely consumed by the enchanting evening he had spent with Ilara, causing him to lose track of his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered into the notorious part of town known as the Iron District. His reverie was shattered when he noticed two menacing figures approaching him. They wore the insignia of the Bloodcrest Guild, a rival to the Blackfangs, on their armor. The emblem depicted a crimson raven, its wings outstretched and talons extended menacingly.
Well, if it isn't a little Blackfang pup lost in our territory, sneered one of the men, a burly human with a jagged scar running down his cheek. Talon tried to remain calm, sensing the danger he was in. I'm just passing through, guys. No need for any trouble, he said, attempting to defuse the situation. The second man, a wiry elf with a sinister grin, let out a mocking laugh, cracking his knuckles as he stepped closer. You should know better than to wander into our side of town, pup. We can't let you leave without teaching you a lesson. The two men drew their weapons, the cold steel glinting in the dim light. Talon's heart raced as he realized there was no avoiding a fight. Just as the men charged at him, a dark figure leapt down from a nearby rooftop, landing gracefully between Talon and the attackers. 2 against 1 isn't very fair now, is it? Rafe quipped, his eyes flashing with determination. Talon didn't have time to wonder how Rafe had found him. Instead, he focused on the battle at hand. The fight began in earnest, with Talon and Rafe each taking on one of the rival guild members. The melee was intense and chaotic, each combatant exchanging blows with unrelenting ferocity. Talon dodged and parried, his new dagger slicing through the air as he fought the burly human. The man swung a heavy mace at him, forcing Talon to narrowly avoid the crushing blow. Talon countered with a series of quick slashes, managing to nick the man's arm. He could see Rafe out of the corner of his eye, battling just as fiercely against the wiry elf, his movements fluid and precise. Each strike, each dodge seemed choreographed and beautifully executed, like a deadly dance. Is that all you got, Blackfang? The human taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. He launched another powerful swing, forcing Talon to backflip away from the crushing force. Talon smirked even as he gasped for breath. I haven't even broken a sweat. He shot back, lunging forward and aiming a swift kick at the man's knee. The blow connected and the rival guild member stumbled, momentarily off balance. Rafe, meanwhile, was locked in a fierce exchange of blows with the elf. Their weapons clashed, sparks flying as steel met steel. Rafe ducked under a wide sash, sweeping the elf's legs out from under him. The elf, however, was quick to recover, rolling away from Rafe's follow-up strike and regaining his footing. The fight continued, the sound of metal ringing through the air as each side took and delivered their share of hits. Talon and Rafe were pushed to their limits, but they fought on, their determination unyielding. Talon spotted an opening in the human's defenses, and with a surge of adrenaline, he landed a powerful roundhouse kick to the man's jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground. The man pulled a throwing knife from his boot and tossed it at the rogue assassin. Talon's instincts took over, and his body spun, narrowly missing the knife. He quickly plunged his apprentice dagger into the man's throat and retracted the blade, resulting in a wild spurt of bright red blood. Notification! You have killed Bloodcrest Guild member. Experience points 150. Talon turned just in time to see Rafe finishing off his own opponent, a well-placed thrust of his dagger piercing the elf's chest. The elf gasped, his eyes widening in shock as he crumpled to the ground, dead. Both Talon and Rafe were battered and bruised, but they stood victorious over their adversaries. Their breath came in ragged gasps, their adrenaline still pumping through their veins. Talon looked at Rafe with a mixture of gratitude and relief. Thanks for the save, Rafe, he panted, wiping the sweat from his brow. Rafe grinned, sheathing his sword. No problem, Talon. Can't let a guildmate fight alone, can I? I'm your shadow, remember? The two Blackfang members took a moment to recover before they began making their way back to the guild hall, leaving the defeated Bloodcrest members behind. The battle had been intense, their foes formidable, but they had emerged victorious.
They knew that their skills and the bond they shared as members of the Black Fang Guild had been put to the test, and they had triumphed. As they limped back to their guild hall, Talon couldn't help but think of Ilara and how the night had taken such a dramatic turn. He knew that the life of an adventurer was never dull, and tonight had proven that in spades. Chapter 23. Talon winced as the healer applied a salve to his wounds, feeling the sting of the medicine as it worked its magic. Rafe sat on a nearby bed, nursing a bruised rib while recounting the events of the evening to Grant. "Those Bloodcrest thugs just appeared out of nowhere," Rafe said, wincing as the healer tended to him as well. "I tried to get to Talon as soon as I could, but they were on him before I even had the chance." Grant's brow furrowed in concern and frustration.
"That's not your fault, Rafe,"
he assured his friend.
"None of us should have to worry about walking down the streets in our own city."
Talon nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of camaraderie with his guildmates. "Yeah, we were just minding our own business. We shouldn't have to fight for our lives just because we took a wrong turn." He glanced down at his bandaged hands, recalling the intensity of the fight. "I didn't even know where I was going," Talon admitted. "I was just walking and thinking about my evening with Ilara." Rafe smirked. "You did look a bit smitten when you left," he teased, earning a blush from Talon. Grant paced the room, his hands clasped behind his back.
"The last thing we need right now is a guild war, especially considering there were no witnesses to the fight. But we can't let the Bloodcrest Guild just walk all over us."
Rafe chimed in. "And if anyone were to witness the fight, they'd probably be too afraid to speak up against the Bloodcrest anyway." Talon looked up, concern evident on his face. "What do you think they'll do when they find out their men are dead?" Grant sighed, pausing in his pacing.
"I'm not sure, Talon. That's what worries me. Myron Black, their guild leader, is a cunning and ruthless orc. He's never been one to let go of a grudge."
Rafe nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Myron's notorious for holding on to his grudges, like they're his prized possessions." Grant stopped pacing and looked determined. "I think it's time I had a little chat with Myron Black. We have a lot of bad blood between us, but maybe we can come to some sort of understanding. I need to prevent this situation from escalating further." The idea of a face-to-face meeting between the two guild leaders made Talon's heart race with anticipation. He knew Grant and Myron had a history of animosity, and he couldn't help but wonder what would happen when they confronted each other. Talon hesitated before asking, "What happened between you two? Why is there so much bad blood?" Grant sighed, looking out the window.
"It's a long story, Talon. Let's just say we've crossed paths on more than one occasion, and it's never ended well."
Rafe chimed in. "They've been rivals for as long as I can remember, but Grant's always been the better man, if you ask me." Grant smiled at Rafe's comment before continuing.
"I'll send a raven to Myron to request a meeting. We'll see if he's willing to talk things out before this situation escalates further."
Talon watched as Grant left the infirmary, the tension in the room lingering even after his departure. Rafe caught his eye and gave him a small, reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Talon," he said. "We'll get through this. We're Black Fang. We always do." As the raven took flight from the guild hall, carrying Grant's message to Myron, Talon couldn't help but feel a mixture of anxiety and pride. He was proud to be a part of the Black Fang Guild, standing alongside his fellow members in times of conflict. But he also knew that the stakes were high and the consequences of their actions could have far-reaching effects. Rafe patted him on the shoulder, sensing his unease. "You did well tonight, Talon. I know it was a tough fight, but you held your own." Talon managed a small smile. "Thanks, Rafe. I wouldn't have made it out of there without you." Rafe shrugged nonchalantly. "That's what guildmates are for." As they sat in the infirmary, waiting for their wounds to heal, Talon's thoughts kept drifting back to Ilara. The contrast between the serene beauty of their evening together with the chaos of the fight against the Bloodcrest members was jarring. "What do you think will happen if Grant and Myron can't come to an agreement?"
Talon asked, his voice laced with concern. Rafe frowned, considering the possibilities. I don't know, Talon. Myron's a stubborn orc, and I don't think he'll back down easily. But Grant's not one to give in either. Talon nodded, understanding the precarious situation they were in. I just hope it doesn't come to a full-blown war between our guilds. Rafe agreed, his expression somber. Yeah, that's the last thing we need. It's not about us, either. A guild war would affect everyone in the city, innocent people who have nothing to do with our conflicts. They sat in silence for a few moments, each lost in their thoughts. Finally, Rafe broke the silence. Whatever happens now, we'll face it together. We're Black Fang. We'll stand strong and protect our own. Talon smiled at Rafe's determination, feeling a renewed sense of resolve. They were Black Fang, and they would face whatever challenges came their way together. As the night wore on and the tension in the guild hall grew, Talon knew that the days ahead would be filled with uncertainty. Grant paced back and forth in the main hall of the Black Fang Guild, the weight of the impending meeting heavy on his mind. His fellow guild members wore concerned expressions, their eyes darting between Grant and the door as they awaited his decision.
Listen up, everyone,
Grant finally said, his voice steady and commanding.
I know you're all worried about this meeting with Myron Black, and so am I. But we can't let fear dictate our actions. We must do whatever is necessary to prevent a full-blown war between our guilds.
His gaze fell on Raven, the slender half-elf rogue who had impressed everyone with her skills. She met his gaze with a determined look in her eye, and Grant knew she was the right choice to accompany him to the meeting.
Raven, you're coming with me, he announced. Your stealth and quick thinking will be invaluable.
Raven nodded her understanding, and the other guild members murmured their approval. However, the tension in the room remained palpable. Talon stepped forward, addressing Grant. What about the rest of us, Grant? What should we do while you're gone? Grant considered his words carefully before answering.
I need the rest of you to stay here and protect the guild hall. I don't know what Myron might have planned, and we can't afford to leave ourselves vulnerable.
Rafe and Talon exchanged a glance, both feeling a mix of relief and disappointment at not being chosen to accompany Grant. They knew, however, that the safety of the guild hall was a vital task. As Grant and Raven prepared to leave, Rafe approached them. Grant, you know how dangerous Myron can be. Are you sure this is the best course of action? Grant offered Rafe a reassuring smile.
I know, Rafe, but we have to try. If we don't attempt to resolve this peacefully, who knows what kind of destruction a guild war could bring.
Rafe nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. All right, just be careful, both of you.
We will.
Raven chimed in, a confident smirk on her face.
We'll make sure this doesn't escalate any further.
Talon approached Grant and Raven, his brow furrowed with concern. I know you can handle yourselves, but please watch each other's backs. We're counting on you. Grant clapped him on the shoulder.
We'll be fine, Talon. Just make sure the guild hall is secure while we're gone.
The two shared a solemn nod, acknowledging the weight of their respective tasks. With that, Grant and Raven set off toward the agreed meeting spot by the storm-born river, their hearts heavy with anticipation. The remaining guild members watched them leave, their anxiety tinged with hope that the outcome of the meeting with Myron Black would bring a resolution to the conflict. As they walked through the city streets, Grant and Raven spoke quietly, strategizing for the upcoming encounter.
I know Myron's reputation,
Grant said, his eyes scanning their surroundings.
He's cunning, ruthless, and not to be underestimated. But I believe we can reach an agreement if we approach this with caution and diplomacy.
Raven nodded, her own senses on high alert.
Agreed. We'll need to be prepared for anything, though. The Bloodcrest Guild has a penchant for treachery.
Grant's jaw tightened at the mention of their rivals.
Yeah, and that's why we need to be ready for whatever they throw at us. Remember, our priority is to prevent a war, not start one.
Raven looked at him with determination in her eyes.
Understood. I won't let you down, Grant.
Chapter 24. The sun was low in the sky, casting a warm golden light over the landscape as Grant and Raven reached the meeting spot by the storm-born river. The water rushed past, sparkling like 1,000 diamonds as it twisted and turned, carving its way through the land. The lush vegetation surrounding the river was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers and damp earth. Ancient trees with gnarled trunks and broad, leafy canopies towered above the scene, their roots exposed and twisting like serpents along the banks. Despite the serene beauty of the location, Grant and Raven were on high alert. They exchanged concerned glances as they waited for Myron, the leader of the rival Bloodcrest Guild, to arrive. Minutes ticked by, and the two Black Fang members began to wonder if they had been stood up, or worse, if they had walked into a trap. As the tension built, Raven finally broke the silence.
You think he'll show, Grant?
Grant's gaze never left the tree line as he replied,
He'd better. We need to resolve this before it escalates.
Just as Grant was about to suggest leaving, Myron stepped out from the shadows of the trees, accompanied by a massive orc barbarian, clad in heavy, intimidating armor. This imposing figure was Necro, and his cold, unflinching gaze sent shivers down Raven's spine.
Took you long enough, Myron,
Grant said, his voice tense and filled with contempt. Myron smirked, unfazed by Grant's hostility.
Just making sure you weren't setting up any surprises for us, Grunt. You know how it is. Can't be too careful these days.
The two guild leaders wasted no time addressing the issue that had brought them together. Grant insisted that Rafe and Talon had acted in self-defense, but Myron countered with a claim that a witness had seen the Black Fang members attack his guild members first.
A witness?
Grant scoffed.
You and I both know that's a lie, Myron.
Myron feigned innocence.
Oh, Grant, would I lie to you?
He grinned wickedly.
In any case, we need to find a solution.
Grant clenched his fists, struggling to keep his anger in check.
What will it take to avoid a guild war, Myron?
Myron stroked his chin, a cruel glint in his eyes.
I'll give you two options, Grant. First, you can stand in the town centre, kneel before me, and kiss a blood-crushed emblem ring I wear as a sign of submission. That would show everyone the Black Fang knows its place.
You must be joking, Grant spat. Myron raised an eyebrow.
No? All right, then. Second option. I execute two of your Black Fang members to make up for the loss of my men. An eye for an eye, as they say.
Raven bristled at the suggestion, but Grant held up a hand to silence her.
You're out of your mind if you think I'd ever agree to either of those options, Myron. It's like you want a war.
Myron grinned wickedly.
Well, Grunt, the choice is yours, but I suggest you make it quickly before things get out of hand.
As Grant and Raven exchanged worried glances, they realized that the meeting was not only pointless, but also potentially deadly. They could see Myron and Necro were ready to attack. With no other option, they relied on their cloaking abilities to vanish from sight, leaving Myron and Necro momentarily disoriented. Grant wasted no time in addressing the anxious crowd.
We were unable to come to an agreement with Myron and the Bloodcrest Guild,
he announced, his voice heavy with frustration.
It seems they're determined to start a guild war.
As Grant spoke, his anger resurfaced.
Myron's demands were ludicrous. He's itching for a war, and there's no reasoning with him.
Rafe clenched his fists in frustration.
So what do we do now? We can't just sit here and wait for them to attack.
We need to prepare for the worst.
Raven said grimly.
If Myron is as determined for a war as it seems, we need to be ready to defend ourselves and our guild.
Grant nodded in agreement.
She's right. We'll need to strategize, train, and gather resources. And most importantly, we'll need to stick together. The Bloodcrest Guild is useless, but we have the strength, skill, and unity to stand against them.
Grant raised a hand for silence before continuing.
We cannot allow this war to spill out into the streets and put innocent lives in danger. We must be proactive. We're going to take the fight to the Bloodcrest Guild house. We'll leave immediately, fully armed and prepared for battle.
Jenna, a skilled archer and longtime member of the Black Fang Guild, raised her hand.
Grant, are we certain that launching a direct assault on the Bloodcrest Guildhouse is the best course of action? We could be walking into a trap.
Grant acknowledged her concern with a nod.
I understand the risks, Jenna, but we must be decisive. The longer we wait, the more likely it is that this conflict will escalate, put innocent lives in danger. Our priority is to prevent that from happening. I don't think they'll anticipate this direct move from us so quickly.
He looked around at each of them, and his voice was clear and steady as he spoke.
Listen closely, everyone. We know that the Bloodcrest Guild is full of warriors who are slower but more heavily armored. Our strength and our advantages lie in our speed and mobility.
He paused, making sure everyone understood his message.
We'll need to use every skill and technique at our disposal to outmaneuver and outwit them. It's our agility and cunning that will ultimately lead us to victory.
Rafe spoke up, his voice filled with concern. Grant, do you think we can really take on the Bloodcrest Guild? They have some powerful fighters. Grant looked at Rafe, his expression unwavering.
We have no choice. We can't let them continue to terrorize our town and threaten our guild. It won't be an easy fight, but together we can do it.
Talon chimed in. Don't worry, Rafe. We've trained hard, and we have each other's backs. We'll stand unified. Show the Bloodcrest Guild they've messed with the wrong people. Nodding, Grant continued.
That's the spirit. Now, I want Marissa to clean out our entire inventory of health potions. Everyone should carry as many as they can. We need to be prepared to heal ourselves and each other on the battlefield.
Marissa, the guild's skilled alchemist, nodded with resolve.
I'll make sure we have enough potions for everyone. Don't worry, Grant.
Grant surveyed the determined faces of his guildmates and offered a final word of encouragement.
We stand united, ready to face any challenge the Bloodcrest Guild throws our way. Remember, we fight not only for ourselves, but for the safety of our town and its people.
A burly warrior named Gorham spoke up, his voice gruff but resolute.
If it's a fight they want, then it's a fight they'll get. The Black Fang Guild doesn't back down from a challenge.
The room erupted in a chorus of agreement, the guild's members' resolve strengthened by Gorham's words.
Gather your weapons, armor, and supplies, Grant instructed. We'll depart for the Bloodcrest Guild house within the hour.
Chapter 25. The Black Fang Guild members, a formidable group of 40, dashed through the streets and across the rooftops of the town of Darkvane. Each of them, skilled in their own right, they were a force to be reckoned with. Grant, their determined leader, led the charge as they made their way toward the Bloodcrest Guild Hall. Their hearts pounded in their chests, the adrenaline coursing through their veins as they prepared for the imminent confrontation. "Stay sharp, everyone," Rafe called out to his fellow guild members. "We don't know what tricks the Bloodcrest might have up their sleeves." Talon, still feeling the excitement from his encounter with Alara, chimed in. "They will know what hit 'em." As they approached the Bloodcrest Guild Hall, the group slowed to a stop. The hall stood imposingly in front of them, a massive, dark stone structure with tall, narrow windows and iron-wrought gates. Its walls were adorned with menacing, twisted gargoyles and grim, spiked iron fixtures. The Bloodcrest insignia, a crimson crescent moon dripping with blood, was prominently displayed above the entrance, a chilling reminder of the brutality of the guild that called this place home. The atmosphere around the hall was heavy and foreboding, as if the very air itself was tainted by the malicious aura of the Bloodcrest Guild. The guild members of Black Fang surveyed the ominous building, their eyes searching for any signs of activity within.
I don't see any guards.
Whispered Ivy, one of the Black Fang's skilled archers.
It's too quiet.
Perhaps they don't think we dare attack? Rafe replied, gripping his weapon tightly. We'll show them how wrong they are.
Grant took a moment to assess the situation, his keen eyes scanning the guild hall's defenses and possible entry points. He could feel the tension in the air, the anticipation of the upcoming battle hanging heavily over his guildmates. Turning to face his fellow Black Fang members, Grant's voice was strong and resolute.
"This is it," he declared. "Now is the time for us to stand up against the Bloodcrest and protect our town and guild. Are you all with me?"
A resounding chorus of agreement echoed through the ranks, the Black Fang members' spirits fueled by their leader's determination.
"Remember," Grant said, his eyes narrowed and focused, "speed and mobility are our strengths. Use every skill at your disposal, and don't hesitate to take a health potion if you need it. Let's show the Bloodcrest that the Black Fang will never back down."
With a fierce cry, Grant shouted, "Attack!" The Black Fang Guild charged forward, their battle cries ringing through the air as they raced toward the Bloodcrest Guild Hall, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them within. Rafe and Talon crouched low, their backs pressed against the side of the Bloodcrest Guild Hall.
Remember, stealth and precision are our allies in this fight,
Rafe whispered, his eyes scanning the area around them.
Stay close and follow my lead.
Talon nodded, his nerves churning as he mentally reviewed his abilities.
I'll make sure to use evasion and dodge attacks and shadow step to maneuver behind enemies, and I won't forget to apply poison to my daggers with poisoner.
Rafe smiled, placing a reassuring hand on Talon's shoulder.
You've come a long way in just a short time, and I have faith in your abilities. Just remember what I've taught you, and you'll do fine.
Talon looked up at Rafe, his eyes filled with gratitude.
Thank you, Rafe. I won't let you or the guild down.
Rafe surveyed the guild hall, his gaze lingering on the third-floor window.
Our best bet is to gain entry from above. We can catch them off guard and press our advantage.
With a swift, coordinated movement, the two guildmates began their ascent, their fingertips finding purchase on the weathered stone. As they reached the third-floor window, Rafe turned to Talon one last time.
Ready?
He asked, his voice steady and focused. Talon swallowed hard, steeling himself for the battle to come.
Ready,
he confirmed. With a powerful kick, Rafe shattered the window, sending a shower of glass shards into the room. The pair leaped through the opening, landing in a low crouch, weapons drawn. The room was dimly lit, but they could make out the shapes of several Bloodcrest members turning to face them. Rafe locked eyes with Talon, nodding to signal the start of their surprise attack. Talon took a deep breath, his heart pounding in his chest, and charged into the fray alongside Rafe. They had the element of surprise on their side, and they were determined to make it count. As Rafe and Talon leapt into action, the Bloodcrest Guild members scrambled to defend themselves, taken aback by the sudden intrusion. The room was filled with various races, but the majority were powerful orcs clad in heavy armor. Talon's heart raced as he darted through the chaos, his stealth training and quick reflexes serving him well. He focused on avoiding direct confrontations, instead targeting the enemies that Rafe had weakened with swift, precise strikes.
Talon, flank left, I got this one,
Rafe called out, driving his sword into an orc's side. Talon nodded and dashed toward his next target, a muscular orc who had been momentarily distracted by Rafe's attack. As he approached, Talon activated Shadow Step, appearing behind the unsuspecting orc in an instant. Before his target could react, Talon drove his poisoned daggers into the vulnerable joints in the orc's armor, causing him to stagger in pain. Meanwhile, Rafe was cutting a path through the room, his sword a blur of motion as he felled foe after foe. He spared occasional glances toward Talon, watching as the young rogue utilized his skills with deadly efficiency. The two fought in perfect tandem, their movements synchronized as they carved a path through the Bloodcrest members. The sound of clashing steel and the grunts of combat filled the air as Rafe and Talon pressed their advantage. "Enemy defeated, Orc Warrior. Experience gained, plus 150 XP.
Keep it up, Talon! We've got them on the ropes!
Rafe shouted, his voice filled with adrenaline-fueled excitement. Talon nodded, his confidence growing with each successful strike. He was proving to be a valuable asset to the Black Fang, and his determination to protect his guild only fueled his resolve. Enemy defeated, Orc Warrior, experience gained, plus 150 XP. Blood and sweat stained the floor as the battle wore on, the air thick with the scent of iron and the harsh, ragged breaths of the combatants. Rafe's armor, once polished and pristine, was now marred with the evidence of the brutal skirmish. Yet even as he sustained countless blows, he never faltered, his resolve unyielding in the face of the Bloodcrest onslaught. Talon noticed a Bloodcrest mage preparing to unleash a devastating spell. The air crackled with electricity as the orc mage chanted in a guttural language, his hands glowing with arcane power. Realizing the imminent danger, Talon sprinted toward the mage, using his evasion skill to avoid the attacks that came his way. Leaping into the air, Talon executed a perfectly timed shadow step, reappearing behind the mage just as the spell was about to be cast. With a swift strike, Talon silenced the orc, preventing the spell from reaching completion. The mage fell to the ground, his body convulsing from the potent venom coursing through his veins. Enemy defeated, Orc Mage. Experience gained, plus 200 XP.
Nice save, Talon!
Rafe called out, grinning as he dispatched another foe. Talon returned the smile, feeling a surge of pride and satisfaction at his success. As Rafe and Talon fought through the Bloodcrest Guild Hall, the sounds of battle echoing around them, they couldn't help but be impressed by the ferocity and skill of their fellow Blackfang members. Each of them, despite the odds, was holding their own against the fearsome Bloodcrest warriors.
Look at them,
Rafe said, admiration in his voice as they moved through the chaos.
They're fighting like their lives depend on it.
Talon nodded in agreement, his eyes scanning the battlefield. We're a strong guild, Rafe. We'll get through this. As they turned a corner, they came across a horrifying sight. Ivy, one of their fellow Blackfang members, lay on the ground, her body impaled by a Bloodcrest sword. Her eyes were glazed with pain, but she was still alive, her breaths coming in weak gasps. Rafe, we have to help her, Talon cried out, rushing to her side.
I know. Give her some of your strongest health potions,
Rafe replied, his voice full of urgency. Talon fumbled through his pouch, retrieving 2 potent health potions and quickly uncorking them. He tilted Ivy's head back and carefully poured the liquid down her throat. As the potions took effect, her wound began to heal at an incredible rate, the sword being forced out of her body as the flesh and muscle knit themselves back together. Ivy's breathing steadied, and she looked up at Talon with gratitude in her eyes.
Thank you, Talon. You saved my life.
Talon smiled, relieved to see her recovering. You're one of us, Ivy. We look out for each other. Rafe placed a hand on Ivy's shoulder, offering her a reassuring smile. Stay here and rest, he told her gently, his concern for her safety evident in his tone.
We'll continue the fight.
Notification. Healed Fallen Blackfang. 300 experience points rewarded. Ivy nodded, her expression resolute.
I will. Finish this, Talon. Show the Bloodcrest what the Blackfang are truly made of.
The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood and guttural cries of combat. Rafe and Talon were like whirlwinds of deadly force, their skill and agility a stark contrast to the brute strength of the Bloodcrest fighters. As they moved through the battlefield, the pair seemed to dance around each other, their strikes and parries forming a deadly ballet. Talon's daggers flickered like lightning, finding the vulnerable gaps in his enemy's armor with unerring accuracy. Every time one of his daggers found its mark, it was accompanied by a rush of adrenaline and a surge of power as he gained experience. Bloodcrest Warrior defeated, plus 150 experience points. A notification chimed in Talon's vision. Rafe, meanwhile, was a force of nature, his sword cleaving through his foes with ease. He moved with a fluid grace that belied his power, each swing of his weapon a masterful blend of strength and precision. As they fought, Rafe offered words of encouragement and guidance to Talon, bolstering his resolve and pushing him to new heights.
You're getting stronger with every strike, Talon. Keep it up,
Rafe called out, taking a brief moment to catch his breath after dispatching another Bloodcrest warrior. The battle raged on, and the cacophony of steel and screams was near deafening. As the sun began to set, casting large, dark shadows across the courtyard, the bodies of the fallen Bloodcrest Guild members piled up around them, a grim testament to the ferocity of their conflict. Rafe and Talon continued to press the attack, their faces streaked with sweat and blood, their muscles burning with exertion. The intensity of the fight was exhilarating, pushing them to their limits and beyond. Every enemy they faced seemed to be stronger and more relentless than the last, but they refused to be deterred. Bloodcrest Orc Berserker defeated, plus 300 experience points. Another notification rang out as Talon took down a particularly fearsome foe. As the sky turned from orange to crimson, the tide of the battle had shifted in the Black Fang's favor. Their sheer determination and the unparalleled skill of their fighters gradually wore down the Bloodcrest Guild, and the once mighty warriors began to falter. "We're almost there, Talon," Rafe shouted, his voice hoarse from the strain. "Just a little bit more." With a final desperate surge of energy, Rafe and Talon threw themselves back into the fray, their blades flashing through the twilight as they fought to bring an end to the bloody conflict. The thrill of battle coursed through their veins, driving them to new heights of skill and power as they closed in on victory. As Talon and Rafe leaped into the fray, their blades flashed through the air, striking down Bloodcrest members with ruthless efficiency. The Black Fang members fought with renewed vigor, their spirits lifted by the arrival of their comrades. The sounds of clashing steel, shattering armor, and fierce battle cries filled the air, creating a symphony of violence. Talon fought like a whirlwind, his daggers slashing through the air, taking down Bloodcrest warriors left and right. His movements were a blur of precision and grace, each strike finding its target with deadly accuracy. As he moved through the battle, he activated his stealth abilities, disappearing and reappearing like a shadowy wraith, leaving a trail of fallen enemies in his wake. Enemy defeated. Orc warrior. Gain experience. 150 experience points. He shouted to Rafe over the din of battle. "Stay close. We can't afford to get separated." Rafe nodded, acknowledging Talon's warning. He was a force of nature, his long sword cleaving through his foes with brutal efficiency. He fought alongside Talon, the two of them forming a deadly duo that seemed unstoppable. Their combat prowess struck fear into the hearts of the Bloodcrest, who could not stand against them. As they cut down another Bloodcrest member, Rafe shouted, "These orcs may be strong, but they're slow. Keep up the pressure, Talon." Enemy defeated. Orc warrior. Experience gained, plus 150 experience points. It wasn't long before the remaining Bloodcrest members were cut down. Their bodies littered the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the battle that had just taken place. As the courtyard fell silent, Myron emerged from the second floor, flanked by his massive orc barbarian, Necro. He sneered down at the victorious Black Fang members, his eyes filled with hatred.
"Very well, Grant,"
Myron bellowed, his voice echoing through the courtyard.
"You've made your point. But now, let's settle this once and for all. Your best rogue against my champion Necro."
Grant's eyes narrowed, and he nodded.
"Raven, it's up to you."
The other Black Fang members stepped back, forming a wide circle around the two combatants. Raven, clad in dark leather armor, stepped forward to face the hulking orc. The fight began with a tense standoff. Myron taunted Grant.
"Your precious rogue doesn't stand a chance against Necro, Grant. You'll see."
Grant gritted his teeth, his response measured and determined.
"We'll see about that, Myron. Raven is more than capable of handling your brute."
Necro swung his massive battle axe, the heavy weapon leaving a trail of wind in its wake. Raven, however, was lightning fast, dodging the blows and darting in to land quick, precise strikes against the orc. As the battle raged on, the two fighters traded blows, each one trying to find an opening in the other's defenses. Raven's agility was tested to its limits as she narrowly evaded the crushing force of Necro's powerful swings. The onlookers watched in awe, holding their breath as the two combatants fought with every ounce of their skill and strength. During a brief lull in the fight, Raven called out to Necro,
"You're strong, but you're slow. I'm not going down that easily."
Necro growled in response, his anger fueling him to fight harder.
You're just a pesky insect. I'll crush you like one.
As the battle continued, Necro began to show signs of wear. As Raven's relentless assault took its toll, his movements slowed, and his breath came in ragged gasps. Raven, however, seemed to grow even more determined, fueled by her desire to prove herself defending the Black Fang. The crowd of onlookers held their breath as the two warriors clashed, each blow resounding through the courtyard. Grant and Myron locked eyes, neither one willing to look away, their rivalry simmering beneath the surface. Raven finally spotted an opening, and with a deft maneuver she plunged her dagger deep into Necro's side. The orc roared in pain, dropping his battle axe and staggering back. With a final desperate lunge, Raven slashed her other dagger across Necro's throat, sending a spray of blood arcing through the air. Necro fell to his knees, his lifeblood pouring out onto the cobblestones. His eyes met Raven's for a brief moment, and then he slumped forward, lifeless. The courtyard fell silent, the tension hanging heavy in the air. Raven stood over Necro's body, her chest heaving as she fought to catch her breath. Her hands trembled, the adrenaline of the battle still coursing through her. Grant stepped forward, breaking the silence. He looked up at Myron, his voice cold and unwavering.
It's over, Myron. The Black Fangs have won. Call off your guild members and end this senseless war.
Myron stared down at the scene below, his face contorted with rage. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, but after a long moment he nodded.
Very well,
he spat, his voice dripping with venom. Myron's voice reverberated through the courtyard, halting the murmurs among the Black Fang members.
Grant, I challenge you to a one-on-one duel. Right here, right now. Let's settle this once and for all.
Grant hesitated for a moment, glancing at his weary comrades. He knew the risks, but also understood that defeating Myron could put an end to the conflict between the guilds now and in the future if there was a rebuild. He nodded.
Very well, Myron. Let's see how good you are.
The two guild leaders faced each other, swords in hand, as the remaining members of both guilds formed a circle around them. The tension was palpable, and the air seemed to crackle with anticipation. Grant and Myron circled each other, their eyes locked, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Finally, Myron lunged forward, his sword slicing through the air with lethal intent. Grant parried the blow, their swords ringing as they clashed together. The battle was intense, both warriors evenly matched in skill and determination. They traded blows, their swords a blur of motion as they fought with everything they had. The sound of steel on steel filled the courtyard, accompanied by the grunts and shouts of the combatants. Myron snarled insults and taunts at Grant, attempting to throw him off balance.
You always were weak, Grant. A pathetic excuse for a guild leader. Do you honestly think you can win?
Grant gritted his teeth, refusing to be baited. He responded in kind, his voice steady and strong.
And yet, here I stand, Myron. Your best warriors have fallen, and soon you'll join them.
The battle raged on, neither side giving an inch. Both men sustained cuts and bruises, their clothing torn and stained with sweat and blood. The onlookers held their breath, unsure of who would emerge the victor. As they fought, Myron continued to mock Grant.
The great Grant, leader of the Black Fang, barely holding his own against a single opponent. How pathetic.
Grant dodged a vicious strike, his voice laced with sarcasm.
You're not faring any better, Myron. Your arrogance will be your downfall.
With a sudden burst of speed, Grant managed to slip past Myron's defenses, slicing a deep gash across his opponent's chest. Myron howled in pain, staggering back, his sword clattering to the ground. Grant stood over Myron, his own breathing ragged and labored.
It's over, Myron. Surrender now and save what remains of your guild.
Myron glared up at Grant, his eyes filled with hatred and defiance.
I'd rather die than kneel to you.
Grant sighed, his face etched with regret.
So be it.
With a swift, decisive blow, Grant drove his sword through Myron's heart. York's eyes widened in shock, then slowly glazed over as the life left his body. Grant withdrew his sword, and Myron crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The courtyard fell silent once more, the reality of the situation sinking in. The war between the Black Fang and Bloodcrest guilds was finally over. As the Black Fang members tended to their wounded and mourned their fallen comrades, they couldn't help but wonder what lay ahead for their guild and the town of Darkvein. Raven approached Grant, placing a hand on his shoulder.
You did what you had to do, Grant. You fought for our guild and for this town.
Grant nodded, his expression somber.
I know, Raven, but it's a heavy burden to bear.
Raven gave Grant a reassuring smile.
It is. But you don't have to bear it alone. We're all here with you, and we'll face whatever comes next, together.
Grant looked around at the faces of his guild members, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion, relief, and determination. He knew that Raven was right. They had faced this challenge as a team, and they would continue to do so in the future. With a deep breath, Grant addressed the gathered Black Fang members.
This has been a difficult and painful battle, but we fought for our guild and for the people of Darkvein. We can take pride in our victory, but let us not forget the cost.
He paused, his voice filled with resolve.
Now we must work together to rebuild our guild, heal our wounds, and ensure that Darkvein remains a safe and prosperous home for all who live here.
The Black Fang members nodded in agreement, their spirits lifted by Grant's words. They knew that there would be challenges ahead, but they were confident in their ability to face them as a united guild. Chapter 26. Talon's eyes widened in alarm as Rafe suddenly fell to his knees, his face contorted in pain. Before he could even ask what was wrong, Rafe collapsed onto his side, and Talon noticed the pool of blood rapidly forming beneath his friend. Panic surged through him, but he knew he needed to act quickly and decisively to save Rafe's life. "Rafe!" Talon shouted, dropping to his knees beside him. "Stay with me, buddy!" Rafe gritted his teeth, trying to suppress a groan. The adrenaline of the battle must have masked the pain from the wound. I have no clue when it happened. I just knew that it happened during a fight with one of the Bloodcrest. Talon's hands were shaking as he quickly removed Rafe's torso armor, revealing a deep, ragged puncture wound in his liver. He could see the blood gushing out and knew his time was running out. Frantically, he dug through his inventory and found his last 2 health potions. He pulled the corks out with his teeth, desperation clawing at his chest. With careful precision, Talon poured the first potion into Rafe's open mouth, praying that it would help. Rafe coughed and choked, spitting some of the potion out onto the ground along with a spray of blood. Talon's heart twisted in fear, but he didn't let it deter him. He gently tilted Rafe's head back and slowly poured the second potion, making sure he was able to keep it down. The effect of the potion was almost instantaneous. The wound on Rafe's liver began to close, the flow of blood gradually slowing. Rafe's breathing started to even out, and his face lost some of its ashen pallor. He looked up at Talon, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Talon," Rafe rasped, his voice barely audible. "You saved my life." Talon swallowed hard, his emotions threatening to overwhelm him. You don't have to thank me, Rafe. We're a team. We look out for each other. Rafe managed a weak smile, his eyes shining with appreciation. You've proven yourself a true Black Fang today, Talon. I'm proud to have you by my side. Talon shook his head. Damn, man. How did you function with a gash like that? That's amazing. Adrenaline can do some amazing things, my friend. Are you hurt? Just a few bumps and bruises. Talon checked the wound again, and it had closed. Notification. Healed Fallen Blackfang. 300 experience points awarded. System notification. Congratulations. Talon has reached level 6. New ability has been unlocked. Character name, Talon. Class, Rogue. Level 6. Attributes, Strength, 10 plus 1. Dexterity, 22 plus 1. Constitution, 16 plus 1. Intelligence, 15 plus 1. Wisdom, 14 plus 1. Charisma, 17 plus 1. Agility, 20 plus 1. Endurance, 13 plus 1. Luck, 16 plus 1. Hit points, 35 plus 5. Stamina points, 40 plus 4. Mana points, 20 plus 2. Primary skills, Stealth, level 6, increased plus 1. Lockpicking, level 6, increased plus 1. Acrobatics, level 6, increased plus 1. Pickpocketing, level 6, increased plus 1. Disguise, level 6, increased plus 1. Traps, level 6, increased plus 1. Secondary skills, Perception, level 6, increased plus 1. Sleight of hand, level 6, increased plus 1. Bluff, level 6, increased plus 1. Intimidation, level 6, increased plus 1. Persuasion, level 6, increased plus 1. Appraise, level 6, increased plus 1. Combat skills, Dagger proficiency, level 6, increased plus 1. Ranged weapons proficiency, bows, crossbows, throwing knives, level 6, increased plus 1. Evasion, level 6, increased plus 1. Dual wielding, level 6, increased plus 1. Unarmed combat, level 6, increased plus 1. Special abilities, Sneak attack, deal additional damage when attacking an enemy from behind or while undetected. Shadow step, blend into the shadows, becoming invisible for a short period. Mana cost 3, cooldown 40 seconds. Quick reflexes, gain a bonus to dodge and reflex saves. Poisoner, gain the ability to apply poisons to weapons, increasing their damage for a limited time. Crippling strike, inflict a debuff on an enemy, reducing their movement speed and attack power for a short duration. Advanced stealth, move silently and stay hidden more effectively, reducing the chances of being detected by enemies. Assassinate, deal massive damage with a precise strike when attacking a target from behind or while undetected. Escape artist, new, increase your chances of escaping from bindings, grapples, and other immobilizing effects. Note, Talon's stat sheet has been updated to reflect the progression to level 6. New skills and abilities have been unlocked, and his attributes, skills, and abilities have been improved. Rafe chuckled. Let me guess. Level 6? Yeah, I got experience from helping you, and that must put me over. Thanks for almost dying, man, Talon joked. You're welcome. Maybe I need this to happen more often to level you up faster. As Grant hurried over to check on Rafe, his expression etched with concern, Talon noticed the way his eyes quickly darted between Rafe's wound and his face.
Rafe, you all right?
He asked, his voice tense and full of worry. Rafe, still pale but recovering, gave a weak smile and nodded. Thanks to Talon, I'll be fine, he replied, his voice a little shaky. Talon looked at Grant, anxiety still gnawing at him, despite Rafe's assurance. How many of us were killed in the battle? He asked, dreading the answer. Grant sighed, his face clouded with sorrow, and his eyes dimmed with grief.
Only one, thankfully. Our fellow rogue Cassandra was struck down before we could reach her with a potion. It's a tragic loss,
he admitted, his voice heavy with sadness. Talon felt a pang of grief for Cassandra, who had been a skilled and valued member of the Black Fang Guild. She was a great friend and ally. We'll all miss her, he murmured, his heart heavy. Grant nodded solemnly, his jaw clenched.
Yeah, she'll be dearly missed. We'll take her back to the guild hall and prepare her for a proper funeral. She deserves to be honored and remembered for her bravery and dedication.
He then turned his attention to Rafe, a hint of firmness returning to his voice.
You should head back and get some rest, Rafe. You've been through a lot today and your body needs time to heal.
Rafe nodded in agreement, knowing full well that he needed to recover from his ordeal. He gave Talon a grateful look and clapped him on the shoulder.
"Thanks again, Talon. I owe you one,"
he said, his voice stronger than before as he began making his way back to the guild hall. Grant then turned his attention to Talon, his eyes filled with admiration and approval.
Talon, I have to say I'm incredibly impressed with your performance today,
he said, a proud smile touching his lips.
You've proven yourself to be a valuable asset to the Black Fang Guild, and your actions have undoubtedly saved lives.
Talon felt a swell of pride at Grant's praise, but he knew that they all had a lot of healing to do, both physically and emotionally after the intense battle they had just experienced. He nodded solemnly, acknowledging the compliment. "Thank you, Grant. I just did what I thought was right," he replied, his eyes reflecting the turmoil of the day's events. "But we all fought bravely today. We're stronger together. And we'll continue to honor Cassandra's memory by protecting our town and each other." Grant nodded in agreement, his gaze lingering on the battlefield strewn with the fallen.
Indeed. We must stay united, now more than ever. Let's return to the guild hall and tend our wounded. We'll need to be prepared for whatever comes next.
As they trudged through the darkened streets, the weight of the recent battle hanging on their shoulders, Rafe spoke about the deep connection between Raven and Cassandra.
"Cassandra was always there for Raven, even when things were at their darkest," he said, his voice strained with emotion. "They were more than just guildmates. They were like sisters."
Talon thought back to the numerous times he had seen the pair together, training, laughing, and sharing stories. He had always sensed a strong bond between them, but hadn't realized the depth of their connection. Raven's aloof demeanor often made it difficult to gauge her emotions, and she seemed to maintain a certain distance from most of the other guild members. Rafe sighed, his eyes filled with sorrow as he glanced up at the night sky.
"They had a unique understanding of each other, you know. Both had experienced hardships and had their own share of pain in their pasts. They found solace in each other's company."
Talon could only imagine the heartache Raven must be feeling, her stoic facade likely hiding a storm of grief and pain. "What can we do to help her?" he asked, the concern evident in his voice. Rafe hesitated, considering the question carefully.
"Right now, I think the best thing we can do is give her space and time to process everything. But we also need to be there for her when she's ready to talk or needs support. She's strong, but even the strongest among us need a shoulder to lean on sometimes."
As the imposing form of the Black Fang Guild Hall came into view, they knew that the road ahead wouldn't be easy. The members of the guild would need to band together, not only to navigate the treacherous waters of a possible guild war, but also to support one another in the face of loss. Entering the guild hall, Rafe and Talon were met with a somber atmosphere. Fellow guild members moved about, tending to the wounded and making arrangements for Cassandra's funeral. The air was thick with grief and determination, a potent mix that would serve as a powerful motivator in the days to come. Talon looked around, his eyes searching for Raven, but she was nowhere to be found. He knew that in time she would emerge from the shadows, her pain tempered by the unbreakable bond she had shared with Cassandra. And when that time came, the Black Fang Guild would be there to stand by her side, just as they had always done for each other. The funeral for Cassandra was held at dusk as the sun's last light cast long shadows across the Black Fang's private burial ground. This sacred place, hidden within a dense thicket near the edge of the forest, had been the final resting place for many of the guild's fallen members. The atmosphere was one of solemn respect, fitting for a rogue assassin funeral. The ceremony was simple yet elegant, tailored to honor the life of a rogue assassin. In the center of the clearing, a stone altar stood, draped in a black cloth embroidered with the Black Fang's emblem in silver thread. Upon the altar, Cassandra's body lay, dressed in her finest assassin's garb. her hands clasped around a dagger, her favored weapon. Around her, a circle of unlit candles stood, each representing one of the fallen guild members who had come before her. As the funeral rites began, Grant stepped forward and lit the first candle, symbol of unity and shared grief among the Black Fang members. In a hushed tone, he recited the traditional rogue's prayer, invoking the spirits of the night to guide Cassandra on her journey into the afterlife. To everyone's surprise, Raven emerged from the shadows and approached the altar. The usually reserved half-elf appeared vulnerable, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She stood before the assembly and began to speak, her voice soft yet steady.
Cassandra was more than just a fellow rogue or a guildmate.
Raven began, pausing to gather her thoughts.
She was my closest friend, my confidant, my sister. She was born in a small village, far from the bustling streets of Darkvane. Her family was poor, and from a young age, she had to learn how to fend for herself.
Raven continued, her words painting a vivid picture of Cassandra's life.
She was resourceful and cunning, traits that would later serve her well as a rogue. When her village was attacked by bandits, Cassandra single-handedly defended her family using her skills in stealth and combat. Her bravery caught the attention of a passing Blackfang scout, who offered her a place in our guild.
As Raven spoke, the other guild members listened intently, many nodding in agreement or wiping away tears of their own. It was clear that Cassandra had made a profound impact on the lives of those around her.
With every challenge she faced, Cassandra only grew stronger, honing her skills and rising through the ranks of the Black Fang.
Raven said, her voice filled with pride.
She was fearless and loyal, always putting the needs of the guild and her friends before her own. And though she is no longer with us, her spirit will live on in each of us, guiding us as we continue our path.
With her final words, Raven lit the last candle in the circle, the flickering flames casting a warm glow upon Cassandra's peaceful face. As the other guild members stepped forward to pay their respects and share their own memories, it was clear that the bond between Cassandra and the Black Fang was unbreakable, transcending even death itself. Chapter 27. Talon stood in the shadows, observing Raven as she stood alone near the edge of the funeral gathering. Her usually confident demeanor had been replaced by one of sorrow and vulnerability. The loss of her friend, Cassandra, had clearly shaken her to the core. He hesitated, his heart racing as he considered whether to approach her or give her space to grieve. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to approach her, hoping to offer some comfort. As he drew closer, he could see tears streaming down Raven's cheeks, her eyes glistening with a mixture of sadness and anger. He cleared his throat gently, trying not to startle her. "Hey, how you doing?" he asked, immediately regretting the question as it sounded hollow and inadequate. Raven looked up at him, her eyes red from crying. Surprisingly, she didn't snap at him or brush him off. Instead, she sighed and responded softly.
I've been better, but thank you for asking.
Talon apologized for the clumsy question, but Raven shook her head.
No, it's fine. I appreciate the concern.
She paused for a moment, as if gathering her thoughts.
Cassandra was more than just a friend. She was like a sister to me. We've been through so much together.
Feeling a bit more at ease, Talon listened as Raven opened up to him about her friendship with Cassandra. She recounted a story from a past guild mission where Cassandra had saved her life. They had been tasked with infiltrating an enemy stronghold and stealing valuable information. The mission was going smoothly until they were unexpectedly discovered by a group of heavily armed guards. Cassandra had reacted quickly, using her agility and cunning to distract the guards, giving Raven the opportunity to escape.
She was fearless, you know.
Raven continued, a small smile appearing on her face as she remembered her friend's bravery.
I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for her.
Talon nodded, careful not to interrupt Raven as she spoke. He understood that she needed someone to listen, someone to share her pain with. He didn't want to say anything that might upset her further, so he simply offered his silent support. Raven shared some insight into her own past, a rare occurrence considering her typically guarded nature.
When I first joined the Black Fang, I was just a lost, angry kid trying to find a place where I belonged.
She began, her voice barely audible.
I didn't trust anyone, and I didn't let anyone get close to me. I had been hurt too many times in my life, and I built walls to protect myself.
Talon listened intently, his eyes never leaving hers as she spoke. He could see the vulnerability in her expression, and he knew this was something she rarely shared with anyone.
But when I met Cassandra, it was like meeting a kindred spirit.
Raven continued, her eyes reflecting a warmth that seemed to emanate from the memory.
She was tough and guarded too, but beneath that exterior, I could see that she had a heart of gold. She was fiercely loyal to those she cared about, and she never hesitated to put herself in harm's way for the sake of her friends.
Raven's eyes grew distant as she reminisced.
Over time, she helped me break down my walls. She taught me that it's okay to trust others and let them in, that it doesn't make you weak to rely on the people who care about you.
A faint smile played at the corners of Raven's lips.
She was the sister I never had. We went through so much together, countless missions, triumphs, and tragedies. Cassandra was always there for me, even when I pushed her away. She never gave up on me, and that's something I'll never forget.
Talon nodded, understanding the depth of the bond between the two women. Sounds like she was an incredible friend, someone who truly made a difference in your life. Raven sighed, her eyes filling with tears once more.
She was. I wouldn't be the person I am today without her. I just wish I could have saved her, like she saved me so many times.
Talon reached out and gently squeezed her hand. Sometimes, no matter how hard we try, we can't protect the people we love. But what we can do is honor their memory by living our lives to the fullest and carrying on their legacy. Raven looked at Talon, her eyes full of gratitude.
You're right, Talon. I'll make sure that Cassandra's memory lives on through me and through all of us in the Black Fang.
Eventually, Raven said she was tired and needed to get some rest. Before leaving, she thanked Talon for taking the time to ask how she was feeling.
You know, most of the guild members are too intimidated to talk to me,
she admitted, her voice tinged with sadness.
I appreciate your kindness.
Talon nodded, understanding the weight of her words. This conversation wasn't about flirtation or forging an immediate connection. It was about shared grief and offering support in a time of need. As Raven turned to leave, Talon knew that this interaction had been important for both of them, a small but meaningful step towards healing. Rafe looked at Talon with a grin. All right, you've got the basics down. Let's challenge you even more to truly master your escape artist ability. We'll go through some advanced training exercises that will test your limits. They walked over to a table filled with various locks, manacles, and other restraints. Rafe picked up a set of heavy iron manacles and locked them around Talon's wrists. These are much tougher than ropes. Let's see how you fare with something more solid. Talon focused his energy, tapping into his escape artist ability. He felt his dexterity increase as he manipulated the locking mechanism with his fingers. After a few moments, the manacles clicked open, and Talon let them drop to the floor with a satisfied smile. Very good, Rafe nodded, impressed. Now, let's increase the difficulty. Rafe blindfolded Talon and locked his hands in a set of intricate, puzzle-like shackles. Your vision is one of your greatest assets as a rogue, but you can't always rely on it. You'll need to learn to use your other senses to break free. Talon strained to listen to the subtle sounds of the shackles as he fumbled with the mechanism, relying on his heightened sense of touch. Gradually, he felt the pieces of the puzzle fall into place with a satisfying click. The shackles fell open. Rafe removed the blindfold and patted Talon on the shoulder. Exceptional work, but we're not done yet. The true test of your escape artist ability will come when you're under immense pressure.
Rafe led Talon to a room he had not visited before. Rafe's jaw dropped when he saw a large water tank in the center of the room. So, is this like a hot water heater or something? I didn't unlock the plumbing ability. This is a tank that rogues use to practice their escape artist ability. You haven't been here before? Talon widened his eyes and shook his head slowly. That's a big fat negative. In this exercise, you'll be submerged in water with your hands and feet bound. Your objective is to free yourself before you run out of breath. This will test your ability to stay calm and focused under extreme stress. So I'm going to be like Harry Houdini? Rafe shrugged. I have no idea who that is or why you want to be like this person. He was one of the most famous escape artists of all time on my world. He died in a tank, just like this. Rafe cocked a brow. He must have been a terrible escape artist. Maybe he attempted it, but did not have the ability unlocked. We don't have the system where I'm from. You remember that, don't you? Ah, I forgot that. In any case, he should never have attempted this. Talon sighed and shook his head. All right, what do I do? Remove your clothing except for your underwear. Aren't you gonna buy me dinner first? For the love of the gods, we're going to be here all night. Talon held up his hands in surrender. All right, I'm listening. Can you at least turn around? Rafe nodded. After Talon stood there almost naked, he cleared his throat to get Rafe's attention. Good. Follow me over here beside the tank. Talon took a deep breath and nodded, bracing himself for the challenge. Rafe bound his hands and feet, then helped him into the tank. The water was icy cold, but Talon steeled himself against the shock. The tank's lid was closed, and he was plunged into darkness. Talon's heart raced as the water closed in around him. He fought against the panic that threatened to consume him, focusing instead on his escape artist ability. With his breath running out, he managed to work his hands free and then his feet. He pushed against the lid of the tank, and it opened. Gasping for breath, Talon emerged, victorious. Rafe smiled, extending a hand to help him out of the tank. Outstanding, Talon! You've proven that you can handle extreme situations and still use your escape artist skill effectively. Keep practicing. You'll become an even more formidable rogue. Talon's chest heaved as he caught his breath, but he couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. Talon grabbed a towel, dried off, and put his rogue garb back on. Rafe, seeing that Talon was eager for more, decided to push the training even further. All right, Talon. You've done well so far, but let's take it up a notch. In this next exercise, we'll combine several elements of your previous challenges to truly test your escape artist skills. Rafe led Talon to another room with an elaborate setup consisting of ropes, chains, and pulleys, all suspended over a bed of sharp spikes. You'll be suspended upside down with your hands and feet bound in various restraints. Your task is to free yourself while maintaining your balance and avoiding the spikes below. Talon swallowed hard as he assessed the daunting setup, but his determination didn't waver. Rafe helped Talon into position, binding his hands with a complex knot and securing his feet with a pair of sturdy, padlocked cuffs. Once Talon was in place, Rafe pulled a lever, hoisting him into the air and setting a timer. Dangling precariously above the spikes, Talon's world was turned upside down. He could feel the blood rushing to his head and his heart pounding in his ears. Despite the disorientation, he knew he had to focus on his escape artist ability to get through this challenge. Talon began by working on the complex knot binding his hands, using his enhanced dexterity and sensitive fingertips to carefully unravel it. As the knot loosened, he felt the tension in the ropes shift, causing him to sway dangerously. He took a deep breath, steadying himself before continuing. Next, Talon focused on the padlocked cuffs around his feet. He could feel the cold metal biting into his skin as he contorted his body to reach the lock. With his limited field of vision and his hands shaking from the strain, he struggled to maneuver the lockpick into position. Time was running out, and Talon knew he had to act quickly. Drawing on his inner strength and remaining calm under pressure, he managed to find the right angle and unlock the cuffs just as the timer reached its final seconds. His feet sprang free, and he used his acrobatic skills to flip gracefully through the air, landing safely on the ground. Rafe watched with admiration and pride as Talon completed the intense exercise. Incredible work, Talon. You've shown remarkable progress in mastering your escape artist ability. With continued practice and dedication, there's no limit to what you can achieve.
Chapter 28. Following the intense guild war and the tragic loss of Cassandra, a somber atmosphere enveloped the Black Fang Guild. Grant's decision to halt missions and quests was met with understanding and agreement from the members. They knew they needed some time to recover, both physically and emotionally, from the taxing war and the loss of their dear friend before they could face the world outside the guild again. Training sessions were conducted within the safety of the guild hall, allowing members to maintain and improve their skill without risking further harm. The sound of clashing swords and the thud of fists against training dummies, and the whispers of incantations echoed throughout the halls, providing a sense of normalcy in the wake of tragedy and the aftermath of the violent conflict. News reached the Black Fang Guild that the mayor of Darkvein had decided to repurpose the now vacant Bloodcrest Guild building, turning it into a monastery. The monks who would inhabit the monastery were known for their peaceful and healing ways, and many in the town hoped their presence would help heal the lingering wounds left by the brutal guild war. Members of the Black Fang Guild took the time to support one another, sharing stories of their fallen comrade Cassandra and offering comfort where it was needed. They also discussed their experiences during the war, allowing themselves to process the events and come to terms with their emotions. Raven, who had been distant since the funeral, gradually began to reconnect with her fellow Black Fangs, finding solace in their shared grief and mutual understanding of the heavy toll their war had taken on all of them. Some of the guild members focused on tending to the wounded, ensuring that their fellow Black Fangs were well cared for and on the path to recovery. The healers worked tirelessly to mend wounds and alleviate pain, their soothing words and gentle touch providing reassurance to those in need. In the evenings, the guild hall's common area would fill with members seeking companionship and camaraderie. Laughter and the clinking of tankards slowly returned, serving as a reminder that life would go on and that they would continue to honor the memory of Cassandra and the sacrifices made during the war by remaining strong and united. Grant kept a close eye on the guild during this period of respite, ensuring that everyone was given the opportunity to heal and regain their strength. Though he knew the world outside was filled with danger and adventure, he understood the importance of taking a step back to regroup and refocus. Rafe, do you have any more details about the monastery taking over the Bloodcrest building? I mean, you're full of all kinds of knowledge, Talon chuckled. Yes, as a matter of fact, I did find out more from the mayor and Grant. I knew some about these monks, but I went to the library to learn more. So that's where you've been today. As Rafe and Talon sat in the guild's common area, Rafe delved deeper into the details about the monastery that would soon occupy the former Bloodcrest Guild Hall. The Order of the Tranquil Dawn has existed for centuries, founded by a group of monks who sought to spread Seraphina's message of peace, healing, and personal growth, Rafe began, his voice filled with admiration. They've traveled across the land, establishing monasteries and healing sanctuaries in towns and cities that have suffered from violence and strife. The monks themselves practice a strict code of discipline and self-reflection, honing their bodies and minds through rigorous training and meditation, he continued. Rafe went on to describe the architecture of the monastery that would soon be constructed, according to the mayor. The building will feature tall, arched windows that allow natural light to flood the interior, and the stone floors will be replaced with warm, polished wood. The walls will be adorned with intricate carvings depicting scenes from Seraphina's life and her teachings, and the monastery's library will house an extensive collection of scrolls and tomes related to healing, spirituality, and personal growth. He then spoke about the daily life of the monks, painting a vivid picture for Talon. The monks rise before dawn, starting their day with a session of group meditation followed by a simple, nourishing meal. They spend their mornings tending to the garden, brewing healing potions, or crafting intricate amulets imbued with protective and healing magic. Afternoons are dedicated to teaching the residents of Darkvein, while evenings are reserved for personal reflection and study. Rafe also mentioned the monastery's open-door policy.
The Order of the Tranquil Dawn welcomes all who seek solace or guidance, regardless of race or background. They believe that everyone can learn from Seraphina's teachings and apply her principles to their own lives. In fact, many individuals who have faced personal struggles or experienced tragedy have found new purpose and direction after spending time with the monks.
You've learned all that in this short amount of time?
Of course. I want to know everything about Darkvein and the Barren region in general.
You're like a walking encyclopedia. Rafe held up his index finger.
I forgot to mention something about the monastery that you will find especially interesting.
Sure, what is it? Rafe leaned in closer, lowering his voice slightly as if he were sharing a secret with Talon.
Now, what I find most interesting about the Order of the Tranquil Dawn is that they have a specialized group of monks known as the Vigilant Protectors. These monks are highly skilled in various martial arts, and they serve as the guardians of the Order and its missions.
His eyes lit up with excitement as he continued.
The Vigilant Protectors train relentlessly, mastering combat techniques from all over the world. They practice a unique blend of martial arts that incorporates elements of traditional hand-to-hand combat, acrobatics, and even the use of weapons like staffs, nunchaku, and sais. Their combat style emphasizes speed, precision, and fluidity, allowing them to defend themselves and others with grace and efficiency.
Rafe paused for a moment, as if recalling a personal experience.
I once had the opportunity to witness a group of these monks in action during a mission. It was incredible, Talon. They moved as one, each strike flowing seamlessly into the next, their bodies moving in perfect harmony. Their movements were like a dance, yet there was no doubt about the deadly force behind each blow.
He went on to explain the role of the Vigilant Protectors within the Order.
Their primary duty is to protect the monasteries and the missionaries who venture out into the world to spread Seraphina's teachings. They also safeguard the Order's valuable artifacts and scrolls, ensuring that their knowledge is preserved for future generations.
Rafe also mentioned that the Vigilant Protectors were committed to a strict code of ethics, one that emphasized restraint, compassion, and the sanctity of life.
They will always seek to avoid violence whenever possible, and they only resort to combat when it's absolutely necessary to protect themselves or others. They believe that true strength lies not in the ability to defeat others, but in the wisdom to know when to fight and when to show mercy.
Damn, you know all about these monks. Your historian profession is insane. Rafe's enthusiasm for the subject was palpable as he continued to share more about the Vigilant Protectors with Talon.
You see, Talon, these monks undergo a rigorous and demanding training regimen from a very young age. They are taught discipline, focus, and the value of hard work. Their days are filled with meditation, physical conditioning, and the study of various martial arts disciplines.
He emphasized the importance of the mental aspect of their training.
In addition to their physical prowess, the Vigilant Protectors are also well-versed in the art of mental discipline. They practice meditation techniques that allow them to achieve heightened states of awareness, granting them incredible focus and clarity of mind. This mental fortitude not only enhances their combat abilities, but also helps them remain calm and centered in even the most stressful situations.
Rafe further elaborated on their daily routines.
A typical day for a Vigilant Protector starts before sunrise with a session of meditation, followed by hours of intense training in various martial arts disciplines. They also dedicate time to studying the teachings of Seraphina and the history of their order. In the evenings, they often engage in group training exercises, honing their skills in cooperative combat and refining their ability to work as a seamless unit.
He also mentioned the importance of community within the Order.
The Vigilant Protectors are not just a group of skilled warriors, but a close-knit community that supports one another in their quest for personal growth and enlightenment. They share a deep bond forged through the years of training and a common dedication to their sacred mission.
As Rafe spoke, Talon couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the Vigilant Protectors and their way of life. Their unwavering dedication to both martial excellence and spiritual growth was inspiring, and he wondered what it would be like to train alongside such disciplined and skilled warriors. Can you tell me something about this Seraphina? Talon asked and braced for a huge info dump. Rafe smiled, clearly excited to educate Talon.
Seraphina was also known as the goddess of light and protection. She's one of the revered deities in our world, Talon, Rafe began. She's often depicted as a radiant and ethereal being with large luminous wings that symbolize her divine nature. Seraphina is the embodiment of compassion, wisdom, and purity, and her teachings emphasize the importance of living a life of selflessness, humility, and service to others.
Rafe continued, explaining the origins of Seraphina's worship.
The worship of Seraphina dates back thousands of years to a time when darkness and chaos threatened to consume the world. It is said that Seraphina descended from the heavens, bringing with her the light of hope and the promise of protection. Through her divine intervention, balance and order were restored and the world was saved from destruction.
He then shared the reasons for the Order of the Tranquil Dawn's devotion to Seraphina.
The Order of the Tranquil Dawn has chosen Seraphina as their patron goddess because her teachings align with their mission and values. They strive to follow her example, dedicating their lives to the pursuit of wisdom, compassion, and service. By doing so, they believe they can be instruments of Seraphina's light, helping to dispel darkness and bring hope to those in need.
Rafe elaborated on the Order's practices and the role of Seraphina's teachings in their daily lives.
The members of the Order undergo rigorous spiritual training, meditating on Seraphina's teachings and incorporating them into every aspect of their lives. They believe that by nurturing their own inner light and committing themselves to acts of service and charity, they can become beacons of hope and inspiration for others. In this way, they aim to spread Seraphina's message of love, compassion, and selflessness throughout the world.
When are they supposed to arrive? Talon asked.
It is my understanding that a couple dozen will be arriving later this week to begin the renovations. Once the renovations are done, the rest of the monks will come.
Talon nodded and crossed his arms. This monastery will really clean up the Iron District. Their influence in the area will do so much for Darkvein. Rafe smiled.
Agreed.
Chapter 29. Rafe and Talon entered the adventurer's office feeling the buzz of excitement that filled the air as the other adventurers discussed their plans and examined the available quests. They approached the quest board, a vast array of parchments and scrolls pinned to it, each detailing tasks and rewards. Rafe's experienced eyes scanned the board, searching for a suitable challenge for Talon at level 6. After a moment, he found one that caught his attention. He carefully pulled the parchment from the board and handed it to Talon to read. System notification, new quest acquired. Title, The Crypt of Shadows. Description, a crypt in the nearby forest has been overrun by undead creatures. The town guards have tried to handle the situation but have been unsuccessful. The town council is seeking adventurers to clear the crypt and restore peace to the area. Experience reward 2,000 experience. Gold reward 500 gold. Rafe's voice held a note of excitement as he explained,
This one should be a good challenge for you, Talon. The crypt is said to be infested with undead, but the experience reward is high, so it's worth the risk. I'll be in the shadows, watching and ready to help if you need me. But I want you to handle this quest on your own. It'll help you grow as a rogue and learn to rely on your abilities.
Talon looked down at the parchment, taking in the details of the quest, then back up at Rafe with determination in his eyes. That's an insane amount of experience that'll be rewarded. I'll do my best. Rafe smiled warmly, clapping him on the shoulder.
I have no doubt you'll succeed. Just remember your training, trust your instincts, and don't be afraid to use that new ability of yours. You've got this, Talon.
As Rafe and Talon prepared to leave the adventurer's office, Rafe turned to his young apprentice with a serious expression.
Talon, I need you to travel to the quest marker on your own. You should familiarize yourself with the area, and this will be a good opportunity for you to gain some independence.
Talon hesitated for a moment, then asked, Have you ever been to this crypt before, Rafe? Rafe shook his head.
No, I've never even heard of it. It may have been discovered recently, possibly during an archaeological dig. If it were anything but very recent, I would know about it.
Talon nodded, understanding the importance of exploring the unknown and facing challenges head-on. As he made his way through the bustling streets toward the quest marker, he suddenly bumped into Ilara, the beautiful half-elf bard he had met earlier. Ilara's long auburn hair flowed down her back, and her bright green eyes sparkled with warmth and amusement. Her face was framed by a few loose strands of hair that danced in the gentle breeze. She was dressed in a flowing white blouse and brown leather pants, which accentuated her lithe, graceful figure. A lute was slung over her shoulder, and her delicate fingers rested on the strings.
Hey there, Talon.
She greeted him with a teasing smile.
I'm on my way to the tavern to play my lute. I heard about the guild war and the brutality that took place. I'm so relieved to see you're okay.
Talon felt his cheeks warm at her concern. Thanks, Laura. I'm glad to be alive, too. Your music is always such a treat to listen to, you know?
My company isn't a treat.
Ilara asked with a smirk. Talon cringed, then smiled when she saw she was joking. Your company is divine. Ilara's smile widened, and her eyes twinkled with mischief.
Well, you'll have to come by the tavern sometime and let me know if my latest songs are acceptable.
I'll definitely do that, Talon replied, trying to maintain his composure as he found himself drawn in by her playful charm. I hope I won't be too late after I finish this quest.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be playing for a while,
Ilara assured him.
Just promise me you'll be careful out there, okay?
I promise, Talon said sincerely, touched by her genuine concern. The two exchanged a few more flirtatious remarks before realizing that they both had places to be. With a wave and a wink, Ilara turned toward the tavern, her lute's melody sure to fill the air once she arrived. Talon watched her for a moment before continuing on his own journey to the quest marker, a newfound determination to succeed and impress Ilara fueling his steps. Talon adjusted the straps of his pack, taking a final deep breath of the fresh forest air before embarking on his journey to the crypt. The path he followed was well-trodden, evidence of the many adventurers who had ventured into the woods before him. As he walked, he couldn't help but notice the vibrant colors of the forest, the emerald leaves, the rich brown of the tree trunks, and the occasional burst of color from a blooming wildflower. Every so often he would pause and listen to the sounds of the forest, the melodic trill of a songbird, the rustle of a squirrel darting through the underbrush, and the gentle murmur of a nearby stream. The tranquility of the woods was a stark contrast to the noise and chaos of the town he had left behind, and Talon found himself appreciating the brief respite from the bustling streets. As he continued his journey, the path began to wind its way uphill, the incline gradually growing steeper. Talon's breathing grew heavier as he climbed, sweat forming on his brow as he pushed himself onward. He mumbled to himself, "This better be worth it. Can't believe this crypt is this far outside of town." The landscape began to change as Talon ventured deeper into the woods. The trees grew taller and more imposing, their branches intertwined above him like the fingers of ancient giants. The sunlight that once filtered through the canopy now struggled to reach the forest floor, casting the woods in a dim, almost eerie twilight. As he neared the quest marker, the air grew colder, and a faint smell of decay and damp earth filled the air. The forest seemed to become more oppressive, the silence now unnerving rather than calming. Talon could feel the weight of the crypt's presence, its malevolent energy hanging heavy in the air like a thick fog. The entrance to the crypt loomed before him, a dark and foreboding chasm that seemed to swallow the light of the forest. The stone stairs, slick with moss and moisture, descended into the abyss, their edges worn smooth by the passage of time. The ancient stones that framed the entrance were covered in intricate carvings and runes, their edges softened by age, but the eerie energy they emitted was palpable. Talon hesitated at the top of the stairs, a shiver running down his spine as he stared into the darkness. The crypt seemed to call to him, an irresistible lure that promised both danger and untold treasures. Gathering his courage, he took a step forward, his foot connecting with the first cold, damp stone. As he descended into the crypt, the darkness seemed to close in around him, swallowing him whole as he ventured into the unknown. As Talon crossed the threshold of the crypt, the smell of decay and stale air hit him like a wave. It was a suffocating darkness that seemed to swallow all light and sound. He found himself relying on his heightened senses as a rogue to navigate the pitch-black interior. The walls were covered in cobwebs and ancient sconces that once held flickering torches. The dripping of water from the stone ceiling onto the damp floor echoed around him, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The temperature dropped as he moved further into the depths, a chill settling in his bones that he couldn't quite shake off. The crypt felt like a tomb, and the heavy weight of history and death pressed down on him. Talon entered a larger chamber where faint light filtered in from cracks in the ceiling. The chamber was lined with crumbling stone sarcophagi, their lids cracked and broken, and piles of bones littering the floor. The air felt heavy with the presence of the undead, an almost palpable energy that seemed to seep from the very walls. Suddenly he heard guttural moaning and the sound of dragging footsteps. 6 undead creatures shambled toward him, their rotting flesh hanging from their bones and their dead eyes fixed on him with a ravenous hunger that chilled him to the core. Without hesitation, Talon drew his dual daggers and leapt into action. He struck the first undead with a quick slash across its chest, expecting it to fall, but it didn't. Confused, he recalled that the undead needed to be stabbed in the brain to be killed. Adjusting his strategy, Talon used his shadow step ability to disappear into the darkness and reappear behind the nearest undead creature. With a swift, precise strike, he plunged his dagger through its skull and the creature crumpled to the ground. System notification. You have gained 75 experience points. Talon continued to dispatch the remaining undead, using his stealth and agility to evade their clumsy attacks. He rolled beneath the swing of a decaying arm and rose, driving his dagger upwards into the skull of another undead. System notification. You have gained 75 experience points. The remaining 4 undead creatures began to close in, but Talon was relentless. He made use of his crippling strike ability to slow their movements even further, and his sneak attack to deal massive damage when striking them from behind. He nimbly moved around the chamber, dodging the undead's attacks and striking when they were most vulnerable. At one point, 2 undead lunged at him simultaneously. Talon, using his quick reflexes, performed a backflip, narrowly avoiding their gnashing teeth. He landed on his feet, turned, and unleashed a flurry of slashes, severing the creatures' heads from their rotting bodies. System notification. You have gained 75 experience points. System notification. You have gained 75 experience points. With only 2 undead left, Talon darted between them, his daggers flashing as they found their marks, stabbing through the skulls of his enemies. System notification. You have gained 75 experience points. System notification. You have gained 75 experience points. Breathing heavily, Talon surveyed his carnage, his heart pounding in his chest. The chamber was now littered with the remains of the undead he had slain. He sheathed his daggers and took a moment to catch his breath, the adrenaline of battle beginning to ebb away. Talon cautiously made his way down a narrow hallway, the oppressive darkness and silence unnerving him. The air was heavy with the stench of decay, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed through the passage. As he walked, he noticed a rhythmic thumping sound, almost like a heartbeat. Suddenly, without warning, rotting arms burst from the walls, grabbing at him with their putrid, decaying fingers. Startled, Talon rolled forward, narrowly evading their grasp. No sooner had he escaped their clutches than 7 undead creatures burst through the walls, showering the hallway in a cloud of dust and debris. These undead were not mere skeletons, but horrifyingly grotesque corpses, their rotting flesh falling away from the bone in sickening chunks. They moved more quickly than the previous undead, their hunger for flesh seemingly giving them a newfound agility. Without a moment's hesitation, Talon drew his daggers and leaped into battle. He moved with grace and speed, dodging and weaving between the undead, landing swift and deadly blows, their oozing, rotting skin clinging to his weapons, but he didn't let it slow him down. He remembered the zombie movies he had seen back on Earth, the fear of turning into one of them if bitten. Although he didn't know if that rule applied on Pymere, he didn't want to take any chances.
As he struck down the first undead with a well-placed stab to the skull, Talon felt a sharp pain as one of the creatures managed to scratch him with its jagged, rotting nails. System notification, you have gained 80 experience points. Unfazed, Talon continued to fight, relying on his acrobatics skill to avoid the snapping jaws and flailing limbs of the undead. He spun and kicked one in the chest, pushing it back and creating an opening for him to plunge his dagger into its skull, the blade sinking into the spongy, decomposing flesh. System notification, you have gained 80 experience points. The remaining 5 undead relentlessly pursued him, their movements growing more frantic as their numbers dwindled. Patches of skin sloughed off their bodies as they clawed and bit at the air, leaving a gruesome trail behind them. Talon used his evasion skill to dodge their attacks, his body twisting and bending in ways that defied the laws of physics. He dispatched another undead with a fluid combination of slashes, ending with a thrust to the creature's eye socket, the squelching sound of ruptured flesh filling the air. System notification, you have gained 80 experience points. As he fought, Talon could feel the scratches on his body beginning to sting. He pushed the pain aside, focusing on the battle at hand. He used his dual-wielding skill to strike down 2 more undead, his daggers moving with a deadly dance of steel and death, slicing through rotting muscle and sinew. System notification, you have gained 80 experience points. System notification, you have gained 80 experience points. With only 2 undead remaining, Talon felt a surge of adrenaline. He took a deep breath and activated his assassinate ability. With lightning speed, he appeared behind one of the creatures, driving his dagger deep into its skull, the blade disappearing into the oozing mass of decay. System notification, you have gained 80 experience points. The final undead lunged at him, its jaw hanging open, revealing a maw of broken and rotting teeth. Talon was ready. He sidestepped its attack, spun around, and drove his dagger through the base of its skull, severing the connection between its brain and spinal cord. System notification, you have gained 80 experience points. Talon leaned against the cold, damp wall of the crypt, the stench of death and decay overwhelming him. Unable to hold back any longer, he vomited, his body convulsing with each heave. He knew he couldn't waste his health potions on minor injuries, so he rummaged through his pack and found a health salve. He applied it to his cuts just in time, as the flesh around the wounds had already begun to turn necrotic. The undead creatures were more dangerous than he had originally thought. Not only did their bites pose a threat, but their scratches were potentially lethal as well. After drinking some water to cleanse his palate, Talon ventured down another dark hallway. As he walked, he heard the familiar moaning and dragging footsteps of the undead. He steeled himself, knowing that he would need to be more careful and precise in his attacks to avoid sustaining any further injuries. As Talon recovered from the nausea caused by the putrid smell of the crypt, he took a moment to assess his surroundings. The walls were slick with a mixture of moisture and decay, while the floor was littered with bones and other remnants of the unfortunate souls who had perished in this dreadful place. He could hear the distant echo of dripping water, the sound only adding to the eerie atmosphere. Talon knew that he needed to remain vigilant, as the undead creatures he had faced so far were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Their grotesque appearance and the vicious nature made it clear they were not mindless monsters, but rather relentless predators, always hungry for their next victim. As he ventured further into the crypt, the torchlight flickered, casting sinister shadows on the walls. He came upon a large chamber with a high ceiling, the air heavy with the stench of death. The flickering light from his torch revealed the rotting remains of countless unfortunate souls, their bodies piled high and scattered through the room. It was a gruesome sight, one that would haunt Talon's nightmares for years to come. In this chamber, he encountered the 4 undead creatures that spat acidic pus from their decaying mouths. Their skin was a sickly shade of green, with open sores and rotting flesh covering their bodies. Their eyes were sunken, filled with an unnatural hunger that sent shivers down Talon's spine. As he fought these abominations, the battle raged on, each strike and dodge pushing him to his limits. He could feel the sweat pouring down his face, stinging his eyes as he struggled to maintain his focus. The chamber echoed with the sounds of combat,
guttural snarls, and the sizzling of the acidic pus as it burned through the air. Talon's heart pounded in his chest, his breathing coming in ragged gasps as he fought to stay alive. Each undead creature he faced was more dangerous than the last, their relentless assault testing his skill and determination. And yet, despite the overwhelming odds, he persevered, drawing upon reserves of strength he didn't know he possessed. System notification, undead creature number 1 defeated. Experience gained 100. System notification, undead creature number 2 defeated. Experience gained 100. System notification, undead creature number 3 defeated. Experience gained 100. System notification, undead creature number 4 defeated. Experience gained 100. Finally, after the last creature fell, Talon allowed himself a moment to catch his breath, his body shaking from the adrenaline coursing through his veins. He knew that he couldn't let his guard down, not even for a moment. There was no telling what other horrors awaited him in the depths of the crypt. He inspected the damage caused by the acidic pus, the skin on his arm blistered and raw. He knew that he had no choice but to use one of his precious health potions to heal the injury, lest it fester and become infected. As the potion worked its magic, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, knowing that he had managed to survive another harrowing encounter. But he knew that he couldn't afford to rest for too long, as the crypt still held many secrets waiting to be uncovered. With a determined look in his eyes, Talon steeled himself for the challenges that lay ahead, ready to face whatever dangers lurked in the shadows. As Talon approached the entrance to the next chamber, his nose wrinkling as the putrid stench of decay and death intensified with each step, he muttered under his breath, half cursing his rotten luck and half resenting Rafe's absence on this dreadful quest. The thought of a long, scalding bath back at the guild hall kept him moving, despite the growing unease gnawing at the pit of his stomach. As he stepped into the chamber, the horrifying sight before him made his heart race in his chest. The room was a massive pit, stretching out across the cavernous space like a gaping maw, with tall, uneven rock pillars jutting out of the abyss like the fangs of some primordial beast. The bottom of the pit teemed with hundreds of shambling undead, their milky, hunger-filled eyes fixated on Talon as they let out guttural moans and raspy hisses. The only way across was to leap from pillar to pillar, avoiding the grasping hands and snapping jaws of the ravenous horde below. Talon took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves as he prepared for the perilous traversal. He knew that one misstep, one moment of hesitation could be his undoing. Summoning every ounce of courage and focus, he leaped into the first pillar, feeling the rock shift slightly beneath his feet as he landed. He didn't have time to worry about it, though, as the next pillar awaited. As he navigated the treacherous expanse, the undead seemed to grow more frenzied, their moans and snarls echoing in his ears like a dissonant symphony of the damned. Their outstretched arms clawed at the air, desperate to reach him as he leaped from pillar to pillar. Talon's heart hammered in his chest, the adrenaline coursing through his veins as he concentrated on maintaining his footing and gauging the ever-growing distance between pillars. Twice he came dangerously close to falling into the clutches of the undead below. The first time, his foot slipped on a patch of slick black mold and he barely managed to catch himself on the edge of the pillar, his fingers digging into the cold, unyielding rock as he hauled himself back up with trembling arms. The second time, he misjudged the distance between two pillars, his fingers clawing at the rough surface as he dangled precariously above the gnashing jaws and rotting hands of the horde. Sweat poured down his face, stinging his eyes as he gritted his teeth and pushed himself to continue. His muscles screamed in protest. With every successful leap, the end of the gauntlet drew nearer, the hope of reaching the other side a beacon in the darkness. Somehow, against all odds, Talon managed to navigate the treacherous pit, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he pulled himself onto the last pillar and leaped to solid ground. His legs felt like jelly beneath him, and he knew he needed a moment to collect himself before pressing on. He had survived the harrowing gauntlet of the undead pit, but there was no telling what other terrors awaited him in the shadows of the crypt. As Talon cautiously entered the next chamber, he felt his heart rate increase at the sight before him. Two enormous 10-foot-tall undead monstrosities wielding enormous clubs in their grotesque, oversized hands.
The rotting flesh hung in tatters from their hulking forms, and their lifeless eyes seemed to pierce through him with a hunger that sent shivers down his spine. The undead giants moved slowly, their clubs leaving furrows in the ground as they closed in on Talon. He knew he needed to rely on his speed and agility to outmaneuver them, and he darted around the chamber, evading their lumbering swings. However, as he focused on dodging one giant's club, the other reached out with its massive hand, snatching Talon by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Panic set in as his air supply was cut off, and he knew he had to act fast. With desperation fueling his strength, Talon drew his dagger and plunged it deep into the giant's wrist, sawing through the rotting tendons and bones. The severed hand released him, and he fell to the ground, gasping for breath, his throat bruised and aching. He glanced up at the furious giant, its mangled stump oozing putrid black blood. With renewed determination, Talon sprang back into action, using his acrobatics and agility to avoid the giant's relentless attacks. He ducked under their sweeping blows and deftly flipped over their massive clubs as they crashed down around him. His heart pounded in his chest, adrenaline surging through his veins as he focused on evading their onslaught. Seizing an opportunity, Talon darted in close, slashing at the first giant's leg with his dagger. The creature howled in pain, its leg buckling under its weight, and he followed up with a swift strike to the rotting skull, piercing its brain and ending its existence. System notification: you have defeated the first giant undead. You gain 1,000 experience points. Talon wasted no time turning his attention to the second giant, which roared in fury at the death of its companion. He danced around the enraged creature, dodging and weaving through its increasingly ferocious attacks. At one point, he narrowly avoided being crushed by its club, feeling the wind from its near miss as it slammed into the ground. As the giant raised its club for another powerful strike, Talon seized the opportunity, leaping onto its arm and scrambling up its rotted flesh. He reached its head, plunging his dagger deep into its skull with a satisfying crunch. The giant shuddered, its movements ceasing, and then it toppled to the ground, lifeless once more. System notification: you have defeated the second giant undead. You gain 1,000 experience points. Exhausted, covered in gore and heart pounding in his ears, Talon took a moment to rest in the now quiet chamber, grateful to have survived the harrowing encounter. System notification: congratulations, Talon has reached level 7. Character name: Talon. Class: Rogue, level 7. Attributes: Strength 11 plus 1, Dexterity 23 plus 1, Constitution 17 plus 1, Intelligence 16 plus 1, Wisdom 15 plus 1, Charisma 18 plus 1, Agility 21 plus 1, Endurance 14 plus 1, Luck 17 plus 1, Hit points 40 plus 5, Stamina points 44 plus 4, Mana points 22 plus 2. Primary skills: Stealth level 7 increased plus 1, Lockpicking level 7 increased plus 1, Acrobatics level 7 increased plus 1, Pickpocketing level 7 increased plus 1, Disguise level 7 increased plus 1, Traps level 7 increased plus 1. Secondary skills: Perception level 7 increased plus 1, Sleight of Hand level 7 increased plus 1, Bluff level 7 increased plus 1, Intimidation level 7 increased plus 1, Persuasion level 7 increased plus 1, Appraise level 7 increased plus 1. Combat skills: Dagger proficiency level 7 increased plus 1, Ranged weapons proficiency, bows, crossbows, throwing knives level 7 increased plus 1, Evasion level 7 increased plus 1, Dual wielding level 7 increased plus 1, Unarmed combat level 7 increased plus 1. Special abilities: Sneak attack, deal additional damage when attacking an enemy from behind or while undetected. Shadow step, blend into the shadows, becoming invisible for a short period. Mana cost 3, cooldown 40 seconds. Quick reflexes, gain a bonus to dodge and reflex saves. Poisoner, gain the ability to apply poisons to weapons, increasing their damage for a limited time. Crippling strike, inflict a debuff on an enemy, reducing their movement speed and attack power for a short duration. Advanced stealth, move silently and stay hidden more effectively, reducing the chances of being detected by enemies. Assassinate, deal massive damage with a precise strike when attacking a target from behind or while undetected.
Escape Artist. Increase your chances of escaping from bindings, grapples, and other immobilizing effects. Wow. I wondered when that was going to happen. I've always been fighting my ass off gaining mad experience. This looks like the first time I didn't gain a new ability. Only improvements to what I already had, Talon mumbled to himself. Talon wearily entered the next room, his eyes immediately drawn to a shimmering blue portal. He hoped it signaled the end of the dungeon, as he was exhausted and battered from the intense battles he had faced. The thought of not having to traverse back across the pit filled him with relief. Suddenly, Rafe emerged from the shadows, a proud smile on his face as he congratulated Talon.
Well done, Talon. You did an outstanding job in there. There were a couple of times I thought I might have to jump in and help you, but you managed to pull through.
Talon felt a mix of pride and gratitude upon hearing Rafe's praise, knowing he had accomplished this difficult task mostly on his own. That was difficult. I can't believe you chose that quest and let me solo it. I thought I was going to be a quick in and out, but I was wrong. I leveled to 7. No new ability this time, though.
You've been very lucky with the new abilities, so be thankful, Rafe chuckled.
I know. I've been spoiled. They exchanged a glance before walking toward the blue portal, stepping into it together. In an instant, they were transported to the forest outside the crypt's entrance. The sunlight filtering through the trees felt like a warm embrace after the darkness and horror they had left behind. With the quest completed, they could now head back to Darkvein to turn the quest in. Chapter 30. Rafe and Talon entered Darkvein, making their way through the bustling streets towards the adventurer's office. The sun was setting, casting an orange glow on the cobblestone streets as the two adventurers navigated the busy town. As they walked, Rafe decided to use the opportunity to offer Talon some constructive feedback based on what he had observed during the crypt adventure.
Firstly, Talon, I have to say you did a great job handling the undead. Your movements were fluid and your strikes were efficient. However, there are a few things you could improve upon, Rafe said, his tone friendly but serious. Your awareness of your surroundings is crucial. I noticed that you were caught off guard a couple of times by undead bursting from the walls. Remember to always stay alert and be prepared for surprises. Keep your senses sharp and don't let your guard down even for a moment, he advised.
Talon nodded thoughtfully. You're right, Rafe. There were times when I let my focus slip and it could have cost me. I'll work on being more aware. Rafe smiled encouragingly.
Good. Now, another thing I noticed was that you sometimes hesitated before using your abilities. Trust your instincts and have confidence in your skills. You've proven yourself capable, so don't second-guess your decisions in the heat of battle.
Talon frowned his brow, recalling the moments of hesitation. I guess I was afraid of making mistakes or wasting my abilities. But I see what you're saying. I need to trust myself more.
Exactly, Rafe agreed. Lastly, it's important to maintain your focus. I could see that the environment was getting to you, but letting it affect your performance could be dangerous. Find ways to center yourself and stay calm under pressure. Use your breath or a mental mantra to help you remain grounded.
Talon sighed, remembering the stench and the overwhelming sensations of the crypt. I'll try to work on that too. It was just so disgusting in there.
Rafe chuckled. Believe me, I know. But part of being an adventurer is learning to adapt to all kinds of environments. You'll get used to it.
As they passed the tavern, Kale, a muscular Necogene with a smug grin on his face, called out to Talon.
Hey, Talon, you shouldn't have replaced the bard's lute. I hate her music, and I don't want her playing in the tavern anymore.
Just then, Ilara burst out of the tavern, tears streaming down her face, cradling her broken lute in her arms.
Talon, they've broken my lute again!
She sobbed, her eyes full of hurt and anger. Talon's fury flared at the sight of Ilara's distress. Rafe stepped in, glaring at Kale.
Are you aware we just had a guild war with the Bloodcrest and won? Do you really want to start something with us?
Kale sneered.
Of course I know, but I still have a problem with Talon here.
He cracked his knuckles, staring Talon down.
I don't want to start a guild war, but I do want to teach this runt a lesson."
By this time, Grant and the other Black Fang members had approached, alerted by the commotion. The Nekogene Guild members also appeared, ready to back up Kale. Onlookers gathered, whispers and murmurs filling the air as they sensed tension between the two guilds. Grant assessed the situation, his voice booming.
"I will allow a hand-to-hand combat match between Kale and Talon with no weapons. It will not be to the death, but until the fighter is either knocked out or submits. A Black Fang member will never back down from a challenge, but I have no interest in another guild war."
Talon, his eyes locked on Kale, nodded in agreement. "I accept your challenge." System notification. Impromptu Black Fang Guild mission sanctioned by Black Fang Guild leader Grant Alexander. Defeat Kale in hand-to-hand combat. Reward 500 experience points. Talon used his appraise ability and saw that Kale was level 9. This would be a tough battle. The crowd formed a circle around Talon and Kale, their anticipation palpable. The two combatants stood facing each other, sizing up their opponent. Talon's face was a mask of determination, while Kale's held a sneer of arrogance. The tension reached a crescendo before Grant raised his hand, signaling the start of the fight. Instantly, Kale lunged at Talon, throwing a powerful punch aimed at his head. Talon, using his agility, narrowly dodged the blow, countering with a swift jab to Kale's side. Kale grunted, surprised by the force behind Talon's attack. He retaliated with a series of aggressive punches, forcing Talon to weave and dodge, his nimble footwork keeping him just out of reach. The crowd roared with excitement, their shouts and cheers fueling the fighters. As the battle continued, Talon and Kale traded blows, their movements a blur of power and agility. Talon's quick thinking and sharp reflexes matched Kale's brute strength, making for a thrilling spectacle. Sweat beaded on their foreheads, their breaths coming in ragged pants as they pushed themselves to their limits. Suddenly, Talon saw an opening, swiftly landing a solid punch on Kale's jaw. The force of the hit sent Kale stumbling backward, his legs giving out as he crumpled to the ground unconscious. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement and adrenaline palpable. Talon stood victorious, chest heaving, his eyes still filled with fire. Grant stepped forward, clapping Talon on the shoulder.
"Well fought, Talon. You've made the Black Fangs proud."
System notification. Mission complete. Kale defeated. Reward 500 experience points. As the onlookers dispersed, the Nekogene Guild members begrudgingly retreated, carrying their defeated comrade away. The Black Fangs remained, their spirits high, knowing that their guild's reputation had been defended and strengthened by Talon's victory. Elara approached Talon, her eyes shining with admiration.
Talon, that was incredible. Thank you for standing up for me.
She hesitated for a moment, then impulsively hugged him, her gratitude overwhelming her. Talon, still catching his breath, smiled at her. "That's what friends do, Elara. I couldn't let them keep treating you like that." "Damn it, I'm sorry about your loot."
It's okay, I think it can be fixed. It isn't shattered like my loot was the last time.
Talon handed Elara a handful of gold coins. She was taken aback by Talon's continued generosity.
I can't accept this.
"Sure you can. It's only gold, and I don't need much. Get this loot fixed or buy another. I want you to smile like you did at dinner the other night." Elara's eyes filled with tears.
I'll pay you back, I promise.
Talon waved the comment away. "No, absolutely not. The only thing I ask is that you play me your songs from time to time. Deal?" Elara sniffled and nodded.
Deal.
Rafe clapped his hands together, his face beaming. "Now that the excitement's over, let's head to the adventurer's office and turn in that quest. We can celebrate your victory later." Talon looked back at the beautiful girl and smiled. "I've got to get going. We'll catch up later?"
Of course.
Elara replied. Rafe and Talon entered the adventurer's office and headed to the counter. Whis, the friendly receptionist, was on shift and her face lit up at their arrival.
Talon, congratulations on winning the duel in the street. That was quite the display,
she said with a wide smile. Talon, feeling a mixture of pride and exhaustion, thanked her. "Thanks, Whis. It was a tough fight, but I'm glad it's over." He then handed over the completed quest documentation for the Crypt of Shadows. Whis took the papers and entered the information into the system. Moments later, a system notification appeared. Quest complete. Crypt of Shadows rewards. 2,000 experience points. 500 gold. Talon felt a surge of satisfaction at the sight of the completed quest and the rewards he had earned. System notification. Congratulations. Talon has reached level 8. Character name, Talon. Class, Rogue. Level 8. Attributes, Strength, 12 plus 1. Dexterity, 24 plus 1. Constitution, 18 plus 1. Intelligence, 17 plus 1. Wisdom, 16 plus 1. Charisma, 19 plus 1. Agility, 22 plus 1. Endurance, 15 plus 1. Luck, 18 plus 1. Hit points, 45 plus 5. Stamina points, 48 plus 4. Mana points, 24 plus 2. Primary skills, Stealth, level 8, increased plus 1. Lockpicking, level 8, increased plus 1. Acrobatics, level 8, increased plus 1. Pickpocketing, level 8, increased plus 1. Disguise, level 8, increased plus 1. Traps, level 8, increased plus 1. Secondary skills, Perception, level 8, increased plus 1. Sleight of hand, level 8, increased plus 1. Bluff, level 8, increased plus 1. Intimidation, level 8, increased plus 1. Persuasion, level 8, increased plus 1. Appraise, level 8, increased plus 1. Combat skills, Dagger proficiency, level 8, increased plus 1. Ranged weapons proficiency, bows, crossbows, throwing knives, level 8, increased plus 1. Evasion, level 8, increased plus 1. Dual wielding, level 8, increased plus 1. Unarmed combat, level 8, increased plus 1. Special abilities, Sneak attack, deal additional damage when attacking an enemy from behind or while undetected. Shadow step, blend into the shadows, becoming invisible for a short period. Mana cost 3, cooldown 40 seconds. Quick reflexes, gain a bonus to dodge and reflex saves. Poisoner, gain the ability to apply poison to weapons, increasing their damage for a limited time. Crippling strike, inflict a debuff on an enemy, reducing their movement speed and attack power for a short duration. Advanced stealth, move silently and stay hidden more effectively, reducing the chances of being detected by enemies. Assassinate, deal massive damage with a precise strike when attacking a target from behind or while undetected. Escape artist, increase your chances of escaping from bindings, grapples, and other immobilizing effects. Enlightened growth, new, the unique ability to absorb knowledge and experience at an accelerated rate. Talon gains experience points at a rate of 1.5 times the normal rate, enabling him to level up and unlock new abilities faster than others. This is a passive skill. Holy crap, I'm level 8 now.
Congratulations, it's been a prosperous day. You ascended 2 levels. Did you unlock a new special ability? Rafe asked.
Yeah, it's called Enlightened Growth. You're going to need to help me understand this one. It sounds interesting. Rafe looked at Talon, his expression a mixture of surprise and excitement.
Talon, this is incredible. This is extremely rare, and as far as I know, nobody in the Black Fang has ever had this ability. I can't believe you have this.
Talon, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Rafe's enthusiasm, tilted his head and asked, "What does it do, Rafe? Can you explain it to me?" Rafe, practically vibrating with excitement, began to explain in detail.
Enlightened Growth is a truly amazing ability. It significantly boosts your experience gain from all sources, whether it's combat, questing, or even learning new skills. What this means is that you'll be able to level up again and gain new abilities at a much faster rate than others, which will give you a massive advantage in this world.
Talon listened intently, his curiosity piqued. That sounds fantastic, but how do I use it? Is there something I need to do to activate it?
Rafe shook his head, still smiling. No, that's the beauty of it. Enlightened Growth is a passive ability, which means it's always active without you needing to do anything to trigger it. From now on, you'll simply start gaining more experience from everything you do. It's like having a constant invisible mentor guiding your growth.
Talon's eyes widened as he absorbed the information. This is great! I can't wait to see how much faster I can grow and become stronger. Rafe patted him on the shoulder, his expression turning more serious.
Just remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Use your newfound advantages wisely, and never forget the importance of self-improvement and striving to be the best version of yourself. The Black Fang is lucky to have you, and we all have high hopes for your potential. This is exactly why we knew Talon needed to be resurrected. Things like this prove that. Talon smiled, feeling a renewed sense of determination and motivation. With the enlightened growth ability now a part of his arsenal, he couldn't wait to see what he could accomplish next. Chapter 31. The sun was setting as the members of the Black Fang Guild gathered in their spacious courtyard. A large circle had been cleared for Rafe and Talon's impromptu sparring match, and the anticipation was palpable. Guild leader Grant stood near the edge of the ring, observing the two fighters with interest. This would be a true test of how much Talon had improved since reaching level 8, and Rafe, now at level 16, was eager to gauge his friend's progress. As the two combatants took their positions, they each held wooden weapons in their hands. Rafe wielded a wooden short sword while Talon gripped a pair of wooden daggers. The guild members hushed as Grant raised his hand, signaling the beginning of the match. With the drop of Grant's hand, Rafe and Talon charged at each other, their weapons clashing in a flurry of strikes and parries. Talon moved with incredible speed, ducking and weaving around Rafe's swings. He utilized his newly acquired evasion ability to great effect, narrowly dodging several of Rafe's more powerful attacks. "Your footwork has improved," Rafe grunted as he narrowly dodged a swipe from Talon's dagger. "Keep this up and you'll be unstoppable." Talon grinned, knowing that his evasion ability had given him an edge in the fight. He decided to push it and took advantage of his high-level dual-wielding skill, his daggers becoming a blur as he unleashed a rapid succession of attacks on Rafe. Rafe struggled to keep up with the speed of Talon's strikes, but his experience and skill enabled him to deflect most of the blows. Noticing an opening, Talon feinted an attack to Rafe's right before spinning around and striking from the left. Rafe managed to catch the strike with the flat of his sword, but the force of the blow pushed him back a few steps. "Nice move," Rafe said, smiling through gritted teeth. "But you'll need more than that to take me down." The two combatants continued to exchange blows, their wooden weapons clashing loudly as they pushed each other to their limits. The Black Fang members watching the match were impressed by Talon's performance, and it was clear that he had come a long way in a short amount of time. As the fight wore on, Talon decided to use his Shadow Step ability, momentarily disappearing from Rafe's view. Rafe's eyes darted around the courtyard, trying to pinpoint Talon's location. Suddenly, Talon reappeared behind Rafe, his wooden dagger aimed at his back. However, Rafe's instincts kicked in, and he managed to spin around and block the attack just in time. "You've picked up some tricks," Rafe said, his eyes narrowing. "But so have I." Rafe began to use his own abilities, forcing Talon to adapt quickly and think on his feet. The two fighters were evenly matched, their intense battle keeping the crowd on the edge of their seats. Finally, after several more minutes of fierce combat, both fighters were breathing heavily and covered in sweat. It was clear that the match was reaching its conclusion. With a burst of speed, Rafe disarmed Talon, sending his wooden daggers flying. As they clattered to the ground, Talon conceded the match, a smile of appreciation and admiration on his face. Rafe returned the smile and offered Talon a hand, pulling him to his feet. "You've improved tremendously, Talon. I'm proud of you." The Black Fang members erupted in applause, celebrating Talon's impressive performance. Although he hadn't emerged victorious, it was evident that he had made great strides in his combat skills. As the applause died down, Grant stepped forward to address the gathered Black Fang members.
Today, we witnessed an incredible display of skill and growth from both of our fighters, he began, his deep voice commanding the attention of the crowd. "Talon, your progress is nothing short of remarkable, and Rafe, your continued dedication and mentorship have played a significant role in Talon's growth."
Talon and Rafe exchanged proud smiles, acknowledging the bond they had formed during their time together. Grant continued,
"Let this match serve as a reminder to all Black Fang members that we grow stronger together. Our strength comes not just from our individual skills, but also from the bonds we forge and the lessons we learn from one another."
The guild members nodded in agreement, taking the message to heart. As the crowd dispersed, Rafe clapped Talon on the back. "You did well today," he said warmly. "Now let's get some rest. We've got plenty more challenges ahead of us tomorrow." That night, Talon lay in his bed, reflecting on the day's events. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. He had come so far in such a short amount of time, and he owed much of it to Rafe's guidance and support. The journey was far from over, but he knew that he had a strong foundation to build upon. As sleep finally claimed him, Talon was filled with excitement for the future, confident in his growth and eager to face the challenges that awaited him in the world of Pymere. With the support of his friends and guildmates in the Black Fang, he was ready to forge his own path and embrace his destiny. Rafe carefully scrutinized the quest board, his eyes scanning through the numerous parchments pinned there. He was searching for a quest that would both challenge and improve Talon's skills. After a few moments, he found what he was looking for, a quest involving ravens causing trouble for the local farmers. Rafe reached out, his fingers wrapping around the edge of the parchment as he carefully removed it from the board. As soon as the parchment was in his hand, a system notification appeared before Talon. Quest accepted, Ravenous Raiders. Description: a large flock of ravens have been plaguing the local farms, destroying crops and causing significant loss to the farmers. Your task is to eliminate these troublesome birds and protect the farmers' livelihoods. Location: farmlands west of Darkvein. Rewards: 800 experience points and 200 gold. Rafe handed the parchment to Talon, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "This one should be a worthy challenge for you, Talon," he said, his voice full of confidence in his friend's abilities. "These ravens may not be as deadly as the undead you've encountered, but they are swift and cunning. This quest will test your agility, reflexes, and precision." Talon accepted the parchment, studying it for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Sounds like a good opportunity to sharpen my skills," he said, determination evident in his voice. Rafe and Talon prepared for their journey to the farmlands, double-checking their equipment and supplies before setting off. They would need to be well prepared for the task ahead. With no specific quest marker to guide them, they would have to rely on the map and their instincts to find the ravens causing chaos. The pair walked along the outskirts of Darkvein, the bustling city gradually giving way to the peaceful countryside. The rolling hills spread out before them, a lush patchwork quilt of vibrant greens and golden yellows stretching towards the horizon. Fields of corn and wheat swayed gently in the breeze, while farmhouses and barns dotted the picturesque landscape. The sun was high in the sky, casting its warm glow upon the land and bathing the area in a serene atmosphere. As they made their way deeper into the farmlands, the two adventurers stumbled upon a small gnome farmer tending to his cornfield. He was an older gnome, standing barely 3 feet tall, with a bushy white beard that reached his waist. He wore a tattered straw hat to shield his wrinkled face from the sun, and a pair of round spectacles perched precariously on his nose as he examined the damaged crops with a furrowed brow. "Excuse me, sir," Rafe called out, catching the gnome's attention. "We're here to help with the raven problem. My name is Rafe, and this is my companion Talon." The gnome looked up, his eyes narrowing as he studied the two adventurers.
"Ah, so the adventurer's office finally sent someone,"
he grumbled, adjusting his spectacles.
"I'm Griswold, the owner of this here farm. It's about time you showed up. I've lost a lot of crops to those winged fiends."
Griswold sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration.
"Those blasted birds have been a nightmare. Not only do they destroy our crops, but they've become more aggressive, attacking us farmers and our workers. Just last week, one of my farmhands, poor old Jeb, was blinded in one eye by a particularly vicious raven. The poor fella has to wear an eye patch. Looks like a damn pirate now."
Rafe frowned, concern etched on his face. "That's terrible. We'll do our best to get rid of these ravens and protect your farm." Griswold nodded, his expression a mix of gratitude and worry.
"Thank you. I don't know what we would have done without your help. The ravens tend to gather around the old oak tree on the hill to the west,"
he added, pointing in the direction.
"You'll want to be careful. They've grown bolder over time, and they won't hesitate to attack.
Rafe and Talon exchanged a determined glance, and Talon replied, "We'll handle it, Griswold. You have our word." With that, Rafe and Talon thanked Griswold for the information and continued their journey, resolute in their mission to put an end to the ravenous raiders plaguing the farmlands. Chapter 32. The sun cast its golden rays upon the land as it began its descent toward the horizon, painting the landscape in warm hues. Rafe and Talon set out toward the old oak tree, their boots crunching softly on the dirt path that wound its way through the dense forest. The air was crisp and cool, carrying with it the distinct scents of pine and damp earth. As they walked, Rafe pointed out various plants and animals they encountered, teaching Talon about their unique characteristics and the delicate balance of life in the forest. "You see that plant over there, Talon? That's a red thimble. It's a rare herb used in some powerful potions," Rafe explained, his voice filled with the wisdom of experience. Talon listened intently, fascinated by the wealth of knowledge his mentor had amassed over the years. "I never knew there was so much to learn about the world around us," he admitted, his eyes wide with wonder. Rafe chuckled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "And that's just the tip of the iceberg, my young friend. There's always more to discover in this vast world of ours." The two continued their trek through the forest, the canopy overhead casting dappled shadows on the leaf-strewn ground. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs filling the air with a soothing melody. It was a peaceful scene, one that belied the dangers lurking in the depths of the woods. As they neared the old oak tree, the atmosphere began to shift. The air grew colder, the songs of the birds more subdued, and an uneasy feeling settled over them. Talon felt a shiver run down his spine, and he glanced at Rafe, who seemed to share his sense of foreboding. "What do you think is going on, Rafe?" Talon asked, his voice hushed as if he was afraid to disturb the quiet. Rafe frowned, his brow furrowing as he scanned their surroundings. "I'm not sure, Talon, but we need to be cautious. Something doesn't feel right." Rounding a bend in the path, they came upon a gruesome sight. A bloody gnome body lay on the ground, an eye patch covering one eye. Talon's heart clenched in his chest as he recognized old Jeb, the gnome farmhand they had just spoken of earlier with Griswold. Beside the body lay a bow and a quiver of arrows, indicating that old Jeb had tried to deal with the raven problem himself. Rage began to boil within Talon as he clenched his fist. "Those damn ravens must have done this," Talon growled, his voice tight with anger. Rafe nodded, his expression a mix of sorrow and determination. "It seems so. But we can't let his death be in vain, Talon. We need to make sure this never happens again to anyone else." Talon shook his head. "My God, I thought we were just coming out to kill a few birds that were eating some damn corn. This quest took an extremely dark turn." "I'm just as surprised as you are," Rafe agreed. Griswold appeared behind Rafe and Talon, his footsteps silent as he approached the two adventurers. He had followed them, wanting to see the confrontation with the ravens firsthand. Rafe, hearing Griswold's approach, held up a hand to stop him. "Griswold, you should stay back. You don't want to see this." Griswold's eyes were resolute, his voice firm.
I need to see it for myself. I need to understand what we're dealing with.
Despite Rafe's warnings, Griswold approached the scene and stared down at the lifeless body of his friend, Jeb. He clenched his jaw and swallowed, hard, trying to keep his emotions in check.
I can't leave him here like this,
Griswold murmured, his voice barely above a whisper.
I'll get my wagon and take him back. He deserves a proper burial.
Talon could see the pain in Griswold's eyes. "I'm sorry, Griswold. We didn't expect to find him like this. Anyone like this." Griswold shook his head.
I don't know how I'm going to tell Jeb's wife that he's gone. Oh, she's going to be devastated.
Rafe placed a hand on Griswold's shoulder, offering what comfort he could.
We'll help you if you want. We'll be there when you tell her. You don't have to do it alone.
Griswold nodded, appreciative of the offer, but his expression remained hardened.
Thank you. But first, you two need to find those ravens and put an end to this. I've never known ravens to act like this, to attack and kill people. There's something unnatural about them, I'm sure of it.
Talon agreed, sharing Griswold's suspicion. You're right. We saw the damage they caused on our way here. We'll make sure they don't hurt anyone else. Rafe nodded in agreement, his face set with determination.
We'll make sure this never happens again, Griswold. You have our word.
Griswold took a deep breath, attempting to steady himself.
Thank you. Please be careful. I don't want to lose any more friends to those creatures.
With a final sorrowful glance at his fallen friend, Griswold left to fetch his wagon, leaving Rafe and Talon to confront the deadly ravens that had brought such pain and loss to the people of the farmlands. The two adventurers stood there for a moment, their resolve strengthened by the grief they had witnessed. They were determined to put an end to the raven threat, no matter what it took. Griswold turned back before leaving, a determined expression on his face.
Use Jeb's bow and arrows to take out those ravens. It's what he would have wanted. He crafted those arrows with special tips to deal with pest problems. They should help.
Rafe and Talon exchanged glances and nodded in agreement.
We will, Griswold. We'll make sure they pay for what they've done,
Rafe said, his voice filled with conviction. As Griswold walked away, Rafe picked up Jeb's bow and quiver of arrows, carefully inspecting them before handing them to Talon.
I've been meaning to teach you how to use a bow for a while now, Talon. Your ranged skills have leveled, and I know you need to pick it up quickly. Now seems like as good a time as any.
Talon hesitated for a moment, then nodded, taking the bow and arrows from Rafe. All right, show me what to do. They found a large tree nearby with a few makeshift targets attached to it. Perfect for practicing. Rafe began by showing Talon the proper way to grip the bow.
Hold the bow with your left hand like this,
Rafe demonstrated, positioning Talon's hands on the grip.
Keep your fingers relaxed and don't grip it too tightly.
Talon mimicked Rafe's movements, adjusting his grip on the bow. Rafe then showed him how to knock an arrow onto the bowstring.
Place an arrow onto the arrow rest and slide the knock onto the bowstring like this,
Rafe said, guiding Talon's hands as he positioned the arrow.
Make sure the odd-colored fletching is facing away from the bow,
Rafe added, pointing to the feathers at the end of the arrow.
That'll help the arrow fly straight.
With the arrow knocked, Rafe showed Talon how to draw the bowstring.
Place your index finger above the arrow and your middle and ring fingers below it. Keep your pinky and thumb out of the way. Draw the bowstring back until it touches the corner of your mouth.
Talon did as instructed, pulling the bowstring back and feeling the tension in his arms. Rafe then explained the importance of stance and body positioning.
Keep your feet shoulder-width apart, perpendicular to your target. Stand up straight and make sure your shoulders are relaxed.
Rafe stepped back, observing Talon's form.
Now, take a deep breath, and as you exhale, focus on a point on the target. Visualize the arrow hitting the target, then release the bowstring, letting the arrow fly.
Talon exhaled slowly, focusing on a point on the makeshift target. As he released the bowstring, the arrow soared through the air and struck the target with a satisfying thud just off center. Rafe nodded in approval.
Not bad for your first shot, Talon. Keep practicing, and you'll get even better.
Over the next hour, Talon retrieved the arrows and continued practicing under Rafe's watchful eye, steadily improving his aim and technique. Rafe offered advice and guidance, helping Talon to adjust his stance and refine his form. Talon's shots grew more accurate, and the arrows found their mark more often than not. From 50 yards away, the old oak tree stood like a twisted ancient sentinel in the middle of the field. Its gnarled limbs reached out in all directions, casting eerie shadows on the ground beneath it. The sun was setting, casting an ominous orange glow on the landscape.
As Talon and Rafe cautiously approached, they spotted 10 large ravens perched among the branches. The red glow of their eyes pierced the dim evening light, lending an unnerving atmosphere to the scene. Griswold had been right. This was definitely the raven's lair. Rafe confirmed his suspicions, agreeing that these birds were far from ordinary. He instructed Talon to eliminate all of them, suggesting that they take one of the dead birds back to Moira, the Black Fang's witch, for examination. Rafe assured Talon that he would step in to help if necessary, but he wanted Talon to have the chance to prove himself. Talon nodded, steadying his grip on Jeb's bow. "All right, let's see if I can make Griswold proud," he said with a determined smirk. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Talon took aim at the first raven. He let the arrow fly, striking the bird squarely in its chest. A notification appeared. "Raven killed, plus 50 experience points." "Nice shot," Rafe exclaimed, patting Talon on the back. "Keep it up." Encouraged, Talon continued to fire at the ravens, successfully taking down 3 more with carefully aimed shots. Each kill was accompanied by a similar notification, with the experience points adding up. However, when the 5th arrow missed its target, the remaining 6 ravens took flight with an otherworldly demonic screech that sent chills down Talon's spine. They dove toward him, their red eyes filled with malice and hunger. "Keep your cool, Talon," Rafe shouted. "Remember your training." Talon managed to laugh nervously, replying, "Easier said than done when you've got demon birds trying to eat your face." Despite his fear, Talon expertly dodged the first attacking raven and took it out with a swift arrow to the heart. Raven killed, plus 50 experience points. The next raven swooped down, its talons slashing through the air. Talon rolled to the side, avoiding its attack before taking aim and landing another shot. Raven killed, plus 50 experience points. With each kill, Talon's confidence grew, and he found himself becoming more agile and focused. He dispatched the third attacking raven with a well-timed shot as it tried to flank him. Raven killed, plus 50 experience points. Rafe watched in awe as Talon continued to battle the ravens, his skills proving to be more than a match for the deadly creatures. However, the 2 final ravens swooped in simultaneously, forcing Talon to drop the bow and draw his apprentice daggers. They managed to slash at his cheeks, leaving a few scratches, but Talon quickly retaliated with swift, powerful strikes. He stabbed one raven through its chest, sending it crashing to the ground. Raven killed, plus 50 experience points. The last raven lunged at him, but Talon managed to dodge its attack and slash its throat, ensuring its swift demise. Raven killed, plus 50 experience points. Breathing heavily, Talon looked over at Rafe, who was grinning proudly. "You did it, Talon. Those scratches will heal, but your skill has grown immensely." As Talon took down the final raven, the 2 adventurers shared a look of relief and triumph, knowing that they had successfully completed their mission. Talon carefully retrieved one of the fallen ravens, being mindful of its sharp talons and beak. Rafe nodded approvingly. "We'll take this one to Moira. She'll be able to tell us more about these strange creatures." Rafe and Talon walked to Griswold's farm, finding the gnome tending to his crops with a heavy heart. As they approached, Griswold looked up and saw the 2 adventurers, his face showing a mix of relief and gratitude.
Rafe, Talon, you're back,
Griswold said, setting down his tools.
"Tell me you've dealt with those cursed creatures."
Rafe nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Griswold's shoulder. "We've taken care of the ravens. They won't be bothering you or anyone else anymore." Talon handed Griswold Jeb's bow and quiver, adding softly, "We thought it'd be best if you gave these to Jeb's wife. We're truly sorry for your loss, Griswold." Griswold took the bow and quiver, his eyes glistening with unshed tears.
"Thank you, both of you. I'll make sure she gets them. And thank you for avenging Jeb's death. He deserved better than being killed by those monsters."
With their farewells said, Rafe and Talon made their way back to Darkvein and headed straight for the adventurer's office. Whisk greeted them with a warm smile as they approached the counter. Talon handed her the completed quest parchment and she recorded their success. Quest complete, Darkvein Raven Infestation. Experience gained, 800. Gold reward, 200.
Great job, you two,
Whisk said, genuinely impressed.
Those ravens were causing a lot of trouble. The people of Darkvein are safer now because of you.
Rafe nodded appreciatively, but there was a hint of concern in his eyes.
We need to figure out what was wrong with those birds. They were unlike any ravens we've ever encountered.
Having turned in the quest, Rafe and Talon proceeded to the Black Fang Guild Hall to meet with Moira, the guild's witch. The guild hall was a large, imposing building bustling with activity as members prepared for upcoming missions and shared stories of their latest exploits. Moira's quarters were located in a secluded corner of the guild hall where she could work on her potions and spells without disturbance. As they entered Moira's dimly lit room, the air was filled with the scent of various herbs and the flickering light of candles. Moira, an older woman with sharp features and a keen intellect, looked up from her work as Rafe and Talon approached.
What brings you to my lair, gentlemen?
Moira asked, her voice carrying a hint of a mysterious accent. Rafe presented the raven corpse to Moira, explaining,
We encountered these strange ravens on our latest quest. They had red glowing eyes and they attacked viciously, even killing a gnome. We were hoping you could shed some light on what these creatures are and what's causing their behavior. They look like ravens, but they don't act like ravens.
Moira examined the raven's lifeless body, her brow furrowing in concentration.
This is indeed an unusual specimen. I'll need some time to study this creature and determine what's going on. Leave it with me, and I'll let you know my findings as soon as I can.
Thank you, Moira, Talon said, grateful for her assistance. We're eager to learn more about these ravens and what they might mean for the people of Darkvein. Rafe and Talon left Moira to her work, both curious about the strange ravens and the potential dangers they might pose. For now, they would return to their guildmates and share the story of their latest adventure, knowing that they had done their part in protecting Darkvein. As they rejoined the other Black Fang members in the guild hall, Rafe and Talon found Grant, the guild leader, in deep conversation with some of the other members. Grant was a tall, muscular man with a commanding presence, but he was also known for his wisdom and fairness. Rafe and Talon approached Grant, who acknowledged them with a nod.
Rafe, Talon, heard you successfully completed your latest quest. Well done.
Thank you, Grant, Rafe replied. But we've encountered something unusual during the quest. We thought you should know about it.
Talon took over the explanation, describing the strange ravens with glowing red eyes that had attacked them and killed Jeb, the gnome farmhand. He shared their concern that these creatures might be more than just a random anomaly. Grant listened intently, his brow furrowed in concern.
This is troubling news. We can't afford to have unknown dangers lurking around in the countryside. What did Moira say about the ravens?
She's examining the corpse we brought back,
Rafe informed Grant.
She'll let us know as soon as she has any information on what might be causing their strange behavior.
Grant nodded, deep in thought.
Good. We'll need to understand what we're dealing with. In the meantime, I want you two to keep an ear out for any other reports of unusual activity or creatures. We need to stay vigilant and be prepared for any potential threats.
Rafe and Talon agreed, both understanding the gravity of the situation. We'll stay alert and report anything out of the ordinary, Talon assured Grant.
Excellent,
Grant said, clapping them both on the shoulder.
You've done well today. Rest up and be ready for whatever comes our way.
Chapter 33. The next day, Rafe and Talon made their way back to Moira's quarters in the guild hall, their curiosity piqued by the prospect of learning more about the strange ravens. Moira was a slender, enigmatic woman with sharp features and piercing green eyes. Her raven-black hair was tied back in a tight bun, giving her an air of authority and wisdom. As they entered her dimly lit chamber, Moira was hunched over a wooden table, carefully examining the corpse of the raven they had brought her. Various scrolls and tomes were scattered across the table, and the air was heavy with the scent of incense and dried herbs. Her eyes flicked up to meet theirs as they approached.
Ah, Rafe, Talon,
she said, her voice soft but firm.
I've been expecting you. Please, come closer.
They drew near, and Rafe asked,
Have you found anything about these ravens, Moira? We've been waiting anxiously for your insights.
Moira hesitated, clearly weighing her words carefully.
I have. But the news is troubling. These ravens, they have been tainted by dark magic. Their very essence has been twisted and corrupted.
Talon frowned. Dark magic? How is that possible? What could be causing it? Moira sighed, placing her hands on the table.
I believe we are dealing with the work of a cult. One that has been dabbling in forbidden arts. They call themselves the Crimson Eclipse.
Rafe's eyes narrowed.
A cult? What's their purpose? What are they trying to achieve?
Moira leaned back in her chair and ran her fingers through her hair.
It's difficult to say with certainty, but I suspect their goals are far-reaching and sinister. It has been rumored in my circles that they have been performing dark rituals, using the blood of innocent creatures to fuel their twisted magic. It seems these ravens were just the beginning.
Talon looked worried. If they can do this to ravens, could they do it to larger animals? Or even people? Moira's expression darkened.
It's a possibility we cannot ignore. The more powerful their rituals become, the greater the threat they pose to all living beings. We must stop them before they can do any more harm.
As they discussed the situation, Grant, the Black Fang Guild leader, entered the chamber. His tall, imposing figure filled the doorway, and his eyes were filled with concern.
I've been listening to your conversation,
he said, his voice deep and resonant.
It seems that we have no choice but to act. I'm issuing a new guild quest for you two. Eliminate the Crimson Eclipse and put an end to their dark machinations.
Quest received. Shadows of the Crimson Eclipse. Objective, eliminate the Crimson Eclipse cult. Location, Verdant Hills. Rewards, 4,500 experience points, 1,000 gold. Rafe and Talon accepted the quest without hesitation, knowing that they would face whatever challenges lay ahead of them. They thanked Moira for her help and turned to leave, but Grant stopped them.
Before you go, he said, make sure you're well prepared. The cultists may be well versed in dark magic, and you'll need to be on your guard.
Rafe nodded.
We appreciate the advice, Grant. We'll make sure we're ready before we leave.
With that, Rafe and Talon made their way back to the guild hall to prepare for their journey into the Verdant Hills, discussing their plan of action as they gathered their equipment. As they were packing their bags, Talon turned to Rafe. Are you sure you're ready for this, Rafe? The dangers we're about to face? Rafe gave Talon a determined look.
I'm as ready as I'll ever be, Talon. This cult must be stopped, and we're the ones who have to do it. The Black Fang Guild and Darkvein depend on us.
Talon nodded, his own resolve strengthened by Rafe's confidence. You're right. We'll face whatever challenges come our way and put an end to the Crimson Eclipse. With their preparations complete, Rafe and Talon set off on a long journey to the Verdant Hills. Rafe and Talon spotted a wooden wagon with a canvas covering pulled by two sturdy horses making its way down the dirt road in the direction they needed to go. The wagon was laden with various goods, barrels, sacks, and crates, all securely tied down with thick ropes. Intricate designs were carved into the wooden frame of the wagon, giving it a sense of charm and character. The driver of the wagon was a middle-aged merchant with a bushy gray beard and a weathered face that told a story of a life spent traveling the roads. He wore a wide-brimmed hat that shielded his eyes from the sun and a simple yet functional brown tunic and trousers. The merchant introduced himself as Barnabas and explained that he made a living traveling between towns and villages, trading goods and supplies. Upon hearing Rafe and Talon's destination, Barnabas graciously offered them a ride on his wagon, stating that he was headed in the same direction and would be happy to have some company for the journey. Grateful for the opportunity to shorten their travel time, Rafe and Talon climbed aboard, settling themselves among the various goods. The wagon rattled gently as it rolled down the worn dirt road, the wooden wheels crunching the occasional rock. Barnabas, a stout middle-aged merchant with a bushy beard and a friendly demeanor, sat at the front, guiding the sturdy draft horses with practiced ease. Barnabas glanced over at Rafe and Talon, who were seated beside him.
I can't tell you how grateful I am to have you two along for the ride. These roads can be treacherous, especially with bandits lurking about, and I always get a bit nervous when I travel to Candora.
Rafe nodded in an understanding, his eyes scanning the landscape for any potential threats.
Bandits can indeed be a real problem, especially for merchants like yourself. We'll make sure to keep an eye out for any trouble.
Talon leaned back, resting his arms on the edge of the wagon. Yeah, we've dealt with our fair share of bandits in our time. They won't be an issue as long as we're here. Barnabas sighed with relief and then went on to share his apprehensions about the verdant hills.
It's not just the bandits that worry me. There's always been something unsettling about the verdant hills. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it feels like a dark cloud hangs over that place. The air feels heavier, the animals seem more skittish.
Rafe exchanged a knowing glance with Talon, aware that their mission was directly related to the strange occurrences in the air.
We've heard some rumors about the hills ourselves. That's actually where we're headed, to investigate and deal with whatever's going on there.
Barnabas raised his eyebrows in surprise, his curiosity piqued.
Really? Well, I must say, that's quite courageous of you both. I hope you can put an end to whatever's causing the disturbances. It'd make traveling through these parts a bit more pleasant, and that'd ease the minds of those who live nearby.
Talon flashed a confident grin, his eyes sparkling with determination. Don't worry, Barnabas. We'll get to the bottom of it and take care of the problem. Barnabas shifted in his seat, adjusting the reins in his hands before looking over at Rafe and Talon with a glint in his eyes.
You know, this journey between Darkvein and Candora can be quite eventful at times. There's a particular story from a few years back you might find interesting.
Rafe and Talon exchanged intrigued glances, and Talon gestured for Barnabas to continue. Go on. We're all ears. It's a long ride. Barnabas cleared his throat and began his tale.
It was late autumn, and I'd just finished delivering a shipment of rare herbs and spices to Candora. The journey had been uneventful, but I was eager to get back to Darkvein and restock and spend some time with my friends.
He paused for a moment, his eyes gazing into the distance as he recalled the memory.
I'd set off early, hoping to make good time. The weather was pleasant, and the leaves on the trees were a brilliant display of reds and oranges and yellows. It was a beautiful day for travel, with the sun casting a warm glow on the landscape. As I approached the halfway point between the two cities, I noticed something peculiar. There's a strange, rhythmic rumbling off in the distance. I couldn't quite pinpoint its source, but it seemed to be growing louder and closer with each passing moment. It was like the earth itself was trembling.
Talon leaned in, his curiosity piqued. What was it? Barnabas smirked and continued.
Well, as it turned out, I'd stumbled upon a migration of sorts. A big old herd of these massive shaggy creatures known as grazer beasts was making their way through the area. They're relatively harmless, but their sheer size and number can be intimidating. They're like a living, breathing avalanche, their hooves thundering against the ground.
Rafe nodded, familiar with the creatures.
I've heard of them, but I've never seen one in person. They're very rare. Supposed to be quite the sight.
Barnabas chuckled.
Oh, they certainly are. The lead grazer beast, magnificent beast with a thick old mane and curved horns, stood taller than the wagon itself. He stopped in the middle of the road staring down at me with curious eyes. I was understandably nervous, unsure what to do. My heart was pounding in my chest.
Talon raised an eyebrow. So what did you do? Barnabas smiled, his eyes twinkling with amusement.
Well, I did the only thing I could think of. I offered the creature an apple from my provisions. To my surprise, the grazer beast took the apple gently out of my outstretched hands, and its massive jaws crunched it along happily. He laughed, shaking his head at the memory. After that, the rest of the herd followed suit, coming up to the wagon to get their share of the apples. It's an incredible experience, one I won't soon forget. I stood there, surrounded by these magnificent creatures, feeding them apples one by one as they nudged me playfully with their enormous heads. Barnabas's eyes twinkled mischievously as he asked, "Do you lads fancy a ghost story? This'n happened to me years ago on this road late at night, and it still sends shivers down my spine." Rafe and Talon exchanged excited glances, their interest piqued. "Of course," Rafe replied, his voice tinged with anticipation. "We love a good ghost story." Barnabas grinned, leaning forward slightly as if to share a secret. "All right, then. This story takes place during one of my earliest trips between Darkbane and Kendora. I was young, inexperienced, and perhaps a bit too reckless for my own good. Back in those days, I was eager to prove myself as a merchant, so I often pushed myself and my horses harder than I should have." He paused for dramatic effect, his eyes scanning the horizon as if reliving the memory. "It was a moonless night, and I was running late. I had decided to push on, hoping to reach Kendora before dawn. The road was dark, and the only light came from my lantern, casting eerie shadows on the trees and bushes lining the path. An unsettling silence surrounded us. It was broken only by the sound of the wagon's creaking wheels and the horses' hooves on the dirt path." Talon shuddered, already feeling the chill of the story. Barnabas continued, "As I approached a narrow bridge over a deep ravine, I noticed a faint flickering light up ahead. At first I thought it was another traveler or perhaps a fellow merchant, but as I drew closer, I realized that the light was hovering above the ground, as if suspended in there by some unseen force." Rafe leaned in, his curiosity piqued. "A ghostly light?" Barnabas nodded solemnly. "Exactly. The light seemed to be emanating from a spectral figure. Its form was wavering and shifting like mist. It is a woman dressed in a tattered white gown, and her face was hid by a veil of darkness. She floated a few feet above the ground, and her movements were graceful and eerie. Her once beautiful gown, now hung in rags, is a testament to some long-forgotten tragedy." Talon's eyes widened, his heart pounding in his chest. "What did you do?" Barnabas swallowed hard, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move or even cry out. The ghostly figure turned its attention toward me, and I could feel its cold, empty gaze piercing through me. I knew, deep in my bones, that I was in the presence of something otherworldly, something that defied all logic and reason." He paused, shuddering at the memory. "Suddenly, the figure let out this chilling wail. It is a sound so full of despair and anguish that it chilled me to the core. The horses reared in terror, and I, in my panic, lost control of the wagon. We tumbled off the side of the Verdant Hill Bridge, plummeted into the ravine below. The wagon's contents spilled out all around us." Rafe and Talon exchanged shocked glances, stunned by the dramatic turn of events. Barnabas continued, his voice barely audible. "By some miracle, I survived the fall, my body battered and bruised but alive. The horses are not so fortunate. Their broken bodies lay beside the wreckage, victims of the ghostly encounter." He shook his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I clawed my way out of the ravine and back into the road. Every moment was an agony. When I finally reached the top, the ghostly figure was gone, vanished into the night. I stumbled my way to Kendora, arriving just as the first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon." Barnabas paused, his gaze distant as if still haunted by the memory. "Word of my ordeal spread quickly, and I learned that I wasn't the first to encounter the ghostly figure on that bridge. She was known as the White Lady of the Ravine, a woman who died in a tragic accident long ago, forever bound to the place of her demise. Some say she was searching for her lost love, while others believe she sought vengeance for her untimely death." Rafe and Talon sat in silence, the chilling tale still resonating in their minds. Finally, Rafe spoke up, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Have you ever seen her again?" Barnabas shook his head. "No, I hope I never do. I've avoided traveling at night near that bridge ever since. I still shudder when I think of that fateful night and that ghostly figure who nearly brought about my end. The wagon continued its journey, the three travelers lost to their own thoughts. The story of the White Lady of the Ravine hung heavy in the air, a haunting reminder of the mysteries and secrets hidden within the shadows of their world. Well, shit, I don't want to see this lady. Let's hope she's on vacation or something, Talon said with a laugh. Rafe chuckled, but I could tell he was a little unnerved. Let's change the subject, Barnabas. I think you've scared the dark elf. I'm not frightened. Barnabas laughed loudly. I don't know about that, my friend. You look a little wild-eyed. Talon leaned forward. Tell us about your life in Darkvein. Funny, I've never seen you before. Barnabas smiled at Talon's question. Well, I have a small house near the market district in Darkvein. It's nothing grand, but it's a comfortable place to call home when I'm not traveling. He leaned back in his seat, looking thoughtful. My life in Darkvein is mostly centered around my work as a merchant. I have a modest shop where I sell various goods that I acquired during my travels. You'd be amazed at the treasures one can find in distant lands. Barnabas chuckled softly. Of course, it's not all about work. I got a close group of friends who I've known since I first arrived in Darkvein many years ago. We get together every now and then to share a meal and a few drinks at the local tavern. It's a good life, filled with laughter and friendship. I've never married or had any children, but I consider my friends as my family. They've been with me through thick and thin, always ready to lend a helping hand or sympathetic ear. I've thought about settling down, but I suppose I've always been too attached to the freedom and adventure that comes with being a merchant. Talon nodded, appreciating Barnabas's openness. Sounds like you've carved out a good life for yourself. Darkvein's lucky to have you. Barnabas grinned, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Thank you, Talon. I'd like to think I've made a positive impact on the community. And who knows, maybe one day I'll finally decide to hang up my traveling boots and settle down for good. But for now, I'll keep enjoying the open road and the company of fine folks like you and Rafe. Talon and Rafe had barely closed their eyes when they were suddenly jolted awake by a visibly frightened Barnabas. Something's not right up ahead, he stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Peering ahead, they could see a makeshift roadblock consisting of logs, barrels, and assorted debris. 5 menacing figures of various races stood near the obstruction, each of them exuding a threatening presence. The tallest among them was an imposing orc with a massive battle axe, accompanied by a lean elf wielding dual daggers, a stout and heavily armored dwarf clutching a warhammer, a live human brandishing a longbow, and finally, a hulking half-orc carrying a menacing flail. They all eyed the approaching wagon with a predatory gaze, their intentions anything but good. Rafe put a reassuring hand on Barnabas's shoulder. Stay calm, Barnabas. Talon and I will handle this. We won't let anything happen to you or your goods. Talon clenched his fists in frustration, angered by the idea that honest travelers like Barnabas had to constantly worry about being accosted by bandits. He glared at the group of thugs, his eyes burning with determination to protect the merchant and his property. The wagon slowed to a stop and they neared the roadblock, and Talon and Rafe exchanged a brief nod before preparing to confront the bandits. They both knew that this encounter could quickly turn dangerous, but they had to stand their ground and ensure the safety of Barnabas and his belongings. Barnabas's voice shook as he tried to reason with the bandits, attempting to diffuse the situation with kindness. Good evening, friends, he stammered. We mean you no harm. We're just trying to make our way to Candora. If you could kindly let us pass, we'd be grateful. The bandit sneered at Barnabas's display of fear, clearly taking pleasure in his anxiety. The orc leader, a hulking brute with a scar running down his face, stepped forward, his voice rough and gravelly. Well, ain't you a polite little thing? Maybe we'll consider letting you through, but first let's talk about the toll you'll need to pay. Talon rolled his eyes at the orc's statement, trying to hide his annoyance. Yeah, sure. A toll. 'Cause you all look like you're doing such a great job keeping this road safe. The elf bandit, with a twisted grin, chimed in. Yeah, a toll. We protect this road after all, so you've got to pay us for our services.
His eyes gleamed with malicious intent, making it clear he had no intention of providing any kind of protection. Rafe clenched his jaw, deciding to test the bandit's response to a challenge.
And if we refuse to pay your so-called toll?
The dwarf bandit, a stocky figure with a wild beard, laughed maniacally.
Then I guess we'll just have to relieve you of your goods, and maybe teach you a lesson in manners, won't we?
Talon smirked, feigning nonchalance. Well, good luck with that. You'll find that we're not the easiest targets. The human bandit, a wiry woman with a cruel smile, stepped forward, pointing her weapon at Rafe and Talon.
Oh, we're not worried. We've dealt with tougher than you two.
It was clear that these bandits weren't going to let them pass without a fight, and they were relishing the opportunity to torment their prey. Rafe and Talon knew they had no choice but to stand their ground and protect Barnabas from these ruthless criminals. Rafe's voice hardened as he issued a final warning to the bandits.
This is your last chance. Let us pass, or we will have no choice but to kill you.
The bandits roared with laughter, scoffing at Rafe's threat. The orc leader, a massive brute with an ugly scar running down his face, bellowed,
You're outnumbered, fools. You don't stand a chance.
Rafe exchanged a determined glance with Talon, giving a slight nod. In a hushed tone, he instructed Talon,
Don't kill the woman. We need information.
With that, Rafe and Talon sprang into action, engaging the bandits in a fierce battle. Talon expertly wielded his daggers, using his speed and agility to dodge and weave through the bandits' attacks. He activated his shadow step ability, disappearing into the shadows before reappearing behind the dwarf bandit, a burly fellow with a thick beard. With a swift strike, Talon plunged his dagger into the dwarf's back, dropping him to the ground. Notification: Dwarf bandit defeated, plus 100 experience points. Talon smirked, taunting the bandits as he fought. You really should have taken our warning seriously. Rafe, meanwhile, clashed swords with the orc leader, their weapons ringing through the air as they exchanged powerful blows. The orc's strength was impressive, but Rafe was a seasoned warrior. He parried the orc's attack and with a swift riposte disarmed the brute. The orc's eyes widened with fear just before Rafe plunged his sword into his chest. Talon spotted the elf bandit, a lithe figure with sharp features attempting to take advantage of Rafe's distraction to shoot an arrow at him. Reacting quickly, Talon used his quick strikes ability combined with his ranged weapons proficiency, throwing his 2 daggers in quick succession. The first dagger knocked the bow out of the elf's hand, while the second struck him in the chest, bringing him down. Notification: Elf bandit defeated, plus 100 experience points. With the 3 male bandits defeated, the woman bandit, a human with unkempt hair and a ragged appearance, cowered, dropping her weapon and pleading for her life.
Please don't kill me. I beg you.
Rafe glared at her, his voice stern.
Tell us who's in charge of your gang. The attacks on the road have to stop.
The woman, trembling, nodded, realizing she had no choice but to comply. The frightened woman stammered.
We have a camp in the mountains. I'll take you there if you promise to let me go once we arrive.
Rafe and Talon exchanged a glance, weighing their options. Finally, Rafe nodded.
Fine, but any tricks, and we won't hesitate to kill you.
The woman, relieved, continued.
The leader's name is Trey. He's a dark elf, like you.
Rafe's expression darkened at the mention of Trey's race.
Dark elves like Trey give the rest of us a bad name,
he muttered bitterly, his anger simmering. Talon placed a reassuring hand on Rafe's shoulder. Don't worry, we'll deal with him and put an end to this crap. With a reluctant agreement from the woman, they set off toward the bandit camp in the mountains, prepared to confront Trey and bring an end to the violence plaguing the roads. Barnabas moved his wagon off the road out of sight and said he would wait for the Black Fangs to return. As they traveled, Rafe couldn't help but feel a burning determination to prove that not all dark elves were cut from the same cloth as Trey, and that he could be a force for good in the world. The woman, who introduced herself as Lyra, led Rafe and Talon through the winding mountain paths. The journey was arduous, with steep inclines and treacherous footing. As they climbed higher, the temperature began to drop and a chilly wind whipped through the trees. Rafe kept a close eye on Lyra, ensuring that she didn't try to escape or lead them into a trap. Talon engaged Lyra in conversation, attempting to learn more about the bandits and their operations. "So how did you end up with this group of bandits?" Talon asked, his tone casual but his eyes probing. Lyra hesitated before answering.
I didn't have much of a choice. My village was destroyed and I had nowhere to go. They took me in and I've been with them ever since.
Rafe, still cautious, interjected, "And you're okay with robbing innocent people and terrorizing the roads?" Lyra's face flushed with shame.
I'm not proud of it, but I didn't know what else to do to survive.
As they continued to climb, the trees began to thin out, and they caught glimpses of a makeshift camp below. They could see tents scattered around a central fire pit and several bandits milling about.
"If you make them aware of my position or go hurt Barnabas, I will kill you,"
Rafe said emphatically. Lyra nodded, understanding the gravity of their words.
I promise. I won't give your position away or go back to harm this Barnabas. I just want to start over, far away from all of this,
she said earnestly, her eyes pleading for them to believe her. Rafe narrowed his eyes, studying her for a moment before asking,
"How much control does Trey have over these men? If we take him out, do you think it would be enough to stop the crime on the road between Kandora and Darkvein? Or would they just carry on without him?"
Lyra pondered the question for a moment, her brow furrowing in thought.
Trey is a strong leader, and the men respect him, but he's also cruel and manipulative. He rules them with an iron fist, and they're afraid of him. If you take him out, it's likely that the bandits will be in disarray. Some might leave, seeking other opportunities, and others might try to seize power, but I believe without Trey, their operations would be weakened significantly, and it would take time for them to reorganize.
With that, Lyra slipped away, disappearing into the shadows as silently as a ghost. Rafe and Talon exchanged a glance, steeling themselves for the task at hand. It was time to confront Trey and put an end to his reign of terror over the travelers between Kandora and Darkvein. "So what do you think? Kill them all or just Trey?" Talon asked. Moving silently through the camp, Rafe and Talon observed the 15 bandits, each engaged in various activities, unaware of the threat lurking in the shadows. Rafe turned to Talon and spoke in a hushed tone.
"I'll handle Trey, dark elf to dark elf. I want you to watch my back, but don't intervene in my fight against him. Understand?"
Talon nodded, his eyes showing a mixture of concern and determination. He trusted Rafe's judgment and knew his friend was capable, but the thought of facing so many bandits still worried him. Relying on his stealth and cloaking skills, Rafe slipped past the bandits with ease, making his way toward what he assumed was Trey's tent due to the better quality and size. The camp was lit by flickering torches, casting dancing shadows that Rafe used to his advantage, remaining unseen by the bandits. Meanwhile, Talon kept a safe distance, watching Rafe's progress and scanning the area for potential threats. As Rafe reached Trey's tent, he paused for a moment, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He was about to face a formidable opponent, and he knew that every move he made from this point on would be critical. Quietly, he pushed aside the tent flap and entered, his eyes quickly adjusting to the dimly lit interior. Inside the tent, Trey was hunched over a table covered in maps and various documents. The dark elf looked up sharply as he sensed Rafe's presence, his eyes narrowing as he realized that he was not alone. The tension in the air was palpable as the two dark elves locked eyes, each sizing up the other, gauging their strengths and weaknesses. It was clear that only one of them would leave this tent alive. The moment stretched on as Rafe and Trey continued to stare each other down. Finally, Rafe broke the silence, his voice cold and steady.
"Trey, I've come to put an end to your reign of terror. The bandits you command, the lives you've ruined, it all stops now."
Trey chuckled darkly, his eyes glinting with a mix of amusement and malice.
"And who are you to challenge me? Another misguided do-gooder hoping to save the world? I've seen your kind before. You always end up the same, dead and forgotten."
Rafe clenched his fists, barely containing his anger.
"I am Rafe. I am a dark elf like you, but unlike you, I've chosen a different path. I've chosen to stand up against those who would prey on the weak, and that includes you."
Trey sneered, clearly unimpressed by Rafe's words.
"You think you're better than me, Rafe? You think you're a fool you can just waltz in here and take me down? You're a fool. My men are loyal to me, and they will tear you apart."
Rafe's voice was icy as he responded.
"Your men are nothing but thugs and murderers. I have no intention of facing them. I'm here for you, Trey. Just you and me, dark elf to dark elf."
Trey stood up, his movements fluid and graceful as he unsheathed a wickedly curved dagger.
"Very well, Rafe. Let's see how long your noble ideals last when you're staring death in the face."
The two dark elves circled each other, their eyes locked and filled with determination. The air in the large tent seemed to thicken, heavy with the weight of their impending clash. Neither of them knew what the outcome would be, but both were prepared to fight with everything they had. The tense atmosphere in the tent grew thicker as Rafe and Trey continued to circle one another, sizing each other up. Rafe could see the arrogance etched on Trey's face, and it only fueled his determination to put an end to this tyrant's rule. Trey twirled his curved dagger, the blade glinting in the dim light.
"You think you stand a chance against me, Rafe? I've been honing my skills for years, crushing anyone who dared to challenge me. You'll be no different."
Rafe didn't let Trey's taunt shake him. Instead, he focused on his breathing, calming his mind and readying himself for the battle ahead.
"We'll see about that. I've faced worse than you, Trey, and I'm still standing."
With that, the two dark elves finally sprang into action. Rafe launched a flurry of attacks, using his speed and agility to try and land a decisive blow, but Trey was no amateur either, deftly dodging Rafe's strikes and responding with his own vicious slashes. As the two danced around the tent, their movements a deadly ballet, Rafe began to notice a pattern in Trey's attacks. He was quick and brutal, but his arrogance had made him predictable. Rafe decided to take a risk, hoping to exploit this weakness. Feigning exhaustion, Rafe allowed one of Trey's slashes to come dangerously close, causing Trey to smirk in anticipation of victory. In that moment of overconfidence, Rafe struck. With lightning-fast reflexes, he disarmed Trey and forced him to his knees. Trey's eyes widened with disbelief, his smug expression replaced by fear. How did you—" Rafe pressed his blade against Trey's throat, his voice steady and resolute.
"I told you, Trey. I've faced worse than you, and I fight for something greater than myself. Now, your reign of terror ends here."
Rafe's blade cut through his throat like warm butter. The ground turned crimson. Outside the tent, Talon had been holding his own against a few of the remaining bandits to gain some much-needed experience rewards, watching Rafe's back as promised. With their leader defeated, the morale of the bandits crumbled, and they began to scatter in fear, begging to be spared and promising to stop the robbery and murder on the road to Kandora. Rafe and Talon had accomplished their mission, and the road between Kandora and Darkvein would be a safer place for all who traveled it. Chapter 34. The sun dipped even lower, casting an orange glow over the landscape as Rafe, Talon, and Barnabas continued their journey toward Verdant Hill. The mood in the wagon had changed from tense to warm and congenial, the recent skirmish with the bandits having forged a powerful bond between the three companions. Barnabas glanced over at Rafe and Talon, his eyes twinkling with gratitude.
"I can't thank you both enough for what you've done today. Not only did you save my life and my livelihood, but you've made the road safer for countless others as well."
Rafe shrugged modestly, his focus on the path that lay ahead of them.
"There's no need for thanks, Barnabas. We were simply doing what we felt was right. We couldn't just stand by and let those bandits continue to terrorize innocent people."
Talon chimed in, a determined glint in his eyes. "That's right. We hope that by taking out Trey and his gang, we've managed to make a significant dent in their operations. It's high time people could travel this road without constantly fearing for their lives." Barnabas sighed with relief, the weight of his concerns visibly lifting.
"Well, I share your hope, my friends. No one should have to live in fear while simply going about their daily lives. With any luck, the road between Kandora and Darkvein will be much safer now."
The wagon creaked and groaned as it rolled along the uneven road, the companions taking in the serenity of the surrounding countryside. Verdant Hill appeared on the horizon, its lush green slopes a striking contrast to the chaos they had left behind. As they approached their destination, Barnabas turned to Rafe and Talon with a sincere offer. "Once I've completed my delivery in Candora, I'd be more than happy to come back and pick you two up. It's the least I can do after everything you've done for me." Rafe and Talon exchanged grateful glances before accepting the kind proposal.
"We truly appreciate the offer, Barnabas," Rafe replied, his voice touched by genuine warmth. "Having a reliable way back will certainly help us focus on the task at hand."
Barnabas beamed, clearly pleased to be able to assist his new friends. "It's settled then. Once I've finished in Candora, I'll make my way back to Verdant Hill and be ready to take you both back to Darkbane." With the promise of friendship and the satisfaction of a job well done, Rafe, Talon, and Barnabas continued on their journey, each knowing they had made a positive impact on the lives of the people who traveled the once dangerous road between Candora and Darkvane. Barnabas suddenly pointed toward an ancient structure up ahead, his voice heavy with excitement and trepidation. "There it is. That's the bridge I mentioned earlier, the one where I saw that ghost all those years ago." The bridge was a venerable narrow stone structure that had withstood the ravages of time for centuries. It extended across a deep, imposing ravine, the jagged rocks and a churning river far below seeming to reach up, eager to claim any unfortunate soul who might fall. The bridge's arches were adorned with intricate, long-faded carvings, the details of the ancient craftsmanship now barely discernible. As they neared the bridge, Rafe felt a shiver run down his spine, his eyes darting nervously toward the ravine below. His usually confident demeanor faltered, betraying a hint of unease. Seizing the opportunity, Talon and Barnabas exchanged amused grins and began to tease Rafe about his apparent discomfort. "Would you look at that?" Talon jested, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Our fearless dark elf friend, Rafe, undone by an old ghost story. Who'd have thought?" Barnabas chuckled heartily and joined in the fun. "It's not like every day we see our bold companion on edge, is it? I suppose we should start calling him Rafe the Spooked from now on." Rafe rolled his eyes, but couldn't completely suppress a reluctant smile.
"All right, you two have had your fun. Let's just get across this bridge and be on our way."
As they reached the middle of the bridge, Barnabas slowed the wagon to a stop and pointed toward a spot on the ravine's edge. "That's where it happened," he said, his voice somber and reflective. "My wagon careened off the side and I found myself hanging on for dear life." He indicated a spot on the edge of the ravine that bore the scars of the long-ago accident, broken branches, scarred rocks, and an area where the foliage had never fully recovered. Barnabas recounted how he had managed to pull himself up to safety through a combination of strength, determination, and sheer luck. Rafe and Talon listened intently, their teasing replaced by admiration for Barnabas's harrowing tale of survival. After a moment of respectful silence, the wagon continued on its way, the ancient bridge and the foreboding ravine fading into the distance. However, the sense of unease stirred by the ghost story and the sight of the ravine lingered with Rafe and Talon, casting a shadow over their journey even as they left the haunted bridge behind. The playful banter between them resumed, but there was now an undercurrent of sobriety, a reminder of the unseen dangers that lurked on the edges of their world. As Rafe stood at the edge of the ravine, staring into its dark depths and contemplating the ghost story and dangers that might be lurking in the shadows, Talon saw an irresistible opportunity for mischief. He exchanged a conspiratorial glance with Barnabas, who smirked in anticipation before moving silently toward Rafe. Taking advantage of his stealth skills, Talon crept up behind Rafe, ensuring that his every footstep was muffled by the soft ground. As he neared his friend, he took a deep breath, preparing to let out a ghostly wail to startle Rafe. With a sly grin, Talon reached out a hand and tapped Rafe on the shoulder, while letting out a chilling, eerie moan. "Oh, Rafe, I am the ghost of the bridge, come to claim your soul." Rafe, caught off guard, jolted in surprise and fear. However, his instincts kicked in almost immediately, and he grabbed Talon's outstretched arm, using his own momentum to flip Talon over his back and onto the ground with a resounding thud. Talon let out a groan of pain, instantly regretting his decision to pull the prank. Rafe loomed over him, a mix of annoyance and amusement in his eyes. Did you really think you could get the better of me with a childish prank like that, Talon? Barnabas, who had been watching the entire scene unfold, burst into laughter, slapping his knee in delight. Oh, Talon, you should have seen the look on your face when Rafe flipped you over. Priceless. Talon grimaced, rubbing his sore back, but couldn't help but join in the laughter. All right. I admit it was a bad idea. I suppose I deserved that, Rafe. Rafe extended a hand to help Talon to his feet, a grin now plastered on his face.
You're lucky I didn't use one of my daggers, my friend. Next time, think twice before you try to scare a dark elf like me.
As the wagon rolled closer to their destination, Rafe and Talon could see the entrance to the verdant hills in the distance. Despite their name, the hills had an ominous aura to them, with thick fog lingering near the ground and gnarled ancient trees casting eerie shadows. The sun was beginning to set, casting an orange glow over the landscape, and the contrast between the dark hills and the warm sunlight only made the area look more foreboding. Barnabas slowed the wagon to a stop, and Rafe turned to him, a look of gratitude and concern on his face.
Barnabas, we appreciate everything you've done for us, but we don't want to put you in any danger. The quest marker is about 3 miles off the road, and we'd rather walk the rest of the way. The verdant hills have a bad reputation, and we don't want to involve you in any trouble.
Barnabas nodded, understanding their concern.
I've heard the stories about this place. I can see why you'd want to be cautious. And just remember, I'll be heading back through here after I finish my business in Candora. I'll be happy to pick you up on the road.
Talon smiled warmly at the merchant. We appreciate that, Barnabas. We'll probably start walking back to Darkvein after we complete the quest, but it'll be great to know we have a friend looking out for us on the way. Rafe clapped Barnabas on the shoulder.
You've been a true friend on this journey. Thank you for everything. And stay safe out there.
Barnabas returned the smile, his eyes filled with genuine affection.
You too, Rafe, Talon. I have a feeling we'll be seeing each other again soon. Good luck with your quest. May the gods watch over you both.
With heartfelt goodbyes exchanged, Rafe and Talon hopped off the wagon, shouldering their gear and waving farewell to their newfound friend. As Barnabas continued on toward Candora, the two adventurers set off on foot toward the entrance of the verdant hills. The air grew colder, and a heavy fog wrapped around them like a suffocating blanket. The tall grass that once appeared lush and vibrant now seemed to wilt under the oppressive atmosphere. The trees became more twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms, creating a maze of shadows in the fog. Instead of engaging in light-hearted banter, Rafe took on a more serious tone, his eyes scanning their surroundings cautiously.
Talon, we need to be prepared for dark magic attacks, Rafe warned. From what Moira told us, this cult we're dealing with has dabbled in some pretty sinister stuff. We can't afford to let our guard down.
Talon frowned, his hand tightening around the hilt of his dagger. I'm used to hand-to-hand combat, but magic is another story. It's unpredictable and difficult to counter.
Rafe nodded, his expression grim. That's true, but we'll have to adapt and overcome. I've seen you handle some pretty tricky situations before, so I have faith in you. And remember, there might not be a diplomatic solution with these cultists. They're fanatics, and we can't risk letting them continue their dark rituals.
As they continued, the path led them through a dense thicket where the fog seemed to hang even heavier. Emerging on the other side, they caught sight of an ominous structure looming in the distance. an old, dilapidated church. The church's spire, once a proud testament to its grandeur, was now crumbling and partially collapsed. The stone walls bore the scars of time, with ivy creeping over the fractured surface like the veins of a dying creature. The windows, which might have once been adorned with vibrant stained glass, were shattered and empty, giving the church an eerie, desolate aura. Rafe and Talon exchanged a wary glance, their banter ceasing as they instinctively sensed that this forsaken church could very well be the lair of the cult they were hunting. They cautiously proceeded, weapons at the ready, prepared to confront whatever sinister force lurked within the ancient, decaying walls, knowing full well that dark magic and fierce combat awaited them. As Rafe and Talon edged closer to the church, they couldn't shake the growing sense of dread that hung in the air. The building's imposing stone walls were defaced with a chaotic tangle of religious symbols, scrawled in a haphazard fashion as if to intentionally mar the sanctity of the place. While some symbols were known to them, others seemed steeped in mystery, hinting at the cult's arcane and forbidden practices. The entrance to the church featured massive wooden doors, their surface darkened and warped from exposure to the elements. The thick barrier, however, did little to silence the haunting chants that echoed from within, as the sinister melody seemed to permeate the very atmosphere around them. Through the broken windows, an eerie light flickered, casting strange and distorted shadows that danced ominously on the ground. Talon shuddered involuntarily, his hand gripping his dagger with white-knuckled intensity. "Rafe, this place is giving me the creeps. It feels tainted, like it's been twisted by something truly malevolent." Rafe shared Talon's sentiment, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the unsettling scene. "You're right, Talon. We need to be on our guard and prepared for whatever we encounter. There's no doubt that the cultists are up to no good." The chanting within the church grew louder and more fervent, rising to a crescendo that sent a fresh wave of unease coursing through their veins. Talon questioned, his voice laced with apprehension. "Do you think we should just barge in and confront them head on?" Rafe pondered their options for a moment before responding, "No, not yet. Let's try to find an alternate way in, perhaps a side entrance or a window. We need a clearer understanding of the situation before we take any action." With a plan in place, the two adventurers cautiously skirted the perimeter of the church, scanning for any possible points of entry. All the while, they tried to ignore the sinister chanting and the pulsating, unnatural glow that seemed to emanate from within the building. They knew that the challenges awaiting them inside the church would test their skills and determination, but they remained resolute in their quest to put an end to the cult's dark machinations and restore tranquility to the region. Rafe and Talon were so focused on finding an alternate entrance to the church that they didn't notice the menacing, oppressive aura encroaching upon them. The darkness in the air felt as if it were choking the very life from their surroundings, and it was only when a low whisper, barely discernible, caressed their ears that they realized something was amiss. Whipping around, their hearts pounding in their chests, they were confronted by a horrifying sight, a towering 7-foot figure draped in tattered, blood-stained robe. His face was obscured by a grotesque mask fashioned from the severed head of a goat, its glassy eyes reflecting their terrified expressions. The mask's twisted grin mocked them, sending shivers down their spines. Before either of them could react, the sinister figure lunged forward with supernatural speed, placing one hand on each of their foreheads. As his fingertips made contact, an icy sensation spread through their bodies, paralyzing them and rendering them helpless. The man's hands began to emit a sickly green glow, casting nightmarish shadows across their faces. In a guttural, otherworldly voice, the cultist began to chant a dark incantation, his words dripping with malevolence.
Hazul-Moraak Valshan-Morgath Grel-Tak-Shadar Gurach Zindal-Kreth-Malagor Vokul-Uthrag-Melgath.
The syllables slithered through the air like venomous serpents, and the chanting grew louder, more insistent. Rafe and Talon tried to resist the evil spell, but their bodies refused to obey their commands. A creeping numbness invaded their limbs. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over them. Their vision blurred as the chanting reached a crescendo, the sound echoing in their ears like the beating of 1,000 demonic wings. Desperation surged within them, but it was all in vain. They could not break free from the cultists' dark sorcery, and as the world around them dissolved into blackness, they slipped into unconsciousness, their minds surrendering to the relentless power of the malevolent chant. Talon's vision swam as he gradually regained consciousness, the throbbing pain in his head making it difficult to focus. The chilling sensation of the cold, hard ground beneath him sent shivers down his spine. As he tried to shake off the lingering effects of the dark spell, he realized he was trapped inside a small, grotesque cage crafted from what appeared to be human bones, expertly fused together into a sinister mesh. The sight of the bone cage filled him with a dread he had never experienced before. Panic surged through his body as he instinctively reached for his trusty daggers only to find them missing. The chilling realization that he was unarmed and vulnerable settled like a heavy weight in his chest. He found himself inside the ominous church they had tried to infiltrate earlier. The interior was hauntingly silent, the dark wooden pews that once lined the aisle abandoned and strewn about as if violently discarded by some malevolent force. Gothic arches loomed overhead, their shadows stretching across the ancient stone floor like skeletal fingers grasping at something unseen. Stained glass windows cracked and shattered, cast fragmented shards of colored light into the dim space, painting eerie patterns upon the walls. The air was heavy with a palpable sense of malevolence, as if the very structure of the church itself had been corrupted by the dark forces that had taken up residence within it. Desperate to find Rafe, Talon called out his friend's name, his voice echoing through the empty church like the forlorn cry of a lost soul. The chilling silence that followed only intensified his growing sense of dread. Frantically, he scanned the gloomy room for any sign of Rafe, hoping against hope that he might find him trapped in another cage. But there was no trace of his friend. Talon's heart raced as he heard the low hum of chanting from outside, the dissonant harmony of the cultists' voices, a sinister melody that somehow seemed to burrow its way into his very soul. The heavy wooden doors of the church creaked open, revealing 4 hooded figures dressed in black robes. Their faces were concealed by the shadows of their hoods, an unnerving and ominous sight. The robed figures moved in unison, their footsteps echoing through the church as they approached the bone cage. 2 of them positioned themselves on either side, lifting the macabre enclosure with surprising ease. They carried Talon down the aisle and out of the church, the chanting growing louder with each step. As they emerged into the open, Talon was horrified to see dozens of hooded cultists waiting, their eerie chants filling the air like a chorus of the damned. The scene before him was like a nightmare come to life. A wooden cross stood ominously in the center of the gathering, its weathered surface a testament to the unspeakable horrors it had undoubtedly witnessed. Beside the cross stood the tall, goat-masked figure, its haunting visage a terrifying sight to behold. Rafe was there, stripped of his armor and bound with coarse ropes that bit cruelly into his flesh. He struggled against his restraints, his face a mask of pain and determination, but it was clear he was in no position to help. Talon knew they had to find a way to escape this horrifying situation, but with his friend incapacitated and his own weapons gone, the odds seemed unsurmountable. As the cultists' chanting reached a fevered crescendo, Talon steeled himself for the nightmare that was about to unfold, his mind racing to find a way out of the terrifying predicament they had found themselves in. The eerie atmosphere was thick as the goat man, his grotesque mask depicting a twisted visage of a goat, began to speak in a harsh guttural language that Talon could only barely comprehend. Despite the unnerving, almost otherworldly cadence, Talon gradually managed to piece together the meaning behind the words as a prayer, fervently dedicated to the malevolent Crimson Blood God.
O great and mighty Crimson Blood God, we humbly beseech thee in our time of need. Accept our offering, a sacrifice of purity and innocence in exchange for your divine favor. Grant us your unholy strength, your dark wisdom, and your fearsome power, that we may carry out your abhorrent will upon this tainted earth. In the blood of the innocent we forge our pact, pledging our eternal servitude to your terrible cause. In your name we shall rise, and in your name we shall conquer. Hail to thee, our eternal master and dark overlord!"
As the goat man's voice grew louder, more impassioned, and increasingly sinister, Talon called out to Rafe, his voice a mixture of desperation and hope. Rafe's head slowly turned towards Talon, the harsh gag in his mouth brutally muffling any attempt at a response. Rafe's eyes, though filled with pain and frustration, also burned with a fierce, unbreakable determination. In a final frantic effort to escape their dire predicament, Talon tried to appeal to the goat man, pleading for mercy and begging for their release. However, the monstrous figure ignored his entreaties, completely absorbed by the unholy ritual unfolding before them. From the chilling words of the dark prayer, Talon realized with a glowing sense of horror that he was to be offered as a sacrifice to the twisted deity that these cultists worshipped. The goat man approached the bone cage, his movements deliberate and predatory, and reached his hand through the bars with a sense of malevolent purpose. As his cold skeletal fingers brushed against Talon's skin, the paralyzing energy surged through his body once more, leaving him conscious but entirely immobilized. The sensation of being trapped within his own body was both maddening and terrifying, and Talon's heart hammered in his chest as his mind raced to find a way out of the nightmare. With a cruel smirk, the goat man yanked Talon from the cage and, with a menacing flick of his wrist, levitated the paralyzed adventurer through the air. Talon's limp body hung suspended before the imposing wooden cross, the cold wind biting at his exposed skin and chilling him to the bone. The goat man then slammed Talon against the rough surface of the cross using his telekinetic power, causing waves of searing pain to ripple through his body. Two robed cultists, their faces shrouded in darkness beneath their hoods, moved forward and began to bind Talon's arms and legs to the cross with rough, unyielding ropes. The bindings cut into his flesh, each tightening loop serving as a cruel reminder of his impending doom. As the cultists finished their task and retreated, the goat man continued to chant his dark incantations, the ritual intensifying with each haunting word. Talon knew he had to find a way to escape before it was too late, but with his body both paralyzed and securely bound, he could do nothing but watch as the nightmare continued to unfold around him. Chapter 35. The goat man raised a wicked-looking blade, the cleaver's blood-stained edge glinting malevolently in the dim, flickering torchlight that filled the room. The hilt, expertly crafted from bone, appeared to pulse with an evil energy, adding to the unnerving atmosphere of the ritual. As he continued to chant, the goat man's eyes burned with a twisted, sadistic glee, locked on to Talon's with a predatory intensity.
Zathragornash Raktor Vaskresh Karvai Arkrakshaneth Durnash Vurtresh Zankai Shektar Vorloth Moonrise Algresh Lorkai Fultorag Zarvai Dalkor Vaskresh.
Talon, realizing the sinister intent behind the goat man's actions, felt his heart race with panic. In a desperate surge of clarity, he recalled the escape artist ability he had unlocked with the intensive training Rafe had provided. With a mental command, he activated the ability and felt his hands instinctively working to loosen his bonds, his fingers working with a speed and dexterity that seemed almost inhuman. As the ropes began to give way, the goat man's chanting faltered, his attention diverted by Talon's unexpected progress. With a snarl of rage, he raised the cleaver high above his head, his eyes now glowing with an unnatural fiery light. Just as the blade began to descend, Talon wrenched himself free from the last of his bindings and dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The cleaver bit deep into the wooden cross with a resounding thud, the impact causing the entire structure to shudder. The goat man's face contorted with fury as he struggled to remove the cleaver from the wood, his muscles straining with the effort. Seizing the opportunity, Talon launched himself at the distracted goat man, landing a series of powerful punches to the man's side. The blows seemed to have little effect, but they bought Talon precious seconds as the cleaver finally came loose and clattered to the ground, echoing through the eerie silence of the room. With no time to waste, Talon snatched up the weapon, its bone hilt cold and slick in his hand, and prepared for the battle that was surely to come. His heart pounded in his chest, and his eyes remained locked on the goat man who now stood before him, snarling and eager for retribution.
Talon's instincts kicked in as the goatman lunged forward with his remaining arm outstretched, his fingertips crackling with the same dark energy that had paralyzed Talon earlier. Time seemed to slow as Talon's eyes locked onto his assailant's arm, his mind calculating the trajectory of the incoming attack. With the agility and precision of a seasoned warrior, Talon swung the cleaver in a wide arc, slicing through the air with a sharp hiss. The cleaver met its target, severing the goatman's arm before it could make contact with Talon. The severed limb fell to the ground with a sickening thud, blood gushing from the gruesome stump pooling around the twitching appendage. The goatman's scream echoed through the church, a guttural sound that reverberated off the walls, causing shivers to run down Talon's spine. The monstrous figure's face contorted in pain and rage, his eyes burning with a malevolent fire. Seizing the opportunity, Talon thrust the cleaver forward, driving it deep into the goatman's heart. The impact jarred his arm, but he held on tight, ensuring the blade penetrated to its fullest extent. The goatman's body shuddered violently before it slumped to the ground, his life force extinguished. A notification materialized before Talon's eyes. Enemy defeated, Goatman Cult Leader. Experience points gained, 5,000 XP. Talon allowed himself a moment to catch his breath, his heart pounding in his chest. The thrill of victory surged through his veins, but he knew he couldn't afford to relax just yet. He had to find his daggers, free Rafe, and put an end to the remaining cultists who threatened the safety of the people in the surrounding lands. With renewed determination, Talon scanned the area for his weapons, his eyes darting from one shadowy corner to another. He spotted the familiar glint of his daggers lying discarded on a nearby altar, and he swiftly retrieved them. Now armed, Talon set off to free Rafe, the memory of his friend's gagged and bound form fueling his resolve. He knew that together they had the skills and experience necessary to dismantle the cult and restore peace to the region. Talon's hands moved swiftly, cutting the ropes binding Rafe with expert precision. As he worked, he could hear the ominous sound of approaching footsteps accompanied by the angry murmurs of the cultists. His heart raced as he realized the mob was closing in, fast, armed with torches and swords, hell-bent on revenge. Finally, Rafe was freed, but his limbs were completely numb, making it impossible for him to fight. Talon knew he had to protect his friend and fellow adventurer, no matter the odds stacked against them. He positioned himself between Rafe and the approaching mob, brandishing his daggers and mentally preparing for the battle ahead. The first cultist lunged at Talon with a wild swing of his sword. Talon desperately sidestepped the attack, using his high dexterity to dodge the blow and countered with a swift slash to the attacker's throat. Enemy defeated, cultist. Experience point gained, 50 XP. Talon engaged each cultist with skill and determination, drawing upon his abilities from his stat sheet. He used his acrobatics to somersault over the sweeping arc of a sword, landing behind the attacker and delivering a deadly strike. He relied on his sleight of hand to disarm another cultist, quickly snatching their weapon and using it against them. Enemy defeated, cultist. Experience points gained, 50 XP. As the battle raged on, Talon's perception allowed him to anticipate his foes' movements and counter their attacks. He narrowly evaded a barrage of daggers thrown by a cultist rolling to the side and hurling one back with deadly accuracy. Enemy defeated, cultist. Experience points gained, 50 XP. Talon's endurance was tested as the number of cultists never seemed to end. His constitution kept him going, providing him with the stamina necessary to continue fighting. He blocked a sword strike with his dagger, using his strength to push back the attacker before delivering a swift kick that sent the cultist crashing to the ground. Enemy defeated, cultist. Experience points gained, 50 XP. The battle was chaotic, with cultists closing in from all directions. Talon's intimidation played a crucial role in keeping them at bay as he bellowed a fearsome war cry that momentarily caused some of the cultists to hesitate, giving him the opportunity to land a critical hit. Enemy defeated, cultist. Experience points gained, 50 XP. Despite his impressive combat skills, Talon knew that his chances of survival were slim without the support of his friend. He glanced at Rafe, who was still struggling to regain the use of his limbs, and found renewed determination in his eyes. He fought with dexterity and precision, drawing upon his athletics to leap over obstacles and launch himself at the enemy with devastating force. Enemy defeated, cultist. Experience points gained, 50 XP. Talon's body ached with every blow he delivered and received, but he refused to yield.
As the number of cultists dwindled, his determination only grew stronger. His appraise allowed him to read his opponent's intentions, giving him a split second to react and counter their moves. He slipped under a lunging cultist's arm, slashing their leg and causing them to crumple to the ground in pain. Then a dagger was plunged into the eye socket. Enemy defeated. Cultist. Experience points gained 50 XP. With every enemy he faced, Talon drew upon his versatile skill set. He used his stealth to move silently through the chaotic battlefield, catching cultists off guard with sudden, brutal attacks. His investigation helped him identify weak points in his opponent's armor and exploit them for maximum damage. Each cultist he faced fell before him, one after another, but he couldn't afford to let his guard down even for a moment. Enemy defeated. Cultist. Experience points gained 50 XP. As the remaining cultists circled him, Talon knew he was running out of time. He glanced over at Rafe, who was finally regaining mobility in his limbs, and silently urged him to get up and join the fight. Talon continued to hold off the cultists, using his persuasion to sow seeds of doubt among them, causing some to hesitate in their attacks. Enemy defeated. Cultist. Experience points gained 50 XP. With the number of cultists dwindling, Talon could feel victory within reach. He continued to rely on his array of skills, using his perception to decipher the cultists' incantations and disrupt their spells, leaving them vulnerable to his attacks. Enemy defeated. Cultist. Experience points gained 50 XP. Rafe finally found his footing and rushed to Talon's side. Together, they faced the last few cultists who stood between them and their escape. Talon fought with renewed vigor, knowing that Rafe had his back, and they made quick work of the remaining enemies. Enemy defeated. Cultist. Experience points gained 50 XP. The final cultist fell before them, and Talon allowed himself a moment to catch his breath. He looked around at the carnage they had wrought, knowing that they had narrowly escaped with their lives. Their victory was hard fought, but together they had overcome the overwhelming odds and put an end to the sinister cult. As Rafe and Talon hobbled their way back to the road, their muscles ached and their faces were smeared with dirt and sweat from the fierce battle they had just endured. Despite the pain, they couldn't help but discuss the harrowing experience they had just been through with the cultists. Talon let out a weary sigh, wiping sweat from his brow. That was an incredibly intense fight. Those cultists were far more formidable than I ever anticipated. I've never encountered opponents like that before. Rafe nodded in agreement, his eyes narrowing as he recalled the sinister goat-headed figure and the dark magic he had wielded. The power they had at their disposal was twisted and malevolent. I'm just grateful we managed to put an end to their vile rituals and prevent any more sacrifices. Talon managed a grin, trying to inject some levity into the somber mood. You have to admit, though, we made a pretty impressive team back there. We had each other's backs the entire time, and we came out on top. Rafe looked at Talon with sincere gratitude in his eyes. That's true, Talon. You fought valiantly, and I owe you my life. I'm honored to call you my friend and ally. As they continued down the road, their conversation delved into the skills they had utilized in the battle and the lessons they had learned. They analyzed the strategies they had employed, discussing how they could enhance their abilities and be even more prepared for future encounters. After a couple of hours of walking and engaging in deep conversation, they heard the familiar sound of a wagon approaching from behind. Turning around, they saw Barnabas, grinning from ear to ear as he pulled up alongside them. "By the gods, you two look like you've been through war," Barnabas called out, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "I don't think I've ever seen you two looking quite so battered and exhausted." Rafe and Talon exchanged weary smiles before gratefully accepting Barnabas's offer to hop onto the wagon. As they settled in for the remainder of the journey, nursing their injuries and sharing their story with Barnabas, they knew that they had forged a bond that could withstand even the most challenging of trials. Barnabas carefully guided the horses along the dirt path, his eyes flickering between the road ahead and the two bruised and battered adventurers in the back of his wagon. "Where do you lads plan to go next?" he asked, genuine concern lacing his words. Talon, his back resting against the wooden side of the wagon, glanced over at Rafe. His friend had drifted into a deep slumber, his chest rising and falling rhythmically as he lay sprawled on the floor of the wagon, no doubt exhausted from the harrowing ordeal they had just survived.
We need to head straight to the Black Fang Guild Hall, Talon replied, his voice tinged with fatigue. We've got to report back to Grant about the quest, and, to be honest, we could both use some serious rest. Barnabas nodded sagely, his eyes filled with understanding. You've both more than earned it, that's for sure. The things you two have done together, the challenges you've faced and overcome, it's nothing short of remarkable. I'm truly honored to call you my friends. Talon managed a weary smile, touched by Barnabas's heartfelt words. The bond they shared had grown strong over their shared experiences, and Talon knew that no matter what obstacles they might face in the future, they could always count on one another for support. For the time being, however, rest was the highest priority. As the wagon continued to traverse the rugged terrain, the rhythmic rocking and steady clopping of the horse's hooves lulled Talon into a state of drowsiness. He closed his eyes, allowing sleep to claim him. Chapter 36. Talon and Rafe cautiously entered the Black Fang Guild Hall, a sense of unease still lingering after their recent ordeal. The hall, a sprawling structure made of ancient stone and aged wood, was filled with the hum of conversation and the clink of metal on metal. The scent of burning herbs and oils permeated the air, hinting at the magical nature of many guild members. They spotted Moira, the witch, her flowing crimson robes contrasting against the dark interior, and Grant, the guild leader, hunched over a large wooden table. The table was covered in maps and scrolls illuminated by the flickering glow of nearby candles. As the pair approached, Moira's piercing gaze fell upon them, her eyes widening with relief.
You've returned! We were beginning to worry for your safety,
she admitted, her voice laced with genuine concern. Grant, his face lined with years of experience and determination, nodded in agreement.
Indeed. Tell us, what happened at the cultist lair?
Rafe cleared his throat and began to recount their harrowing experience. We were captured and prepared for a dark ritual. The leader, a vile figure wearing a goat's head mask, wielded powerful dark magic that left us helpless. Talon added, We managed to break free and fought our way out through the cultists. It was a grueling battle, but we destroyed their lair and eliminated the threat they posed. Moira's eyes filled with a mix of horror and admiration.
I'm so glad you both made it out alive. Your bravery in the face of such evil is truly commendable.
Grant's stern expression softened slightly.
You've done the Black Fang Guild proud. Your actions have saved countless lives and reinforced our guild's reputation.
Rafe and Talon exchanged a glance, their chests swelling with pride.
Rest assured, the guild will keep a watchful eye on that area,
Grant continued.
If any remnants of the cult attempt to regroup or retaliate, we'll be ready.
At that moment, a glowing notification appeared before Talon. Quest completed. Shadows of the Crimson Eclipse. Objective: eliminate the Crimson Eclipse cult. Location: Verdant Hills. Rewards: 4,500 experience points, 1,000 gold. Reputation with Black Fang Guild increased. Moira smiled warmly.
Now, you should get some rest. You've more than earned it. And remember, the entire guild stands behind you, ready to support you in your future endeavors.
Character name: Talon. Class: Rogue. Level: 9. Attributes: Strength: 13 plus 1. Dexterity: 25 plus 1. Constitution: 19 plus 1. Intelligence: 18 plus 1. Wisdom: 17 plus 1. Charisma: 20 plus 1. Agility: 23 plus 1. Endurance: 16 plus 1. Luck: 19 plus 1. Hit points: 50 plus 5. Stamina points: 52 plus 4. Mana points: 26 plus 2. Primary skills: Stealth level 9 increase plus 1. Lockpicking level 9 increase plus 1. Acrobatics level 9 increase plus 1. Pickpocketing level 9 increased plus 1. Disguise level 9 increased plus 1. Traps level 9 increased plus 1. Secondary skills: Perception level 9 increased plus 1. Sleight of hand level 9 increased plus 1. Bluff level 9 increased plus 1. Intimidation level 9 increased plus 1. Persuasion level 9 increased plus 1. Appraise level 9 increased plus 1. Combat skills:
Dagger proficiency, level 9, increased +1. Ranged weapons proficiency, bows, crossbows, throwing knives, level 9, increased +1. Evasion, level 9, increased +1. Dual wielding, level 9, increased +1. Unarmed combat, level 9, increased +1. Special abilities. Sneak attack, deal additional damage when attacking an enemy from behind or while undetected. Shadow step, blend into the shadows, becoming invisible for a short period. Mana cost 3, cooldown 40 seconds. Quick reflexes, gain a bonus to dodge and reflex saves. Poisoner, gain the ability to apply poisons to weapons, increasing their damage for a limited time. Crippling strike, inflict a debuff on an enemy, reducing their movement speed and attack power for a short duration. Advanced stealth, move silently and stay hidden more effectively, reducing the chances of being detected by enemies. Assassinate, deal massive damage with a precise strike when attacking a target from behind or while undetected. Escape artist, increase your chances of escaping from bindings, grapples, and other immobilizing effects. Master of Shadows, new, enhance the effectiveness of all stealth-related abilities, further reducing detection chances and increasing damage while hidden. Enlightened growth, gain a deeper understanding of your skills, increasing their effectiveness and allowing for faster progression. Rafe led Talon to the stat sheet board within the guild hall, a place where each member's abilities, skills, and achievements were recorded and displayed. As Talon interfaced with the board, Rafe scanned the information, his eyes widening in surprise as he noticed the new special ability unlocked for Talon, Master of Shadows.
Ah, Talon, it seems you've unlocked a rather impressive ability, Rafe began with a hint of excitement in his voice. The Master of Shadows ability is a unique and powerful skill that very few manage to attain.
Talon's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to learn about this newfound power. What does it do, Rafe? How does it work? Rafe took a deep breath, launching into an explanation.
The Master of Shadows ability allows its user to harness the power of shadows and darkness to their advantage. With this ability, you'll be able to blend into the shadows, becoming nearly invisible to others. It's an incredible asset for stealth, infiltration, and even combat situations.
As Rafe continued, he became more animated, his enthusiasm for the subject matter evident.
Furthermore, the ability also grants you heightened senses and reflexes when you're enveloped in shadows or darkness, making you even more formidable in those environments. Your agility and accuracy will improve, and you'll be able to anticipate your opponent's movements more effectively.
Talon listened intently, absorbing every detail of Rafe's explanation. That sounds incredibly useful. Is there anything else I should know about this ability?
Rafe nodded. Yes, there's one more crucial aspect of the Master of Shadows ability that's crucial to understand. While you're using it, you'll be able to communicate and even command shadows to some extent. This can be useful for gathering information, creating distractions, or even manipulating the environment to your advantage.
Talon's eyes widened in awe, already considering numerous ways he could utilize this new power to aid him.
However, Rafe cautioned, the power of Master of Shadows ability is not without its limits. Overuse or reliance on it can drain your energy, leaving you vulnerable. You must use it wisely and efficiently, striking a balance between your newfound power and your other skills.
Rafe led Talon down a series of dimly lit corridors within the guild hall, finally arriving at a secluded training room specifically designed for practicing abilities that required darkness. The walls were adorned with ancient tapestries depicting various battles and legends, while the ceiling was high and vaulted, allowing the shadows to loom and dance menacingly. A few torches flickered on the walls, casting an eerie, subdued light through the room.
All right, Talon,
Rafe began, his voice calm and focused.
The Master of Shadows ability is all about attuning yourself to the shadows and darkness around you. You need to find a deep, almost spiritual connection with the essence of shadow, allowing it to empower you and to amplify your abilities.
Talon nodded, taking in the atmosphere of the room as he closed his eyes and took a deep, measured breath. Rafe continued to instruct him.
To begin, try to feel the shadows that surround you, as if they were an extension of your own body. Embrace their presence and allow your senses to expand and merge with the darkness. You should start to feel a certain power welling up inside you like an untapped reservoir of strength.
As Talon focused on Rafe's words and the darkness enveloping him, he began to feel a subtle shift in his perception. The oppressive darkness that once seemed intimidating now felt almost comforting, as if it were a protective cloak he could wrap himself in. A newfound energy coursed through his veins, and he could sense the shadows responding to his will.
"Now," Rafe said, "try to blend into the shadows. Envision yourself becoming one with the darkness, as if you were simply another part of it. Concentrate on this idea and allow your body to meld with the shadows."
Talon concentrated on the concept, and as he did so, his form seemed to dissolve into the darkness. Rafe watched with satisfaction as Talon's physical presence became almost imperceptible, a faint outline barely visible against the backdrop of the shadows.
"Excellent, Talon," Rafe praised. "Now, try moving around the room while maintaining your connection to the shadows. Keep your focus on the darkness, allowing its energy and power to flow through you. You should feel your reflexes sharpen and your agility increase."
Talon did as instructed, moving silently and fluidly through the shadows. He was amazed at how he could navigate the room with such stealth and grace, his presence all but undetectable. He could feel his heightened senses, increased agility, and improved accuracy, just as Rafe had mentioned earlier.
"Now for the last part," Rafe said. "Try commanding the shadows. Imagine that you want a shadow to shift or move in a specific way and project your will upon it. You'll be surprised by how the shadows respond to your commands."
Talon hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to expect. However, as he focused on a nearby shadow, envisioning it stretching and twisting to his desire, he was astounded to see the darkness follow his command. The shadow bent and stretched in perfect accordance with his will, demonstrating the true power of the Master of Shadows' ability. Rafe's smile conveyed his approval.
"You're a natural, Talon. Remember to practice and refine your control over this ability. It will undoubtedly become one of your most powerful assets."
Talon nodded, grateful for Rafe's guidance and eager to hone his newfound skill. Chapter 37. Grant led Rafe and Talon through the bustling streets of Darkvein, guiding them towards the former Bloodcrest Guild building. The recently abandoned structure had been transformed by the Order of the Tranquil Dawn, its dark and foreboding appearance replaced with an aura of peace and warmth.
"Can you believe this is the same building?"
Grant asked as they approached the guild hall.
"The Order's really worked wonders with the place."
The former crumbling stone walls had been carefully restored, now gleaming with a newfound radiance. Lush green vines climbed the building's facade, adorned with vibrant flowers of various hues, creating an intricate tapestry of colors that seemed to dance in the gentle breeze. The once intimidating spiked gates had been replaced by a beautifully crafted wrought iron entrance featuring delicate floral patterns and intricate scrollwork that showcased the Order's devotion to beauty and harmony.
"How in the world do they already have all of these flowers and vines?" Talon asked with a cocked brow.
"Earth mages,"
Rafe replied as he admired the renovations.
Yeah, Earth mages can do amazing things. It's amazing how this building has been transformed so quickly. Who would have known there was a violent and bloody guild war days ago?
Grant mused. As they entered the grounds, the trio was greeted by the soothing sounds of a babbling brook, its clear waters shimmering under the sunlight. The sweet scent of blooming flowers hung in the air, creating a calming atmosphere that was a welcome respite from the chaos of the city. The once barren courtyard was now a thriving garden, filled with medicinal herbs and plants that reflected the Order's devotion to healing and light. Stone pathways wound through the lush foliage, guiding visitors to various tranquil alcoves and quiet sanctuaries for prayer and contemplation.
"Their dedication to Seraphina's teachings is really quite remarkable," Rafe observed as they walked through the garden. "I've never seen such a beautiful and serene place in the heart of Darkvein. This is what this town needed."
The Tranquil Dawn monks, clad in robes of soft white and gold, moved gracefully throughout the grounds. Their faces radiated serenity and kindness. Their movements seemed almost ethereal, as though they floated above the ground. One of the monks approached the trio, his gentle smile conveying a sense of welcome.
"Greetings, travelers," he said, his voice calm and soothing. We are honored to have you as our guests. May the light of Seraphina guide you and protect you on your journey.
Rafe and Talon marveled at the transformation of the building, impressed by the Order's ability to breathe new life into what was once a dark and oppressive place. As they strolled through the meticulously maintained gardens, where vibrant flowers bloomed and the soothing sound of trickling water from an ornate fountain filled the air, the trio couldn't help but feel a sense of calm wash over them. It was as if the very atmosphere of the place was infused with the healing energies of Seraphina, the goddess of light and healing. Amidst this peaceful setting, they were greeted by the abbot of the Order of the Tranquil Dawn. His name was Abbot Eamon, a wise and compassionate man who had dedicated his life to the teachings of Seraphina and leading the Order in their mission of healing and hope. Abbot Eamon was an elderly man with a tall, slender frame. His long, flowing white hair cascaded down his back, framing a face marked by the passage of time with deep wrinkles and lines that revealed a life rich in experience and wisdom. His gentle eyes sparkled with warmth and understanding, and his presence seemed to radiate a sense of peace and calm that was contagious to those around him. The abbot's robes were pristine white, trimmed with intricate gold embroidery that shimmered in the sunlight. Around his neck he wore an ornate amulet bearing the symbol of Seraphina, a beautifully crafted sunburst design that signified the goddess of light and healing. The amulet appeared to glow softly, reflecting the inner light that emanated from the abbot's very being. As they approached, Abbot Eamon smiled warmly at the trio, extending his arms in a welcoming gesture.
"Greetings, my friends," he said, his voice kind and gentle. "We are honored by your presence and grateful for your interest in our humble order. May the blessings of Seraphina guide you and bring light to your path."
The abbot's serene demeanor and genuine warmth touched Rafe, Talon, and Grant, who felt an immediate sense of comfort and acceptance in his presence. They were eager to learn more about the Order of the Tranquil Dawn and the peaceful sanctuary that they had created in the heart of Darkvane. As Abbot Eamon led them through the monastery, they observed the monks of the order, each dressed in simple white robes similar to the abbot's, going about their daily tasks. Some tended to the gardens with a gentle touch, nurturing the plants and flowers that added beauty to the grounds. Others were engaged in a quiet meditation, their faces serene and focused as they sought to attune themselves to the divine energies of their goddess. In one corner of the monastery, they came across a group of monks offering healing prayers and treatments to injured or sick individuals who had sought the order's help. The soothing chants and skilled hands of the monks worked wonders on the afflicted, who expressed their gratitude through heartfelt smiles and tears of relief. Abbot Eamon led the trio to a serene meditation room adorned with beautiful stained glass windows depicting the various aspects of Seraphina, the goddess of light and healing. The windows seemed to radiate a divine presence, bathing the room in soft, ethereal light. The air was filled with the scent of incense, lending a sense of peace and tranquility to the atmosphere.
"Welcome, my friends,"
Abbot Eamon said, gesturing for them to take a seat on the cushioned floor.
"Before I share with you the teachings of our faith, I'd like you to take a moment to open your hearts and minds to the divine presence of Seraphina. Feel her light and love surrounding you, guiding you, offering you solace in times of need."
Rafe and Talon exchanged glances before following Abbot Eamon's guidance, closing their eyes and taking several deep, calming breaths as they focused their thoughts on the goddess of light and healing. Once they had settled into a state of peaceful contemplation, Abbot Eamon began to share the tenets of their faith with Rafe, Talon, and Grant.
"Seraphina is the embodiment of light and healing, the compassionate force that brings hope and renewal to a world often shrouded in darkness. Our order is dedicated to spreading our teachings and offering aid to those in need, striving to be a beacon of hope in the face of despair."
Talon raised his hand hesitantly. "Abbot Eamon, how do you specifically practice these teachings in your daily lives?" Abbot Eamon smiled warmly at Talon's curiosity.
"An excellent question, Talon. We practice the teachings of Seraphina by following 3 core principles: compassion, healing, and light. Compassion represents empathy and understanding, an open heart that extends kindness to all living beings. Healing is the transformative power of love and light, the ability to mend wounds, whether physical or emotional, and restore balance to the world. Light symbolizes the illumination of wisdom and truth, guiding the faithful through the darkness and dispelling the shadows of ignorance.
Rafe nodded thoughtfully. That sounds like a noble pursuit. Can you tell us more about the rituals and ceremonies you perform in honor of Seraphina?
Certainly, Abbot Eamon replied. We have daily prayers and meditations, as well as sacred rites performed during times of healing or celebration. For instance, when a member of our order successfully heals someone through the power of Seraphina's light, we hold a special ceremony to express our gratitude and affirm our commitment to our teachings.
Grant, intrigued by the dedication of the order, asked,
What kind of practices do you follow for personal growth and spiritual development?
Abbot Eamon's eyes shone with passion as he explained,
We study sacred texts and learn from the wisdom of our ancestors, who have also devoted their lives to the worship of Seraphina. We believe that by deepening our understanding of our teachings, we can strengthen our connection to our divine light. In addition, we practice acts of kindness and charity, both within our order and in the wider community. Through these actions, we nurture the light within ourselves and share Seraphina's love with the world.
As Abbot Eamon shared the teachings of Seraphina, Rafe, Talon, and Grant found themselves drawn into the sincerity and warmth in his voice, the conviction with which he spoke of the goddess and her divine love. It was clear that the worship of Seraphina had a profound impact on the lives of the monks of the Order of the Tranquil Dawn, providing them with purpose and guiding them in their quest to bring light and healing to the world.
Finally, Abbot Eamon continued, we place great importance on meditation and self-reflection. Through quiet contemplation, we can listen to the whispers of Seraphina's guidance, allowing her wisdom to shape our thoughts and actions.
With the conclusion of Abbot Eamon's explanation, the trio found themselves deeply moved by the devotion and dedication of the order. They felt a newfound appreciation for the beliefs and practices of the Tranquil Dawn monks and the light they brought into the world in Seraphina's name.
Thank you, Abbot Eamon, for sharing the teachings of Seraphina with us, Rafe said sincerely, bowing his head in respect. Your words have truly touched our hearts.
Abbot Eamon smiled warmly, a gentle radiance shining in his eyes.
You're most welcome, my friends. I'm honored to have the opportunity to share the light of Seraphina with you. May her blessings be upon you always.
As they left the meditation room, the trio felt a sense of serenity and warmth, touched by the grace and love of Seraphina. They had a newfound understanding of the Order of Tranquility. Grant smiled and nodded his head respectfully.
You've shown us so much, but I'm wondering if you would show us the Vigilant Protectors. They're truly legendary, and we've heard such amazing stories.
Abbot Eamon nodded and continued the tour, leading Rafe, Talon, and Grant to another part of the temple.
This area, he explained, is where our Vigilant Protectors reside. They are not only worshippers of Seraphina, but also dedicated students of the martial arts. Their purpose is to defend the monastery and our goddess against any who would threaten us or the light of Seraphina.
The trio listened intently, intrigued by the concept of these warrior monks. Talon was reminded of the legendary Shaolin monks, renowned for their mastery of martial arts and spiritual discipline. As they entered a large open courtyard, they saw 24 vigilant protectors engaged in various activities. Some were practicing their martial arts skills with fluid, precise movements, while others sat in quiet meditation, their faces serene and focused. The courtyard itself was a serene oasis with carefully manicured gardens, blossoming trees, and the gentle sound of water flowing from a central fountain. The air was filled with a sense of peace and determination, reflecting the dedication and discipline of the Vigilant Protectors. Rafe, Talon, and Grant watched in awe as the Vigilant Protectors trained, their movements a mesmerizing display of power and grace.
It was clear that these monks had devoted countless hours to perfecting their skills, embodying the balance between the spiritual and the physical aspects of their lives. The trio couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the devotion and commitment of these warrior monks, whose lives were dedicated to the protection of their faith and their goddess. Abbot Eamon gestured towards an older monk who stood overseeing the training session, his eyes sharp and his posture strong.
Allow me to introduce Master Kieran, the sensei of the Vigilant Protectors. He's been with our order for many years and is responsible for the rigorous training and discipline of our warriors.
Master Kieran was an imposing figure, his silver hair pulled back into a tight bun and neatly trimmed beard framing his strong jawline. His eyes were a piercing blue, exuding wisdom and authority. He wore the traditional robes of the order, adorned with intricate embroidery representing the teachings of Seraphina. As they approached, Master Kieran bowed respectfully to Abbot Eamon and the trio, his movements fluid and controlled.
Greetings, Abbot Eamon, and honored guests. Welcome to the heart of our training grounds. Here we hone our skills in the martial arts and deepen our connection with Seraphina, the goddess of light and healing.
The abbot nodded, motioning for the sensei to continue. Master Kieran gestured toward a group of monks practicing intricate forms, their movements in perfect unison.
These are some of our more advanced students. They've been training with us for several years, and their dedication to both their martial prowess and the spiritual growth is evident.
Rafe, Talon, and Grant marveled at the intense focus and skill on display, their eyes following the swift and powerful movements of the monks. The air seemed to hum with the energy of their practice, their breathing steady and rhythmic as they moved in synchronicity. Master Kieran led them to another section of the courtyard where younger monks sparred with one another under the watchful eye of their instructors.
Here, our initiates learn the basics of combat, as well as the importance of discipline and self-control. Our teachings are as much about inner strength and spiritual balance as they are about physical prowess.
He paused, gazing at the young monks with a mix of pride and determination.
In these troubled times, we must be ever vigilant, ready to defend our faith and our goddess from those who would seek to bring darkness and chaos into the world.
As they continued to observe the training, Master Kieran turned to Rafe and Talon, his brow furrowed in concern.
I've heard of your recent encounter with the Crimson Eclipse cultists. We too have faced these vile creatures before during a conflict in the Darklands. They are truly evil, and must be eradicated from the face of the earth.
Rafe and Talon exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. We managed to kill everyone at their hideout, including their strange goatman priest, Talon said grimly. But it seems like there's more of them out there. Master Kieran nodded, his expression solemn.
Indeed, there are other pockets of these cultists scattered throughout the barren region. We had hoped that our efforts in the Darklands would have halted their migration into our lands, but it appears we were unsuccessful.
He clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes.
The eradication of the Crimson Eclipse cult is the highest priority for the Vigilant Protectors. We cannot allow their dark influence to spread any further, and we will dedicate our lives to stopping them.
Talon furrowed his brow, concern growing on his face. I thought they were just a small sect of crazy zealots, but from what you're saying, it sounds like they're well organized and much larger than we initially thought. How'd they manage to become so powerful? Rafe, always interested in history due to his historian profession, turned to Kieran with a curious expression. Do you know the history of this cult? We know that they worship the Crimson Blood God, but any additional information would be helpful in understanding our enemy. Kieran nodded thoughtfully, pausing for a moment to gather his thoughts.
Yes, I can provide you with some insight into the origins of the Crimson Eclipse. The cult started in the Darklands many centuries ago, founded by a group of twisted individuals who sought to gain power through the worship of the Crimson Blood God, a malevolent deity known for his thirst for blood and chaos. He continued, the founders of the cult believed that they had been chosen by the Crimson Blood God to serve as his heralds, spreading his influence across the land. They began to recruit followers by preying on those who felt lost, hopeless, or powerless, promising them purpose, strength, and a sense of belonging. As the cult grew in numbers and influence, they began to formalize their dark practices, creating elaborate rituals and ceremonies designed to harness the power of their god. Kieran explained, his voice heavy with disdain. These rituals often involved the spilling of blood, the desecration of sacred places, and the subjugation of innocent souls, all in the name of their twisted deity. Over time, the cult expanded beyond the Darklands, establishing hidden enclaves and secret cells in various regions, including the Baron. They infiltrated communities, corrupting those who were weak-willed or vulnerable to their dark promises. Through fear, manipulation, and control, the cult strengthened its grip on the hearts and minds of its followers.
Rafe and Talon listened intently, their expressions grim as they absorbed the disturbing history of their enemy. Kieran continued,
the cult's hierarchical structure, with the high priests at the top, allowed them to command legions of devoted followers. These priests, like the goat man you encountered, are skilled in dark magic, and their abilities only grow stronger as they commit more atrocities in the name of their god. As they expanded, they became more organized, forming alliances with other sinister factions, and even corrupting powerful individuals within various governments and organizations. They used these connections to further their own twisted agenda, sowing chaos and fear wherever they went. Though we've tried to eradicate the cult, they have proven to be a resilient and tenacious foe,
Kieran admitted, his voice tinged with frustration.
They operate in the shadows, constantly adapting their tactics and strategies to evade detection and resist our efforts to destroy them. They're a cancer on this world, and it is our duty to root them out and eliminate them.
Talon clenched his fists, his determination growing. Thank you for sharing this with us, Kieran. It's important to understand our enemy so that we can fight them more effectively. Rafe nodded in agreement, his historian's mind already cataloging the new information.
Knowledge is power, and with this knowledge we can better protect ourselves and our allies against the threat of the Crimson Eclipse. Together we will stop them.
Kieran smiled grimly, appreciating their determination.
I have no doubt that we will prevail. With the combined strength of the vigilant protectors and your own skills, Seraphina's light will guide us, and together we will bring an end to the darkness that the cult spreads.
Talon's curiosity piqued. He asked Kieran, You mentioned the goat-man priest we encountered. Can you tell us more about these frightening individuals? What exactly are they capable of, and how do they fit into the cult's hierarchy? Kieran nodded, taking a deep breath before diving into his explanation.
The Goatman priests, or as they are more formally known, the priests of the Crimson Eclipse, are the highest-ranking members within the cult. They are selected by the Crimson Blood God himself, though through a dark and twisted ritual that imbues them with unnatural power and a connection to their malevolent deity. The goat masks they wear are not merely for intimidation, but also serve as a conduit through which they can channel the dark energy of their god. The masks are crafted from the bones of sacrificial victims and imbued with dark magic energy, allowing the priest to tap into the very essence of the Crimson Blood God's power. As for their abilities, Kieran continued, his expression growing more serious, they are truly terrifying. The priests wield dark magic with ease, using it to manipulate the minds of their followers, corrupt the souls of the innocent, and wreak havoc upon their enemies. They can paralyze their victims with a mere touch, as you experienced firsthand, Talon, and can summon powerful creatures from the depths of the Darklands to do their bidding. In combat, they are formidable opponents, capable of wielding both magic and melee weapons with deadly efficiency. They are known to have access to a wide array of dark spells, including the ability to drain life force from their enemies, inflict terrible wounds that refuse to heal, and even raise the dead to serve as their unholy minions.
Talon's eyes widened at the description, realizing just how dangerous their enemy truly was.
It's clear we underestimated the threat they pose, he admitted, his resolve to defeat the cultists only growing stronger.
Rafe nodded in agreement, adding, "We were fortunate to survive our encounter with that priest, but it's evident that we need to be better prepared for future encounters. We cannot allow the Crimson Eclipse to continue spreading their darkness and terror."
Kieran smiled at their determination, knowing that they would be valuable allies in the fight against the cult.
Indeed, your courage and conviction will be vital in this battle. Remember, you have the support of the Vigilant Protectors and the Order of the Tranquil Dawn. Together, we will bring light to the darkness and restore balance to the world.
Grant stepped forward, addressing both the abbot and Kieran with determination in his eyes.
In light of the grave threat that the Crimson Eclipse poses, I propose that the Black Fang Guild forms an alliance with the Order of the Tranquil Dawn and your Vigilant Protectors. Our combined forces and knowledge would allow us to work more effectively in eradicating this menacing cult.
The abbot stroked his beard thoughtfully, exchanging glances with Kieran before nodding in agreement.
We accept your proposal, Grant. The darkness that the Crimson Eclipse brings is a danger to us all, and we must stand united against it. However, we have one condition. We would like Talon Nightstrider to act as the liaison between our order and the Black Fang Guild.
Grant considered the request for a moment, then turned to Talon, who nodded in acceptance.
Very well,
Grant agreed, a look of pride in his eyes.
Talon will be our liaison, bridging the gap between our organizations and ensuring we work together seamlessly to overcome our common enemy.
Kieran then addressed Talon directly, his voice firm but gentle.
Talon, I would like you to spend a few days here at the Order, familiarizing yourself with our ways and methods. This will enable you to better represent us and facilitate communication between our groups. In doing so, you will become a vital link in our cooperative efforts.
Rafe chimed in, somewhat defensively. As Talon's mentor and shadow, I should be there with him to ensure his safety and learn alongside him.
Grant, however, shook his head gently.
That won't be necessary, Rafe. I trust the Order will take good care of Talon and provide him with the knowledge and guidance he needs. Your presence is needed here with the Guild to help coordinate our efforts and maintain our strength.
Rafe hesitated, but eventually conceded, understanding the importance of his role within the Black Fang Guild and trusting that Talon would be in good hands with the Order. With the alliance formed and their roles established, both the Order of the Tranquil Dawn and the Black Fang Guild prepared for the upcoming battle against the Crimson Eclipse. The Guild members and the monks of the Order, each with their unique skills and expertise, began to share information, tactics, and knowledge. Together they hoped to vanquish this dread threat and bring peace and light back to the realm once more. Chapter 38. Kieran led Talon through the quiet, dimly lit halls of the Vigilant Protector section of the monastery. As they walked, Talon couldn't help but notice the stark difference in the decor compared to the rest of the monastery. The walls here were unadorned, and the atmosphere exuded a sense of tranquility and humility. Upon reaching Talon's room, Kieran opened the door, revealing a modest yet functional space. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a simple twin bed, a small wooden desk, and a chair. The floor was covered in plain, woven straw mats, and the walls were devoid of any decorations, save for the emblem of the Order of the Tranquil Dawn that hung above the headboard. The emblem itself was an exquisite work of art, masterfully crafted with incredible attention to detail. It depicted a radiant sun at its center, the golden rays extending outward in a glorious halo-like pattern. Encircling the sun was a wreath of intertwining vines, symbolizing the unity, interconnectedness, and ever-growing nature of life.
At the heart of the sun was a meticulously designed image of Seraphina, the goddess of light and healing. Her arms were outstretched in a welcoming gesture, and her gentle, serene expression conveyed her unwavering love and compassion for all living beings. Kieran noticed the look of curiosity on Talon's face when he mentioned the term monastic cell, and he quickly addressed any misconceptions.
I understand that when you hear the word cell, you might think of a prison or a place of confinement, but that's not the case here at the Order. The concept of the monastic cell has a rich and meaningful history within our tradition.
Kieran continued, his voice filled with reverence.
The origins of the monastic cell can be traced back to the early days of monasticism, when monks sought solitude and seclusion in small, isolated rooms or even caves. These sacred spaces, referred to as cells, allowed the monks to immerse themselves in deep meditation, prayer, and contemplation, free from the distractions of the world.
He gestured around the room as he spoke.
In our order, the monastic cells serve a similar purpose. They provide a humble, unadorned space for personal reflection, meditation, and rest. By surrounding ourselves with simplicity and minimalism, we are able to maintain a stronger connection to Seraphina and focus on our spiritual growth and development. While the cells may appear austere, they're an integral part of our way of life and help us to cultivate inner peace, balance, and harmony.
Talon listened intently to Kieran's explanation and felt a newfound appreciation for the purpose and significance of the monastic cell. As he prepared to begin his stay at the monastery, Talon was eager to learn more about the Order's customs and practices, and the wisdom they could impart on him. Another monk entered the room, carefully carrying a neatly folded robe across his arms. Kieran explained that the robe was the uniform of a monk in training to become a vigilant protector, which was why it looked different from the robes worn by the other monks in the Order. He mentioned that he had spoken to Grant, who had agreed to allow Talon to remove his Black Fang garb during his stay at the monastery, in order to fully immerse himself with the experience of the Order and their way of life. The robe the monk brought for Talon was a deep midnight blue, symbolizing the wisdom, serenity, and inner strength cultivated by the vigilant protectors. The fabric was a lightweight blend of silk and linen, providing both breathability and an incredibly soft texture designed to offer unparalleled comfort and ease of movement for the wearer. Intricate silver embroidery adorned the robe, depicting swirling patterns that represented the flow of energy, the harmony between mind, body, and spirit. The emblem of the Order, a stylized depiction of a radiant sun encircling Seraphina's symbol, was prominently displayed on the chest and back of the robe. A wide silver sash wrapped around the waist, fastening the robe securely and completing the elegant yet practical uniform. The sash also served as a symbol of the wearer's commitment to the Order and the pursuit of self-discipline and spiritual growth. Kieran informed Talon that he would step out of the room to give him privacy to change into the monk's robe. As Talon removed his Black Fang garb and put on the robe, he couldn't help but feel a bit strange, as if he were stepping into an entirely different world. However, he quickly found that the robe was exponentially more comfortable, its soft fabric and flowing design providing a sense of ease and freedom that he had not experienced in his usual attire. Once Talon had finished changing, Kieran re-entered the room and noticed Talon's appreciation for the robe's comfort. He informed Talon that a dedicated monk, skilled in the care of garments and armor, would take responsibility for cleaning his Black Fang uniform and armor, ensuring that they would be restored to pristine condition. Talon was grateful for this gesture, as his gear had certainly been through a lot since he first donned it and was in dire need of a thorough cleaning. With a newfound sense of curiosity and openness, Talon prepared to fully immerse himself in the ways of the Order and the vigilant protectors, eager to learn and grow during his time at the monastery. Kieran led Talon through the monastery's winding corridors until they reached a serene, sunlit courtyard. The space was filled with an array of colorful flowers, lush greenery, and softly bubbling fountains, creating an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. At the center of the courtyard stood a magnificent, larger-than-life statue of Seraphina, the goddess of light and healing.
The statue depicted her as a regal, ethereal figure with her arms outstretched, her eyes closed, and a benevolent smile on her face. A radiant aura seemed to emanate from her, casting a gentle glow over the entire courtyard. Kieran gestured toward a small cushioned mat placed before the statue and invited Talon to kneel upon it. As Talon did so, Kieran began to share the history of Seraphina, engaging Talon with a captivating narrative filled with rich details and vivid descriptions that brought the goddess and her divine presence to life.
Seraphina, the goddess of light and healing, has been revered and worshipped by our people for countless generations,
Kieran began, his voice filled with reverence and awe.
She is a symbol of purity, wisdom, and compassion, guiding us on our path towards spiritual enlightenment and inner peace. Long before our world was even a glimmer in the cosmos, Seraphina was an ethereal being of pure light, embodying the essence of healing and nurturing energy. She observed the fledgling universe and the suffering of its creatures from her celestial realm, her heart aching with empathy and a deep desire to alleviate their pain.
Kieran continued, his words painting vivid images in Talon's mind.
In the early days of our world, Seraphina descended from her celestial abode to bring light and hope to humanity during a time of great darkness and despair. She appeared before the people as a radiant figure, with hair the color of the sun and eyes that shone like the purest sapphires. Her very presence seemed to banish the shadows that had taken hold of their hearts.
Kieran's voice swelled with emotion as he shared the story of Seraphina's benevolence.
She taught our ancestors the power of healing, not only of the body but also of the mind and soul, and bestowed upon them her divine gifts of wisdom, understanding, and compassion. Seraphina encouraged the people to practice kindness and empathy, fostering a sense of unity and shared purpose amongst them.
The sensei further elaborated on Seraphina's miraculous deeds throughout history.
Throughout the ages, Seraphina has manifested herself in various forms to offer guidance and assistance to those in need. Her healing touch has been sought by kings and queens, warriors and scholars, and all those who suffer from physical and emotional pain. She has appeared in times of great strife, a divine presence inspiring courage and hope in the hearts of the downtrodden. As followers of Seraphina, we strive to embody her virtues and to walk in her footsteps, bringing light and healing to all those we encounter.
Kieran continued, his voice filled with passion and conviction.
Through our devotion and service, we honor her divine presence and carry forth her legacy of love and compassion.
Talon listened intently, deeply moved by Kieran's words and the profound wisdom they contained. The sensei's passion for Seraphina and her teachings was palpable, and Talon couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence and awe for the goddess and her divine mission. As he knelt before the statue, he felt a newfound sense of purpose and inspiration, eager to learn more about Seraphina and the ways of the Order of the Tranquil Dawn. Talon, intrigued by the combination of martial prowess and spiritual devotion, asked Kieran to share more about the history and purpose of the Vigilant Protectors. Kieran's eyes sparkled with pride as he began to tell the story of these skilled warriors and their dedication to Seraphina.
Centuries ago, the Order of the Tranquil Dawn was founded to spread teachings of Seraphina and minister to the needs of the people,
Kieran began, his voice steady and filled with conviction.
However, it soon became apparent that there were forces in the world that sought to extinguish the light of Seraphina and bring suffering and darkness to the land.
Kieran's eyes narrowed, his voice took on a more somber note.
Faced with these threats, the leaders of the Order recognized the need for skilled warriors who could defend the monastery and its people and the sacred teachings of Seraphina. Thus, the Vigilant Protectors were born. He continued, the Vigilant Protectors are not mere soldiers or bodyguards. They are spiritual warriors devoted to Seraphina and committed to upholding her values of compassion, wisdom, and healing. Their rigorous training encompasses not only the martial arts, but also the study of Seraphina's teachings and the cultivation of inner peace and balance.
Kieran's voice swelled with pride as he described the trials and achievements of the Vigilant Protectors.
Over the years, the Vigilant Protectors have faced many challenges and enemies, from dark sorcerers and marauding bandits to the sinister agents of the Crimson Eclipse. Through their unwavering dedication to Seraphina and their mastery of the martial arts, they have prevailed time and time again, ensuring the safety of the Order and the light of Seraphina.
The sensei shared tales of legendary Vigilant Protectors, recounting their heroic deeds and selfless acts of courage.
One such story is of Lysandra the Radiant, a Vigilant Protector who single-handedly defended a village from a horde of demonic creatures. Her faith in Seraphina and her martial skills allowed her to vanquish the beasts and save the villagers from a terrible fate.
Kieran looked intently at Talon, his voice filled with passion.
As a member of the Vigilant Protectors, one must walk a fine line between the spiritual and the martial, between serenity and the storm of battle. We dedicate our lives to the service of Seraphina and the protection of the innocent. Our path is one of discipline, sacrifice, and unwavering devotion to the Goddess of Light and Healing.
Talon listened attentively, deeply inspired by the stories and ideals of the Vigilant Protectors. He could not help but feel a newfound respect for these spiritual warriors and their unwavering commitment to the cause of Seraphina and the greater good. Talon listened intently as Kieran continued to speak about the Vigilant Protectors, his curiosity piqued by the mention of Lysandra the Radiant. Sensing his interest, Kieran began to recount her story in greater detail.
Lysandra was a remarkable woman, both in spirit and skill,
Kieran said, admiration evident in his voice.
She joined the Vigilant Protectors at a young age, displaying a natural talent for the martial arts and a fierce devotion to Seraphina. As she grew, so did her abilities, and she quickly became one of the most respected members of our order.
Talon, eager to learn more, asked, "How did she come to face the demonic creatures, and how is she able to defeat them on her own?" Kieran nodded, understanding Talon's curiosity.
It is indeed an extraordinary tale. Lysandra was traveling through a remote village when she discovered that it had been overrun by demonic creatures, minions of a dark sorcerer who sought to spread chaos and destruction. The villagers were terrified and defenseless, and Lysandra knew that she had to act.
Kieran's voice grew more animated as he delved deeper into the story.
Lysandra faced the horde alone, standing as a bastion of light amidst the darkness. Her faith in Seraphina and her mastery of the martial arts allowed her to battle the demons with grace and ferocity. She wielded her weapon with unmatched skill, her movements a blend of strength and fluidity.
Talon leaned in, completely absorbed in the tale. What happened next? Kieran's eyes gleamed with pride.
With each new demon that fell to her blade, Lysandra's resolve only grew stronger. She fought tirelessly, her devotion to Seraphina and the innocent villagers fueling her determination. As the sun began to set, the last of the demons was vanquished and the village was saved.
Talon shook his head in awe. That's incredible. She must have been an amazing warrior. Kieran smiled, clearly proud of Lysandra's legacy.
Indeed she was. But her true strength came from her unwavering faith in Seraphina and her commitment to protecting the innocent. It is her example that inspires us, reminding us of the power of devotion and the importance of our role as vigilant protectors.
As Talon continued to listen, he couldn't help but feel inspired by Lysandra's story and the principles of the Vigilant Protectors. The fusion of martial prowess and spiritual devotion created a powerful force for good, and he was eager to learn more about their ways during his time at the monastery. As the abbot approached Talon and Kieran, he smiled warmly, appreciating Talon's eagerness to learn about their ways.
Talon, I'm truly grateful for your willingness to become the liaison between our order and the Black Fang Guild. Your open-mindedness and genuine interest in our history and traditions are commendable.
Talon bowed his head slightly in response. Thank you, Abbot. It's an honor to be here and learn from you and the Vigilant Protectors. Your devotion to Seraphina and the people you protect is truly inspiring. The abbot's eyes shone with appreciation.
As a token of our gratitude and a symbol of our alliance, I'd like to offer you a blessing from Seraphina. May her light guide and protect you in the days to come."
Talon nodded, touched by the gesture. The abbot raised his hand and closed his eyes, beginning the prayer.
"O Seraphina, goddess of light and healing, we stand before you today with open hearts, seeking your divine guidance and protection. We are grateful for the path you have illuminated for us, leading us to this moment of unity and shared purpose. We ask that you bestow your blessings upon Talon Nightstrider, who has shown humility and a willingness to learn from our ways. May your light envelop him, providing strength, wisdom, and courage in the face of adversity. As the dawn breaks through the darkness, so too may Talon's path be illuminated, guiding him towards righteousness and victory. May his heart be filled with compassion, and his spirit remain steadfast in the pursuit of justice. O Seraphina, we place our faith in your divine guidance, and we humbly ask you to watch over Talon as he navigates the challenges ahead. May your grace and radiance surround him, and may he find solace in your eternal light. Amen."
As the abbot finished the prayer, Talon felt a warmth envelop him, like the gentle rays of the morning sun. The blessing of Seraphina would now be a part of him, a guiding force in his journey. When he checked his stat sheet later, he would find the blessing listed as a passive ability, which he would come to know as Seraphina's Radiance. System notification. New ability added, and stat sheet has been amended to list this new ability. System notification. Congratulations, Talon has reached level 10. Character name, Talon. Class, Rogue. Level 10. Attributes, Strength, 13 plus 1. Dexterity, 25 plus 1. Constitution, 19 plus 1. Intelligence, 18 plus 1. Wisdom, 17 plus 1. Charisma, 20 plus 1. Agility, 23 plus 1. Endurance, 16 plus 1. Luck, 19 plus 1. Hit points, 50 plus 5. Stamina points, 52 plus 4. Mana points, 26 plus 2. Primary skills. Stealth level 10, increased plus 1. Lockpicking level 10, increased plus 1. Acrobatics level 10, increased plus 1. Pickpocketing level 10, increased plus 1. Disguise level 10, increased plus 1. Traps level 10, increased plus 1. Secondary skills. Perception level 10, increased plus 1. Sleight of hand level 10, increased plus 1. Bluff level 10, increased plus 1. Intimidation level 10, increased plus 1. Persuasion level 10, increased plus 1. Appraise level 10, increased plus 1. Combat skills. Dagger proficiency level 10, increased plus 1. Ranged weapons proficiency. Bows, crossbows, throwing knives level 10, increased plus 1. Evasion level 10, increased plus 1. Dual wielding level 10, increased plus 1. Unarmed combat level 10, increased plus 1. Special abilities. Sneak attack. Deal additional damage when attacking an enemy from behind or while undetected. Shadow step. Blend into the shadows, becoming invisible for a short period. Mana cost 3. Cooldown 40 seconds. Quick reflexes. Gain a bonus to dodge and reflex saves. Poisoner. Gain the ability to apply poisons to weapons, increasing their damage for a limited time. Crippling strike. Inflict a debuff on an enemy, reducing their movement speed and attack power for a short duration. Advanced stealth. Move silently and stay hidden more effectively, reducing the chances of being detected by enemies. Assassinate. Deal massive damage with a precise strike when attacking a target from behind or while undetected. Escape artist. Increase your chances of escaping from bindings, grapples, and other immobilizing effects. Enlightened growth. Gain a deeper understanding of your skills, increasing their effectiveness and allowing for faster progression. Master of Shadows. Enhance the effectiveness of all stealth-related abilities, further reducing detection chances and increasing damage while hidden. Note, Talon's stat sheet has been updated to reflect his progression to level 10. His attributes, skills, and abilities have been improved and a new ability has been unlocked. Seraphina's Radiance. Passive ability. New. This blessing grants Talon a constant aura of light, increasing his natural healing abilities and fortifying his resolve in the face of darkness. When faced with enemies who draw power from darkness or evil, Talon's attacks become imbued with divine light, dealing additional radiant damage.
Furthermore, this blessing enhances his perception, allowing him to see through darkness, both natural and magical, up to a certain range. This newfound ability would serve as a constant reminder of the sacred bond between the Black Fang Guild and the Order of the Tranquil Dawn, and the alliance they had just forged in their pursuit of justice. Talon could hardly believe his ears as he discovered that he had just received a new passive ability, Seraphina's Radiance, which was now prominently displayed on his stat sheet. A powerful mixture of shock and excitement coursed through him as he realized the magnitude of the divine gift he had been given. The abbot, his eyes twinkling with pride, smiled warmly at Talon and said, "Seraphina must indeed be impressed with you, young Talon. She's seen the unwavering purity of your heart and the indomitable strength of your soul, as well as your valiant fight against the sinister darkness of the Crimson Eclipse cult. This extraordinary blessing is a testament to the greatness of your character and the potential ye possess." Kieran, who had been listening intently, furrowed his brow and asked,
"What is the name of this new passive ability you've been granted, Talon?"
Talon replied with a sense of awe in his voice, "It's called Seraphina's Radiance." Kieran's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shook his head in amazement, as if struggling to comprehend the significance of what he had just heard.
"Incredible," he murmured. "That's an ability only the most elite among the Vigilant Protectors possess. It's a rare and potent gift. Indeed, a sign of tremendous favor from Seraphina herself."
Kieran's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he further elaborated on the incredible power of Seraphina's Radiance.
"This divine blessing has multiple facets, each designed to support you and your allies in your noble endeavors. Let me explain each aspect in greater detail so you can fully understand the scope of this extraordinary gift. Firstly, Seraphina's Radiance illuminates the area around you, providing an ever-present source of light that can pierce through even the darkest shadow. This light can reveal hidden traps, secret doors, and other hidden dangers that would otherwise remain unseen. Your enemies will find it difficult to hide from you or ambush you, while your allies will gain the benefit of improved visibility in dark environments. Secondly, the radiant aura bestowed upon you by Seraphina's Radiance has a soothing and revitalizing effect on your allies. It helps to mend their wounds and invigorate their spirits, granting them increased endurance and a faster recovery from injuries. The aura also bolsters their morale, granting them an unwavering sense of hope and determination in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. Thirdly, the same radiant aura that empowers your allies can also weaken the resolve of your enemies. The light can disorient and confuse them, reducing their effectiveness in battle and making them more susceptible to your attacks. Additionally, it can cause dark and evil creatures to recoil in fear, as they are inherently repulsed by the divine light of Seraphina. Lastly, Seraphina's Radiance grants you heightened resistance against dark and corrupting energies, shielding you from their harmful effects. This protection not only includes physical resistance to dark magic and curses, but also extends to mental and emotional resilience against fear, despair, and other psychological attacks that prey upon your mind and spirit.
Kieran paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. Talon listened intently, his eyes wide with awe as he absorbed the extent of the divine blessing he had been granted. The profound significance of Seraphina's Radiance was not lost on him, and he knew that with this newfound power he would be an even more formidable force in the battle against darkness. Chapter 39. Talon entered the courtyard where the vigilant protectors were diligently training. The sun cast its golden rays upon the tranquil space, the lush greenery and vibrant flowers providing a serene atmosphere. The air was filled with the sounds of controlled breathing and the gentle rustle of robes as the practitioners moved in harmony. Standing in neat rows, the vigilant protectors were performing a graceful and elegant kata. Each movement was fluid and purposeful, demonstrating a perfect balance of strength and agility. Their focus was unwavering, their expressions a picture of calm determination. Leading the group was a striking woman with long black hair tied into a sleek ponytail that swayed gently with her movements. Her blue eyes, as deep and clear as the sky above, were filled with a quiet intensity that commanded respect. Her cream-colored skin glowed with vitality, and her lithe figure moved with the grace and poise of a dancer. As Talon watched the display, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the dedication and skill that was evident in each of the vigilant protectors, especially the captivating woman leading them. It was clear that they were not just proficient in martial arts, but also deeply connected to their spiritual beliefs, and their practice was a reflection of their devotion to Seraphina. The woman's eyes caught Talon's gaze, and she offered a warm, welcoming smile. Her presence seemed to radiate a sense of peace and wisdom that was both reassuring and inspiring. Talon knew that he had much to learn from her and the other vigilant protectors, and he was eager to begin his journey of discovery within the Order of the Tranquil Dawn. Kieran stepped up beside Talon, noticing the intensity of his focus on the training session. With a friendly smile, he said,
"That's Arya, one of our most skilled vigilant protectors. She's quite remarkable, isn't she?"
Talon nodded, still entranced by Arya's fluid movements and undeniable presence. Kieran continued,
"Arya's story is an inspiring one. She came to the Order as a young orphan, her village ravaged by a band of marauders. She had lost everything, but she showed a fierce determination to survive and thrive. The Order took her in, providing her with a home and a purpose. As she grew older, it became apparent that Arya possessed a natural aptitude for combat. She was like a sponge, absorbing every lesson and technique we could teach her. Her focus and dedication were unmatched, and it wasn't long before she caught the eye of the vigilant protectors. Under their tutelage, Arya honed her skills to a razor's edge. She embraced the teachings of Seraphina, finding solace and strength in the goddess's light. Her devotion to both her faith and her martial abilities was unwavering, and in time she earned a place in the Vigilant Protectors. Now, as one of our most accomplished warriors, Arya leads her fellow protectors in their training, and helps guide the next generation of defenders. She has become a symbol of hope and resilience within the Order, a testament to what one can achieve through hard work, determination, and faith.
Talon couldn't help but be captivated by Arya once more as she beckoned a male protector to join her on the raised platform. The entire courtyard seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with anticipation as the two prepared to engage in a sparring match. The two combatants exchanged a respectful bow, their eyes locked in silent acknowledgement of each other's skill. As they assumed their fighting stances, the tension in the courtyard grew palpable, the energy between them crackling like a live wire. From the very start, it was evident to Talon that Arya's fighting style was similar to Wing Chun Kung Fu that he'd seen in movies. Her movements were fluid, efficient, and mesmerizing, akin to a lethal dance that left her opponent scrambling to keep up. She expertly dodged and parried his strikes, skillfully using her opponent's momentum against him and identifying any weakness she could not exploit. Arya displayed a breathtaking mastery of hand-to-hand combat. Each of her strikes landed with precision and devastating power. She closed the gap between them, wielding her body as a weapon and driving her opponent back with a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. The male protector tried valiantly to counter Arya's onslaught, but he was no match for her skill and grace. She effortlessly dodged his desperate strike, pivoting on her heel to land a solid kick to his midsection. The force of the blow sent him reeling back, gasping for breath. Sensing her opponent's vulnerability, Arya closed in once more, unleashing a torrent of strikes that he was powerless to defend against. Her fists and feet moved like lightning, striking from all angles and leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Finally, she landed a potent palm strike to his chest, the impact sending him sprawling to the ground. The courtyard exploded in applause and cheers as Arya offered her hand to help her fallen opponent to his feet. He accepted the gesture with a wry smile, clearly impressed by her prowess and conceding her victory with grace. Talon observed the sparring match in awe, his admiration for Arya and the Vigilant Protectors growing exponentially with each passing moment. He recognized that he had much to learn from them and was eager to delve into their teachings and training, knowing that their guidance would only serve to make him stronger. Arya approached Talon, her posture exuding confidence and grace. Despite her strong presence, her tone remained respectful as she introduced herself.
Greetings, Talon. I am Arya, the lead instructor of the Vigilant Protectors. I've heard much about your recent arrival and our alliance with the Black Fang Guild.
Talon shook her hand, attempting to appear composed, even though his heart was racing. Arya continued.
I would like to invite you to spar with one of our protectors in hand-to-hand combat. It will provide you with valuable insight into how the Vigilant Protectors approach battle, and will be a great learning experience for you. Are you up for the challenge?
Talon hesitated, feeling the weight of her piercing gaze, but agreed, knowing that the experience would be beneficial. Arya grinned at his response, her confidence contagious.
Excellent,
Arya exclaimed, turning her attention to the group of protectors.
Saul, please step forward.
A man detached himself from the group and moved toward the platform with purposeful steps. Saul stood tall, his muscular build evident even beneath his robes. He had short, cropped black hair and a chiseled jawline that was accentuated by a neatly trimmed beard. His eyes were a piercing green that seemed to bore into Talon's soul as he stepped up onto the platform, assessing him as a worthy opponent. Saul bowed to Arya, who smiled approvingly.
Saul is one of our most skilled protectors,
she explained.
Don't worry, he'll go easy on you.
Arya then turned to Saul, giving him a nod. Talon couldn't help but feel intimidated by Saul's presence. He swallowed hard, trying to focus on the task at hand. Arya sensed his apprehension and offered a few words of encouragement.
Remember, Talon, use this opportunity to learn and grow as a warrior. Trust in your instincts, and most importantly, believe in yourself.
Feeling slightly more confident, Talon stepped onto the platform, facing Saul with determination. He took a deep breath and prepared for the challenge that lay ahead, eager to prove his mettle to Arya, the Vigilant Protectors, and himself. The air in the courtyard grew tense as the two combatants, Talon and Saul, faced off. Arya stepped back, allowing them space to move. She signaled for the match to begin, and the two warriors launched into action. Talon, summoning his agility and quick reflexes, darted forward, aiming a high kick at Saul's head. The Protector effortlessly ducked under the attack, countering with a swift punch aimed at Talon's ribs. Talon narrowly avoided the blow, using his hand-to-hand combat skill to pivot and launch a series of rapid strikes at Saul. Saul, showcasing his own impressive martial arts prowess, blocked and parried Talon's onslaught. The two fighters danced around each other, their movements fluid and precise like a choreographed performance. Talon, however, was not just relying on his physical abilities. Tapping into his level 9 stat sheet, he activated his Master of Shadows ability, momentarily vanishing from Saul's sight. Saul hesitated, his eyes darting around the courtyard in an attempt to locate his elusive opponent. Just as Saul started to regain his composure, Talon reappeared behind him, driving a powerful elbow strike into his lower back. Saul grunted in pain but managed to spin around and retaliate with a sweeping leg kick. Talon leapt over the kick, landing gracefully on the balls of his feet. The fight continued, each warrior trading blows and adapting to the other's techniques. Both men were battered and bruised, sweat pouring down their faces. Talon felt the sting of each hit but refused to falter, drawing strength from his indomitable willpower and determination. With every passing moment, the crowd of onlooking monks and protectors grew more impressed by Talon's skills and tenacity. Even Arya, who had initially anticipated a one-sided bout, found herself captivated by the display of martial prowess. Talon, realizing the fight was nearing its end, decided to take a risk. He drew upon his newly acquired passive ability, Seraphina's Radiance, and felt a surge of divine power course through his veins. He moved with newfound speed and strength, his body glowing faintly with a golden light. Seeing the change in Talon, Saul hesitated for a split second, providing Talon with the opening he needed. He launched a devastating combination of punches and kicks, each strike infused with Seraphina's divine energy. Saul, though skilled and experienced, struggled to keep up with Talon's newfound power. Finally, Talon landed a solid punch to Saul's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Gasping for breath and clearly outmatched, Saul conceded defeat, raising a hand in submission. Talon, still radiating with Seraphina's divine light, offered a hand to help Saul to his feet. The two combatants exchanged a respectful nod, acknowledging each other's skill and determination. As the crowd of protectors, Kieran, and Arya applauded, Arya stepped forward, her eyes shining with excitement and admiration for Talon's skills.
My turn now,
Arya announced. The onlookers quieted down as she issued her challenge, asking Talon to spar with her next. Talon hesitated, feeling nervous about fighting a female opponent. He had always believed men shouldn't hit women. Arya sensed Talon's reluctance and offered a reassuring smile.
Do not worry,
she said confidently.
I am a vigilant protector, just like any other. I can handle myself. Besides, this is a friendly spar, not a real fight.
Talon nodded, accepting her challenge. The two combatants bowed to each other, and then the match began. At first, their movements mirrored each other's, each fighter testing the other's strengths and weaknesses. Talon was cautious, feeling uneasy about fighting Arya, but he knew she was a skilled warrior deserving of his respect. Soon enough, Arya took control of the match. Her fighting style was fluid and graceful, a beautiful dance of destruction. She unleashed a series of dazzling moves that left Talon struggling to keep up. Arya executed a spinning back kick followed by a rapid series of jabs that Talon barely managed to block. Her precision and speed were unrivaled, and she seemed to predict Talon's every move. She continued to press her advantage, feinting a high kick and then sweeping Talon's legs out from under him, forcing him to quickly regain his footing. The crowd watched in awe as Arya expertly dodged and countered Talon's attacks, her ponytail whipping through the air as she spun and leaped. Talon, although skilled and experienced, found himself outmatched by Tarya's incredible martial prowess. Despite his best efforts, Talon began to falter under the onslaught of Arya's relentless attacks. He could feel his energy waning and his movements grew sluggish. Arya moved in for the finish, launching a powerful roundhouse kick that smacked Talon in the face. Talon went down hard and saw stars. Recognizing that he was outmatched, Talon raised his hands in submission, conceding defeat. The onlookers applauded once more, their respect for both fighters evident in their cheers. The winner offered her hand to Talon and helped him up. Arya and Talon exchanged a respectful nod. Talon may have lost the match, but he had gained a deeper understanding of the skill and strength of the vigilant protectors and their leader, Arya. Kieran approached the pair, a proud smile on his face.
Well done, both of you, he said warmly. Talon, you have proven yourself to be a formidable warrior. And Arya, your skills continue to amaze us all.
Talon, despite his defeat, felt a sense of accomplishment and gratitude for the opportunity to learn from such skilled fighters. And perhaps he had also learned an important lesson about challenging his own preconceived notions. Chapter 40. Over the next couple of days, Talon dedicated himself to learning the special kata unique to the vigilant protectors under the watchful eyes of Kieran and Arya. The kata, known as Seraphina's dance, was a blend of intricate flowing movements that melded grace, strength, and precision, exemplifying the very essence of the Order of the Tranquil Dawn. Kieran was amazed by Talon's progress, marveling at his natural aptitude for mastering the complex choreography in such a short amount of time. Abbot Eamon, however, harbored doubts about Talon's ability to perform the kata impeccably. In an effort to alleviate the abbot's skepticism, Talon agreed to demonstrate the kata in front of him and the entire assembly of protectors. Talon positioned himself at the center of the courtyard, acutely aware of Abbot Eamon's scrutiny and the watchful eyes of the assembled monks. He took a deep, calming breath, centering himself before initiating the performance of Seraphina's dance. The kata commenced with a series of slow, deliberate movements designed to calm the mind and prepare the body for the challenges that lay ahead. Talon gracefully transitioned from one stance to another, his arms weaving through the air like liquid silk as he executed each move with precision and elegance. As the kata progressed, the tempo increased and the movements grew more intricate and demanding. Talon's body twisted and he turned in a captivating display of agility and flexibility. He performed a series of low, sweeping kicks, followed by a sequence of forceful punches that reverberated through the courtyard. The next phase of the kata showcased a series of fluid, acrobatic movements that highlighted Talon's balance and control. He leapt into the air, seamlessly transitioning from one-legged stances to handstands and then back again, never once losing focus or grace. The concluding section of the kata was a testament to the warrior's strength and endurance. Talon moved through a series of potent, explosive movements that seemed to cause the very earth beneath him to tremble. He delivered a barrage of rapid strikes, punctuated by soaring, spinning kicks that left the onlookers in awe. As Talon moved through the final steps of Seraphina's dance, he felt an intense connection to the spirit of the Order of the Tranquil Dawn. Each movement seemed to pay homage to Seraphina and the principles she embodied. With one final resolute movement, Talon completed the kata, his body slick with his sweat and his chest heaving from the exertion. The courtyard fell silent for a moment before erupting in applause. Even Abbot Eamon couldn't suppress his admiration. Kieran's face shone with pride at Talon's accomplishment, knowing that he had not only mastered the elaborate kata, but had also earned the respect and admiration of the entire order. Abbot Eamon approached Talon, his stern expression softening into a warm smile.
Talon, I must admit, I'm thoroughly impressed, he said, his voice filled with admiration. To perform Seraphina's dance with such precision and grace in such a short time is an extraordinary accomplishment. Many of our finest protectors take months, even years to achieve such perfection.
Talon bowed his head modestly, listening intently to the abbot's praise. Thank you, Abbot Eamon. I owe my success to the guidance and patience of my teachers here. Abbot Eamon's eyes twinkled with amusement as he playfully suggested,
You know, Talon, we could always use more skilled warriors like you in the Order of the Tranquil Dawn. Perhaps you might consider leaving the Black Fang to join our ranks.
Talon chuckled at the abbot's light-hearted suggestion, but felt compelled to clarify his loyalty. I am truly honored by your kind words and the incredible experience I've had here, Abbot Eamon. However, my heart and commitment remain with the Black Fang. I am grateful for this opportunity to learn from the Order and foster a bond between our two groups. Kieran, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, understanding Talon's dedication to his own guild.
We respect your commitment, Talon, and we are grateful for the alliance between our organizations. Together we can face the darkness and bring light to those who need it most.
Arya, who had been silently observing the exchange, found herself struggling to hide her jealousy as Talon received praise and admiration. As a vigilant protector and a devoted monk of the Order, she knew it was unbecoming of her to harbor such feelings. She chastised herself internally for allowing envy to cloud her judgment, reminding herself of the importance of humility and unity within the Order. Despite her internal struggle, Arya managed to maintain a calm, composed demeanor as she addressed Talon.
Your skill and dedication are truly impressive, Talon. You have earned the respect of the Vigilant Protectors, and we are fortunate to have had the chance to learn from one another.
Talon, sensing Arya's mixed emotions, responded with humility. Thank you, Arya. I've learned a great deal from you and the other protectors. It has been an honor to train with you. Arya nodded, her expression softening as she realized that Talon's humility and genuine appreciation for the Order were qualities that deserved her respect.
May we continue to grow and learn from each other, both as individuals and as allies,
she said, offering a sincere smile. Talon wandered the quiet halls of the monastery, his restless mind urging him to explore the dimly lit corridors. The night was still, with only the faint sound of the wind brushing against the stone walls to keep him company.
He made his way to the top floor, his curiosity piqued by a ladder that led to the bell tower. He assumed it was used for maintenance purposes, and he couldn't resist the urge to climb it and see what awaited him above. The bell tower was a majestic sight, with its tall, slender structure and intricate carvings adorning the stone walls. The centerpiece was a large bronze bell hanging elegantly from a wooden beam, its surface polished to a brilliant shine. The open archways of the tower offered an unobstructed view of the tranquil landscape surrounding the monastery, bathed in the soft silver light of the full moon. As Talon reached the top of the ladder, he was surprised to find Arya leaning against the railing, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Her expression was pensive, her face illuminated by the ethereal glow of the moonlight. She seemed lost in thought, oblivious to Talon's presence. Talon approached her cautiously, not wanting to startle her. "It's a beautiful night, isn't it?" he said softly, joining her by the railing. Arya turned her head, her eyes meeting Talon's as she offered him a small, somewhat weary smile.
It is,
she agreed.
I often come up here when I need to think or find some peace. The view is so serene, it helps me put things into perspective.
Talon leaned against the railing, looking out at the moonlit landscape. "I can see why you'd find solace here. The world looks so peaceful from up here." Arya nodded, her gaze returning to the horizon.
It's a reminder of what we're fighting for. The tranquility and harmony Serafina represents.
Feeling the need to express his thoughts, Talon ventured, I've been reflecting on my time here at the Order. It's been an eye-opening experience, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to learn from all of you." Arya's eyes met his again, her expression thoughtful.
I've noticed your dedication and skill, Talon. It's been impressive, to say the least. However, I must admit that I've struggled with feelings of jealousy. It's humbling to see someone like you learn and excel so quickly.
Talon listened intently, his brow furrowing in sympathy. "I can understand how you might feel that way, Arya, but I want you to know that I deeply admire your skills and knowledge as a vigilant protector. I wouldn't have made the progress I have without your guidance and the support of everyone here." Arya's eyes met his again, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips.
Thank you, Talon. I appreciate your kind words. It's just that we, the Protectors, have devoted our entire lives to mastering our skills and serving Serafina. To see someone from outside our order display such prowess is both inspiring and humbling.
Talon nodded, understanding the depth of her emotions. "I think it's important to remember that we can all learn from each other, regardless of our background or affiliation. We each have unique experiences and knowledge that can help us grow, both individually and collectively." Arya considered his words, her expression softening.
You're right, Talon. I suppose I needed this reminder to keep my pride in check, and to remember the true meaning of our order. Unity, humility, and the pursuit of knowledge.
As the moon continued to bathe the bell tower in its gentle light, Talon and Arya stood side by side, lost in thought. Their conversation had opened a new channel of understanding between them, fostering a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect. Talon broke the silence, offering a suggestion. Arya, maybe we could train together sometimes. I think I could learn a lot from you, and perhaps I can share some of the skills and techniques I've picked up during my time with the Black Fang." Arya looked at him, her eyes reflecting the sincerity in his words.
I think that's a great idea, Talon. We can both benefit from each other's experiences, and it would give us an opportunity to grow as warriors and as individuals.
Arya's attention was grabbed by something in the distance. Talon's gaze became fixed on the growing orange glow to the southeast, his brow furrowing with concern. He glanced at Arya, who appeared equally puzzled by the mysterious light. "Should we tell Sensei Kirin about this?" Talon asked, his voice tense with urgency. "It could be dangerous. We might need backup." Arya shook her head, her eyes never leaving the site.
No, there's no need to disturb him right now. I'll go check it out myself,
she said, her expression resolute. However, Talon couldn't shake the feeling that it might not be the best course of action.
Are you sure that's a good idea, Arya? He questioned, his eyes darting between her and the ever-growing glow. I think we should inform Kieran just in case. It's better to be safe than sorry. Arya sighed, then looked at Talon, determination flashing in her eyes.
I understand your concern, but time is of the essence. If there's danger, we need to confront it head-on. We'll inform Sensei Kieran if we find something that requires his attention.
With that, she leapt from the bell tower, her body gracefully flipping through the air as she landed softly on the street below. Without hesitation, she began sprinting towards the mysterious light, her focus entirely on the task at hand. Unable to leave her to face the potential danger alone, Talon took a deep breath and followed suit, jumping down from the tower and giving chase. The cool night air whipped past him as he pursued Arya through the empty moonlit streets, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the silent town, a testament to their urgency. Arya, wait up! Talon called out, his voice strained from exertion. We don't know what we're dealing with here. We should at least try to gather some more information before rushing in. Arya slowed her pace momentarily, allowing Talon to catch up.
You're right, Talon.
She admitted, her eyes meeting his.
But we need to be quick. Every second counts.
He couldn't shake the feeling that they were heading towards something much more significant than a mere fire. The tension between them was palpable as they pressed onward, the glow casting eerie shadows on the surrounding buildings, painting a picture of uncertainty and danger. Arya and Talon moved through the forest like ethereal apparitions, their swift and silent movements evoking the elegance of deer gliding through the shadows. The trees surrounding them loomed tall and imposing, their intertwined branches forming a dense canopy that filtered through the silver moonlight, casting an eerie glow on the forest floor below. As they closed in on the mysterious source of the orange glow, Arya nimbly scaled a towering tree with the agility of a skilled acrobat. Talon followed her lead. From their elevated vantage point, they found themselves gazing down at a nightmarish scene that would haunt them for years to come. Talon's instincts had been right. They were not dealing with a mere fire. Instead, they discovered a large clearing where 10 wooden crosses stood, each one bearing a person tightly bound to it. The faces of the unfortunate souls were twisted in terror and agony. They appeared to be simple townspeople or villagers, their modest clothing a stark contrast to the living nightmare they were trapped in. 5 of the crosses were already consumed by roaring flames, the fierce heat mercilessly transforming the bodies into unrecognizable charred remains. The other 5 crosses bore 2 men, 2 women, and a terrified child, their expressions a gut-wrenching mixture of fear and despair. The ominous orange glow that had drawn Arya and Talon to this place was the result of the crosses being set alight, one by one, a sight that filled them with dread and fury. The haunting sound of chanting reverberated through the night, a guttural and sinister symphony that sent shivers down their spines. 8 robed cultists, their identities concealed beneath their dark garments, stood with their arms raised in worship to the crimson blood god. At the center of the group, the grotesque figure of a goat man loomed over the captives, a torch in hand and clearly intent on igniting the remaining crosses to complete the gruesome ritual. Time was running out, and there was no chance to seek help from the monastery. Arya and Talon exchanged a resolute glance, understanding that they had to act swiftly to save the remaining captives.
We need to act now,
Arya whispered fiercely, her eyes blazing with determination.
We can't let these monsters take any more innocent lives.
Talon nodded, his face contorted with anger and frustration. You were right, Arya. There wasn't any time to tell Kieran. We need to intervene now. If only we had come sooner, we might have been able to save those already lost. Arya clenched her fists, her gaze unwavering.
We can't change the past, Talon, but we still have a chance to save those who are left. Let's put an end to this horror, together.
With that, the 2 of them readied themselves to launch a daring attack, praying that they could stop the macabre ritual before it claimed any more lives. The air grew thick with tension and anticipation as Arya and Talon steeled themselves for the harrowing battle that lay ahead. Talon and Arya wasted no time as they descended from the tree, their movements swift and purposeful as they moved through the darkness like shadows. They charged into the heart of the cultists who were caught off guard by the sudden, silent assault. Talon closed the distance with the first cultist, delivering a lightning-fast and brutal strike to the neck with the edge of his hand, severing the man's connection to the dark forces that bound him and silencing his screams forever. Cultist vanquished. Experience gain 250. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and unleashed a powerful roundhouse kick, the force of the impact connecting with the chest of a second cultist, sending him flying through the air and crashing into a nearby tree with a sickening crunch. Cultist vanquished. Experience gained 250. Beside him, Arya was a blur of motion, her fists and feet connecting with devastating force as she tore through the ranks of the cultists. Her movements were as graceful as they were deadly, and she effortlessly eliminated 4 of them in a dazzling display of martial prowess. Talon, now facing his third adversary, ducked under a wild swing from the cultist's crude weapon and countered with a vicious uppercut, the sheer force of the blow shattering the man's jaw and sending him crumpling to the ground, lifeless. Cultist vanquished. Experience gained 250. Determined to end this quickly and save the remaining victims, Talon sprinted towards the last cultist standing in his way. He leaped into the air, using the momentum to deliver a crushing flying knee to the side of the cultist's temple, the impact so powerful that it ended his life instantly. Cultist vanquished. Experience gained 250. With all 8 cultists defeated, Talon and Arya turned their focus to the monstrous goat man who had ignited the crosses. As Arya raced to save the little girl from the burning cross, Talon charged headlong at the terrifying creature who had grown even larger and more fearsome owing to the surge of dark energy coursing through its body. The battle between Talon and the goat man was a desperate struggle of light against darkness. Talon's movements were fluid and relentless, while the goat man's attacks were vicious and fueled by rage. The 2 combatants traded blows, their incredible power creating shockwaves that shook the very earth beneath them, scattering debris and fallen leaves in all directions. Talon found himself on the defensive, narrowly dodging the goat man's brutal cleaver strikes that sliced through the air with deadly precision. But as he fought, he drew upon the power of Seraphina's radiance, the divine energy coursing through his veins, filling him with renewed strength and determination. The climactic movement came when the goat man swung both of his cleavers in a deadly arc, intent on cleaving Talon in 2. But with a surge of divine power, Talon took advantage of Seraphina's radiance, his body glowing with a brilliant, almost blinding light. He leaped into the air, the glow surrounding him, casting eerie shadows as he avoided the cleavers, and with a mighty battle cry brought down a devastating blow infused with the holy energy of Seraphina's radiance. The attack connected with the goat man's skull, the resulting impact a cacophony of light and sound that shook the very air around them, a symphony of destruction that would echo through the night. As the dust settled, the goat man crumpled to the ground, defeated by the combined power of Talon's skills and the divine blessings he had been granted. The battle was over, and the darkness that had taken hold in this clearing had been vanquished. You have vanquished Crimson Eclipse Goatman Priest, rewarded 1,000 experience points. Arya, having successfully saved the little girl from the burning cross, looked on in awe at Talon's display of power, her eyes wide with admiration and gratitude. She joined him as they worked together to free the remaining captives, extinguishing the remaining fires that had been set by the wicked goat man. Talon, still feeling the remnants of Seraphina's radiance coursing through his body, was grateful for the strength and power it had given him to overcome the goat man and save the innocent lives that had been caught in the twisted ritual. He looked to Arya, who was gently comforting the frightened villagers they had rescued, and knew that, together, they had triumphed over the darkness that threatened to consume them all. A stampede of footsteps bellowed from the woods and intensified until Kieran, leading a group of vigilant protectors, and Grant, Rafe, and Raven charged into the clearing, weapons drawn and faces set in determination. As their eyes fell upon Talon and Arya standing unscathed, expressions of relief washed over their faces. However, their relief was short-lived as they took in the horrifying scene before them. Kieran and the protectors exchanged anguished glances before gathering around the charred remains of the 5 sacrificial victims. Bowing their heads, they murmured heartfelt prayers to Seraphina for the souls of the departed. Grant clenched his fists and turned to Kieran, his voice filled with resolve.
Kieran, we must take the fight to the Crimson Eclipse. We cannot allow their darkness to spread any further.
Kieran met Grant's gaze, his own determination mirrored in his eyes.
I couldn't agree more, Grant. The people of the Barren region have suffered enough. It's time we put an end to the Crimson Eclipse's wicked deeds once and for all.
Arya stepped forward, her expression resolute.
We'll stand with you, united in our fight against this evil. The Order of the Tranquil Dawn and the Black Fang will work together to protect the innocent.
Talon nodded, his voice steady and strong. Arya's right. We've seen firsthand what the Crimson Eclipse is capable of. We won't let them harm anyone else. The gathered warriors, both from the Order of the Tranquil Dawn and the Black Fang, felt a renewed sense of purpose as they steeled themselves for the battle ahead. They knew the road before them would be long and fraught with danger, but they were united in their desire to bring justice and restore order to the land. Side by side, they pledged to stand against the Crimson Eclipse, and in the light of Seraphina's grace, they vowed to fight for the innocent and drive back the darkness that threatened to consume all they held dear. End of Book 1. This is the end of Isekai Leveling, System Unlocked, a Royal Guard production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we'd love for you to rate and review it. For more fantasy books and audiobooks like this one, check us out on royalguardpublishing.com. Also, connect with us on social media. We're active on Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, Reddit, and Instagram. We can't wait to hear from you. You've been listening to Isekai Leveling, System Unlocked, written by Jackson Winston. Narrated by Matt Hicks and Aaron Bateman. Text copyright 2023 Jackson Winston. Production copyright 2023 Royal Guard Publishing, LLC. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.